The family of swordsmen who ruled over more than half the world was called Runcandel, a family in which people were born with strong bodies and superior talent. This allowed them to rule the world with their overwhelming power. All the battles they participated in ended with victory under any conditions. This family stood on top, above their enemies. Thanks to this, they had absolutely everything, enjoyed life, and lived it with joy. All this briefly described the lands where strength rules, where the strong devour the weak. And this is the family he was born into, Jin Runcandel, the youngest son of the Runcandel family. Jin was a child who chose the family sword in a selection ritual that could predict his future. He was a child who would receive the destiny of his family. The guy always believed that only success and glory awaited him in the future. However, not everything was as sweet as he could have imagined. As I later discovered, he had no talent with the sword, and his family's blood was sufficient for minimal swordsmanship skills. Shame, disgrace, someone worse than the average Runcandel family, everything revolved around Gina. One day, his brothers came to the guy to train and immediately saw that he was aimlessly swinging a wooden sword. They kept laughing at him the whole time and talking about how the balisada, the sword he chose as a child, wasn't something he needed to play with. Jin couldn't respond and fight back, because deep down he understood that they were actually right, and he hadn't lived up to the hopes placed on him. But the older brothers clearly didn't like Jin continuing to ignore them, so they once again asked him to answer the question. Well, for motivation, one of them decided to hit the guy so that it would be easier for him to think and he could quickly find the answer to his question. They kept calling him useless, and everything he does is useless. Jin decided to take up his sword to fight them. But this attempt was successfully stopped. The elder brother continued to assure the boy that he would never succeed and that he had better stop now so as not to dishonor his glorious family any further. They began to rummage through his pockets and found a small notebook that contained the basic theory of sword fighting. And this caused even more laughter in these guys. They found it funny to realize the fact that a guy thinks he can only achieve something by studying theory. No matter how much Jin asked them to stop and return his things to him, they didn't listen and continued to break his things, saying that he shouldn't have been given a chance. It seemed to them that, having had a chance, the guy now doesn't know his place, and worst of all, that he has hope. Jin tried to tell them that there was no point in breaking their things to convey this to him. But these words further angered his brothers, who confronted him. They told him this for his own good, and he simply has no right to contradict them. And as he continues his disobedience, they decide they need to teach him some manners. His intimidation and his absolutely useless talent, he felt it every day. But that didn't stop him one bit, and he believed that if he continued to work and try, one day his family would recognize him and he would finally be able to become a full-fledged member of Runcandel. Jin actually believed this until his family decided to kick the guy out of the family. At 25, he was thrown out of his family and became a pathetic non-entity wandering aimlessly. That period of his life was difficult, but there was still a positive moment. Then he met the master. And then Jin discovered he had talent too. But most importantly, it was a talent banned in his family, the art of magic. Exactly 3 years had passed since that moment, and Jin would not stop developing his skills as a magician. Furthermore, he planned to combine the magical power that exists in nature and the magical power of a magician. It seemed to him that in this way he could strengthen his power. But at some point these experiments went too far, and the guy ended up in a place unknown to him. Jin spent some time in this place, and at some point heard an otherworldly voice, which he introduced as Solderet, and, according to this creature, he is the master of all shadows. Solderet, after all, called Jin here for a reason. As the shadow god, he intended to offer him a deal. According to this creature, if Jin makes a pact with him, he will be able to use shadow techniques, which means he can destroy any curse. Solderet realized that it seemed like the guy had accumulated hatred for other people since childhood. The Shadow King immediately realized that he was unable to display his talent because of this primal curse. Jin didn't understand what Solderet was trying to convey to him, so the Shadow Lord explained to him that this curse is called blade illusion, which suppresses his ability to wield a sword especially this curse is terrible for the guy, because he is from the Runcandel family. Solderet decided that was why he was so attracted to the guy and why they were talking now. He decided that from now on there would no longer be a curse that would bring him pain, and after these words he broke the magical chain that surrounded the guy. But the Shadow Lord decided not to stop there and decided that now he needs to make Jin an unprecedented magician. According to Solderet, he will be very pleased to see it. A few seconds later, Jin found himself back in his room, and for a while he just stood up and walked away in shock, because he honestly didn't understand what had just happened to him. But that didn't last long, and as soon as he came to his senses, the first thing he decided to do was take the sword in his hands and try to remove the curse. Jin rushed out, removed the protective sheath from his sword, and was able to deliver a crushing blow. It was all as Solderet said. The guy finally started to feel strength in his hands. As soon as he picked it up again, he started feeling new things every second. This literally drove the guy crazy in that regard. It seemed to him that this sword didn't seem to have any weight. Jin felt like he was simply waving his hand. The weakest boy in the Runcandel family will finally be able to show everything he is capable of. After lifting the curse, he finally saw the fruits of his hard work. Moreover, he realized that he could add magic to it, and then his title of weakest would miraculously disappear. But sometime later, after another battle, he lay on the ground and heard only screams. Jin felt that his body was very heavy, and apparently this was where his life was coming to its logical end. He tried calling his master and Solderet, but unfortunately no one answered. Jin understood that unfortunately there was no one here. He couldn't even imagine that he would die like no one else. It seemed to him that all of this was happening because nothing should have gone right for him. The magic and power of Solderet that he finally received, he didn't even have a chance to use it. But most of all, he didn't understand why he was given a chance if everything was supposed to happen this way. After that, he lost consciousness. But not for long, Jin woke up again and saw his children's hands in front of him. And when he raised his head, members of his family stood in front of him. And around him, there was a large amount of swords. Jin didn't understand what was happening here, as he was sure he was dead. But his thoughts were interrupted by Gilly, who asked the boy not to be discouraged, as he is young Master Jin. The guy just didn't understand what was going on until he saw that same sword. Barisada, the sword he chose as a child but never had the privilege of using. Now little Jin realized that he would now have to go through a selection ritual. In other words, he went back in time, back into the body of 1-year-old Jin Runcandel. As a child, he accidentally picked up this sword, and this caused great surprise in his family. But in this life, Jin deliberately chose this, even though he understood what it meant to him. The family didn't understand how this could happen. After all, according to the rules, it was the head sword, and if you follow the laws, now the head of the family is young Master Jin. At this point, the selection ceremony was concluded, and everyone gradually dispersed, though they couldn't stop thinking about it. But this story simply did not end, and one of the heads of the family ordered the youngest of them to be sent to the stormy castle, and 6 years have passed since that moment. During this time, Jin learned to read and managed to read many books from the front row, so he decided to move to the second, although his small height still did not allow him to do so. According to family rules, he has to stay here until he's 10, so there are only 3 years left. But all this time lasts a long time, because the guy was so bored and lonely in this castle. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of his maid, who was scared of something. The girl stood still and tried to overcome the shock of what she had just seen. There was no bird lying on the ground, although it probably wasn't flying anywhere else. Jin was absolutely calm, as he understood that the only people capable of such indignation in Storm Castle were his old acquaintances. And his thoughts were confirmed. These were his 2 older brothers, who in this life behaved disgustingly and humiliate Jin. One of them was called Daytona. He was the 11th of the 13 Runcandel brothers, and he was very sorry that the maid was the first to find this bird, and not the youngest brother. His friend Hayton, who was the 12th brother, confirmed that they would bring him personally so he could take a look. Looking at their brother, they hoped he would like the gift. They so desperately wanted him to shed a tear. Jin didn't forget that when these brothers became commanders in a past life, they became famous for destroying everyone. And in this life, as you can see, nothing has changed. Now they are 9 years old at most, and just to torment Jin a little, they destroyed this bird. As Jin thought about it, they kept asking him not to cry because it made them very angry. But the guy kept ignoring them, and it started to irritate them. They decided to remind him that he had chosen the Barasada and essentially chosen the fate of the head of the family, and now it seemed to them that he was behaving so badly. Jin tried to respond, but he didn't have time as Haytona decided to teach him a lesson for his brother speaking so quietly. But his blow was successfully blocked by Jin, who was clearly tired of enduring all this bullying. Hayton clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. His younger brother's fear was clearly visible in his eyes. And it wasn't in vain, because Jin looked quite intimidating, and besides, Jin considered his brother to be very loud, and so he politely asked him to shut up for now. Haytona wasn't going to do that and wanted to say something, but she didn't have time, because Gina couldn't take it and hit him straight in the head. This made Jin's older brother even more angry, so he started yelling. Jin couldn't stand it and hit him again, so he finally shut down. Then he added that up until that moment he had tolerated them, but they had irritated him too much, and so he was tired of doing it. And from that moment on, he warned them that the less he saw of them, the better for them. How come one of the elders suddenly walked into the room, saw this photo, and immediately wanted to ask Jin what happened here? The man saw Hayton and Dighton lying unconscious on the ground and therefore began to visibly panic about it. Jin decided to tell everything as it happened and said that the two suddenly fought and knocked each other out, and he happened to be near that incident. This man did not doubt Jin's words for a second, because in truth, he knew very well that the children of the Runcandel family are distinguished by cruelty, even towards each other. Can, that was the man's name, and he decided that he needed to take the Jin brothers to the doctor, but little Jin thought otherwise and immediately told the man that they should be taken to another place where they should visit. They went outside, where it was raining heavily at that time and it was even difficult to move around. Jin asked his two brothers to be placed near a tree and dug a small pit beside them. Khan was quite surprised that the boy decided to leave his brothers here. Furthermore, their condition is not so stable, and the storm will only intensify over time. Jin turned to him and declared that he was doing all of this just so that the brothers would finally learn to be responsible for their actions. Kang only served as a servant, so he couldn't argue with the young master. Although no one forbade him from thinking that when he looks at Jin, he sees a strange energy around him, which clearly does not resemble an aura. Thoughts flashed through his mind that this might be magic. And if so, then he is sure that it clearly wasn't just a fight between brothers. Kan decided that the head of the family should know about this situation, so he immediately ordered one of the servants to bring him a horse. Jin watched closely what was happening below and, of course, saw that Khan asked to bring a horse for him. The guy understood that the man was clearly going to tell his father about this. Kan was their guardian knight, but for an ordinary knight, Jin thought he was very caring. Jin assumed that Khan would first inform the family head that it seemed to him that the young master was using magic. All this energy around the guy is proof that the deal with Solderet is still in effect. Furthermore, he had the bonus of their connection to him, was immune to curses, and in this life, Jin managed to free himself from the blade's illusion. The loser Jin Runcandel is no more, and from that day on, Jin decided that his life would be radically different from his past. Now the only thing left for Jin to do was meet his father, who, at that very moment, was listening to what Khan was telling him and was a little surprised that the youngest could do such a thing to his brothers. Therefore, having heard such things, he ordered Khan to gather all the commanders. A few hours later, all the commanders began to gather near the chief, and after some time the chief was notified that 7 Runcandel commanders and 200 knights had been gathered. The head of the family was grateful to them for having gathered so quickly, and now they all went together to the formidable castle. Mary Runcandel, who held the position of 7th captain, decided to clarify with her interlocutor why everyone was gathered here so urgently. Depus, who was the 4th captain, stated that he didn't quite understand either. It seemed to him that this was somehow connected to the magicians, but he quickly threw away that thought, as he remembered that they would attack them next year. So he dismissed all those thoughts and assumed they were just going there to see the youngest. Maria didn't understand any of this. Why would they travel so far just to see the youngest? Although, on the other hand, she remembered that it was he who chose the ceremonial sword, and apparently no one opposed him becoming the next head of the family. Although looking at her father, they understood that they could not even guess what the man intended to do. Luna, who held the position of first captain, turned to Mary and Depis and asked them to be quiet, as they were talking too loudly about the matter. From this, Mary concluded that it was very important, as her father wanted to see everything personally. And apparently they have high hopes for the youngest, as they all decided to go to him together. Gina's maid was so happy that the Lord would soon arrive in person. It seemed to her that he wanted to meet the young master because he missed him very much. So, without much thought, she decided to dress up young Jin. At that moment, the guy was thinking that Khan probably reported everything in detail. Although he knew Khan was a very straightforward person, it still seemed to the guy that he would hardly have directly told his boss that he used magic and most likely reported everything exactly as he saw it. Jin assumed he did it this way. The youngest of Runcandel used an unknown power that doesn't resemble either magic or aura, and therefore his father will personally come to see what it is. The guy was clearly aware that he would like to find out in detail what force Jin used against his brothers, and most importantly, the father will decide whether this power will be useful for the prosperity of the family or not. My lord and all his commanders arrived at the formidable castle, and the first thing he did was order the brothers Heighton and Dayton to be called to him. To begin with, he told them that he had heard that they had fought with Jin and wanted to know whose fault it was. Haytona immediately assured her father that they had done nothing wrong, and Daytona completely agreed with him, saying that Jin hit them first. Furthermore, they told the father that the youngest did this using a force about which nothing was known. It seemed clear to them that it was not an aura, and one of the brothers, at a certain point in the story, decided to suggest that it was more like magic. They both understood perfectly what would happen to the youngest if it really was magic, because it was forbidden in the family. Heighton and Dayton continued to claim it was magic. Furthermore, they believed Jean needed to be questioned before covering all tracks. But their father stopped them in time and told the boys to keep everything a secret. Then he looked at them and added that one cannot survive here with the truth alone. Then he sent Heighton and Dayton to rest and asked to call Jean, who was already ready to go into his father's room. At that moment, the thought in his head was that his father, Chiron Runcandel, and he were stronger and more cold-blooded than anyone he knew. The most powerful being of this era, who reached the level of demigod, was otherwise called the Genesis Knight. Previously, he was an ordinary person, but the price for the godlike power he had to give up was human emotions. A being who only had a blind obsession with his family and their prosperity, it was obvious that Jin was much weaker than his father. And for this reason, the man simply did not realize that his son always remained in the shadow of his brothers and sisters. But he understood that in this life, everything would be completely different, and absolutely no one would dare to ignore him. Jin walked in with complete confidence and bowed to his father, greeting the boss. Chiron doesn't understand why his youngest son calls him boss and not dad. Jin replied that more than 100 members of his family were gathered here, so he decided that boss here would be more correct, so he addressed the man that way. That was a satisfactory answer, which the boss liked, but he immediately explained why he was here, then asked the guy to call him dad. And now he decided to ask Jin the same question he asked his brothers, in which he wanted to find out who was to blame for the fight that broke out between them. Jin, without much thought, put his hand on his heart and declared that it was actually revenge, after which he added that if he is from the Runcandel family, then when something is done to him, it is his duty to repay the debt, and it does not matter if it is a help or an insult. After such a response, the family head suddenly ordered everyone to leave the hall and only asked young Master Jin to stay. A few minutes later, absolutely everyone left the hall and then the boss started talking about how he needed to ask the guy something. Then he ordered everyone to leave the hall, and at that moment, he finally started talking about what the Heighton and Dayton brothers told him, that Jin has some special power. He also did not forget to add that Runcandel strictly prohibits any use of magic, and therefore, if a guy possesses it, he will not be able to cross the line. And now, taking into account everything that was said, the head of the family wanted to know from the guy what kind of power this is. But before the guy could give him an answer, he decided to once again point out the fact that if this was magic, then he convinced the guy that he wouldn't get away with it like that. Jin understood perfectly well that since his father knew of this power, he probably wouldn't miss the opportunity to learn more. Since it was known that Soldred's power was neither magic nor aura, the guy himself didn't know exactly what it was. Therefore, Jin decided without much thought to show his father the strength he possesses, and what a surprise the man was when he saw the strength of the first head of the family. Chiron couldn't believe that this guy actually had the soul of the Barasada, and apparently he was really destined to become the head of the house. Considering all this, the father came to the conclusion that this was the power of the shadow god Soldred, and he was absolutely right. Jin pretended not to understand what his father was talking about. This forced the man to tell him that Soldred had made a pact with the first head of the house of Runcandel, Lord Tamar, and from then on this god became the patron of the family. But after Lord Tamar's death, Soldred no longer appeared before the members of Runcandel. Chiron didn't fully understand why, but apparently Soldred came back to watch them through Jin. Then the guy had a question where he wanted to know if Deus Soldred was stronger for him. Chiron couldn't answer that question because he had never fought the gods, so he didn't know. This clearly made Jin smile. Just the thought that he could become stronger than his father made the guy incredibly happy. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after a man placed his hand on his head and said that Jin asked him a very good question. The guy understood that in this way he was giving him a reason to think, and Chiron himself believed that coming here personally was the right decision, and finally decided to ask his son how he plans to use the Barasada's soul. Without thinking much, Jin immediately said that his plans are very simple. He will use her for the benefit of his family. The man's reaction was quite unexpected. He suddenly started laughing out loud and telling Jin that it was a rather funny lie. Did he think so because the guy recently beat up his older brothers, then left them lying in the street during a storm, and after all that told him he wants to use that power for the good of the family? Jin knew that fooling his father wouldn't be that easy, so he had to think of something to say. And this time he decided to tell the truth, so he announced that he intends to use this to his advantage. Although the head of the family's face changed, he still replied to the boy that such an answer was more than suitable for him. After that, he prepared to leave, but first told his son that from now on he would be under his supervision. And as soon as the man left, Jin could finally exhale with peace of mind. He managed to survive this. He could just use this power however he wanted, but now that his father would be watching him, Jin never imagined that everything would go so well. And now it seemed to him that his new life would be radically different from his past. Sister Mary gave the little boy a small gift before they left. According to her, it was a special gift that she prepared especially for him, for the maid to carry, as it was quite heavy. The only hint she left for him was Mary telling him to cook and eat. Then she added that he needs to get strong as soon as possible. Jin didn't fully understand why she gave him this gift, but as soon as he opened this box, he realized what the problem was. Inside this box was the heart of a phoenix, an extremely rare item. Jin couldn't quite understand why Mary would give something like that to a 7-year-old, but he couldn't be said to be very upset. Mary Runcandel is the 7th captain and 6th-ranked knight, known as Storm Mary, who also has a lesser-known nickname. But few people knew this nickname, only those who managed to survive and called her the Mad Woman of the Southern Lands. After thinking about it, the guy came to the conclusion that why the crazy sister gave him such a valuable thing, and those words in which she asked him to grow up faster, she gave a certain meaning. Jin decided that if he ate a phoenix's heart so early, it would probably increase his fire resistance and, of course, accelerate his growth. And if you think about it, A phoenix heart is required by experienced magicians to summon phoenixes safely. Jin did not deny the fact that it is possible in this life that he can summon his phoenix, which will obediently carry out his orders. Jilly distracted his thoughts by bringing him a cooked heart, for which Jin was very grateful to her. The maid thought Lady Mary had given her a wonderful gift before she left, so she asked her to eat it while the soup was still hot. But the guy was haunted by his brothers, who were watching him, and at one point Jin couldn't take it anymore and asked them to talk immediately about what they wanted from him. Dayton told him that it was really nothing. It just seemed to them that there was too much food for just him. They noticed that Gilly was running around with such a big pot, and they thought that maybe there was enough food for them. Jin realized that they apparently wanted to eat that soup so much that they were ready to do anything for it. So the guy decided to let them do it, but first he wanted to ask them to fulfill one of his requests. After a while, the brothers didn't even understand why they were doing this, because there was nothing here. Furthermore, they were worried that something might happen to them when someone found out they were digging here, but on the other hand, they understood that this shouldn't bother them, because if someone got into trouble, it would be a small problem, but they'll still get that soup. When the two brothers returned to the castle, Jilly was a little surprised by what happened to them. They were in a terrible state, and Jin also managed to mock them, saying that he had been waiting for them for a long time, but they didn't want to hear that and wanted to immediately get their portion of soup. Jin didn't understand who he was to not leave soup for them, so he got up from the table and said they could start eating since they wanted it so much. But the plate was completely empty and the brothers didn't understand where he left it for them. But then they realized that he left 2 teaspoons for them, and it seemed to them that this was little for them. But Jin did not understand why they were complaining, because he said he would leave it for them. He just did not specify how much it would be. The guy believed he had kept his promise, and so he was about to leave. And of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to wish everyone bon appetit. He went down to the tunnel he asked his brothers to dig, and was extremely surprised that they took his request very seriously and did everything as he asked. Jin first hit the walls and determined the fact that for such thickness, a first-order spell would be more than enough for him. He couldn't wait for this moment, as he was extremely bored of accumulating all this mana and not using it, but he finally did it. The guy used one of his most powerful spells, which allowed him to reach a secret place. And it was none other than Runcandel's secret library. In his previous life, he had never been able to get here, so he felt a little strange. It sounded like his older brothers had said it needed a special phrase to open, and Jin knew what sentence to say, so he said in a low voice, "The child Runcandel came to comfort Murakhan." After such words, the doors immediately opened in front of him, and finally Jin could enter this library. The secret library of Runcandel. This place holds many secrets of the clans that Runcandel exterminated in the last 1,000 years. Only the commanders of Runcandel were allowed to enter here, and it was truly enormous in scale. In a past life, his brother immediately said that it was useless for him to know about this place, because Jin could not become commander. But he still managed to learn something useful, and, as it turned out, he put that knowledge to good use. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted after a short walk through this library, when he saw a man who was locked in a transparent prison. Looking closer, Jin noticed that this man had visible scales on his face. Therefore, it seemed to him that it was simply not a person, but some kind of animal that his family had captured and placed in this prison. When he suddenly remembered the words he needed to say before entering this library. Is that why he suggested that perhaps this was the Black Dragon Murakhan? Jin heard that he lost to the first head of the house and fell into a deep sleep, but Jin never thought that this was actually true. Anyway, he didn't have time for that now. He needed to find the clan's secret materials as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Jin still managed to find the secret tomes of other clans. To begin with, he decided to read a volume on the once famous Kungan Swordsman clan. But the content of this book was clearly difficult for him to understand with knowledge of third-rate theory. He decided it would be good to take this book with him, but he was aware of the fact that he might get caught. So he decided it would be best to come here every now and then and rewrite the book little by little. And Jin did this for a long time until someone distracted him with their noise. It seemed to him that at that time no one would go to the library of the formidable castle now. But apparently he was mistaken, because as soon as he opened the doors to see what was happening in the corridor, he saw in front of him a man who immediately wanted to ask the guy what was going on here. Jin immediately realized that Murakami was standing in front of him, but he didn't understand how that was possible. In his past life, nothing was said about the fact that he could wake up, so the guy didn't pay attention to it. But apparently it was a mistake. He tried to mentally force himself to calm down, because it was worth remembering that Murakami is his family's guardian dragon, so if he is polite and pretends to be an ordinary child, then maybe he won't do anything to him. So the first thing he decided to do was to greet his family's guardian once again as the child Runcandel. But for some reason this made him very angry, and he literally went crazy in a second. Murakami started yelling at the guy because he thought Jin was calling him a pathetic guardian. He still didn't understand why they, people who don't know anything, treat him like some kind of guardian. According to him, he hated the Runcandels and did not understand how they dared to say such things to him. It was clear that Murakami wanted to vent all his anger on this poor boy. Still, he managed to reconcile himself and calm down, then added that he woke up because he smelled good for the first time in a long time, but only that bastard was there. Murakami didn't understand why this guy smelled like spiritual energy and tried to smell the guy from all sides, and it felt strange to say the least. He also said that even though he has been asleep for 1,000 years, he still remembers this smell perfectly, this thick aroma of spiritual energy. This scent can only be found in those who have made a deal. Like Temar did in his time, Jin didn't expect that the reason Murakami suddenly woke up was his spiritual energy. Murakami couldn't believe that smell was coming from the short guy, so he started looking around carefully, trying to figure out where that smell was coming from. At this moment, Jin observed carefully and thought that perhaps it wouldn't hurt to check something. So he turned to Sir Murakami and was sure that the guy clearly knew something, so he turned to him. Jin created a small ball in which he concentrated a lot of energy and added that his father said this was the power of the shadow god, Lord Solderet. Murakami immediately started shaking in fear and asked the guy to tell him it was just a joke, but looking at the expression on Jin's face, he understood that it was clearly not a joke. After that, he fell to his knees and began to say something about the agreement promised 1,000 years ago. Jin didn't understand what this guard was talking about, but he continued to listen to him attentively. When suddenly Murakami looked up and told Jin that he had once made a promise to Solderet, in which he will be forced to help one person for his entire life, and apparently that person ended up being Jin. Murakami also said that he would tell all the details a little later, as he had just woken up, so he was still a little confused, and, besides, it would be difficult for a child his age to understand everything. Even so, he didn't forget to formally introduce himself to the person Solderet had chosen. His name was Murakami. He is Solderet's confidant, his friend and the last descendant of the primordial shadows, and following his promise of 1,000 years from today, he will be by his side. Apparently, Jin really needs a little more time to digest this information, as it was hard to believe that such a giant would help him. At this stage, Murakami just wanted to know the name of the person Solderet had chosen. Jin happily introduced himself to his new friend as the 13th and youngest son of the Runcandel family. The name of the black dragon Murakami comes from the famous mountain where the Thunder Castle is located. It was a powerful creature that ruled these lands for a long time. However, 1,000 years ago, the dragon fell into the hands of the first head of the Runcandel family, Tamara. After this, legend has it that, having abandoned his lands, Murakami fell into a deep sleep. Now Jin understood that he was not their enemy. On the contrary, Murakami was the guardian and good friend of the first head of the family. A person who has made a deal with God is accompanied by a guardian dragon, but nothing was known about Solderet's guardian dragon until now. Now it became clear to the guy why no one knew about Murakami. The next morning, Jin returned to Murakami with thoughts of having a personal guardian dragon, and so he decided to get to know his guardian as best he could, So he decided to start with a small gift for him. He brought him some food that Gilly had prepared. After his awakening, Murakami didn't leave the library for several weeks, and the first question Jin decided to ask was why he fought Tamar. In response to this, the dragon told him that it was 1,000 years ago, and after all, he did not remember the reason for the fight. The only thing Jin learned that day from Murakami was that he loves strawberry pies. At a certain point in the dialogue, Murakami decided to ask the guy what he always does here when he comes, to which Jin told him that he rewrites books to take them with him, because if he takes the originals, then about his visits to the library he can find out. Murakami was surprised that the guy understood what they were talking about, but Jin assured him that this was not entirely true. According to him, he understood about 30% of all the material. But the dragon decided to cheer him up and said that for his age he was doing very well. Other children didn't even try, that he was doing very well. Of course, he agreed with Murakami about other children, but in his family this is just an average level. According to the boy, there are 12 more children in the family, in addition to his father, mother, and older children. And if he wants to surpass them all, then he will have to work much harder. Therefore, he suddenly became interested in asking Murakami how much he thought the first head of the Tamar family would understand after reading this book. Jin wanted to compare himself to the strongest known being in history. He wanted to know what level he was at compared to him. Murakami thought for a moment and said that, in fact, at the same age, Tamar couldn't understand a single word of this book. But the Black Dragon was quick to assure him that the theory was in fact very different from the actual battle, and Tamar had fought well in his time even without reading it. Though it still seemed to Murakami that Tamar had talent, and Jin definitely did, albeit not as notable. Did those words make Jin think that he could never become as strong as he was in the first chapter? In response to this, Murakami told him that he had made a deal with Solderet and that he was intelligent enough to read these books. So all the Black Dragon could advise him was that he just needed to train hard and be patient. Then, if he followed his advice, he could become as strong as Tamar. Murakami did not deny that perhaps little Jin would surpass his distant relative, which Jin himself hardly believed. But the Black Dragon asked him not to lose hope, because at least he has the power of Solderet, whose nickname has always been Limitless. And that can only mean one thing, since Solderet has unlimited power, so he, as the Chosen One, has the same potential. So Murakami forbade him from becoming lame before his time, and also promised that he would teach him a new skill so that he could feel better. This ability was called Releasing the Spirit, and Murakami believed that the guy should be able to use this ability. According to him, this skill must be mastered by everyone who uses soul energy. This is the basis of everything related to its use. But he immediately warned him that it was extremely dangerous, and if used without proper training, there could be problems. So he immediately asked Jin to take his time and carefully study this skill. Jin understood him and quickly wanted to figure out what he needed to do. According to Murakami, he first needed to master mana release. Jin didn't quite understand why he needed to do this, because he had done it hundreds of times in his past life. Murakami explained that spirit release involved releasing and transferring mana, so he needed to master these skills to the appropriate level. But the worst part was that the Black Dragon thought it would take about 2 or even 3 years to learn. Hearing all this, Jin immediately realized that it was a long time for him. Murakami continued saying that he couldn't teach him anything worthwhile until he mastered the basics, and as he said all this, Jin decided to try releasing mana now. And he managed to do it the first time, which shocked Murakami. The Black Dragon spent some time trying to understand how the guy did it, but according to Jin, he already knew how to do it before. Murakami asked him not to talk about the fact that the boy also mastered mana transfer, but before he could say that, Jin demonstrated this ability. The Black Dragon could only say that only geniuses are capable of this, and apparently the boy really does have enormous talent. Therefore, he still agreed to show what soul release is like, and finally Jin can breathe his last breath. And Murakami began with the fact that a shadow spirit's talent is ultimately drawn from the shadows. Every shadow in this world is born by Solderet's will, so he is the owner of all shadows. And Jin, as they already found out, is the only one chosen by Solderet so that the guy can become the ruler of all shadows. Afterwards, Murakhan showed him what spirit release is and immediately wanted to ask him what it was like for him. Luna destroyed the huge monster, and her assistant immediately ran to her and informed her that the area had been cleared and that there were 5 more areas to clear and the mission would be completed. She was happy to hear this, and immediately said that 4 months should be enough for this, so she asked all the knights to rest. But while he hadn't left yet, she suddenly decided to ask him what, in his opinion, 9-year-olds like. 6 months after meeting Murakhan, the Tona twins turned 10 and left Stormcastle. And Jin turned 9 a few days after that, for which Gilly and other subjects of this castle congratulated him, and the boy, in turn, asked to share the cake among everyone. On this day, Khan also came to visit him, and the first thing he did was to apologize for the unexpected visit. Jin thought something had happened, so he started to get a little nervous. But in the end, the fact is that his sister Luna had come to visit the guy. The guy clearly did not expect such a meeting, as they were never close to her. Why did she suddenly decide to visit him? The first commander of the Runcandel family and knight of the 9th rank, the eldest of the 13 Runcandel children, the white whale, Luna, the strongest of the current brothers, who once clearly stated her position that she does not want to be the head of the family, also does not participate in the disgusting war for the Runcandel inheritance, which is why she is called the white whale, which seems to swim alone. For this reason, she was never interested in her younger siblings, to the point that in a past life he seemed like a stranger, not a member of the family. They were so different from each other. That's why Jin was so surprised that she suddenly decided to come to him at Storm Castle. Apparently something happened since she was here. And the first thought that came to his mind was that the girl had discovered that Jin was visiting the library. Luna approached her younger brother, and the first thing she said was that he had grown a lot. Jin told her that if she had told him in advance, he would have worn something more appropriate to meet her. She put her hand on his head and said he looked really nice, but still she thought it was strange that she needed to tell someone just to see her little brother. She also noticed that he looked very bad and thought he was sick, but that was far from the case. He decided to tell her directly that he was a little nervous because it was his first time communicating with her, so he couldn't hold back. Luna at that moment was thinking that crushing and taking everything from each other is Runcandel's custom, but it was still strange for her to see how Jin thought she had come to bully him. Anyway, she said in a low voice that apparently he just didn't understand her. After that, she added that he might still be young, but he was still a member of the Runcandel family. Then she would usually kneel down and ask her younger brother for a wish. She would really like to be alone because she would like to talk to him. Jin couldn't even imagine why she needed to talk to him in person, but he decided that such an opportunity could not be missed, so he agreed without any problems, although he did not know the reason, but it seemed to him that she did not want to do anything bad to him. Once they were alone with him, she said that the reason she had come to him so unexpectedly was because she needed to tell him something. After that, she began to talk about how, when her father came to him personally, he became the center of attention of the entire house. This means that when he leaves the Storm Castle, all his brothers and sisters will try to control him. But she immediately said that she didn't want him to get involved in this family's quarrels and feel unhappy. She also obviously wouldn't want the Runcandel family's dirty ways to harm him. Now Jin began to understand why the girl gave up on the idea of becoming the head of the family. But he couldn't understand, if she really didn't want him to suffer from fights within the family, then why didn't she warn him about this in a past life? Was that the only reason he wasn't worthy of her attention? Or is it because his brothers and sisters didn't see him as a rival before? He had different thoughts in his head, but he still decided to thank his sister for warning him. But still, he already has a reason why he doesn't want to participate in this. Luna immediately started to tell him that this was all serious. She was telling him this not because she considered him a threat to herself in the future, but before she could finish speaking, Jin interrupted her and said that he already knew that very well. According to him, He understands all of this very well because there was already an attempt on his life, which surprised the girl. This literally made her go into shock. She couldn't believe that someone in the storm castle had already tried to destroy the guy. She immediately started asking him to tell her who he was, but Jin wasn't going to do it. And to be honest, he doesn't know it himself. He also added that they tried, but it didn't work, and he was still fine, so it seemed to him that there was clearly no need to worry. In response to this, she said that she was very happy because the guy helped her understand that not all her brothers and sisters hate her. After that, she decided to hug him, which Jin clearly didn't expect. But she is still very saddened by the news that he has been involved in a family feud. Jin at that moment was thinking that he couldn't even imagine that Sister Luna would be such a sensitive person, so he tried to calm her down a little and tell her not to be so sad. Luna agreed with him and added that one shouldn't only talk about bad things on such a wonderful day. After all, she didn't forget that today is his birthday, and in honor of that, she came here today to give him a gift. She took a small box from her pocket, inside which was a pendant. After that, she asked Jin to turn around so she could put the pendant around his neck. And as she did so, she told him that just once, when he was in a desperate situation, he could break the blue stone of this pendant, and then, no matter where he was, the moon would immediately come to his aid. So she asked him not to forget it and to always carry it with him. In this way, she congratulated her brother on his 9th birthday. Jin was clearly pleased to have such a gift and such a sister. After a few small meetings, Luna decided it was time for her to leave, and after congratulating the boy once more, she said goodbye and walked towards the exit. Jin was very happy to talk to her and in response could only wish her a good trip. That same night, Jin went down to the library again to continue his studies, and the first thing Murakami decided to ask the guy was what was hanging around his neck. Jin was surprised that the black dragon noticed this, but still said it was a birthday present. Murakami immediately started saying that he doesn't know who gave it to him, but apparently that person cares about him very much, as this is a very special pendant. And according to Murakami, it belonged to the king of beasts, Orgel. 1,000 years ago, countless people died trying to get this pendant. On top of all that, this pendant gives you resistance to any magical attack below the 5th rank, enhances the wearer's magical abilities, and Murakami assumed it also has a summoning function. Jin was surprised that Murakami knew so much, but the black dragon asked him not to be surprised, as that moment was the peak of his activity. Anyway, he assumed that this gift was given to him by that person with a strong aura who came here. Jin confirmed that it was his older sister, and the guy was very surprised that he could feel her energy. Murakami confirmed this information and, furthermore, added that his sister must have felt the same way. Jin immediately started to worry, because it seemed like she might tell everyone, but Murakami assured him that the guy had nothing to worry about. After all, he believed that she was an older sister who gave him such a valuable gift, as if it were nothing, so it seemed to him that after that it was unlikely that she would report her younger brother. When Luna actually left the storm castle, she felt a strong energy that clearly hadn't existed before. She decided she should pretend she didn't know anything yet. But mentally, she told her brother that it didn't matter what he did or who he became, because she would always support him. He believed that the time spent in Storm Castle would be extremely useless, but on the contrary, he gained a lot, such as the recognition and expectations of his father, the phoenix heart received from his older sister Mary, the support of his older sister Luna, and most importantly, he met his guardian dragon, Murakami. He could not have dreamed of all this in his previous life. Soon he turned 10 and finally began to prepare for the journey back home. He began spending a lot of time with his fellow knight Khan, who taught him the basics of combat. During training, Khan often thought that Jin was the kind of person the boss might be interested in, and he usually evaluates such people, but with each training, he became more and more convinced that it was Jin who was evaluating him. And after another training, once Khan completed it, he told Jin that they had something to talk to him about. The guy didn't even know what could have happened, but his first thought was that something was wrong with their training. But to his surprise, Khan suddenly bowed in front of Jin and told the man that it was an honor for him to train him. He further added that he would very soon leave the storm castle, and then Khan promised that he would make every effort to teach him as much as possible until the end of this period. Jin was pleased to hear such words, so he replied to Khan that he would count on his knight. After another training session, Jin decided to play with fire a little and tried to stick his finger in it. And as soon as he did that, he realized that he didn't feel any pain, and finally the effect of the phoenix heart started to take effect. As soon as the boy's maid saw this, she tried to stop the boy, as it seemed to her that he must be very hot and painful. But Jin assured her that everything was fine. Now it felt like he was dipping his toe in warm water. She was happy to know that Lady Mary's gift had already had a positive effect. She had only heard of the effect of the phoenix heart and for the first time saw how it actually worked. Jin was not much different from her, and also felt how it worked for the first time. But even in this case, he believed that it was not the maximum, and it seemed to him that he had only learned half so far. And he thought that most likely in a few years he would fully receive all the effects of the heart. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who once again reminded him that they would leave the castle tomorrow morning, and therefore asked him to warn her in advance if anything happened to him. It will be necessary. In response to this, he suddenly said that he urgently needed to leave for a while, and it was really quite unexpected. He decided to visit Murakhan and remind him that they would leave the castle tomorrow, but the Black Dragon did not forget this, even without him, as in truth, he had been waiting for this day for an eternity. But Jin was still worried, as he couldn't even imagine how the Black Dragon would follow him. Murakhan immediately told the guy that there was no point in worrying about it, because he was at least a legendary shadow dragon. And at the moment, no matter how weakened he is, it's still as easy as shelling pears for him. According to him, he makes a point of following the guy carefully so that he doesn't get noticed. Jin didn't understand why he was telling the guy such important information only now, but Murakhan once again told him that there was no point in worrying about it, because he had been sleeping for 1,000 years, and it was normal for him to be sleeping. He is not yet in perfect shape. The guy suddenly began to wonder if his guardian would be able to regain his previous strength, and according to Murakhan, he would do so, in fact. With the guy he would become even stronger. After all, the point is he's your guardian dragon. So Jin also needs to hurry up and become a powerful magic swordsman like Tamar. Hearing this, the man decided to ask again if his family were originally magicians and swordsmen at the same time. The guy knew this because Solderet told him in a past life. Initially, the Runcandel family only had magic swordsmen, and the first head of the house was the strongest of them. But almost no one knows about this, and that bothers Jin a little. Murakhan added that the reason the current Runcandel rejected magic and began studying only sword skills was because of the humiliating agreement concluded 1,000 years ago. According to the Shadow Dragon, people still call him the guardian of the family, but he was sure they would be very embarrassed if he appeared in front of them. And if this had happened 1,000 years ago, he was sure everyone would have run wherever they could and been horrified that he was standing next to the most respected creature in the world. Jin highly doubted his family would do that, but he continued to listen to Murakhan. The Shadow Dragon wasn't surprised that the guy doubted it anyway. There was no point in proving it now, and he just asked the guy not to worry about him as he would hide very well. Jin believed him, but he didn't know what to do with the capsule Murakhan was in, as members of his family could enter here at any moment and realize the Shadow Dragon was not there. Murakhan believed that this problem was very easy to solve with the help of dragon magic, with which he would create a copy of himself. For him, creating a copy of himself is a trifle that he can do with his eyes closed, so he assured Jin that there was no need to worry. But even so, he didn't forget to realize the fact that he hadn't recovered all his strength yet, so it would be very difficult to maintain it for long. But he was ready to continue in the same spirit until Jin grew up. The guy was pleased to hear this, so he immediately thanked his tutor for his care, and Murakhan asked him to respect him more after that. And just in response to that, Gina told him that he brought him something special today. The guy was talking about the pie that was made with the first batch of strawberries this year, and the wine he stole while Jilly wasn't looking. It was some kind of gift for Murakhan. But Jin only had one condition. He asked Murakami not to make a bad copy while he was drunk. The Shadow Dragon's joy knew no bounds, and he immediately declared that he would do everything perfectly for such a gift. After a while, Jilly was already helping Jin get dressed, and while doing so, she told him that when he returned home, he clearly shouldn't expect any easy days, even if he was training hard. After all, she believed that there would be more work there, and it would obviously be much harder for him, and she would no longer be able to make pies whenever he wanted. Jin assured her that there was no need to worry about it, as he intended to work hard when he got home so as not to get into trouble, and Jilly was very happy to hear this. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by two knights whose names were Jerome and Holtz. Today, their task was to help Jin get home safe and sound. They will accompany him until he reaches the safe zone, and Jin himself wasn't against such good security, so he didn't say a word. After this dialogue, Jin and his companions finally left the storm castle, and the young master's next stop was the main monastery of Runcandel, called the Garden of Swords. At one point during the journey, Jilly noticed that the snow had become very heavy and immediately suggested that Jin wait out the blizzard in the nearest village. It seemed to her that they wouldn't be able to get through the teleportation gate in this weather, and Jin finally agreed with her. When suddenly their cart began to shake, as if it had been caught in the middle of an earthquake. The two knights immediately began shouting to them that there was an ambush here and that they had better stay inside the carriage, and that is what they did. At that moment, Jilly tried to calm the young master as much as possible, saying that Jerome and Holtz were knights of the 7th rank, and she was also beside him, but looking at her, it was clear that only she needed support. She saw that they were attacked by 20 mages and the same number of warriors. Perhaps there were archers, but she wasn't sure. Jin, upon hearing this, knew they needed to get out of the carriage with Jilly immediately. After that, he began to say that the Runcandel guards would never simply abandon a child from a family without protection, and that at least one of the two should be with him. Based on this, Jin decided that these two knights were either fake escorts or simply traitors. In any case, the guy believed that now this was not so important, because some kind of device could be installed in the carriage, and that is why they needed to escape urgently. Although the girl was incredibly scared, she still agreed with the young master's thinking. And from that moment on, she decided to show her true colors, and she, as a servant of the Runcandel family, would protect the young master as long as necessary, so she immediately warned him that she might be a little rude to him. As they fled, Jilly told him that he should receive due punishment for the incident upon arriving at the family estate. But Jin felt that now was not the best time to worry about that. After that, he asked her to go to those two knights because he needed to check something. Jilly didn't quite understand why she was doing this, so the guy explained to her that those attackers could be her allies. And if he were their target, as soon as they rushed out of the carriage, they would have immediately tried to destroy them, but everything was suspicious and silent around. As they approached, as Jin expected, they saw a crest with a leaf and a design with a black beast. This is the Utah family, a clan of magicians from Mittel, and alongside them were the Black King's mercenaries. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by one of the magicians, who shouted that he had seen Gilly Macrolin, and also confirmed that Jin Runcandel was alive. And as soon as he said this, the chief magician immediately gave orders to all the troops that their main objective was to protect Jin Runcandel. A few seconds later, a man appeared in front of them, who introduced himself as Murkayo and is the vice-captain of the 3rd Detachment of Mercenaries of the Black King, and at the request of the Runcandel family, they will protect them. Looking at these two knights, Jin understood that most likely this wasn't a betrayal, but rather they were initially fake escorts, and if they were really knights of the 7th rank, then it wouldn't have been difficult for them to deal with these troops. Jilly couldn't contain herself and started yelling at them because she wanted to immediately find out who they were and what their purpose was. It was funny to one of them that they actually thought they would tell the Runcandels everything. The girl tried to talk to them, but suddenly Jin asked her to destroy one of them. Then he asked Jilly to try to cut off the second one's arms and drag his body to him. The girl, upon hearing this, immediately went into battle and was ready to carry out her young master's order. She managed to complete the first task in a matter of seconds, and one of them died immediately. The second one didn't wait long for his turn either, and lost his hand in the same way. And then Gilly, without much thought, removed her other hand. Then, as Jin asked her, she grabbed him by the head and dragged him to Jin, at the same time telling this knight that it seemed their masters had underestimated them too much. After she brought this knight's body to her master Jin, she finally told him that to become a maid of the Runcandel family, one needs to be a martial artist of at least the 7th level. Jin completely agreed with her and added that to destroy the Runcandel family's child, they should have sent at least 3 or even 4 8th-rank knights. The knight who was still speaking began to shout and beg not to make him laugh, because in his opinion this was just a warning, after which he added that the era of Runcandel's reign would soon end. Jin didn't understand why he was shouting like that, but he still agreed with this knight and, moreover, added that he was also trying hard for it. Instead of the Runcandel family rule era, he would like to see the Jin Runcandel rule era arrive. With these words, the knight shouted again, but this time only 3 words. He shouted glory to the great Zippels. The Zippels are a clan of magicians who rule the rest of the world. They are essentially the opposite of the Runcandel family, and while some strive to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, others do the same with magic. 1,000 years ago, when the first head of the Runcandel house died, the Zippels forced the Runcandel family to enter into a humiliating treaty that forbade its members from using magic, which is why magical abilities were suppressed in the Runcandel family. Considering all this, it wasn't hard to guess that for the Runcandels, the Zippels were literally enemies from 1,000 years ago, and Jin was quite interested in finding out who dared to take such a step. But now, thanks to that stupid knight, he knows everything. After that, he asked Jilly to throw him out somewhere nearby, because he believed there was simply no point in questioning him any further. Of course, even to the Zippels, Runcandel are sworn enemies, even though they constantly terrorize Runcandel. But today's incident is different from their usual antics. It clearly looks like another attack by independent extremists. He carefully examined the crime scene and was sure that something was clearly wrong here, but it was really difficult for him to figure out what exactly. Jin understood that no matter how skillful the disguise he was using, it would still be extremely difficult to deceive a rank 7 martial artist. So, given all these facts, Jin thought that maybe it was that same guy's intervention. Jilly approached her young master and said that she had done everything as he asked, in response to which Jin praised her and said that she had done her job well. After that, he approached Mercayo, who served as vice-captain of the Black King's mercenaries, if Jin remembers correctly. Anyway, the guy approached him to say that thanks to their distraction, he and Jilly managed to escape, and therefore, as soon as they reach his estate, Jin will immediately report their exploits, and the family will reimburse them in full. Meanwhile, he asked the man and his people to watch over him until they reach the gate. After these words, Mercayo was ready to do anything for Jin, so he assured the young master that they would do everything possible. Although in his mind, he thought that despite being a descendant of Runcandel, who left the castle for the first time and being only 10 years old, all these facts were surprising, as he was already confident in himself and behaved with dignity. Then he began to think that perhaps the words he had said earlier about the Jin Runcandel era were not just childish talk. After these thoughts, he approached his people and said that until they reached the gate, he asked them to control themselves and think about their actions. The mercenaries did not understand what kind of strange order this was, and even so sudden, because all this time they absolutely did not care, but he once again asked them to shut their mouths and do as he ordered them. Jilly interrupted the not-so-pleasant conversation and told Mercayo that they could move. Mercayo listened to them without any problems, and at the same time took his own to heart, which incredibly surprised his subordinates. On the way, Jilly was a little worried that they had left those imposters there like that. But Mercayo assured him that it was okay, because it didn't matter to them whether they were found alive or not, they would still serve as a good example to their comrades. Jilly was happy to hear this, and was also pleased that in about 2 hours there should be a village. Jin suggested waiting out the storm there. And since they had already started talking, the guy decided to ask Jilly not to be upset about the incident with the escort, as she should understand that it wasn't her fault in the first place, as even Knight Khan, who has the 9th rank, didn't realize that. And for a warrior of the 7th rank, it is even more difficult. But for Jin, it will not be difficult to tell her what a guardian knight should do. The Runcandel family's nannies share the fate of the children they care for. Jilly was Jin's babysitter in a past life, and the family looked down on her because of his lack of skills, but despite that, she never blamed him for it. When he was expelled, she was also ordered to leave with him, and yet she asked for forgiveness for not being able to serve him with dignity. She was like that back then. That's why Jin, above all, didn't want to be rude to her in this life, but now everything will be different, and that's why the guy believed that Jilly should get stronger. As he thought about this, Jilly approached him and said she was ready to accept whatever punishment he saw fit for what had happened. Jin was tired of putting up with her constant apologies, so he started yelling at her, and as a result, ordered her not to blame herself anymore. After that, he added that maybe she was his babysitter, but he also asked her not to forget that she was the only guardian he had now. And if even now such trifles bother you, in the future there may also be problems with support. Then he asked her not to make him repeat it, and hoped she would understand. Jilly told him she would try her best to get better. In her mind, she thought that the young master cared so much about her, so she decided that she needed to be on guard to not cause him any more trouble. Looking at Jilly, Jin immediately realized that his words had clearly lifted her spirits, even if it was too much, but he was still happy about it. While Murkayo asked Gin and Gilly for 2 numbers, the guy thought the man wasn't so pure. And if your assumptions are correct, Murkayo is probably also involved in the imposter situation. At that moment, Jean was thinking about the transformer Bubar Gaston, who had excellent mastery of transformation. This ability is a kind of characteristic of dragons, but the problem is that not all dragons can transform perfectly. Furthermore, it can be said that Bubar is the only one capable of this, and he also knew this, which is why he used this ability to commit many crimes and thus plunge the world into chaos. So, given all this, Jin understood perfectly well that if Bubar really was behind all this, then that would be yet another thorn in his side. But until now, the guy really had no reason to think so, because he hadn't done anything to report him. Jin remembered very well that in a past life he was arrested by a special detachment of Bement when he was about 20 years old. But Jin planned to avoid this, as he perfectly understood that if such a character became his ally, it would be extremely useful. But the other side of the coin was that he had no reason to trust a man who had already attacked him. So he decided that before Bubar got into even bigger trouble, the guy decided he needed to find out if anything was different in his past life. Jilly turned to the young master to let him know that she would be outside, and if he needed anything, he could call her. But before she had time to finish, she realized that Jin had already fallen asleep, so she decided to be quieter and do not disturb the young master. But Jin was never able to sleep, as time went by he was woken up by some noise from the street, which literally forced him to get out of bed. He sat up and didn't even remember when he fell asleep, but the culprit of the noise was immediately apparent. The guy thought that even despite the hard training at Storm Castle, these loads are still great for a 10-year-old's body. But then he decided to turn his attention to whoever was screaming, and it was a black cat, whose appearance looked like he was in urgent need of help. Although at the same moment the guy thought that maybe it wasn't just a cat. He remembered Murakan's words, who told him that he would hide well and that Jin had nothing to worry about. The guy was sure that was his friend, the Shadow Dragon, and apparently that was what he meant when he said he would follow him. Jin was surprised that Murakan could transform so well. The guy thought until the end that he would turn into a servant or a knight, but definitely not a cute kitten. But as soon as he returned to his appearance, he was no longer so cute, and immediately started shouting that if he had done that, the knights in his family would have understood everything immediately. He decided to approach the boy to tell him his next plan, but he tripped over a piece of wood on the ground and, to say the least, didn't land very well. Gilly immediately ran into the room, frightened by the young master. She saw an unknown man next to Jin screaming in pain. Therefore, she immediately turned into a very unkind servant who didn't understand how this non-entity dared to threaten the young master. It only took her a second to lay him on the ground and start demanding information from him. Who is he, and what does he need? Jin tried to stop Gilly and explain everything to her, but Murakami continued to lie there with a very strange smile. After that, he got up and realized that Gilly was the same maid who made those wonderful strawberry pies, and how happy he was to see her again. Jean was a little embarrassed to hear this, and Gilly agreed with him. But even so, she stopped and didn't want to destroy this man anymore, and was even ready to listen to him. To begin with, Jin decided to introduce this man and told Gilly that he was the guardian of the Runcandel family, the Black Dragon Murakami. After that, he wanted to introduce Gilly, but Murakami interrupted him and said that he already knows her. She is his strawberry pie. Gilly decided to apologize for disrespecting the family tutor, but Murakami clearly didn't intend to take offense, and moreover, he said he would gladly forgive her. The girl decided to ask why he called her that and happily explained that it was because she made these wonderful, incredible, and simply perfect strawberry pies. Gilly was shocked to hear this. She literally couldn't believe that Jin asked her to make these pies every day just because of Lord Murakami. The guy asked her to sit down so he could explain everything in detail, and after a few minutes of explanation, she realized that a lot had actually happened without her knowledge, and Jin was sorry for deceiving her all this time, but she was just amazed by Jin's extraordinary talent. All these things, the magic, the deal with Solderet, and even the dragon in the form of her personal guardian, all of it surprised her. But all things considered, she could probably say she was extremely happy to be his babysitter. Jin was happy that she reacted that way, but he still didn't forget to tell her that in any case, she is now an accomplice in this story, and, at his request, the family shouldn't find out that Murakami has woken up and they are closely connected to him. But he was interrupted again by Murakami, who asked his strawberry pie not to be so nervous, as everything would be fine. It was very strange for her, but even so, she was very grateful to him for it. Gilly even asked Jin to step away for a minute, as she wanted to clarify with the guy whether they could really trust Murakami, but the young master himself wasn't too sure about that. The next day they arrived at the teleportation gate, and Gilly and Jin were very grateful to the Black King's mercenaries, and did not forget to say that the Runcandel family would soon repay them for their work. Murakami also expressed gratitude as he believed it was a good experience for them. He also said they are eager to find out what the future holds for young Runcandel, whom Gilly serves. But before leaving, the man decided to ask Gilly a question, in which he was interested to know why someone with such remarkable abilities as hers would leave the Macrolin family to become a nanny for a child from another family. Immediately after this question, she turned around and told him that there was really no reason worth mentioning, and that was her answer. The man realized he had asked a rude question and decided to apologize for it. After that, they entered the building where there was a teleportation gate, and the first thing they were asked to do was provide identification. This was not a problem, and they immediately showed their badge, and the employee of this department immediately realized that they were from the Runcandel family and needed to get to Callan, the Hupestra Union. This employee was honored to meet him, so he easily asked them to follow him so he could lead them to the teleportation location. But not everything was so simple, because to get to the desired place in an instant, they had to wait here for 2 whole hours. Even so, they decided it would be better to wait than to go alone. At that moment, Gilly decided to tell the young master that she was really very worried about him, and specifically about the fact that they might find out about Murakami or something else, and then they wouldn't be able to remain silent about magic. After all, she knew very well that this was the only thing forbidden in the Runcandel family, but Jin assured her that there was really nothing to worry about, because he also knew this very well and would therefore carefully hide it. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from behind, and the first thing Jin noticed when he turned his head was the crest with a golden dragon. This coat of arms signified nothing more than the Siepel family, among which were a boy and 2 guards. He decided to sit across from Jin and his companions and immediately felt a bit of pressure. The guy tried to calmly assess who he saw in front of him, as all these faces looked quite familiar to him. Suddenly, a guy from the Siepel family spoke up and said that he knew it wasn't worth going to Hufester today. And all because he met this scum that was sitting in front of him. The only positive thing he noticed while sitting there was a cute kitten, which he immediately wanted to pet. The kitten himself didn't mind approaching this guy to be petted, at least that's what it seemed like at first. After all, Murakhan at one point became enraged and scratched Siepel's hand. His guards immediately rushed to eliminate the threat, but this guy stopped them and said that it was okay, as it was just an animal's play. Apparently, it was just an attempt to start a fight, which got him in trouble, and besides, he thought it would be very stupid to draw his sword in front of the Runcandel family members. This guy, looking at Jin, thought that out of curiosity he wanted to irritate him, but he didn't react in any way even to direct insults. This could only mean that the youngest son, Runcandel, is very cold-blooded. The guy liked this, so he decided to approach and introduce himself. His name was Varadin Siepel, and he would like to apologize for his rude behavior. Jin heard this name, the magician general, and a worthy candidate for the head of the Siepel family in the future. He was very popular among the young magicians, because he had a noble character coupled with brilliant abilities, and in his past life, there was a huge gap between them when Jin was practicing magic. He couldn't even think that he would meet this guy so soon. Anyway, he decided to respond and told Varadin that he was also curious to know what kind of person he was, and considering he apologized, Jin was happy to see that he wasn't just an idiot. Varadin decided to clarify why he decided this way, and Jin explained to him that if after his trick his people had drawn their swords, then in the end he would have had to wander around Hufester without protection, and perhaps he would have lost 2 more of his fingers. With these words, he made Varadin laugh heartily. It seemed to him that it was a terrible joke. Jin put on his most serious face and said he wasn't joking. Varadin still couldn't stop smiling, and at some point decided to give Jin some advice. After that, he said that if he ever met Siepel and found himself in a similar situation, he asked Jin not to get excited and not to cut off anyone's fingers or anything like that, because that could bring a lot of trouble to both families in the future. In response to these words, Jin said that now this is a very funny joke. The guy found it funny that he actually thought his father, Jin Runcandel, and his father, Keliak Siepel, would start a war between the families because of a childish fight. Varadin really couldn't disagree with the guy and said that even if he lost a few fingers, it would all end with a small amount of money as compensation. Considering all this, Siepel decided that Jin would teach him something today, so he promised that one day he will repay the debt. Jin, upon hearing these words, told him that he would not need to return it later and wanted Varadin to do so immediately, and according to Siepel, he would be happy to do so. The man asked Varadin to be silent and not say a word until the gate was activated, and he especially asked not to disturb him. This was an unexpected request for Varadin, so he began to think that in a few years Jin Runcandel would become a nice guy. Varadin even thought that if it weren't for the enmity of their families, he would have asked the guy to become his friend, but in general now he can only become his sworn enemy because he is Runcandel. Jin, looking at how Varadin behaved, simply didn't understand how he could behave this way if he had almost lost his fingers recently, so he assumed that perhaps the Siepel family was all like that. In any case, 2 hours passed quickly and they were invited to the teleportation room, where they were immediately warned that due to the teleportation wave they might feel pain and fatigue, but these were normal sensations. And while Varadin teleported, he still decided to tell Jin that it was a really fun date, and that's why he wanted to invite the guy to meet up again. Jin, without much thought, immediately replied that he had passed and suggested that he not do it. As soon as the boy arrived at his palace by carriage, he was immediately greeted at the entrance by the deputy chief butler, Peter. He understood that the guy had a long and rather difficult journey ahead of him, so he happily congratulated the guy on reaching the Runcandel family's main estate. The Garden of Swords. This is the place where only those who have reached special heights and contributed to the prosperity of the Runcandel family could leave their sword. It symbolizes all the dreams and honor of the Runcandel family, and as Jin passed by this place, he thought that there was a time when he wanted to keep my sword after my death. In his past life, he was weak because he had no skill and no leadership qualities or intelligence, so when he tried to do something, he obviously looked very stupid. But in this life, living in this hole seems quite appropriate for him. The first person from the Runcandel family to speak to the guy was the Black Panther, Rosa Runcandel, who was the owner of the Runcandel estate. She was happy to see her son again, and the guy reciprocated her feelings. His father first wanted to know what kind of cat was on his shoulder, and Jin couldn't think of anything better than to say he had tamed it. But his father clearly didn't believe him, and it was evident in his facial expression. After that, he added that he liked how Jin responded shamelessly, because the Runcandel always expressed themselves that way when they received something. The cat immediately approached Rose and wanted her to take him in her arms, and the woman herself wanted to ask Jin what he called this cat. Jin was expecting this question, so he confidently called out Nabi Runcandel's name, which translated means butterfly. And as soon as he said that, one of the Runcandel family brothers started shouting that he, of course, understands that Jin is still young, but that still doesn't give him the right to give the Runcandel surname to some animal. His father asked him to stop yelling. First, he would like to know from Jin himself why he gave his surname to the cat. The guy didn't understand why they made such a fuss over this cat, but he assured his father and other family members that he did it to be responsible for him. He also believed that perhaps it was just an animal, but this was the first living creature he had managed to tame, so he wanted its name to have some meaning. This was a worthy response in the father's opinion, but he still decided to clarify once again whether Jin understood what such a decision entailed. Jin understood this perfectly and decided to say out loud that if someone hurts Nabi, it means he must respond in kind. The man believed that Jin simply had a talent for making enemies for himself, and to confirm his words, one only had to look at the way his brothers and sisters looked at him. Jin wouldn't argue with him, but he believed that it wasn't so bad, as this way he could learn to get rid of his enemies much faster. My father never stopped liking this insolence. He believed that since everyone had to put up with the younger brother, everything was already on the brink of the abyss. 4 years later, Jin was already 14 years old, and by that time he had already reached the rank of second-class knight. Today he finished another workout, and his coach told him that he was making remarkable progress, and at this rate, he was quickly climbing the rankings. Furthermore, his instructor Garen Altamiro reminded the boy that he also had training with Lady Luna planned for today. Jin had actually forgotten about it, so he decided to go eat and return to the moon. Garen decided to tell the guy that it was best not to eat with other knights. After all, his mother didn't like it, but Jin thought it was okay because he simply didn't want to start a silent war with his relatives. Garen really understood the guy perfectly and wouldn't even condemn him. Belob Schmitz was a primary school cadet who aspired to the position of Guardian Knight of Runcandel, and it was he who today decided to help the young master and so brought him food. Jin was very grateful to him, and while they ate, the guy thought that Belob Schmitz was an ordinary 13-year-old boy who would soon be expelled from the ranks of the Runcandel family. At least that's what happened in his past life. The guy still felt sorry for him, because he was deprived of his cadet rights and simply expelled without regret, which Jin clearly didn't like, but he couldn't do anything about it. But Belob is actually a good, kind guy who just had bad luck. He also often talked about how grateful he was to the Runcandel family for giving him the right to eat meat frequently, and how grateful he was to the young master for always sharing meat with him. Jin realized that he says this every day. Did he really learn this phrase by heart? The young master tried to convey to Belob that sometimes he needed to be more concise, as people looked down on him because he talked too much, something the cadet clearly did not expect to hear. Jin confirmed this once again and asked him to lift his nose and gather up the remains of his dignity. Asked him to be proud of the fact that he was a cadet of the Runcandel family's Night Guard. Belob realized it's hard to think so much because his grades are below average, and he didn't even reach first place. But according to Jin, being a cadet in the Runcandel family is already a heavy burden. What he was trying to tell you was that even though Belob is in last place here, he's elite compared to the rest of the 13-year-olds in the world. During the conversation, Jin understood why his family abandoned him, because this guy is very submissive. But in the future, he joined the Hyran family, another family of swordsmen, and became a loyal dog of the Beemant Empire, following the right path of a heartless butcher. In a past life, Jin was more than surprised to learn that he had become part of the Imperial Guard, and was soon saddened by the news that he had committed suicide, which is why he wanted so much to intervene in Belob's fate so that history would not repeat itself. Jin decided that this time he would do everything he could to ensure he was not expelled from the Runcandel family. He believed that this guy didn't deserve to live such a bad life twice. As Jin went into his second training session of the day, he tried to calculate what he had already achieved. Mental energy release was at the 2nd rank, mana control at the 4th rank, and sword skills at the 2nd rank. It seemed to him that everything was going well, and at this rate he could become a 3rd-rate swordsman in just 2 years. In the meantime, he will have to go through one more training session with his sister Luna, who promised him that today's training session will be similar to yesterday's. But she immediately told him that he should perceive the same workout differently every day. She asked him to follow his heart's calling and then believed that he would definitely succeed. Jin understood that apparently today he would have to figure out a way to get through this training he had never heard of. He mentally repeated that he needed to follow his heart, and that learning this skill was very important for those who follow the way of the sword. Before starting the training, Luna asked him to concentrate and under no circumstances open his eyes, so she wanted him to concentrate. The guy had thoughts in his head that the call of the heart is a stage of enlightenment for knights of 7th rank and above, and his sister is clearly trying to teach him, despite the fact that he is only 2nd rank. It was nice to know, but will he succeed? Furthermore, he knew that this skill was very similar to aura release, but Luna didn't use aura during training, and thus he didn't understand it a bit. But on the other hand, he had already told her that he trusted her, and therefore was sure that she had some kind of plan, so he just needed to focus on the training, and one day he would be able to understand what the essence of this training was. After some time, Luna announced that the day's training was over, and she praised him, saying that he did a good job today. Luna assumed from the beginning that her younger brother would do well, but she was also happy that he always exceeded her expectations. 680. The girl immediately noticed the fact that he had incredible concentration and a posture that you wouldn't see among other 2nd-rate knights, so she was sure that in a few years his potential would definitely be recognized. She just mentally asked him not to stop and to continue growing as quickly as he did. The next day, at cadet training, everyone was nervous and couldn't contain themselves. After all, the point is that today's sparring would bring more points to the final grade, and a good final result would help everyone quickly become the guardians of the family. All of this was told to Jin by one of the cadets, who also added that today is also a special day for the young master, as Lady Rosma said that if he can defeat the 10 strongest people among the cadets today, then next year he will be able to enter the advanced group. This was the first time Jin had heard about this, but it was still great news to him, even though it wasn't noticeable on his facial expression. It turns out he was worried about Belob, who was again in terrible shape, and apparently this time was nervous in anticipation of the fight. Although the young master still thought that this wasn't that important, since he would ensure that he wouldn't be expelled, it still wouldn't hurt for him to have more confidence in himself. The instructor also told everyone that today each cadet would have 3 sparring partners, and after each fight, they would switch partners. Furthermore, the top 10 fighters will fight young Master Jin in a one-on-one match. A few minutes after the instructor told all this, the guys started training. Jin observed them carefully and immediately realized that they weren't that bad after all, and it seemed that the right to be a cadet of the Runcandel family wasn't given for nothing. After some more time, the instructor managed to select 10 people who would fight Jin and asked the others to return to their seats. Jin's first fights were quite successful. He quickly dealt with the first guys who decided to train with him. During sparring, he thought the alternate sparring record was 8 people, so he would need to defeat 2 more. And to do this, all you had to do was be careful with Mesa Milcano, who was an elementary cadet for the position of Guardian Knight. She is an elite fighter who will in the future complete the cadet training course and soon after become a Guardian Knight. The girl hadn't changed at all from her previous life and still had a sharp tongue, and the first thing after leaving to train with Jin, she assured him that she would definitely win. The guy himself perfectly understood that sparring with Mesa was the most important endurance fight in this place, but even so, it did not scare him, and he cheerfully replied that he was looking forward to his attempt. Those words smoothly turned into a battle, and Jin immediately had to defend himself from every blow from the girl, who was clearly fighting at full strength. As soon as the fight began, Jin, after the first few blows, realized that Mesa had become much stronger, but it still didn't seem like she could lose to her. Furthermore, she was only his second opponent, and after her he would need to defeat 8 more people, which meant he needed to finish her off as quickly as possible, using as little energy as possible. During the fight, Mesa couldn't understand why the guy only used basic attacks, because before she had seen him use several combinations of attacks. She couldn't believe he was doing this on purpose, but still, why would he do that? But then she realized that the guy simply believed that she could not defeat him. He literally despised her. These thoughts irritated her, so she decided to show the young master everything she had learned at the academy. The other guys didn't expect to see such a strong battle between these guys. Maya continued to launch attacks one after another, and at this moment she thought that she simply could not lose to him this time. But her overconfidence at some point played a cruel joke on her, and Jin was able to catch her and thus broke her sword. The girl clearly didn't expect this, so as soon as Jin did this, she literally froze and didn't know what to do next. And the guy understood perfectly well that their fight was over, and all he could tell her was that they had just had a big fight. After this battle, the guy believed he needed to change the sword, as it was all cracked and would fall apart into pieces. And then May realized that during all this time their swords had collided so many times, but the guy still managed to hit one spot every time, and apparently that was the only reason he used basic attacks. She understood that they didn't have much difference in strength and endurance, which made her lose only because she lacked perseverance and precision, and this led the girl to think that the guy was indeed a descendant of the Runcandel family. But she wouldn't let things rest like that, so she immediately told the young master that she would train even harder, and thanks to that, she would definitely be able to defeat him next time. The fight continued, and as Jin took over with his current skills, fighting 10 opponents in turns was no easy task. But Mesa's loss put it in the other guys' heads that a one-on-one fight with him would end in defeat. And in time, his plans came to fruition, and he managed to defeat 10 cadets, and everything went as he had planned. After the guy won the last fight, the instructor immediately approached him and told him that he had done a great job and that this would clearly help him to join the advanced group at the beginning of next year. So he congratulated the guy in advance. Garen also added that lunch is in 10 minutes, so here he suggested finishing the training. But Jin asked him not to rush so much and said that there was actually someone here he still wanted to train with. And after taking the sword in his hands, he shouted that he would fight face-to-face with Belob Schmitz. Poor Belob clearly wasn't expecting this, so he was even more scared than the rest of the guys, but Jin kept telling him to come here because he wanted to fight him. The guy was very worried about whether he should go into this fight, so Jin had to tell him that at this rate he would never survive in the Runcandel family. And to prove to everyone, including himself, that he is capable of something, he must come here right now and fight him one-on-one. These words still forced the guy to leave the crowd, but Jin didn't stop this whole time, and continued saying offensive things to Belob, as if he was going to crush him like a bug. Belob at that moment didn't even understand why the young master wanted to fight him so much. Was it really because he was very weak and he wanted to get him into shape like that? Before starting to train with the guy, Jin turned to him to tell Belob that he was clearly tired after fighting 10 cadets, which obviously couldn't be said about Belob. But even despite all this, Jin believed he was stronger than Belob, and that's why he wants to fight him. Belob didn't quite understand this logic and why they were fighting, but there was no time to think because Jin had already gone on the attack. And he wasn't going to spare Belob, so he dealt him the kind of blows that the best cadets he'd ever fought had received. Even after that, he kept asking Jin why he was doing this, because he himself said that it was stronger for him. But Jin didn't respond. He simply continued to attack no matter what. At one point, Belob managed to block Jin's blow, and the young master was happy to praise his training partner, who thanked him for the compliment with a trembling voice. After that, Jin took a few steps back and, using his sword, threw several particles of earth directly into Belob's eyes. And he did it for one reason, but to inflict another attack on him, only this time he would knock the guy down. This plan worked without a hitch, and a few minutes later, Belob was lying on the floor and literally screaming in pain. The guy tried to stop the young master, as he believed that this sparring was useless, but his words were interrupted by Jin. He told Beloba that he called him for a tough sparring. He said he wants to fight him, and these words mean that now he can destroy the guy, so he ordered the guy to get up immediately and start fighting with all his strength, because the young master would only spare him once. Beloba now realized that he apparently couldn't just avoid a fight, so he decided to join in, but he was obviously doing it for a reason. The other guys immediately realized that his sword started glowing for a reason. Beloba had probably learned to emit an aura and was using it now. Mesa immediately turned to Instructor Garen and told him that they should immediately end this fight, because if this is a real aura, then the young master may be in danger. But before she had time to finish speaking, Jin himself turned to the instructor and told the man that he would see something here that he must keep secret. This is some kind of order. Garen realized he had no other choice, so he agreed with the young master. Beloba should once again check with the young master whether it is true that he wants to do this before going on the offensive. All Jin told him was that if he knew how to use aura, then he just asked him not to hold back and attack him with all his might. These words made Belob angry and said that the young master clearly made a mistake when he wanted to fight with the guy. Beloba thought Jin should have done this before fighting 10 people. Now Jin had to block the attacks, and it became much more difficult to do so. These attacks were incredibly powerful, so much so that one of these attacks simply destroyed Jin's sword in an instant. The guy realized that he had underestimated his opponent a little, and clearly didn't expect Beloba to be so strong. In fact, Jin knew that Belob was a very experienced cadet, because when he watched him train, Belob analyzed his opponent's movements and skills. He lost, but he was always very close to winning, although all these defeats brought him much more benefits than the victories of his opponents. And all of this led to unimaginable results, although the fact that he already knew how to use the aura must have surprised everyone. And now, with the help of this aura, he broke Jin's sword into 2 halves, and the next target was the young master himself. In the end, he still managed to launch a counterattack, which Belob was unable to block. This blow stopped the guy and brought back all his fear, so he stopped and could no longer continue fighting. And Jin took advantage of this and put his opponent in a position from which he would have difficulty escaping. But even so, the guy stopped at one point and didn't choke him, which surprised Belob, as he thought the young master was going to fight for real and clearly should have taken this all to its logical conclusion. The guy thought the young prince was just having fun messing with him, although Jin himself didn't think so, and in response received a shout from Belob, who didn't understand why Jin started this. According to the young master, it was very unpleasant for him to resort to stimulation methods there, and in fact, he did not want to do exactly that, but there was simply no other way. After that, Jin repeated Belob's words once again, who said that Jin didn't know him, so he didn't dare to say that. Even so, he knows one thing for sure. Such determination can only be demonstrated when a person is strong. Jin told Belub that he was a very kind person and that he liked that in a guy, but asked Belub to understand that you can't survive in this world by relying on kindness alone. So from now on, he only hopes that one day he will become strong enough to protect this character trait. Furthermore, he couldn't help but say that he and everyone else in this academy were very sorry for being so strict with him all this time. By this time, the cooks had arrived to start preparing dinner, but when they entered, they began to assume that the training was not over yet, but Gina assured them that they could start cooking now. Beloba, at that moment, was thinking about the words Jin said to him and decided that today the young master would go get his own food. Jin completely agreed with him, plus he was ready to bring food to Belob as well. Report this whole story to the head of the Runcandel family that same day, and that made him laugh in a strange way, which ended with the sentence that apparently this guy has such a creed. Even though he dominates others, he still cares for the weak. So he decided he needed to see if such a path was worth anything, so he asked Khan to come back and relay something. The boss was going to send the guy on his first mission, so he asked Khan to convey this news to him personally. A year later, Jin managed to achieve 3rd rank at the age of 15, and during the first vacation, the cadets returned home or worked alone using each their own methods. And once cadets moved to the advanced group, instead of wooden swords, they must use more suitable swords. So some cadets ordered swords they liked, and Jin, in turn, needed to find a suitable sword from the family vault. But his sister Luna decided to help him with this, according to whom it was very difficult to find a sword that fit him perfectly. Jin was sure that at least she knew more about weapons than he did, so she would probably choose the best option available. But he clearly didn't expect Luna to pull out a huge sword, which was almost the same size as Jin himself. It was clear from the expression on the guy's face that he clearly didn't expect to see such a sword. But Luna assured him that this sword was formerly known as the Bale Cleaver, and she had used it often at his age, around the time she had come up with this axe-shaped sword. So she could safely say that this is the prototype of her Krantel, the sword she is currently using. Jin immediately told her that he was simply huge, and that was putting it mildly. After that, he added that he was very grateful that she had chosen such a sword for him, but he still thought it would be difficult for him to wield it. It was immediately clear on Luna's face that she was upset, although she tried to say that it was just a joke, but the guy perfectly understood that it was far from being a joke. She still tried to convince him once again that Bales's cleaver was an excellent sword, perhaps a little heavy, but she believed that this was actually not that big of a hindrance. But the guy's silence made her understand that he didn't like that sword, so she still agreed to show him another one. On the way, she told him that she had been thinking for a long time about which sword was best to choose, as she wanted to find the sword that was specifically meant for the guy. And at some point she realized that because she had chosen the Barasada in the selection ritual, she had decided that this sword would be ideal for him. The sword Luna pulled out was very similar to the Barasada, the sword used by the head of the Bradamante family. Jin immediately liked this sword, and it could be seen with the naked eye. The guy immediately told her that this was an amazing sword, even compared to many of the legendary swords his family owned. Jin believed that this was exactly the weapon he needed to get anyway. He couldn't even think that she would give him Bradamante personally. Everyone in the Runcandel family knew that Bradamante and Barasada were the most suitable swords for using spiritual energy, and if Jin chose them, he would soon have to give up due to the protests of his brothers and sisters. The guy told his sister that this was the sword that the rest of his relatives wanted to get, and she still chose it for him, so he didn't even know how to repay such kindness. But Luna immediately made it clear to him that he clearly didn't need to do that, and also realized that he apparently hadn't yet decided how to treat her. And these thoughts made her very sad, but Jin immediately tried to assure her that in reality everything was different. Luna leaned over to him and said that there was no point in telling her anything, as she was already sad, so he would have to comfort his sister's sad heart. He didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but according to her words, he didn't need to understand, after which she asked him to close his eyes so they could start the next training session. After that, she said she would teach him something more, and if you believe her words, then among Jin's brothers and sisters who are constantly busy fighting among themselves, there are those who love him unconditionally. Therefore, she asked him to remember this well and not make her sister sad anymore. Now Jin understood everything. She also decided to tell him that before he was born, she was a loner among them, but he shouldn't share her fate, so she helps him and hopes he will understand her. He once again told her that he understood everything perfectly and would not do it again, and since he was so sure of this, Luna invited him to continue training, and first, he needed to use the call of his heart. After another training session, Jin happily returned to his room, where Murakhan was already waiting for him. But as soon as the guy entered the room, the first thing Murakhan asked was to put that sword in place, as he believed that the guy still didn't control spiritual energy that well, because to use the Bradamante for its intended purpose, he needed to master the control of third-level spiritual energy. And as they both know, at the moment Jin is at the second rank, and therefore Murakhan was sure that he wouldn't be able to even a pathetic appearance of awakening this sword. But the guy himself believed that he was very close to receiving the third rank, which means that soon he will be able to use it. But as soon as he said these words, Murakhan closed the book with great aggression and asked this wretch to listen to him carefully. After that, he immediately started talking about how Barasada and Bradamantine are just swords that can't be used randomly, and controlling level 3 spiritual energy is the bare minimum. And therefore Murakhan believed that until the guy reached at least the 5th rank, he asked Jin to use this sword as an ordinary sword. Jin took Murakhan's hand off his head and immediately said that he wasn't that patient, so he wanted to know from him what would happen if he reached 5th rank before the end of the year. But this angered Murakhan even more, so he started saying that even if some kid got first place in the spiritual energy competition and ate only this instead of normal food, he still wouldn't be able to use this sword. Murakhan asked him to stop talking nonsense that even dogs would laugh at, and if Jin was done with it, he asked the guy to stop being so stubborn. But apparently Jin wasn't going to stop there, and so he took Murakhan's book and asked the Shadow Dragon to repeat what he said about the scoundrel. Their play was suddenly interrupted by Jilly, who entered the room at the wrong time, and Jin immediately thought that something might have happened. According to the girl, Instructor Garen is looking for him. She also added that normally he always came in person, but this time he asked to tell Jin that he needed the guy so he could explain the plan and show everything in detail on the website map. Jin didn't even understand what he was talking about, and Murakhan didn't even try because he was too nervous about his book, which the guy unexpectedly snatched from his hands. Jilly explained to the guy that apparently the fact is that Instructor Garen gave him the first task. He says that Jin will leave as soon as the vacation is over. This was quite unexpected for the guy, but he still believed it was the right time since he had become a third-rate swordsman, although leaving at the end of the vacation is quite strange. Jilly believed it was because the assignments were quite difficult and were usually assigned to those in the advanced group, and Jin believed it was probably because his transfer had been approved. The young master wanted to check this out, so he asked Gilly to stay here with Murakhan. First, Jin went to Garen's office to say that he had received a message informing him that a task had been assigned to him. Garen confirmed this information and added that the assignment was also given to the other 9 junior category cadets. He also mentioned that they would be divided into 2 groups. This is a reconnaissance mission in the southern border districts with the Jan Kingdom. It is close to the lands of the Beast People, and the demarcated territory belongs to the possessions of the White Wolf tribe. Jean listened intently to the meaning of this assignment, and with each passing second, he became more and more convinced that this was not, in fact, the place where the junior cadets would be sent. And he still didn't take into account the fact that they were assigned a task earlier than usual, and it seemed a little difficult to him, as for the first mission. In addition, the guy saw in his group cadets with below-average grades and Belob, whose grades were not stable. Adding all these facts together, the guy got the idea that it all looked as if someone had deliberately distributed people this way, Jin began to suspect that his father found out about his fight with Belob, and so he wanted to check on him. And if so, then Jin was absolutely ready to show everything he was capable of, and there was no hesitation in his choice. 4 days later, at the southern border, Jin announced to everyone the purpose of the task. According to him, they needed to find the heir to the kingdom of Jin from the Bill family, Sember Bill, and upon arrival, they would set up camp in the central part of the border. Furthermore, once the preparations are complete, each group will begin searching, and once a day they will need to send someone back to camp with a report. Most importantly, from now on, he will not be a young master to them, but a captain. Therefore, they must carry out his orders without reservation. The wounded will remain in the camp until they recover, and that is where he ended. They stopped at a small passage, and one of their group approached Jin to report that they had seen a water tail in the beast folks' territory, not far from here. Jin knew very well that these guys avoid predators and are low creatures, so they wouldn't encounter the white wolf tribe here. He then turned to Belob and said that their progress would be slowed by the snow, so he asked the man to return to base 2 hours early, after which he would need to go to Area 13. He ordered the others to search the 13th zone, to which they all quickly agreed. At this moment, Jin couldn't help but think that something was clearly wrong here, because he guessed that this task was assigned by his father's order, but so far everything was going very well. The guy believed that this task would be a test for him, but so far everything leads to the conclusion that he was simply mistaken, and this task is real. He understood that if they went beyond the boundaries of the 13th zone, they would likely end up in the beast people's territory, and since they were low-ranking cadets, they were clearly not up to the task of fighting them. Therefore, he decided that they would not need to expend much effort to achieve results. He would finish exploring this area in the next 4 days. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Belob, who came running back in a hurry. It turns out the second group was ambushed, so he was here to report. Jin immediately ordered everyone to prepare and immediately told them they needed to leave. Belob also added that it was known that the second group had retreated and split up, and one of the escapees had reached the main camp and reported the situation. Belob saw that they were attacked by ordinary people. It is also known that there were only 3. But even with so many, they would not have just attacked, and most likely there were more people. At least that's what Jin thought. Therefore, the captain decided to order his subordinates to return to camp and search the area, and if they spotted the enemy, he forbade them from engaging in battle. Instead, they had to quickly report this information to him. He understood that it was very dangerous to plan a retaliatory ambush, so it was difficult for him to understand what their objective was and why attack the second group instead of the one he was in. Either way, whoever they were, he made them pay for interfering in Runcandel's affairs. But when they arrived at the place where the attack took place, Jin realized that they had already finished, and there was blood and traces of strangers everywhere in this place. Belob simply couldn't believe it. Could the second group have been destroyed? But Jin assured him that there was no reason to panic yet, because the blood was still fresh. Furthermore, the captain saw no corpse or piece of flesh, only traces of blood. It seemed to him that a battle seemed to have started here, and the second group began to retreat, and judging by the tracks, it could be said that there was only one attacker. Suddenly, a member of her squad said she found used bandages that looked like Hufester's medicine, and she found them on the west side. Jin immediately realized that this meant that the second group was attacked, and here they were trying to heal their wounds, after which one of the attackers found them, so they began to flee west. After these reflections, he decided to ask Sierra with Eddington and David to return to base and report the situation. And he took Belob with him, and they set out on the new trails of the second group. After some time, they still managed to catch up with them, and Belob saw the second group, but they didn't want to rush the guy. The fact was, there were still attackers there, and the battle wasn't over yet, and he couldn't help but notice that Mesa wasn't among them. Either way, Jin believed they needed to do something, so he asked Belob to close his eyes for a while, and when he was ready, he would need to make a strong attack on the man on the left. At that moment, Jin only had thoughts in his head about the spiritual essence that Murakami told him. Everything that is enveloped in spiritual energy will cut better and have greater destructive power. Therefore, he was able to destroy one of the attackers at lightning speed, and Baloba would deal with the second. But his opponent, unfortunately, at the last moment managed to deal with this attack and blocked it. Fortunately, Jin was nearby, which helped him destroy this enemy. And as soon as they released the boys, they immediately said that there were still attackers who, unfortunately, took Mesa with them. One of the attackers suddenly started begging the guy for mercy. Jin, looking at him, understood that since he was begging for mercy, it meant he wasn't just a stupid dog of the Sepal family. So Jin decided to give them a choice. He either tells them his affiliation, goals, and location of the base, and in this case only one of them dies, or they keep their mouths shut, and everyone who is in any way connected to them dies. 928. The guy also decided to add to make sure that he is really a man of his word, because his name is Jin Runcandel, and he swears by the name and honor of his family. This thug understood him perfectly and believed him, but he still wanted to have a guarantee that his family would still survive. After Jin promised him this, the man said he was a member of a revolutionary group called Kinzello. Jin suddenly realized he was talking about a terrorist organization that existed even before his death in a past life. He is sure that it was they who destroyed the head of the kingdom, Jin, and became known to the world thanks to the atrocities they committed in the cities of the kingdom, calling themselves the revolutionary organization Kinzello. Above all, in this world, they wanted to ensure that their leader became the king of the world, so they believed that everything would be fine for them. Next, Jin wanted to know why they attacked the Runcandel family cadets at the border, but this man was just an ordinary soldier, so he didn't know much. He didn't even have any idea where their main base was. According to him, the camp he was assigned to is not far from the entrance to the beast folks' territory. There are about 20 magicians and the same number of fourth-rank knights, so Jin became interested in another question, in which he wanted to know why they took Mesa. According to this bandit, this was done for a party. His superiors said they needed them in honor of the announcement of the beginning of their revolution, so they ordered them to take all the girls alive. This is where his story ended because he didn't know anything else, and Jin told him that he would keep his promise. After that, he turned to his pupils to find out how much time had passed since they captured Mesa. According to the boys, it had already been about an hour, which meant they were still at the entrance to the beast folks' territory, so he asked his people to recover a bit, after which they would need to return and ask for help from the family's main house. They couldn't believe he'd go there alone, because all the attackers were knights of at least the fourth rank, and besides, there were about 20 of them there, so they tried to convince him that he wouldn't be able to handle it, that's all. And besides, they thought they were ordinary cadets, and it was foolish to take such risks for them. Jin obviously disagreed with him. He believed that since one of them was taken hostage, the son of the Runcandel family could not stand by. Furthermore, he immediately made it clear to them that he was much stronger than they thought, so he ordered them to immediately carry out his orders, because he would consider further disobedience as an act of disobedience. After that, he turned to Belab and told him that, considering that everyone in the second group was injured, he was the strongest of the remaining cadets, so he asked him to get together and do everything in his power. Those were Jin's last words before he left for Mesa, and the rest of the way he only thought about how it wouldn't be too late. He had thoughts in his head that there were about 20 enemies, and they were all fourth-rate martial artists, and he, in turn, was a third-rate swordsman, with a fourth-level mana level and a third-rate spiritual power release energy. Jin understood that even though he was rapidly becoming stronger, he still didn't think he could fight them openly, and besides, his main goal was to save Mesa. And to do that, he needed to avoid unnecessary battles and focus on finding Mesa. So he decided to use one of his abilities that he hadn't used before. This ability was called Seismic Sense. But Jin wasn't going to stop there, so in addition to that, he also used Wind Search, which significantly increased the search speed. And within seconds, he knew they were heading towards the plains. Therefore, he immediately set off on the road. as he understood perfectly well that they definitely could not go far. Suddenly, on the way, several hunters began shooting arrows at him and shouting that he was a cadet of the Runcandel family. This obviously interested them, so they wanted to grab it as quickly as possible. But they definitely won't be able to do it so easily, especially since this guy used magic, which is forbidden in his family. Anyway, that's not the main thing right now, and the hunters just wanted to finish him off so he wouldn't interfere with them. Jin was clearly not surprised at that moment, and in good time drew his sword and struck the body of one of the hunters. This provoked the mage of this group to enter the battle, and for this he decided to use fire magic, which allowed him to tie Jin's hands and thus immobilize him. At least that's what it seemed to them, because Jin destroyed one of the attackers with one move, and with the second move, he broke out of this fiery prison. But the magician wasn't going to stop there, so he unleashed another fire blow on the guy, which was harder to dodge, but Jin still managed it. After that, without thinking much, he went to attack this magician, who couldn't believe what he saw that his fire didn't affect this guy. Then he decided to try to pierce the guy with ice. He believed that this attack would certainly benefit him. But unfortunately for him, this attack didn't work. Jin, with the help of his sword, managed to destroy all the ice arrows that flew towards him. The wizard tried to understand how the guy managed to dispel his spells so easily, but apparently it's too late to think about that now. Jin landed just one blow, which helped him finish off the magician. After that, he looked around carefully and found traces, so he assumed that these Kinzello guys didn't even intend to cover their tracks, so it could be understood that they looked down on the Runcandel cadets just because they had no experience in real battles. But Jin was excellent at reading tracks, and looking at that pile of tracks, he knew immediately that they had met up with the others and continued their journey in the wagon. He also didn't forget that Kinzello is an organization with a clear hierarchy, so he believed there was a high probability that the loot they managed to obtain would be distributed according to rank. Considering they won't touch what's meant for high command, this is the only chance to save Mesa before they do anything. Looking at the map, he realized he was approaching the Beast People's territories, which meant their camp must be nearby. In this case, he decided to distract them, and to do so he will use the commotion to save Mesa. Using magic, he set fire to a large portion of the forest, which would clearly cause panic. Jin figured that when they saw such a big fire, they would have to come put out the flames, and then the guy would take advantage of that. A few minutes after the guy set fire to several houses in this camp, people ran out of them and immediately started trying to put out the fire. One of these bandits started yelling that they were all stupid because they couldn't even put out such a small fire, so he had to tell everyone what to do. He tried to convey to the magicians that they needed to use ice and water magic and put out a bigger fire. He ordered everyone to get water and put out what they could. Jin realized that apparently this guy is the boss here, no wonder they call him boss. In any case, he was the most cunning, as he immediately said that in that weather a fire was simply impossible, so whoever started it must be nearby, so he ordered them to find him immediately, but apparently it was already too late. Jin was already very close, so this big guy couldn't block the guy's blow, and the young master was happy that he had finally found a way in. He was a little scared to walk around these places, but he was still here for Mesa, so he obeyed, when suddenly he discovered the entrance to the basement. And as I found out later, that was what he needed, because there he still managed to discover Mesa. She clearly didn't expect to see him here, because it was very dangerous. Jin immediately told her not to worry about it, and the first thing he wanted to know from her was if she could walk. According to the girl, she could walk, but immediately said she couldn't run. Anyway, Jin hadn't counted on her being conscious, at least like this, but as soon as they decided to leave, suddenly there was a lot of noise above them. After that, Mesa asked the guy to promise her something, although Jin didn't want to listen to her, as now is not the best time for that. But still, she asked him that his situation would get out of control, so she asked him to leave her because he definitely shouldn't die here. In response to this, Jin remained silent, and then asked her to get up and finally leave here. But as soon as they got out, they noticed that the bodies of their enemies were scattered about, which someone had obviously destroyed. Jin, looking at his injuries, immediately thought that perhaps the beast people did this, because only people from the fighting tribe could do this. And when they finally turned around, they saw a huge wolf, and now Jin had no doubt that the White Wolf tribe had tried here. The girl tried to say that she could buy him some time to escape, but before she had time to finish that, Jin hit her. This wolf immediately turned to the guy, as he believed that he was the one who caused such a fire, and therefore he was not going to let him live for such behavior. Jin wouldn't run away at that moment. He stood up confidently and told the wolf that he was Jin Runcandel's son, Jin. And before they started this fight, he wanted to know the name of this beast man. But the wolf liked what he had just heard. He was very pleased to understand that in front of him were the descendants of the Runcandel family. A few days before the mission, at the Runcandel family's main estate, Jin tried to use all his strength to master his new sword. But he never managed to finish, as at one point he was interrupted by Murakan, who jumped on him. After that, he started telling the guy that this was very dangerous, and there was no need to do this unless he wanted to die. He had to repeat to the guy again that his level was not high enough, so if he awakened the sword, then he is more likely to get stuck in the flow of spiritual energy. Therefore, he once again looked the guy in the eye and told him that if he didn't want to die because of this, then he shouldn't even think about trying to awaken the sword anymore. Currently, Jin was in front of a huge wolf, who told him that the day had come when the greatest prey, Runcandel's son, finally fell into his hands. And this wolf's name was Quasito Truck, and he came from the Truck tribe. The White Wolf tribe, said to be a tribe whose members are born only for slaughter and battle, the skill of an adult white wolf is approximately equal to the 6th rank. The White Wolf tribe is also known for their hatred of the Runcandel family, and the reason for this is that the first chief of the house destroyed the great white wolf Javier, whom they revered as their god. Therefore, given all this, Jin understood perfectly well that it would be simply impossible to escape this monster with Mesa. And while he was thinking about this, Quasito was already shouting that he would sacrifice his body on Javier's altar and thus make his soul happy. But before that, he asked the guy to choose whether they would face each other in a fair fight, or if he would simply tear him apart when he decided to run away with his tail between his legs. Jin didn't think about it for long, and almost immediately said that they would fight one-on-one. Quasito was happy to hear this answer, for it meant that today he had met that fellow from Runcandel, who understands honor and finds it especially pleasant for him to destroy such people. After that, he launched his first attack, and at the same time asked the guy to show him what a real battle was. As expected of a member of the White Wolf tribe, blocking even one attack seems like a huge challenge. And this was just the beginning of the battle. Jin understood that he needed to invent something urgently, otherwise he would definitely lose this battle. He had thoughts in his head that he could still win. It seemed to him that he had aces up his sleeve that his enemy knew nothing about, and it was the same pendant that his sister gave him. But then he suddenly realized that the pendant shouldn't be used for such a small problem, because if he couldn't overcome even such an obstacle, then he would definitely not be worthy of being elevated above others. As we know, he also cannot use magic, as 4th-rate magic is not able to penetrate the skin of a white wolf. Furthermore, he understood that if his family sent a detachment to explore the Kinzello camp, the guard knights would find traces of magic, and then he would be discovered, and the family would discover that he had violated the prohibition. So, faced with all this, Jin came to the conclusion that he only had one option left: to use spiritual energy. The guy would awaken his new sword, which would help him destroy this wolf. But until now it was very difficult to do so, and he had to block the opponent's attacks. And he kept saying that Jin had a very bad sword and that it wasn't worth fighting him with such a weapon. And besides, it didn't really match his family's black sword emblem. Before Jin had time to respond, he suddenly saw a huge hammer above him, which would literally crush him if he couldn't dodge the blow. At that very moment he was visited by the sensation of awakening the sword he had felt that night. And while the guy was trying to do something, the beast man was literally going crazy with the idea and thoughts of how he would sacrifice the guy on Javier's altar. But Jin wouldn't just give up and would do anything to defeat this monster, and remember how he tried to subdue the sword. Suddenly, Quasito's confidence disappeared, and fear could be seen in his eyes. And that, unfortunately for him, was the last thing he saw before Jin landed several blows on him at once. After that, the guy started talking about how he himself didn't know until recently why the sword emblem was black, but now it seems he understands. Quasito couldn't believe his eyes, but it was too late to change anything, and all that was left for Jin to say was that it was a good fight. But apparently the cost of victory was too high, and as soon as Jin finished off Quasito, he literally began to split apart. He began to hear voices of people shouting at him that he was useless, and with so much talent he had no right to use such a sword. He was just a shame for the family, who had trouble understanding reality, and in general, they were ashamed of being of the same blood. These words literally mentally destroyed the guy from the inside, until at one moment he heard Murakan's voice, who reminded the guy that he had already told him the consequences of this sword. According to him, if a child who lacks spiritual energy awakens the sword, he must pay the corresponding price. Considering all this, he couldn't believe that the guy would die here in the flow of spiritual energy. But if he still didn't plan to do that, then Murakan asked him to finally wake up, because if his mind leaves his body, everything will be over forever. Murakan had already told the man several times what he needed to do in such a situation, and Jin remembered perfectly that he only needed to throw out a particle of spiritual energy, although that wasn't so easy to do. He couldn't fully use this ability due to the spiritual energy floating around, but he continued to convince himself that he couldn't let himself be consumed and needed to try again. Therefore, he did his best and tried to do everything right, but first, he needed to calm down, although it is quite difficult to do this in such a situation. After several attempts, he still seemed to succeed. Jin still couldn't believe he managed to get out. The pain inside him disappeared so suddenly that he even felt a little nervous, and his body seemed to be filled with spiritual energy. After a few minutes on the ground, he began to think that there should be no problems moving around, so he decided he needed to go back with Mesa. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some strange noise that came not far from him. It turns out that it was a simple resident who had been watching everything carefully and trying to hide all this time, but realized that it was apparently useless to do so, so he decided to try to beg for mercy. Jin initially thought he might be a Kinzello survivor, but the man assured him that was not the case. The man immediately introduced himself and said that his name is Sember Bill, and he is from the Bill family, which is located in the Jan Kingdom. Jin didn't expect to hear that, because he was the one they were supposed to find. As soon as Sember heard this, she immediately began to rejoice and shout with happiness, because she understood that in front of her was a member of the Runcandel family, and had managed to survive all this horror, although in truth, because of the mess with Kinzello, Jin had completely forgotten her original objective. As they walked home, Sember repeated several times in a row that she had an unpaid debt with him, so Jin had to ask him not to worry about it, because they were paid for this job, and now they just need to go back. But first, Jin wanted to know from the guy how Kinzello managed to kidnap him, and the answer was quite unexpected. According to the man, he only came here for his beloved. Although that wasn't the essence of his story, because in the end, he didn't just go for his lover, but for a girl who died 2 years ago. Although he was still sure that her face, her voice, and even the 2 moles on her wrist were exactly the same as in life, he understood that it might seem crazy, but he repeated once again that this was the absolute truth, because he would never mistake her for anyone else. Jin listened to him attentively, and the thought came to his mind that it seemed these were the tricks of Bubar Gaston, the reincarnator. They probably kidnapped Sember for money, but Jin didn't fully understand what connects Kinzello and Bubar, because this is the second time he comes to mind, so Jin had a bad feeling and wanted to meet him in person to understand what he was doing. Really even. First of all, the guy thought about the workshop he runs, which is in the capital of the Duchy of Carano, and decided he needed to find a way to get there while he was a mid-level cadet. After that, Jin added that his family would soon send reinforcements, so they should return as soon as possible. Sember was surprised to see that they even summoned knights for him. But apparently Sember was actually very grateful, as he repeated that he would always remember today's meeting, so he was ready to help Jin in any way he could, at any time. Jilly was so happy when she finally saw Jin after he returned from his first mission that she immediately started congratulating him on his first successful completion of the task. She knew he would probably be very tired, so she prepared a bath for him in advance, which was good news for Jin. Although before that he still decided to approach Murakan to pet him a little. But that was definitely a big mistake the guy made, because as soon as he got close, Murakan immediately bit him with all his strength. Jin couldn't resist and immediately threw this cheeky cat against the wall to make him think about his behavior. After that, they started yelling at each other. Jin yelled because the cat bit him, and Murakan yelled because he threw him against the wall. But their fight did not stop there, and the cat continued to climb on the guy and beat him for using the release of spiritual energy. Although he repeated to him that this could not be done, he did not even want to listen to the guy, although he clearly had something to tell. Murakan wouldn't listen because he didn't understand what the guy was thinking, because what could be more important than the life of the person Solderet chose? Gilly tried to stop Murakan, but he asked the strawberry pie not to interfere, because this is a man's conversation. The girl realized that it was better not to interfere and made the right choice, as the guardian shadow dragon began to torment the boy even more and tell him that he is a stupid boy who can't even wear the pendant that his sister gave him, although he knows very well that it wasn't made just to hang around his neck. Jin was clearly tired of all this and started yelling back that it was all just some kind of circus, because no one knows what kind of enemy he might encounter in the future and how strong he will be, so he decided to keep this pending until the worst moments. Because of these words, Murakan almost lost consciousness, as he believed that the guy clearly did not understand what he was saying. Jin decided to avoid the subject, and so he decided to ask Murakan how he knew the guy had awakened the sword. According to Murakan, he noticed that his spiritual energy rank had jumped sharply from 3rd to 4th, so it was hard not to notice, but the guy himself didn't really notice. He just had the feeling that his body was filled with spiritual energy, and he ended up increasing his rank level. Murakan believed he should thank Solderet for the fact that the guy was still alive, because all he had to say was that out of every 10 people who fell into the spiritual energy current, 9 of them died. But instead of paying attention to that, Jin wanted to know who was the second person who managed to survive that. It seemed to Jin that this was the first head of the family, but Murakan was forced to bother him, because according to him, Tamar would have died even if this second person was Murakan himself. Based on this, Jin concluded that in fact they are not so different anymore, but in order for Murakan to calm down, the guy decided to assure him that there was no reason to worry, as the guy himself had no desire to feel so much pain. But this didn't please Murakan at all, so he started telling Gilly that she should deprive him of food until he learned this lesson, but she wouldn't listen to him either. Besides, she just had to go prepare food for the young master. The elder brother and sister couldn't understand how the young 3rd-rank knight Jin was able to defeat a member of the White Wolf tribe, so they began to assume that he was just a bandit who wore a wolf skin. Runcandel, who served as the 9th captain, believed that there was a theory that might be true, and perhaps the one Jin was fighting might be especially weak. Runcandel, the 8th captain of the family, believed that even in this case nothing would work out, and what alarmed him most was that their mother believed this whole story so easily. And Haytona and Daytona, who were peacefully nearby and nodded, completely agreed with Mu. Although Daytona still decided to check with his brother if this was true, it seemed to them that although Jin was strong, it was too much even for him. Furthermore, Haytona believed that the main problem was not that he had destroyed a member of the White Wolf tribe, but that he was already moving towards the advance group, and this angered them even more, because they understood that they would be finished if he managed to do that. And this depressed them greatly when suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by Anne, who called them. She wanted to ask what they were whispering about, If they were really worried about Jin moving to the advanced group, they immediately replied that they didn't care. But Anne wasn't going to just give up and ask them not to lie to her, because above all else in her life, she doesn't like being lied to, and it makes her want to rip these people's tongues out of their filthy mouths. They realized it would be easier if they told everything, and when they did, Anna offered to help them a little. Haytona and Daytona weren't against it, but they didn't understand how she would do it until she said they would lend her slaves for a while. In the advanced group of cadets of the Runcandel family, only the strongest survive. This group was formed by cadets from the 3rd to the 5th rank. He trains both newly arrived cadets and those who have not made it to the next group for more than 10 years. Mu and Anne managed to catch up with several lost cadets in the group and make them their slaves. Therefore, they were ready to provide these slaves to Dayton and Heighton so that they could use them against Jin, because they also had a bad feeling about him. But she also immediately warned them that if they failed to handle this task properly, they would face consequences, so she immediately asked them to prepare for it. At that moment, Jin was getting out of the bath and thinking that since his first task was a success, the transition to the advanced group was guaranteed, and he also managed to raise his spiritual energy to the 4th rank, so it seemed to him that there was only positive news out there. He also understood perfectly that to properly manage his spiritual energy, he needed to reach the 6th rank in swordsmanship within at least the next 5 years. This rank means that he has become an excellent swordsman, and from the 7th rank onwards, you receive the title of Swordmaster. But these designations are only for ordinary people, because from the 8th rank onwards, a person receives a special status, and this changes everything. While people in the 9th and 10th of the 2 billion ranks across the continent number no more than 100, and only one person in the entire world was able to rise above the rest. He was called the Knight of Genesis, equated with the demigods. But most importantly, Jin will reach that level in this life, and perhaps even surpass it. This means that his first hurdle is promotion, as he knew very well that the Heighton and Daytona twins are already in the advanced group. Jin already knew, even though he hadn't said it yet, but once he joined the advanced group, not only the twins, but also his parents would try to keep him as alert as possible. In the initial groups, there were many children with approximately the same rank, so there was a friendly atmosphere, but in the advanced group, being soft-hearted was not an option. In a place where skill and brute force decide everything, he has only one goal, which is total dominance over an advancing group. And Jin plans to do this with the help of the power, which he considered sufficient. Before continuing his studies, Jin entered his mother's room at her request. First, she started by hearing that the boy had successfully completed his first task and thought it was an excellent result. But she called him here because she read the head butler's report, and judging by it, Jin refused her offer to change rooms. Therefore, she decided to personally call him and remind him that living in this room is only allowed for those who may become the head of the family in the future, and that it has been empty since Joshua's departure. And taking all this into consideration, she once again decided to invite him to live in this room. Jin was very grateful to her, but even so, he immediately told her that he was forced to decline such an offer. She wanted to know the reason for such refusal, and according to the guy, maybe it really is a great room, but in the end it is just a room, and the guy thought it was too big for him alone, so he was forced to refuse. Rose once again clarified with him whether he really didn't want to live there, and Jin once again confidently replied that this was his final decision. After this answer, she decided to let him go, and as soon as he left the room, she began to talk about whether her son lacked greed, or on the contrary, it dominated him. After all, she offered him the eldest child's room, a room where only the one who will be responsible for the entire family in the future can live, and Jean probably knows that as soon as he steps foot there, everyone will treat him accordingly. But at the same time, he will become the #1 target for the children who did not receive such an honor. Still, she was inclined to believe the guy simply realized it was a test he successfully passed. And now she just wanted to see how he would do in the advanced group, which Jin will move to tomorrow. The guy knew that there were many different groups in it, and since Jin would not be there alone, but with his friends, he immediately decided to tell them that together they would have to resist any ridicule and dirty tricks from the other guys in this group. But he immediately decided to calm them down, and so he said that he would not just give up, and that all these dirty jokes and pranks would end when he conquered the advance group. Until then, I told them that they should stay in groups of at least 3 people, even outside of training hours, and avoid going out alone, which they clearly understood. Jin Runcandel, the eldest of the Runcandel family, was an 8th-rank knight and younger brother of Jin Runcandel. He was the one who introduced the classes to the advanced group. And before the next class began, he announced to everyone that this year 10 recruits had joined them and 27 students had left them. The first thing he said was that all newcomers should learn the rules of the advanced group from their elders, and their main task was to train and evaluate their sword skills. He also told them that any situation other than destruction should be resolved between them alone, and none of the senior knights would interfere. And now he asked the older guys a question. Did he want to hear from them what he always said? And everyone shouted in one voice that Runcandel has no need of weaklings. Jin noticed that they were shouting very loudly and angrily, as if they were doing so to immediately break the will of the newcomers who had just arrived here. The first thing Jin decided to do was look around, and the first people he saw were the brothers Huntona and Daytona, who were no exception, and also shouted this slogan. And the man beside them looked like he had been a cadet for a long time, so Jin doubted they would have hired him without the help of his dear sisters and brothers. Jin almost immediately thought that it was Sister Anne who decided to help them. It seemed to the guy that her plans probably included shaking the will and confidence of the newcomers, but Jin immediately decided that the first thing he would do would be to show that they would not succeed. Therefore, Jin walked straight towards his brothers without much hesitation. Haitona and Daytona honestly didn't understand why this patient had come to them, although on the other hand, they also believed that they had nothing to fear, because from today on, they were under the protection of Sister Anne and Mu. But Jin didn't even think about stopping, and as soon as he approached the man beside him, he immediately drew his sword, as if he wanted to challenge him. Jed didn't really understand what Jin was doing, but he still didn't stop his nephew. Jin, without much of a doubt, cut off this guy's hand, who started screaming wildly because of it. So he made everyone understand that if anyone should be afraid, it was them. After that, he turned to this cadet and wanted to find out his name. The guy introduced himself angrily and said his name was Kajin Romero. After that, Jin wanted to know his opinion. Why did he think Jin cut off his hand? While talking to Kajin, Dayton approached him and asked the same question several times, but Jin continued to ignore him until he raised his sword and ordered Jin to answer his questions. Even so, he turned around and asked them to look carefully, because he was currently talking to Kajin, not them, and he would gladly accept the challenge later. But for now, he asked them to be quiet. Haitona couldn't hold back and even shouted at Jin, how dare he say that after cutting his cadet? But then he immediately closed his mouth as he realized he had said too much, but it was too late. After all, Jin immediately realized that this Kajin was from their group, and according to the guy, he cut off his hand just because he felt the bloodlust that was staring at him. The other guys immediately realized that they were now essentially watching brothers fighting for dominance. Jed at that moment observed all this carefully and thought that instead of breaking his younger brother, they had to learn a lesson from him, and it brought him joy that everything turned out far from how it initially seemed. Furthermore, given what one of the twin brothers said, Kajin has been publicly acknowledged as part of the Tan brothers faction. So it was perfectly clear that Jin's actions could not be called an accident, but could definitely be considered part of the Runcandel family's eternal tradition, a battle for dominance. In any case, he believed it was a bold act. But that wasn't the end. Jin called for all the cadets' attention, after which he began talking about how they could point their swords at him or try to ambush him. But he asked them to understand immediately that if they showed even the slightest hostility toward him, he would not hesitate to cripple them, as he had just done to Kajin. He finished his speech and heard Jed's voice turn to him with a question. What did he want to know from the guy, or does he really think he has permission to do this in front of him? Jin didn't understand why this question was asked, because he believed he could do it without any doubt. After all, he believes he bared his fangs not only to Tan's brothers but also to him as an elder. Jed thought it was a pretty interesting idea, but still asked Jin to explain himself now. After all, depending on your answer, he'll probably cut off your head right here and now. Jin realized he now faced a stark choice: continue on his way or bow before Jed so as not to cut off his head in front of all the cadets. After that, the guy decided to say that despite also being a cadet, the man still ordered the entire advance group to try to intimidate them. Then it seemed to the guy that it was a common challenge, which he responded to successfully. Jed still landed the blow, but it only caused a small scratch on Jin. But the most important thing is that the guy didn't even move. The man decided to ask the guy again if he really meant that he made a fuss just because he didn't like the fact that he wanted others to keep him in constant suspense. Jin, without much fear, answered him that, except for the fact that he didn't like it, then yes, absolutely right. Then Jed didn't understand why he cut off the cadet's hand and didn't point the sword at him, but it seemed to Jin that the answer to this question was quite obvious because he can't beat a man. Furthermore, if he believed he had even the slightest chance, then instead of hurting Kajin or the Tan brothers, he would have done it to Jed without any hesitation. After these words, the man concluded that the guy apparently didn't value his life very much, and it seemed to him that Jin overestimated himself just because he was the son of the head of the family. Jin believed that this was not entirely true, because it seemed to him that not reacting just because his opponent was stronger than him did not fit with the Runcandel family's values. Listening to Jin, Jed came to the conclusion that the guy believes you can take a life in an instant, but honor will remain forever. But the man himself thought that this was just another stupid thing, but on the other hand he was happy to hear it, because this stupid reason hanged him. Though he still didn't mind admitting that Jin deserved to use the surname Runcandel. After that, he turned to the rest of the cadets and asked them not to forget what they saw here, because today they were lucky enough to see a true member of the Runcandel family, because what this brat showed everyone today is his true essence as sword demons. Therefore they must fight every day, and none of them has the right to forget who they are. That ended his speech, and he allowed them to disperse, and training would begin tomorrow. The Tona brothers were clearly not in a good mood after one of their friends was destroyed, but Jin still decided to advise them as their younger brother. He wanted to tell them that he understood perfectly when they thought their older brothers and sisters were frighteningly strong, but he asked them to think again, or would it really continue like this in the future? Jin asked them not to just look at what was right in front of them, he asked them to think about the future before acting. Jilly was a little surprised that Jin came back so early from training today, but the guy said she could have dinner at her leisure. After all, he wanted to tell her first that he had started a battle for dominance with the Tona brothers. But today Jin discovered that it seems that sisters Anne and Mu are behind them, who helped them a lot. Anyway, the guy didn't forget to talk about the fact that he cut off the hand of a cadet who was under the brothers' protection, but he also understood that if you think about it, he was probably one of the sisters' assistants. And now, thanks to his brother's mistake, he's become part of their group, so Jin is sure Anne and Mu won't like that very much. If I had to guess, it seemed to Jin that it was unlikely that the Tun brothers would have a fifth-rank henchman, because they usually deal with someone weaker than themselves. Jilly understood everything perfectly, but she couldn't help but notice that the ladies had already been given the rank of captain, which meant that the unspoken family rule that captains could only compete with other captains could apply here. Jin thought that even with all this in mind he was still fine, as the fact that his sisters were trying to keep him under control was a very good thing, as today he managed to cause serious damage to them, and they can't personally try to deal with him since they are captains. As it seemed to Jin, the only thing they could do was use their powers to change his task schedule and its complexity, simply increasing the risk of his injury or death. But on the other hand, he understood that most of the difficult missions were solo, which meant that no one would take care of him, and this in turn meant that during their execution he would be able to use all of his skills. Jilly listened carefully to the guy, and in a moment she realized that in fact all of this was in Gina's hands, which was what the guy wanted to convey to them. He also promised not to forget that he will thank his sisters when he reaches new heights. He would also take his beloved cat with him, which would obviously be useful. Jin immediately told Murakan that he wouldn't take him on missions, he just needed him to do something. But the guy will tell them this later, but for now he would like to ask them not to light up. The next day, the three Runcandel brothers were approached by Jed, who told them that from now on, after their morning training, he would train them with methods whose knowledge is available only to purebred Runcandels. According to him, this is a special privilege for them, but we should not expect everything to be simple. Firstly, he told them that wielding a sword in their family can be compared to tyranny, as well as destructive and merciless battle and robbery. The whole essence of the Runcandels is reflected in the wielding of the sword. It is also worth noting that they do not have a special form of combat, but they do have secret techniques and finishing moves. But to learn them, they will first need to become captains. Jed believed that his supernatural swordsmanship had no rules, no stepping techniques, no specific forms, and that this is what set them apart from other military families. After that, he asked a question in which he wanted to know if they knew why they didn't have a specific form of sword fighting, and Jin immediately decided to answer that question by saying that the Runcandel clan had special physical abilities and a sense of battle. The answer was correct. Because the Runcandel family is truly blessed, the bodies of this family cannot be compared to even approximately ordinary people, and they were all born with incredible talent in swordsmanship. Jed assured them that there might be differences in personal abilities, but he believed that every Runcandel was born with this power. And now he wanted them to learn a simple thing, and to do so each of them had to pick up a stone ball. As soon as Jin picked up this stone ball, he immediately realized that there was clearly something inside it. According to Jed, they are called clean stones, which are so nicknamed because they can produce a clear sound if handled correctly. And now he will show them 3 different sounds that this stone can make, so they must listen very carefully. He struck this rock with his sword, and this forced the boys to cover their ears in pain, as the sound was incredibly unpleasant. He didn't stop there and hit that rock again to demonstrate another sound to them. This one was of a completely different nature. At least the guys didn't have to cover their ears because of the noise. After this blow, Jed began to tell them that as they could perceive, this stone makes different sounds depending on the force with which they hit it. When they hit it weakly, it makes a dirty sound, but if you hit it with a certain force, then they will receive a pleasant touch. It was all very clear to Jin, so he immediately thought that he needed to make it produce a clear sound when striking, meaning that this training is aimed at controlling strength, muscle memory, and concentration. The guy also believed that if you think about the Runcandel family's physical abilities, then this is excellent but simple training. After all, just hitting the stone repeatedly was enough, so he felt that it was still not dangerous enough to classify it as the Runcandel family's secret training. But he did not forget the 3rd sound, from within which a metallic clang was heard. Though when Jed struck again to show them the 3rd sound, Jin and his 2 brothers froze in anticipation. But they didn't do this for long, because Jin suddenly jumped up and ran towards his brothers to tell them to get down immediately, although those 2 didn't understand why he was telling them this. Though understanding dawned over time, when the ball Jed hit with all his strength suddenly exploded. After the explosion, the guys lay on the ground and didn't move, and they actually had a good reason for that. But Jed found it quite funny, and once they were a little further away from the explosion, the man praised Jin for his excellent intuition. He then told the other 2 brothers that pure stones explode if you hit them too hard, and now when the man showed them all this, he assured them that now they knew what they needed to do, so they began the training. He also didn't forget to add that they were the first after the moon that were not harmed by the explosion. And considering that all his brothers studied with him, then they can consider this simple demonstration a kind of rite of passage, although he himself would never have thought that any other child would manage not to suffer after that. Jin suddenly became interested in finding out how Luna was able to avoid the explosion, so he sought out his uncle with that question. Jed lowered his head and said the guy would be upset if he told him, because according to the man, it had broken the spirit of all his older brothers and sisters, but Jin assured him he would be fine. Well, if the guy is so sure, then Jed still decided to tell him that Luna, frankly speaking, couldn't dodge since they and her sister, as well as everyone else, were still hit by the explosion. But she simply did not suffer, because she had an extraordinary power within her that did not allow her to allow that to happen. In any case, the three of them, from today onwards, will be hitting clean stones every night. And according to him, they will do this until a clear sound is heard every time they hit a rock, regardless of the direction of the blow and other circumstances. Luna, meanwhile, was resting in her chambers, when suddenly her tranquility was interrupted by her nurse, who brought her tea. And the woman suddenly decided to talk about what Luna had told her, about the fact that her relatives wanted to destroy Jin. Nanny believed that sisters Mu and Anne could have done this. According to her, it is very likely that they are behind this. Given how interested they are in young Master Jin lately, Luna could not believe that they were so angry as to attempt destruction on a formidable castle. Furthermore, Luna noted that the battle for dominance is forbidden with Runcandel, who has not yet left Storm Castle. She also believed that if this had reached her father, he would probably have turned the entire estate upside down, and in that case, even their lives would be in danger. In response to this, the nanny decided to ask a question in which she wanted to ask Luna if they could consider the possibility that young Master Jin had lied or made a mistake. Luna responded by saying that he was only 10 years old at the time, so she believed both scenarios were true, but to be honest, they conducted investigations for a whole 5 years after the incident, but they have no proof. But she still didn't think about the fact that Jin might lie, because at that time, the younger one was still afraid of her, so it seemed like he was afraid of lying. Luna understood that perhaps he wasn't afraid of her, but human nature wouldn't allow him to do that either. Then the nanny invited Luna to learn more about Lady Mu and Lady Anne's cases, and the girl agreed without any problems. Besides, she had some kind of bad feeling, so she asked the woman to do her best in this matter. But the woman assured the girl that it was she who should worry about Luna, as it seemed to her that the girl's relatives might try to harm her again, but the girl believed that there was definitely no need to worry about this. Now she is more interested in knowing how Jin is doing, so she decided to go to him so he could show the result of his heart call training. She believed that the explosion of a clean stone would be a very useful lesson for him, although she did not rule out the option that he could handle it, and at this point in her life, the most interesting thing for her was watching her younger brother grow up. The next day, Jin did a 4-hour workout, which he said was the hardest he'd ever done. She made him feel very bad. The only thing that saved him and Tan's brothers were 5-minute breaks, which were very rare. Jin mentally believed that the purpose of the training was to study the control of physical strength, of willpower, but he was clearly mistaken because from the beginning, he needed to focus on increasing the destructive power of the aura. Since he had clearly seen how his uncle was able to break a pure stone without using aura, he would still have to train his aura to compensate for his lack of physical strength. He understood that he needed to train it until he heard a clear sound and could break the stone. Mentally, he tried to calm himself down and constantly repeated to himself that there was nowhere to run, and in order to do that, he first needed to calm down, because he did not forget that even his immature brothers managed to do this in a past life, so he believed that he would be guaranteed success. At this point, Jed watched the trio closely and immediately realized that they were doing a good job of being controlled, and that they were still able to accomplish something after so many hours of continuous work. But still, among the three, he couldn't help but single out Jin, whom he considered a special specimen. His uncle was so confident in him that at one point he thought this guy could even break the moon record. After the training ended, the 2 Tun brothers fell unconscious, and Jed called them useless, and also asked Jin to tell them tomorrow that if they did the same thing, they might not come here anymore. Anyway, when they left, the uncle thought they fell later than he expected, and in the end, even in their case, Runcandel remains Runcandel. But as for the younger one, thinking about this guy made the man very nervous, as he didn't understand why this particular guy had achieved so much success. The idea that if this guy had been born 10 years earlier, he would have a talent that could eclipse the entire Runcandel family scared the hell out of Jed. So he didn't understand what to do with this guy, although on the other hand he realized that it wasn't really that important and it was better to forget about it. A month later, at the advanced group's training camp, the first tasks distributed this year were announced. Therefore, whoever the guy on the stage called asked the cadet to step forward and, to begin with, decided to give them an escort task, in which they would have to guard the newcomers from the Blacksmiths Association. Time passed, and the tasks were gradually distributed, and time gradually reached the third task, in which the cadet would need to tame monsters, and the first targets would be the orcs. He also mentioned that the mission would take place in the unprotected zone of the Kurano Dukedom, and sent Mesa, Belob, Scott, Taemont, Kiko, Jushen, and several other guys who would appear later in this mission. In total, according to the curator, there were 25 orcs who tend to move in groups. They also move regularly from one place to another, and this must be taken into account, so he asked them to prepare themselves and try to fulfill this task. This clearly surprised the other cadets, who had been in the advanced group for several years, because none of them had been tasked with taming orcs in their first year of training. Some guys actually said they should probably prepare coffins for these guys, because they clearly couldn't handle such a task. The other guys started mocking him, saying that they should probably ask young Master Jin to help them because they were scared. Mesa decided to ask her friends to ignore these statements because she assessed the situation soberly and believed that they clearly did not have enough strength to compete with these guys, and since the mission had not yet started, it would be a big problem if any of them got hurt. One of them didn't really want to listen to her, so the girl had to raise her voice for him to understand everything. She believed that they should accept the task they were given as a fact and return afterward safe and happy that they had completed it. Just like that, she thought they could wipe out the rest of the cadets, but nothing more. Meanwhile, Haytona and her two brothers continued to train hard and hit the stone. Suddenly, in a beautiful moment, he managed to hit this rock with such force that it started to explode, which at first made the guy happy, and then he realized what he had done. But this rock not only exploded, but also released a beam of light with incredibly strong energy that passed through Dayton. And in the end, it hit Jin, who clearly didn't expect such a blow. Haytona was completely fine, and not for a second did he feel sorry that it was because of him that Jin received the blow, but the young master assured him that everything was fine with him, although he still asked Haytona to do the exercises away from him. A month had passed since they started training with pure stones, and his brothers had also started exploding them. Jin was surprised, as it seemed like it would take much longer. But at that moment, he was more interested in what he had just felt. It was as if the guy had just drawn the trajectory of this wave in his head. And he saw it so clearly, as if the trajectory of a flying arrow had been traced before him. Considering all this, he began to understand that if this happened again, he would be guaranteed to be able to dodge the explosion of this ball. He thought that perhaps this feeling was directly related to Luna's training. In any case, he understood that before he could forget this feeling, he urgently needed to repeat it. But just as Jean was about to hit this rock, Jed stopped them and told them to listen carefully, because they had been given a task. As soon as the Tona brothers heard their task, they immediately began to cry, for they already felt sick and tired, for the task they would have to wear banquet robes, and they were so stiff that even Jed sympathized with them. But my uncle believed that thanks to them, the older brothers and sisters would not have to dance at the ball. Jed was tired of these sighs, so he changed his face to the most serious one and told the guy that he has no right to sigh when he has a task, and immediately warned that if he sees such attitude again, he will make sure that he wished for death instead. Haytona and Daytona realized their mistake, so the first thing they did was apologize. At that moment, Jin was thinking that the Mu and An sisters were extremely cruel, so he understood that they would not miss the opportunity to punish the youngest by sending them to a social event in the Beemant Empire. Jed believed this was a grand event that not even the Runcandels could refuse. But the task for Jin was already much more interesting. According to his uncle, he was assigned to eliminate a high-ranking person, and his target would be the toy Talaris, who was the owner of the Ice Palace, and, in short, this is one of her many lovers. Jed expected the guy himself to know the Ice Palace and its owner very well. Ice Palace. This is the name given to a large tower in the middle of the western sea of the continent. The owner of the Ice Palace is called the one who owns the tower. The 51st person to receive this title is Talaris Endorma, who calls herself the Spider of the Abyss and is known for her boundless cruelty towards those who dare touch her lovers. Jed immediately warned the guy that the Ice Palace was an independent force, outside the influence of the Runcandel and Sepal families, and the owner of this castle was a very strong woman. But fortunately, Jin will need to destroy not her, but the woman's lover, whose name was Alcaro Sendero. At the moment, the man is in the custody of people from the Ice Palace, and he himself is in Mamita, an area where there are no laws. The Tona brothers immediately realized that if the target was Mamita, it meant they wanted to test everything Jin was capable of, and it seemed to them that this was too much for him. After analyzing the case carefully, Jin realized that the clients were the Sendero family, and it wasn't difficult to guess that the family itself had hired them to destroy their own son. Jed confirmed this information without a doubt and added that they did everything in their power to bring him back. But nothing worked, so they decided it would be better for him to die than for strangers to discover the family's secrets. Jin thought for a bit and decided to accept this task, as it seemed like he could complete it. It was strange for Uncle to observe how this boy knew about the owner of the Ice Palace and Mamita, but even so he accepted the task so easily. He thought more about hearing something like that from Jin, that it was unreasonable and that he would not continue like that. Task. But anyway, he likes the guy's answer much better. Frankness on this subject is good. Their missions begin at the same time and will depart in 2 days, but the brothers still couldn't believe that Jin would actually go to Mamit. Jed once again said that the guy himself wanted to go there, so there was no point in contradicting him. Before the start of the mission, their training with him was cancelled, and he immediately asked to make sure that their personal training did not affect the outcome of the mission. The brothers suddenly decided to take care of the youngest, and told him that if there was an emergency, then Jin would only have to say that he was from Runcandel, and no one would touch him. Jin was surprised to hear that they wanted to take care of him, but he still asked them to make an informed decision until he returned. Who do they like more, Jin or the older sisters? After that, Jed immediately turned to them and said that the two of them really needed to train more, as the two of them were still not strong enough and clearly shouldn't go against Jin unless they wanted to die early. 2 days passed quickly, and now the boys were accompanying Jin on a mission to Mamit. First, they reminded him that his hair color was not suitable for this mission, as it would immediately show everyone that he was Runcandel. So later he uses his disguise so no one will guess. Jin understood perfectly that his task was different from theirs, so he would need to go to another teleportation gate, because as the young master knew, they had a subjugation task. Looking at them, he immediately noticed that they seemed quite worried, but according to Mesa, everything was fine with them. They just came to say goodbye to him before leaving. Jin didn't quite understand why she said goodbye, since it clearly wouldn't be the last time they would see each other, but she realized that if one of them was unlucky, someone could die. The guy responded by saying that nothing would change just because they were worried, so he simply asked them to focus on the task at hand. And he, in turn, promised them that he would return safely and that they would not need to worry about it. Jilly realized that Jin also considered those cute friends. Jin agreed with her, so he asked Murakan to take care of them. He also immediately added to the cat that he should not be caught or exposed. But these words clearly angered Murakan, and he responded by telling the guy to be careful, and also asked the guy not to behave recklessly just because he was wearing a disguise. Jilly, after Murakan left, realized that since he left, it would be quiet here for a while. Jin told her that she could take a vacation, and he also promised her that he would pick up souvenirs when he returned. But the girl couldn't just relax, because she believed that Jin was going on a very dangerous mission, during which he would need to destroy the mistress of the owner of the ice palace, so she was very worried, although she knew that the young master was not an ordinary mid-level cadet. But Mamet seemed to her a very dangerous place. All he could say in reply was that he would be alert and behave as carefully as possible. Mamit, a lawless area, is where the worst criminals tend to congregate. It was a haven for criminals of all kinds, and the people here are said to exude an incredibly terrifying aura. And everything was so bad that even plants refused to grow in this place, and that was where Jin was sent. The guy decided to go to the first bar in that place and toss a coin, for which he wanted to get ice-cold water and something to eat. The owner of this bar immediately realized that this guy clearly had guts, because he wouldn't have come here. Jin was immediately approached by one of the local villains, who thought the guy was behaving too cheeky for a newcomer, so he immediately wanted to ask the guy who he was. After that, he recommended that the newbie learn Mamet's rules, if he hadn't been here before, and out of his stupidity, this big guy ordered the guy to slowly kneel down so that it would be convenient for him to wipe his feet. But before he could finish speaking, Jin immediately drew his blade and attacked this cheeky man. After that, he went back to the bar owner to clarify how long he would still have to wait for the drink and food. At first, all the criminals were silent because Jin destroyed one of the locals, but then they pretended nothing had happened and continued to have fun. Jin, looking at all this, simply confirmed for himself the words of his mentor, who told him that this place is full of experienced psychopaths. She also told him that for these criminals to accept him, he needed to demonstrate skills and an iron will. She had helped him a lot in the past and in this life, so he could only hope that one day he could repay her. As soon as the man gave Jin the food, he immediately assured the man that he hadn't poisoned anything. Although Jin knew that poison was prohibited in this city, at least he had that information. The man thought that for a boy he knew a lot, so he was interested in knowing, or doesn't his family live nearby? Jin undoubtedly told him that it was none of his business, and the man realized that it was better not to talk about it, so he decided to offer the guy drugs or something similar, but from the look on the guy's face, he could tell that he was apparently just looking for someone. The guy was happy that the man was so insightful, so he decided to ask if he knew anyone named Heister. The man immediately shook his head and said he had never heard of such a thing, so Jin asked him to recommend a place to stay for the night. And it would be desirable if this place were not full of beetles, like those that had just approached it. According to the bartender, there is one that fits Jin's description, and he was talking about a tavern called the Moonwell, which is on the west side of town. According to him, this is where Mamit's elite spend the night, so he won't have to put on a show like this. Jin understood perfectly well that Alcaro Sendero is the spoiled son of a count, who grew up with a roof over his head. Fortunately, this man is clearly obsessed with pleasure and fun. There is nothing in him except noble blood and a sweet face. He is a typical trash who humiliates and humiliates the weak. The guy believed that the only reason he stayed in this dangerous city was likely to attract the attention of the owner of the ice palace, who was now busy with another lover, so Jin decided that this scoundrel could only be in this tavern. The man told him there was a new drug in town, so there was a good chance he was high in his room. And considering he is the lover of the owner of the ice palace, he must have bodyguards, which Jin must also neutralize. But first, he decided to enter this tavern and assess the situation in the lobby, and as soon as he entered, he noticed a young man yelling at a man because he couldn't catch him anymore. Jin immediately realized that this was his client, and he couldn't even imagine that he would be so lucky. The man who spoke to this cheeky man tried to calmly explain to him that he could not help him in any way and that he needed to understand this, because his role was, first and foremost, to protect him, and not to give in to his every whim. These words obviously angered the guy even more, so he started yelling even more and telling his guard to shut up. Then he added that if he doesn't understand now, he will remember in the future and they won't find enough. He screamed until at one point he was hit right in the stomach. One of the guards was tired of suffering with this idiot. He wanted this guy to die of an overdose because he honestly didn't understand why she kept this nonsense. Jin watched everything carefully, and therefore almost immediately realized that his guards were at least 6th-rank knights, so he perfectly understood that destroying Alcaro was a simple task. But problems came immediately after, and he believed that he needed to figure out how to eliminate him and get out of here so that the guards wouldn't catch him. He understood that the use of poison is prohibited in Mamita, and if he destroys it this way, the whole town will rise up and start hunting him. But on the other hand, the guards are preventing him from going forward. Therefore, Jin must have devised some other hidden way to destroy Alcaro in the Moonwell. Milady wanted to know how many bodyguards they had, and according to her assistant, there were only 6. As soon as she heard this, she immediately decided to apologize for having to work so hard because of a scoundrel who had forgotten his place. One of them was hoping to know that it would all end today, and the girl came here personally to make their job easier. In response to this, she immediately said that in fact, she could destroy him whenever she wanted, and since he was in the Moonwell at the moment, she suggested rushing over there and dealing with him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a strong wave that came from the Moonwell. Apparently, someone tried to deliver such a strong blow. The girl immediately realized that apparently she had chosen a not very good day to visit her friend on the moon. Jin thought for a bit, and still decided to use magic in his room to sow panic among the guests, although he only had the 4th rank. But if he added spiritual energy, it seemed to him that he could cast a spell with the power of at least the 6th rank. This made them think that a magus of at least rank 6 was rampaging here, and since he was a brat, no one in their right mind would think that it was him who was doing this. He also understood that due to the nature of using spiritual energy, after casting the spell, there would be no trace that it was Jin who did it, so he would not be able to reveal it. He was going to make it look like they were attacking from outside, so he decided that summoning lightning would be the best option in this case. Having gathered all his strength in his hands and concentrated, Jin was able to release as much spiritual energy as he needed. At that moment, all he could think was that he had managed to come up with an incredibly sinister plan that just might work. Ceres Endorma, the captain of the 7 Swords of the Ice Palace, and daughter of the Lady of the Ice Palace, found herself at that moment at the epicenter of this explosion, and her guard immediately began to say that it seemed that someone in the Moonwell had incurred the wrath of a high-ranking magician. But Ceres wasn't going to listen to her assistant, because it seemed to her that this attack might target the Ice Palace, so she undoubtedly immediately rushed into battle. She thought so because all she needed to remember was that there were 6 of them in the tavern, and that didn't take into account her mother's lover, Alcaro. Therefore, she ordered her people to go there immediately, and she didn't care what happened to Alcaro. She just wanted to focus on finding her soldiers. When they approached the moon pit, they saw ruins and had no idea who could have done this. But this wasn't the worst news, because as soon as they took a step towards the moon pit, they had to grab onto anything, just to keep from flying away from the shockwave. Ceres understood that the force of this shockwave was to be the final attack, and he would be relatively safe from then on. And she could only hope that everyone inside would survive, though she had her doubts about it. Jin himself didn't expect to be able to deliver such a powerful blow. It seemed to him that perhaps it was because the last bolt of lightning was completely saturated with his spiritual energy. In any case, this spell was similar to the 7th rank, and only thanks to his sister's pendant was he able to avoid serious injuries. He also noticed that all the Ice Palace guards had managed to survive, but he was more interested in Alcaro, who was nowhere to be found. The guy understood that if this scoundrel survived, then now is the best time to destroy him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Ceres, who was extremely surprised to see another person her age in Mamita. Jin didn't expect to see a girl here, and while she asked how he was feeling and if the attack had hurt him much, the guy simply remained silent and looked at her. In any case, she suggested that he get out of here as quickly as possible, and at the same moment, one of her family members approached her, who was happy to inform that all of her companions escaped with minor injuries. She was happy to hear this, then asked him to gather everyone outside, and also didn't forget to say that if they were still messing with Alcaro, then she allowed him to simply destroy him. She also believed that the magic tricks were similar, meaning that perhaps they were tricks from a person who needed to be immediately found and tied up. At that moment, Jin looked closely at the girl and realized that she was probably the daughter of the owner of the ice palace, and judging by the conversation, she had come here to deal with Alcaro. And now that Jin is sure that the man is destined to die, he has decided that there is simply no point in being sure that this guy is dead. But given the fact that the daughter of the owner of the ice palace is standing in front of him, then all his tests are yet to come. After all, even the fact that a girl remembers his face can cause huge problems in the future, so he decided to hide it as best he could and then take it out of the city while chaos reigns in it. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by one of Ceres' employees, who told the girl that Alcaro had died, and they were very sorry not to be able to fulfill their role as bodyguards, but the girl was happy and said that this was just great news. After all, according to her, she came here just to free them from these responsibilities. Besides, she believed that they would do a great job if they could put up with this idiot for that long. After that, she raised her sword in the air and shouted that the ice palace was taking over this tavern. And she, as the daughter of the owner of the ice palace, had the right to declare that anyone who disagreed with this decision would become an enemy of the ice palace. The characters who were against this were still found. The men began to shout that they did not care that she was the daughter of the owner of the ice palace, since they were in the center of Mamit, and here it was impossible to take control of the situation instead of the kings of Mamit. This was a kind of excess of power. Furthermore, they did not rule out the fact that there was a possibility that they were attacked from behind the ice palace. All these words clearly didn't suit Ceres, so she didn't think for long and decided to finish off these guys by cutting off their heads. After that, she added once again that she made it clear that all those who disagree are the enemies of the ice palace, whom she will eliminate with great pleasure here and now, and she immediately told the kings of Mamit that they would not be able to despise the ice palace just because they played kings in this bunch of scum, and if it turns out that the attacker's target was people from the ice palace, they will pay in full. But if this magician decided to destroy someone from Mamit, and the ice palace simply fell into his hands, then she would be very interested to know what they would do in this case. She considers this reason enough to confiscate this place. In response to this, they began to tell her that she could do anything here, because in fact, they also wanted to find the magician who did this, but they immediately told her that there was not a single magician among them. She wasn't surprised by this, but she still believed there was a possibility that one of them, the scum of humanity, had incurred the wrath of a powerful magician and done something wrong somewhere outside of this city. After that, she turned back to Jin with the words she had already told him to get out of here. The guy smiled at her in response and said that he was just a little scared and that his leg was also hurt. Ceres considered him rather shy for a guy and very small for a swordsman, but she couldn't help but notice that he was lucky to survive that attack, so she decided to help him and treat his wound. And if he didn't understand, then the great Ceres is treating him, so the guy can consider it an honor. Jin understood everything perfectly well, so he decided to find out from her how he could repay her for this, but the girl assured him that there was actually no need for that. Furthermore, she didn't understand how someone like him could repay such a good person like her, so she made sure he could consider this a pleasant memory, and at least sometimes he could bow towards the ice palace. At this point, she was ready to say goodbye to him, and wished him to get better as soon as possible. Jin also waved back and thanked him again for helping him recover. Though as soon as she left, his face immediately changed, though mentally he was happy that he had managed to complete his first independent mission. His boys, however, managed to destroy 18 orcs, and one of them even suggested that they would be able to complete the task without unnecessary casualties. They were happy to be able to return intact and thus show the cadets what kind of thing they were. Mesa immediately calmed them down and, to say the least, asked them not to relax. She wanted to remind them that there were still 7 orcs left, and that was still a large number. She noticed that the orcs, who usually walk in groups, this time decided to walk alone, and this did her favor, so it seemed to the girl that in this way, God himself was taking care of them. Or perhaps it was just Master Jin's words that blessed them so much and brought them such luck. Either way, she wasn't going to let her guard down, so she ordered the boys to once again reconnoiter the area and focus on the task at hand. Moroccan was no less happy for them. Just 7 orcs and he could finally return home. A few days ago, on the day Jin's group was sent on a mission, Moroccan went to the orcs and ordered them to listen to him carefully, after which he ordered them to move one by one. And if any of them dares to form a herd, he will destroy them all. And if they understood him, he asked them to politely disperse in different directions, which these guys did. Moroccan understood that most likely in the future the brat would instruct him to do this kind of thing. He couldn't believe that Jin thought he was a big shot because he was the one who made the deal with Solderet, because he had nothing to do with it. In any case, he decided that when Jin returned, he would definitely need to ask for something as a reward for his work. After all, he believed he had done enough work. For example, thanks to him, none of these guys got hurt. And it seemed to Merkin that this was the least he could do for him, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a very strange sound. And then he felt a very strange energy coming from different directions. Moroccan noticed someone approaching very quickly towards them. Therefore, he had to assume his true form and did not understand why he was coming here, but it was absolutely clear that he was unlikely to leave here later. In any case, he had good news due to the fact that all of these level 3 brats and none of them were able to perceive the barrier he would put up. Baloba, still sitting in his seat, suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened considerably, and he assumed that it might start to rain. Meanwhile, they didn't suspect anything. Moroccan decided to deal with whoever was passing by, but was emitting an incredibly strong energy. As soon as Moroccan appeared in front of this creature, he immediately asked who he was and decided to appear in his territory without his permission. But looking closer, he saw not something alive, but simply a relic of the past, which was formerly called the Tomb Giant. He was sure that they, the dragons, got rid of them 2,000 years ago, but apparently that wasn't the case. In any case, he only had one question in his head. What had left that thing that was supposed to protect the tombs of the gods here? Although, on the other hand, it was absolutely clear that whatever it was, this meeting was clearly not a pleasant one. Therefore, Moroccan decided that it would be best to destroy this creature with one blow. After that, he carefully descended to the ground and realized that it had been a long time since he had used his power seriously, because of which his entire body was clearly in pain. But now there were thoughts in his head that he would never believe that this was just the giant extra tomb remaining. It seemed to him that it was the Sipple family who were involved in this. He decided that he wouldn't tell Jin anything for now, because for now he could protect him if something happened. Furthermore, he believed that if Jin could grow at this rate and become stronger every day, then in 10 years they would be able to calmly fight with the Sipple family and finally show them who was stronger. Reincarnator Bubar Gaston told his Lord Bishkal that his masterpiece, the giant tomb, was destroyed. The vice president of the revolutionary group, Kinzello Bishkel Ibriano, was already aware of this incident. He also heard that the giant from the tomb fell in the middle of the night, and Bubar was even more upset by this, as he believed that no one was capable of such a terrible act, especially at night. But Bishkal immediately told him that at the moment it did not matter. Because the one who destroyed the tomb giant was a dragon, a shadow dragon, and he decided this because he personally examined the scene. Bubar felt bad because he thought the dragons already knew about his grand plans. Bessel was not sure about this, but believed it was some kind of warning and advised Bubar to be more careful, and for this he would allocate several qualified people to him, after which he invited him to organize a meeting with the Sepel family in the near future. Jed was happy to see Jin in front of him again, because he understood perfectly that if the guy came back, it meant he managed to complete the task and return intact from the hole called Mamet. The guy's uncle believed that he had probably outdone the captains who had assigned him this task, and they wouldn't be too happy. At this point, the meeting of all the cadets in the advance group was concluded, so he ordered them to disperse. The young master's friends were very happy that their friend was well. Jin himself couldn't help but reciprocate, and also added that everyone did a good job. Other cadets watched the recruits and at the same time said that they were talking about an explosion that occurred in the tavern where Jin's target was, which was a consequence of magic, and for them it was quite strange, because if that is true, then the guy was very lucky. They believed that the world was very unfair, because not only is he Runcandel, but luck is also on his side, and many of them will at best remain mid-level cadets, no matter how hard they try. But what confused one of them the most was that the young master was at best a 4th rank, and his pupils were a 3rd rank, and therefore it was strange for him to see that Kajin would let everything go so easily. Kajin didn't understand what his friend was offering him, what he could do other than just watch, because he didn't forget that Jin was still a purebred Runcandel. And he understood perfectly well that until Lady Mu and Lady Anne gave them a direct order, they could not do anything until then. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when the boys saw that Jin was walking straight towards them. Then it came to their minds that he could hear them, although everyone understood that it was almost impossible to do so from such a distance. But apparently every single one of them was wrong, because when Jin approached them, he immediately said that, unfortunately for them, he heard everything. After that, he went to Kajin to find out how his hand was, and he received the boy's thanks for the young master cutting it off so skillfully, as it was not difficult for the doctors to sew it back on. Jin was happy to hear this, after which he realized that they had a very interesting conversation here. Kajin decided to tell him that they were commoners, and all they could do was talk behind the young master's back. So he hoped Jin would understand and forgive them, but the guy believed there was nothing to understand here. He wasn't a captain yet. And this means that, purely technically, he still doesn't have a higher status than them, but Kajin believed that this wasn't entirely true, because a word from a young master, and of such a low class as himself, would be flogged, and perhaps even destroyed completely. Jin didn't really understand why Kajin thought he could do this, but the guy thought the answer to that question was quite simple. After that he said that the reason could be at least because he is being disrespectful at least now. Then he stood up and told the master directly to his face that it was unpleasant to see how everyone praised him when he managed to complete the task by pure chance. Jin immediately told him that apparently the guy just didn't understand him, because Jin called him a monster, not because he doesn't respect him or because he makes fun of him. But the fact is that Kajin, as a 5th-rank knight, is one of the most experienced people in the advance group, which means that he might be even stronger than the young master. After that, Jin drew his sword and wanted to ask the guy why all he does is throw dirt at him from behind. After all, it seemed to Jin that he had made it quite clear that the guy could challenge him at any time. It seemed to Kajin that Jin wasn't serious right now, but the young master insisted that he draw his sword, as he wouldn't go off easily and would have to fight with dignity. It sounded to Kajin as if Jin didn't want them to have any, so there are restrictions on the use of aura. Jin replied that the guy understood everything correctly, and as soon as Kajin heard this, he immediately told the young master that he would make him regret it, after which he went on the attack. The guy immediately realized that Kajin's blows were quite strong, but on the other hand, he understood that in fact, this was nothing compared to those he would have to fight in the future. But his thoughts were interrupted by Kajin, who literally flew over the young master to attack him more seriously and prove that Jin was not yet at the level to challenge him. Jin barely had time to dodge the blow, although apparently that wasn't the main thing, because the power of this blow was truly much stronger than anything before. But Kajin wouldn't stop there, so he continued to attack his opponent, though he continued to skillfully avoid it. Jin at that moment was not mentally in battle. He thought that the day Hayton's steel ball flew towards him, he began to see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. He also remembered that there were an infinite number of possible directions to attack with a sword, but only a few of them could be used by a fifth-rate knight. Especially when your opponent fights with utter hatred. And when Jin finally counted, he realized that to end this battle, he would only need 3 moves. But first he decided to tell Kajin that he had read all of his attacks, so he assured the guy that he couldn't defeat him. And this caused even more irritation in Kajin, which again just played into Jin's hands. In any case, this was a sign that he should begin his attack right now, so he decided that he should first attack on the left side and then deflect the attack from below to above. And in the end, he had to deliver a blow that a knight of that category could not block. And for that, he used the aura of the 4th category. This plan worked perfectly, and within seconds the sword flew from Kajin's hands. The guy honestly didn't understand how this was possible, as he was 100% sure that he was much stronger than Jin. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who said he thought it would take at least several years to reach the 5th grade aura. Kajin believed that all of this was a lie, and he clearly wasn't the 5th rank. There was simply some kind of problem with everything. But the guy assured that there was no catch. The point is that he was not involved in losing fights, obviously. The Tona brothers arrived too late at the fight scene and only saw the end, so they were very interested in knowing what really happened here. But they clearly didn't expect to see the image they saw. Would Jin really be able to defeat Kajin, who is a 5th rank knight? Sisters Mu and Anne didn't want to believe that Jin was able to crush Kajin at such a young age, but the guy had no other explanation, although they still kept saying that he was simply bribed or that he succumbed to him because he was Runcandel, although Kajin had already answered several times that it wasn't like that. So they didn't understand why he did this. Is he serious when he says that Jin mastered the 5th grade aura at such a young age? The guy told them that everyone who was present at the training saw this, so he was not the only witness. It seemed to him that it was probably the aura of the 5th rank, after which the sisters told him that he did not live up to their hopes, so he can be free. Anne believed that this was apparently Jin's way of showing his fangs, but Mu believed that he did this not just for us, he essentially defied the entire family. Mu believed that on his younger brother's next mission, they would need to send several of his companions along with him, to a place that will become his grave, no matter how talented he is. The next day, when Gilly brought food to the young master, she noticed the fact that the sword garden did not diminish, because everyone was so surprised by his achievements. Jin was actually very pleased to hear this, and he also assumed that Luna's father and sister were the only ones who managed to reach the rank of 5th rank knight at the age of 15. And it turns out that he has the 5th rank in swordsmanship, the 4th rank in magic, and his spiritual energy is the 4th rank to receive the 5th rank at such a young age. Even Jin himself did not expect this. After all he did was train hard with clean stones, and apparently, he simply didn't have time to come to his senses when he became a 5th-rate knight. And now it seemed to him that all 3 abilities he possessed were spiritual energy, magic, and aura, influencing each other each time one of them became stronger, as he was almost pulled into the flow of spiritual energy. The flow of his aura and magic opened up and became stronger due to it. But he understood that little was known about this, since he is the only one who possesses all 3 abilities, but these 3 strengths are closely intertwined in him. Suddenly he noticed the flowers that, according to Jilly, she brought here after they were given to the boy. She offered to remove them, but Jin allowed them to remain because he couldn't sense any magic or curse on them. Now he was worried about another question: what his relatives thought of him. Because he unexpectedly revealed to everyone that he had become a 5th-rank knight at the age of 15, it seemed to him that his relatives were now at their wits' end, including his older brother Joshua, who has been touted as a possible future head of the family. Joshua Runcandel, Jin's older brother, who after the first Captain Luna renounced his right to the throne, immediately rose to the level of power necessary to claim the place of head of the family. So far, with the help of Rosa Runcandel, their common mother, he is gradually expanding his sphere of influence. Of course, given all this, Jin knew it would be good for him to hide his abilities a little longer, but he decided it would be more beneficial to show off his level of strength now. Because of the fact that he had revealed that he had reached the 5th rank in front of many people, rumors would spread not only among the Runcandel family, but also throughout the world. Murakami, hearing all this, realized that the guy praises himself too much, but be that as it may, he is still right, and his brothers will have to hold their horses for now, as he is now the center of attention. Jin added that the most important thing is for the father to come to the Garden of Swords himself, and all because he does not want to see Joshua as the heir to the throne, because he was not satisfied with any of his sons for this position after the moon. The only one he paid due attention to had no interest in becoming an heir, so her father decided that she could not be the head of the family. Then Joshua began to make every effort to be recognized as the next chief, and his brother Dipis and his sisters Runtia and Mary became secondary candidates, thus forming a line of heirs to the title of family chief. But the appearance of a new player in the form of Jin completely changed the course of the game. A father is the kind of person who gives opportunities to everyone, regardless of age, so you'll probably ask him for something, just like in elementary school. Regardless of his decree, 2 things are known in advance. The first is that this will be a test, and to understand if he can overcome the age difference with his brothers, who have already been presented as candidates for the position of chief. And the second is protection. His father doesn't want him to die at the hands of his brothers and sisters before he can test him. And the only reason for that is that he considers the guy a special case. Jilly, for her part, believed that as soon as the news about Jin was published, families and organizations from all over the world would want to meet him. Jin understood this very well and believed that there was nothing better to welcome so many people at the same time. Therefore, Jin decided that as soon as his father arrived, a banquet would be held, so he asked Jilly to prepare well. He also asked her to keep an eye on Murakami, and if he turns into a human and tries to blend in with the crowd, it will all be over. These words angered Murakami because Jin considers him a small child, but Gilly understood why the young master said that to her. A few days later, Jilly came into Jin's room saying that it seemed like all the butlers were busy answering official letters, and she decided to ask Peter, and he said that even the Beemant imperial family had sent one. This could not fail to please the guy, because if this is true, then he has attracted the attention of even such mysterious personalities. She further said that the head of the family notified the visit to the main house today by sending Kang. According to the girl, he will be here in a month, so she made an agenda that includes meetings with other families and organizations, but the rest of the young masters and girls are extremely quiet, and this confused the girl a lot. In response to this, Jin told Jilly that if they try to do something while he is getting so much attention, it will make others know that they fear or hate him, so it's all a matter of other people's opinions. And just as Jin finished that thought, Peter suddenly burst into the office, and he did so without knocking first, and that could only mean he had some very urgent news. So it was, Peter, short of breath, wanted to inform the boy that he had received a task, but from the expression on the man's face, it was obvious that it was clearly not ordinary, and according to Peter, this task would take place in the ruins of Colin. As soon as Rosa Runcandel heard this news, she immediately called all her sons, who were captains, and shouted at them very loudly, because she simply did not understand how they could call themselves captains when this was happening. And while she was scolding them, Jin arrived at her office, whom Rose had called. In his office was Runtia, who was the 3rd captain. There you could also see Ren, who held the position of 5th captain, and Vigo, who was 6th on the list. But the first thing my mother wanted to do was ask Jin if he had heard that his next mission would be in the ruins of Colin. Jin confirmed this information, and as soon as he did, Rose told him that this task was cancelled and he no longer needed to go to Colin. Mu and Anne immediately opposed this idea, but no one asked their opinion. She immediately made it clear to them that it would be best if they shut up, as she perfectly understood that the 2 of them were doing everything they could to destroy her youngest son, Jin. Ma said he believes there is nothing strange about them wanting this guy dead, and Anne completely agreed with her sister. Besides, she didn't understand why the woman was covering him like that. Rose told them that if they hadn't completely lost their minds, they could have continued talking nonsense. But the sisters apparently weren't going to stop there, so they continued talking about how until then they and their father had been inciting them to fight, and neither of them said a word. Isn't that why the family needs this rivalry? Rose remained silent. And so they continued to talk about the fact that everyone here had been subjected to pressure from one another from an early age, and this could already be confirmed not only by the sisters, but also by other children who had also been entrusted with difficult missions when they were in the advance group. She realized that they were actually right in that regard. She understood that they needed competition, and there were no special restrictions on that. But then she wanted to know from each of them who managed to reach 5th place at the age of 15. They didn't quite understand why she was telling them this, but the woman assured them that everything here was very simple. In this way, she was trying to convey to them that Jin was different from them. Rose believed that if they reached the same level as Jin in her youth, she would probably protect them too. And if they still didn't understand, she decided to tell them directly that they weren't worthy of her protection, and given their behavior after they became captains, she wouldn't regret anything. And regarding Runtia, Ren, and Vigo, the woman believed that they were from the same generation of captains as these two, so they were automatically responsible for the actions of these two. She specially asked Runtia to think about it, and ordered Ren and Vigo to return a famous family sword to each of them, which was not entirely clear to them. But apparently, she spoke in plain text, after which she added that she would actually be happy to take all of their special swords, but still wanted to hear their gratitude for depriving them of just one of them. And now, after all this dialogue, she wanted to know mentally what Jin would do. After all, now that she had dragged her brothers and sisters, who had nothing to do with this situation, into this, she was interested to know whether the guy's conscience would affect him and whether he would ask to punish himself instead of them, or whether he still felt superior to them and was satisfied with having become a favorite. She wanted to see how he would handle it, so she just waited for him to act. Jin decided to take a different path, so he assured his mother that he enjoyed the task his older sisters had assigned him. She couldn't believe he was saying that knowing what that place was. According to Jin, he knew that this was the Zeepel family's territory, which the Runcandel family could not conquer, and he also fully understood how dangerous it was. But he also knew very well that he had no intention of backing down. He would also like to say that he knows this is a dangerous place, but he does not consider it unfair. On the contrary, it seems to him that this can be considered a recognition of his strength by his sisters. Did Rose think the guy was overconfident when she heard his opinion, or did he just want to test his own mother? But Jin once again tried to convey to her that this was not the point, but that if the task assigned to him suddenly changed, his family's followers might get the impression that the hierarchy and balance of power in the Runcandel family were very fragile. Rose considered this reason not entirely justified, as they had no followers who would doubt the family's actions because of such a trifle, and she saw this task as another opportunity for her sisters to harm him, and she also took into account the fact that they cannot fight him directly. They can only use the power given to them. Jin agreed with her. In fact, he said that was exactly what he was leading her to, as he understood perfectly well that if he fought the older sisters now, he would undoubtedly lose. So to put these two newbies in their place, just complete this task. In short, he only has one battle he has a chance of winning, and that is the task he has been given. All Rose could say was that any mistake in the ruins of Colin could be fatal, but even after that sentence, Jin stated that he was completely confident in his abilities. After that, he added another request, in which he wanted those swords that his brothers were supposed to return to be for him. He believed it to be a paltry reward, for he noticed once again that she herself admitted that this task was very dangerous. The brothers didn't quite understand why Jin needed their swords, because if he wanted a sword so much, then they could give him one of theirs. But for that, it would be better for him to refuse the task. One of his brothers generally believed that he at least needed to live until his father arrived here. In response to Jean, he could only say that his brother was telling him rather strange things. Jinu asked a rather logical question, because if that was the case, then he wanted to know why they didn't stop Mai and Anne when they assigned him this task. Rose decided to end the discussion and said that if Jin could successfully complete this task, she would give him his older brother's swords, after which she ordered everyone to disperse. The woman was mentally worried about Jin becoming like Luna, so she trampled on the other children's pride. But now she understood that she had apparently been worrying about this in vain, and she also understood perfectly that when Chiron returned, he would clearly be happy with Jin's success. Before leaving, Anne turned to Jean, who wanted to know if the guy was right or if he thinks luck will be on his side again. Jin told them quite calmly that he wasn't sure about that, but what he did know was that he hadn't had much luck so far. Anne believed that this would put an end to his casual attitude towards things, as this was not a solitary task, so at least he would not be alone when he went to the other world. That was exactly what Anne thought. Jin was incredibly pleased that they cared so much about him, but all he could say was that they would see each other soon. As soon as Jean left after this crazy encounter, he was immediately approached by guys who wanted to formally introduce themselves to him. One of them was named Mile Hass, and, according to him, he would accompany him on this mission, and the second guy was named Lima Hass. They told Jean that it was an honor for them to go on a mission with him, and Mile also immediately wanted to apologize for their past behavior, because now they would do everything not to disappoint him. Kajin was also on that team, and he signed every word of the guys and promised Jin that now he would also follow orders and try not to disappoint Jin. The young master didn't invent anything and simply suggested that they forget everything and continue working together. In fact, Jin perfectly understood that the three were Anne and Mu's pupils, which probably meant the plan was to stab him in the back in a dangerous place. While Jin was thinking about it, the guys decided to instruct him on the task again. The essence of the task was that they needed to steal the relics that were in the Colin ruins, and there were 4 in total. Ruins of Colin used to be a place where tribes of thousands of natives lived, but now it is the territory of the Zippel family and is under the control of the Phylon kingdom. The Zippel family discovered Colin hundreds of years ago, and when they discovered the ruins, they destroyed and enslaved most of the natives. Of course, now the Zippel family claims to treat them well, but that is only so that others do not meddle in their affairs. From the outside, it may seem that the indigenous people are taken into consideration, but they are the same slaves and no one does anything to improve their situation, because the lives and rights of the indigenous people of Colin are not of interest to most people in this world. The only reason the Zippel family did not exterminate all the natives was to preserve the former appearance of Colin and to show, in order to atone for the sins of their past, that the Zippel family generally strives for a fair model of governance in order to gain the favor of those who will later rule without unnecessary bloodshed. But given what Jin knows, he could say with complete certainty that they've crossed the line in Colin in the past. And the reason Jin believed was that they were ready to sacrifice their reputation for the sake of the ruins of Colin, and probably lies in the fact that the natives hid a mirror artifact here. The existence of the mirror is still a secret known only to the Zippel family, but the truth was revealed before its rebirth thanks to a brave journalist. His article contained evidence that all the Zippel family's actions were aimed at finding a certain artifact, which, judging by the stories of the natives, was called a mana source. Just by looking at it, one could raise one's magical energy to level 7. Using this, the Zippel family could launch a mass production of natural-born mages. Jin understood that they wouldn't be able to start doing that until 10 years later, which meant they hadn't found the mana source yet. But this time, Jin promised himself that he would never let the Zippel family catch him. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when his companions told him that the magicians were returning, after which Mile added that the Zippel family's headquarters were located in these places, and the relics they were looking for were in the 3rd building. Kajin believed that it wouldn't be difficult to catch them by surprise, but it was worth considering that there was a magical barrier around this place. But he also told the young master not to worry, because no matter what happens, they will do everything to protect him, even if it costs them their lives. Jin obviously didn't believe a word he said, but he still thanked him for comforting him. The young master himself believed that to avoid unnecessary risks during the return, they needed to preserve their strength. So he decided to stop at this place for about an hour, and then they would attack. He gave each of them some food so they could refresh themselves. And just as each of them took a bite of the food the young master distributed to them, Jin suddenly said that he would go on a mission alone while they rested here. They didn't have time to say a word when Miles suddenly felt very ill, and the boys first thought it might be poison, but Jin reassured them and said it was actually just a sleeping pill. Jin couldn't believe they were so stupid because it was clear to him from the start that they were here to get rid of the guy. He believed that it wouldn't be so suspicious if they remained as arrogant and unfriendly towards him as always. But looking at their behavior, he was once again convinced that a dog's nature is to blindly follow its owner's instructions. The first thing Jin decided to do was attack the vault guards as they started talking about how they spent last night. Jin was incredibly fast. He was able to destroy 2 guards with incredible speed without giving them a chance. But actually, that was what confused Jin the most, that there were only 2 people outside. He immediately got the feeling that no one was actually guarding this place. Furthermore, when he approached the door, he saw there an ordinary lock without any spell. Jin began to realize that they were probably allowing ordinary people to inspect the warehouse, which meant the Sepal family didn't consider it a big deal. But even so, the guy decided to look at what was inside, and when he opened the doors, the first thing he noticed was a magic circle of blood and a barrier. Most people perceive them as a defense system that determines the purity of a person's blood, but in reality, it is a magic circle that checks what kind of creature activated it, monster or human, and also checks for the presence of diseases. In other words, it doesn't matter whose blood is spilled in the circle, as long as it is human. Jin believed there was no need to use his own blood and leave evidence, so he decided to use the blood of one of the guards. And as soon as he spilled blood on this seal, it lit up. Jin decided that the first protection spell was simple and now he just needed to find the relic. But apparently no one will let him do it so easily, because as soon as the blood fell on this seal, it was enveloped by a loud noise and a very strong flame. Jin realized he used the blood of the guard he knocked out, so if the circle was still active, the guard might be sick with something. Or there was another option, which apparently turned out to be correct. These guards weren't people. Jin clearly didn't expect to see 2 huge orcs in front of him, so he immediately jumped back to avoid falling under their attacks. The guy wanted to avoid using magic, as the nearby magicians could sense it, but looking at who his opponents were, he realized he would have to change his plans. But looking at how a huge ogre ran towards him, he realized that it seemed like he couldn't avoid a fight. Jin managed to dodge the first blows from these monsters, but immediately realized that this fight was apparently going to be very difficult for him. Until then, the guy only had to dodge the blows of these monsters, and until now, he hadn't seen the right moment to launch an attack. Jin decided it was time to stop these games, and so he drew his sword, which was completely in his aura, meaning he was ready to attack. Looking at the faces of these monsters, Jin realized that they seemed to realize that this aura was dangerous. But then he saw how the monster showed him that his body was capable of regenerating itself and thus hinted that the guy would definitely lose this fight. Jin understood that such recovery speed was usually only found among higher-ranked monsters, but these 2 couldn't be monsters of that rank because just a minute ago they were humans. Therefore, he remembered again that this place was the territory of the Sepal family, where countless magicians were born and died, where indigenous people are clearly being oppressed, and now these mysterious monsters have appeared in this territory. Therefore, Jin came to the conclusion that these could be living golems, and this is already a serious crime for which the creator must be punished. As the man fought off another attack from this monster, He wondered if the Zippel family could use the Colin ruins as a laboratory to experiment with forbidden magic. Their strength and speed are at the level of a fourth-rank novice martial artist, and their movements are restricted compared to that of a fourth-rank knight, and taking all of this into consideration, Jin decided that there should be no problem with them. Golems are magical weapons that can withstand the strongest blows and continue to move, but as soon as their core is destroyed, they are finished. Usually, the core is located in one of three places: the head, heart, and stomach, so Jin believed that golems created with forbidden magic would be the exception. In this case, he decided to start with the head of one of the golems to check if there was a core there. But after such a blow, Jin realized that his strength and speed did not decrease. On the contrary, he became even more aggressive. Although in this case he still had two options of where to attack. Therefore, he hit one of the golems directly in the stomach without any doubt. But this time, it didn't work either, until Jin swung his sword straight to the heart and thus finished off one of them. After that, he stood up and looked at the body of this golem for a while and still couldn't believe that the Zippel family decided to do this to people. And while he was thinking, the second golem had already approached from behind and was about to attack. But the young master was more than prepared for this, so he was quickly able to react and strike this monster right in the heart. At this point, both golems were on the ground and the guy managed to hold on before his spell wore off. This time he was very lucky. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a human voice coming from one of the golem's bodies, which was literally begging Jin to destroy it. Jin didn't refuse and delivered the final blow to this poor man. The young master didn't know what happened here, but he highly doubted that anyone in this world would want to become a living golem of their own free will. Especially if it means that once transformed, you become expendable and have no future. Anyway, he decided that now was not the best time to get angry, as something unexpected had happened, and he had still managed to discover the Zippel family's dirty secret. He also suspected that his sisters knew this when they chose the task for him. But Jin was absolutely certain that this didn't mean his assignment had miraculously changed. He understood that even if he revealed this to the whole world, the Zippel family would most likely deny everything. The creation of living golems is such a serious crime that even suspicion can trigger an investigation on behalf of the Empire, and Jin understood this well. Still, he decided to take care of the evidence first, and then proceed with his task. Because Jin understood perfectly well that with the power the Zippel family wields, it wouldn't be difficult for them to silently influence the investigation. But on the other hand, this is not so important now, because at the moment he still won't be able to solve this problem. There are no signs of magical activity yet, and that can only mean that most of them think this is an ordinary warehouse. According to the guy, they wouldn't take this place so lightly if they knew its guards were living golems, because it suggests that not everyone in the Colin ruins is involved in the handling of forbidden magic. After looking around a little better, Jin realized that the protective magic on the tablets was quite simple. But they clearly put a lot of effort into one of the bowls, and to dispel the protective spell, you need to stir it a lot, or so Jin thought. But with two golems dead, no matter what the guy does here, the Zippel family will have to hide everything anyway. And so, given all this, he decided to turn up the heat a bit while he had the chance. And for that he used his spell, which was called Fire Explosion, and from the name it was clear what it was needed for. Anne and Mu suffered at the hands of their older sister, who decided to punish them for sending Jin on a mission to the ruins of Colin. Luna tried to understand why they did this, since he is 10 years younger than them. They were surprised that she didn't know, but the girl shut her mouth and asked them to assume that she was asking precisely because she really didn't know, or were they, like two captains, fighting for dominance with Jin, who had recently switched to the forward group. They remained silent, and at that moment the moon once again reminded them that captains fight with captains, others fight with others. This is the simplest rule they can remember. After all this, she added that they should be ashamed of themselves, because she was very ashamed of them for calling themselves captains after everything they had done. Anne immediately reminded her that Luna never got involved in these matters, so she believed that even she had no right to do so. In response to this, Luna just said that she wouldn't have told them anything if they had managed to win the argument with Jin. After that, she informed her sisters that Jin had just successfully completed a task in the Colin ruins and that their mother should soon receive a report on the matter. And then Luna was now sure that they understood why she said she was embarrassed. In the end, they only helped her go even further. She even wondered if there had been a time in the Runcandel family's history when the captains had fallen from grace after trying to oppress the younger ones. After that, she drove them away. But before they left, she decided to add that she saw that Jin is not so merciful, so Luna advised them to look around more often, and she only says this because she is sincerely worried about them. Luna understood that not everything went well between them, but she reminded them that they were still sisters, especially the younger ones, so she had to take care of them. After that, her babysitter came to Luna and immediately told the girl that she was very surprised at how she punished her younger sisters, and being Luna's babysitter, she had the impression that she was going through puberty again. Luna was quite surprised to hear this, going through puberty at her age, but the nanny noticed that the girl had always had quite an unusual growth spurt. In any case, she was worried about the young ladies, as she knew very well that young Master Jin was not one who would forget this easily. Furthermore, the woman believed that in 5 years they wouldn't be able to defeat Master Jin in an official battle, so the nanny was interested to know, or did they only have 5 more years to live? Luna asked her not to say such terrible things because they are still her family, or rather, she asked her to tell what the girl asked her to know. According to the nanny, the relatives who tried to destroy Jin were not young women. At that time, they were in the advanced group, so they would hardly do anything. Luna agreed with her and added that it couldn't be Mary, Jonah, or the Tona twins. And that means there remains young Master Joshua, young Master Deepus, Ren, and Master Vigo, and of course, young Runtia. The nanny immediately said that it would be difficult to know about the others, except for the young masters Ren and Vigo, and Luna understood this perfectly, because beneath all of them was a very solid foundation. So there was a high chance they wouldn't get anything more than a headache, and Luna decided that for now, the best option would be to simply observe, as they could get in trouble if they investigated them without a good reason. Luna's nanny noted that this was a very wise decision. Even despite the assassination attempt, young Master Jin grew up healthy, so there was no need to worry too much about him. Meanwhile, Jin returned to his room and was happy to inform Gilly and Moroccan about this. The girl was extremely happy to see him, and also to see that he returned safe and sound. Jin assured her that everything was fine from the start. He had already become quite strong, so much so that not even Gilly would be able to defeat him right away, but Gilly still believed that this was a dangerous place, and if something happened to him, then she would dedicate the rest of her life to revenge. Moroccan immediately intervened in this dialogue and asked the strawberry pie not to say such terrible things, after which he wanted to ask Jin if he had filled out the report correctly. Jin replied that now everyone thinks that everything was possible thanks to foreign help, but he doesn't care about that, because at the moment there is something more important. After that, he placed a jar on the table, inside which was the living heart of a golem. Moroccan immediately realized that Jin was very lucky, seeing as he came back without a single scratch. It seemed to the shadow dragon that the golem didn't have much success, but he was more interested in finding out where Jin found him. According to the guy, 2 warehouse guards turned into monsters and attacked him. He also didn't forget to mention that they regenerated no matter where he hit them, and when he pierced their hearts, it fell out of them. Moroccan was clearly not happy to hear that Jin had encountered a living golem, because first he saw the tomb giant, and now the golem. He didn't even understand what these guys from the Zipel family were planning. After that, he told Jin that if what he said was true, then it was the work of the Zipel family. Moroccan also asked the guy not to make a busy schedule, as apparently they would need to go back to Colin. Why does Moroccan think it's worth asking them in person what they're doing? Jin, upon hearing this, thought that he actually didn't want to go back there, but on the other hand, he was going there with Moroccan, so he probably wouldn't be in any danger. And he also didn't forget that if they were very lucky, he might even be able to find a mana source. so he agreed to Murakan's proposal and promised him that he would try to allocate his time to it. After the task was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers themselves returned to the Runcandel family, but Mu and Anne revoked their cadet status and expelled them from the family. And as you know, expulsion is a very severe punishment for cadets who technically completed their task, but no one started arguing with them. A few months after this incident, Jed interrupted Jin at one point in his training and told him that from today onwards, his training with pure stones was officially over, and from tomorrow onwards, only the Tona brothers should come here. He also added that morning training with the rest of the cadets was no longer doing him any good, so the following week, he would have a conversation with the head of the family. Tona's brothers couldn't believe their father would promote Jin to the rank of pre-captain so soon. They also knew that while in this post, he would have to leave the Runcandel family to gain enough honor to become a full-fledged captain, and during that time, he would need to act alone, without the support of his family. Although Jin didn't show it, he was very happy with the news, because now he wouldn't have to worry about others and could finally become stronger as he wanted. The chief, along with his small army, was returning home, and one of his pupils notified him that they would reach the Garden of Swords within 2 hours. In response to this, Chiron said that his youngest son continues to interfere with his training and that he would like to remain in the Black Sea for at least 10 years. If he believed his assistant's words, he immediately felt that young Master Jin had been an extraordinary child since the days of the formidable castle, but even he didn't think it would be to such an extent, because the young master's actions in the Sword Garden were especially shocking. His fighting spirit is abnormal, and when he arrived at the Storm Castle, even though he was a child, his eyes were filled with discontent. Although then, Chiron noticed that he tried in every possible way to hide it, but never succeeded. The man didn't think he could forget how Jin had taunted his brothers and sisters as soon as he entered the Sword Garden. Even though no one had taught him this, he literally instinctively understood how to break his opponents. Chiron's other children knew this very well and even tried to keep Jin under control, but just one look at this guy was enough to understand that they had failed. Despite the fact that his elders sent him to his death, he continued to come back stronger and at the same time became a 5th-rank knight. Chiron was more surprised by the first mission rather than Mami or the ruins of Cologne because he won the battle against a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Of course, he could imagine that Jin would destroy this wolf using his subordinates as a shield, but for him to destroy it alone, it was a surprise to him. The man believed that with this action he would be able to prove the essence of his principles. Although Chiron's students didn't believe the guy could handle the White Tribe warrior alone, the man still wanted to meet this guy as soon as possible and talk to him. After these conversations, they quickly arrived at the Sword Garden, where the head of the family was attended to according to all standards. Rose was the first to meet her husband, saying that everyone was very excited about the head of the house. In response to this, Chiron praised her preparation for the meeting. But the woman immediately told him that she actually did nothing because their eldest son took care of all the preparations, so she got no credit for it. Chiron, of course, was happy to hear this, but still he would like them, first of all, to behave properly so that he would not have to leave the Black Sea. After that, he turned his attention to Jin, or rather to his belt, on which hung 2 swords quite familiar to him. This led him to turn to his other 2 sons, Ran and Vigo. He wanted to know from them if they gave Jin the swords he allowed them to take. Ran was the first to answer this question, and he undoubtedly said that Jin literally took these swords from them because they were supposed to hand them over to him if he succeeded in the mission to the Colin ruins. This made Chiron laugh incredibly. It was so loud that it sometimes even scared everyone around him. After calming down a bit, the man decided to say that sometimes it seems to him that Jin is not his son. That night, Jin and his father stood in the hallway talking about how this would be Jin's first banquet. Although the guy has not mentally forgotten that in his previous life, he had already participated in banquets of different families, thanks to his teacher, but this is the first banquet of his own family. Previously, he always had to hide during banquets like a criminal, but this time he is the star of this show along with his father. But the most incredible thing is that for this to happen, Jin only needed to die once. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his father, who wanted to tell the boy that their family doesn't usually throw banquets. According to him, the reason is that they only do it when there is actually something to celebrate. With these words, he wanted to show Jin's unique achievement, and the guy was extremely pleased to hear that. After that, the father decided to ask the boy how many guests there would be today, and according to Jin, there were about 1,000 people there. The father confirmed this information and added that there were 200 more people than at the last banquet, held 7 years ago, and they both understood perfectly well that this could only mean one thing, that the family's influence had increased in the last 7 years. Banquets for 1,000 people are not uncommon in other families, but everyone present here is exceptional. The only thing Chiron did during those 7 years was destroy monsters and train in the Black Sea. Therefore, he believed that the reason why his clan's influence continued to grow was because he was the only Genesis Knight at that time. In other words, Chiron believed that everyone gathered here would stay away from Runcandel. Jin actually agreed with his father, because without him, their clan wouldn't have been able to garner so much respect. They are called the two great families, along with Zeepel, but Jin understood that once his father disappeared, the distance between Zeepel and Runcandel would increase drastically, and then Zeepel would become the sole ruler. Therefore, Jin decided to tell his father that if he left and they turned their backs on Runcandel, then it would probably reach the point where they wouldn't be able to fight back against the Zeepel family. And then Jin assured his father that if that happened, he would leave the clan. Kiran couldn't believe what his son had just said, so Jin reiterated that if the family fell apart due to his absence, the reason for the clan's downfall would be the incompetence of the next chief. And he wouldn't die like a dog under such a leader, so he believed it would be better if he simply left this clan. He would also like to ask his father how many weaknesses his family knows about. The father didn't quite understand what Jin was telling him, so the boy explained that in exchange for returning the sword to Vigo's older brother, he forced him to show him the contracts entrusted by the families, which only the captains can see. The head of the Byrne family deceived the emperor and stole the empire's treasures, but he can participate in this banquet thanks to them. The greatest martial artist of the Cleaver family has already asked them to destroy the magician of the Zeepel family. The daughter of the Herald family secretly sold her family's treasure because of gambling addiction. That is, just by looking, Jin managed to find a ton of weapons that are not swords, and so he is sure that in the secret contracts that only Chiron and Rose have access to, there are many more weapons of this type. His father realized that Jin means that he can protect his family using it if he leaves. Jin just wanted to say that if the next chapter isn't at the level of the Genesis Knight, then it will all just depend on the negotiation skills, which was hard to disagree with. But Chiron also realized that they are not the only ones who harbor their enemies' weaknesses, for the Zeepel family must have as many weaknesses as they do. However, Jin believed they had no excuse to exploit these weaknesses, but Chiron didn't quite understand what his son meant. So the guy said he meant that the role of the villain is the Runcandel family. Either way, even with so many weapons, if the next boss can't use them properly, he won't hesitate to turn his back on his family and leave. But in this case, he assured his father that he would prepare his revenge, no matter how long it took. Chiron at that moment thought that his other children would not have the courage to raise a hypothesis about Runcandel's fall in front of him. They would talk about everything, but not about that. But he was glad that Jin wasn't like that. The guy was able to reveal his intentions and did it briefly and clearly. Chiron only regretted being born after his peak. He was the same as Luna's talent, Maria's savagery, and Deepas's fighting spirit combined in one person. The man understood that 10 to 15 years was exactly how long he would be able to defend his title as head of the family. And he thought it would be fun to see if Jin could change the dynamics of the succession before his time ran out. Finally, it was time to go to the guests, but before they did, Chiron told his son that he had something he wanted to tell him. so he asked Jin to wait until he called him. The man himself understood perfectly well that they would probably talk about becoming a temporary captain, so Jin thought that he would leave this place for a short time as soon as the banquet was over. Now he just had to wait for the end of the year 4-day banquet. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the chief's servant, who ran to the man to tell him that guests had arrived for whom no invitation had been sent. The first thing Jin thought was that these unwanted guests might be Zippel. According to the butler, they were indeed members of the Zippel family. One of them was the deputy commander and 4 other family members. Chiron decided to order the deputy to leave, and the rest of the family could enter. Jin agreed with his father that the congressman's visit was indeed impolite, but it still seemed too much to dishonor the congressman so much as to throw him out the door. Chiron seemed to be able to read minds, and so he asked the guy if he thought his father had done the right thing. Jin decided to say that it was refreshing. After that, he added that most likely, when the deputy commander was overcome by emotions and was about to leave, he would ignore his family's permission to enter. Chiron agreed with him and also believed that the deputy would have to listen to his orders, otherwise he would return home without both legs. In any case, it was time for the banquet to begin, and as soon as Chiron came out in public, the first thing he did was thank everyone who had managed to overcome this path to get here today. He went on to say that he was extremely grateful to have such a capable son these past few years, so first, he would like to thank his youngest son, Jin Runcandel. After that, he decided to remind all the guests that at these banquets there are only 2 rules they must follow. If they start a fight drunk, they will be immediately escorted to the arena by knights, and the loser must surrender, and the winner must show mercy, for it is still a feast. Now Jin understood that this was the same banquet of fateful meetings. This is a gathering of thousands of people who control an entire continent. These people are linked together in a complex way. If they were having a common banquet, they would just be passive-aggressive with each other before returning. But this is a banquet held in the Garden of Swords. As long as they follow the 2 rules set by their father, they cannot reach the point of destroying the enemy, but they can defeat him to a critical condition, in which case they can even obtain official superiority. Now that Chiron had made his speech, he let everyone enjoy this wonderful night, and Jin was once again convinced of how crazy the family he was born into was. The father believed that the guy also had the right to relax, so he told him that if he had someone he liked, he asked Jin to take him to the arena with him, but he immediately warned the guy that he couldn't challenge someone who would be weaker to him unless they insulted him or the family as a whole. Jin knew this very well, and he also knew that he had no right to lose under any circumstances. The father was happy that the guy understood this, but still reminded that if Jin suddenly loses, he will take Barasada away from him, as well as his nanny and in general everything he has. Now, when Jin thinks about it, the only thoughts that pop into his head are that this is the first time he could talk to his father like that. This was something for him that he could not even dream of in a past life, and he's very happy that they had a very convincing father-son conversation. But things like the relationship between a father and his beloved son were clearly not part of Jin's plans for this life, because in this life, all he wanted was to surpass his father. As soon as Jin got off, Tona's brothers immediately approached him, who first congratulated him on receiving the 5th rank and asked him to stay with them for a while. Jin didn't mind, and in return wanted to know how their training with pure stones was going, and, according to Heighton, their training progressed after exchanging the weapons that his uncle recommended to them. The man understood why they had come, so he whispered in Heighton's ear that they could leave as soon as they were satisfied. And as soon as he said that, the first guest immediately approached him, who was a representative of the Ken family, and Jin didn't let him finish, as he knew him very well, as he was the first captain. At this point, the brotherly accompaniment ended, and the brothers decided they would rather go, and Jin didn't mind. After that, the dialogue with the first captain of the Ken family continued, and Jin simply couldn't help but say that he had heard a lot about his exploits when he was a child, which embarrassed the captain a little. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who literally hit Jin in the head from behind. And as soon as the guy turned around, he saw in front of him a man who told him that he was wondering what kind of child he was, who reached the 5th rank at the age of 15. But now he sees Jin in front of him and understands how this is possible, and his name is Ogade. As soon as the young master looked at this man, he immediately realized who he really was, so he replied briefly and said that he was very happy to meet Ogade. Even so, Jin couldn't help but tell him that his actions just now were an insult to everyone who had shown him respect until now. And if he wants to raise the issue of seniors and juniors, then he should be more attentive. Jin said that the 1st and 2nd captains of the Ken clan, the Dragon King's knights, the Black King's mercenaries, all seemed to Jin to be elders to him, and therefore he should have noticed how these elders treated the young master. So with all this in mind, Jin wanted to ask the man to accept his mistakes and apologize immediately. A few minutes later, another man approached Ogadeu to say that his life had just been saved thanks to young Master Jin. The family's 1st captain, Ken, always knew his nasty mouth would get him into trouble in life. Ogade realized what he had done, so he immediately decided to apologize to his elders. He apologized for his mistake, and would be happy if young Master Jin also accepted his apology, which Jin did without any problems. Luna appeared shortly after this situation, and the first thing she said to her brother was that he was very good at finding enemies for himself, and she thought it would be very good if he was an ordinary child for at least a day. Jin agreed with her, but today, according to him, he couldn't do otherwise, because after all, he was a representative of the Runcandel family, and Luna couldn't argue against that. Still, she was very interested to know what the guy would do if Ogade challenged him, because he actually looks like at least a 6th rank knight. Jin believed that if he did that, then most likely the head of the Tuco family and the elders would intervene, as the guy realized that they had been watching him for some time. Luna couldn't believe that Jin even took that into consideration when assessing the situation. The guy replied that it might be hard for her to understand, but he is the most hated youngest in the family. He needs a lot of things to survive. Luna agreed with him, and mentally looking at the guy thought he was talented, and apparently that was why there was an attempt on his life at the Storm Castle. But she was still incredibly interested in finding out who he was, because it was this person who first found out about Jinny's talent. Anyway, she told Jin that she would go to the banquet because it was in her honor, but unfortunately she was very bored, so she told Jin that it was time to do something more fun. Jin realized that she was about to leave, and Luna confirmed it. She also told him that he was not tall enough to become her dance partner, but when he grew up, she promised him that she would take him to a good place. And before leaving, Luna believed she should leave a message for people, since it was Jin who did it, although the guy didn't quite understand what she meant. She grabbed the guy by the head and hugged him lightly. This was unexpected even for Jin himself. The girl explained to him that she wanted others to understand that she appreciated him so much. Now it seemed to her that people would be less rude to him out of fear of her. In fact, Luna knew what she was doing, because as soon as she hugged her brother, a large number of people paid close attention to them, who did not know that the white whale valued her brother so much. Sir Vikashel stood beside his companion and listened as he was literally ready to explode from his love for Lady Luna. He even decided that today he needed to write a poem for Lady Luna, which he would sing all night long. Margiela Ivliano, who was Vishkal's younger sister, approached Bubar and asked him not to be so harsh. Jin realized at that moment that it was actually very difficult for him to behave like a master. Still, he was more interested in the question of where those damn Zepels were. The fact that he had to look for them himself didn't please the guy at all, and even irritated him a little. Suddenly the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a young woman who politely approached the rising star of the Runcandel family and asked to have a drink with her. It was Cirrus Endorma from the Ice Palace who suddenly appeared in front of the guy. She was apparently in a great mood, smiled once, and repeated several times that she was very happy to meet Jin Runcandel in person. Jin responded by saying that she was the daughter of the owner of the Ice Palace and, on the contrary, it was an honor for him to meet such a person. The girl first wanted to ask the guy how he managed to achieve such skill at such a young age. She even admitted that it makes her jealous of him, but Jin tried to turn everything into a blessing. After that, she mentioned the Ice Palace again, which she also considered a blessed family, and she can't even imagine how much the owner of the Ice Palace appreciates her, because she is her only daughter. And since Jin is the youngest of all the brothers and sisters, he alone should be envied. He honestly admitted to her that having so many relatives was extremely tiring, and mentally he was sure she recognized him, but he didn't understand why she didn't mention Mamit. Jin was sure it was impossible for her not to recognize him, as there was a bit of gray on his face when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when she said she wanted to ask him something. After that, she put down a glass of drink and asked her question, in which she wanted to ask the guy how his injured leg was. Jin, without hesitation, replied that she was completely fine, all thanks to the incredible person who personally administered the medicine. He was extremely grateful and didn't even know how to repay her for this service. Cirrus was just surprised by how unscrupulous the guy was. And now that they found out about this, she would like to ask the guy why he was at Mamita's. Cirrus believed she deserved an explanation. After all, according to her, they were never able to find the terrorist magician, and this hurt her pride a lot, besides making her wonder if the culprit was the young man she let go. Jin smiled and reminded her that he was from the Runcandel family, and as she could see, he was nothing like the suspect, as she was sure she knew his family well. She immediately stated that she didn't consider him a suspect. She just wanted to say that everything would change if he was on a mission to Runcandel, and they hired a magician because they couldn't handle it alone. She also said that among the people staying at the inn, the only ones who could be targeted by the Runcandel family were the members of the Ice Palace, and she, as the captain of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace, could not leave such things without personal attention. Jin understood that the girl mistakenly thought he was hunting a member of the Ice Palace, and she wasn't entirely wrong, as he injured them while trying to destroy Alcaro. But still, he replied that he didn't quite understand how this was evidence against him. Wasn't everything she said just a hypothesis? Ceres realized from this answer that apparently the guy would deny it until the end, and in fact, she had a plan for this case, which was to drag the guy into the arena and get the whole truth out of him. Therefore, she confidently challenged Jin Runcandel to a duel in front of all the guests. In response to this, Jin told her that his father warned him that he should not fight those who seemed weaker than him. But since the girl wants to fight so badly, he simply has no choice but to accept the challenge. After some time, they went down to the arena, and the young master ordered that only doctors should remain there. He also asked that they give him 2 decent swords and seal the arena until they finished the fight. Jin understood that the battle-crazed people and passers-by would come rushing here after midnight, and she was the daughter of the owner of the Ice Palace, so he thought it would be too cruel to beat her while everyone watched. Before the fight, Cirrus asked his opponent to promise him something. After that, she added that if she wins, he will have to tell her everything that happened in Mamita that day without any lies, and Jin promised that to the girl without any problems. In response, he asked her if she won, would she confirm the fact that they had not met her that day, and upon hearing this, the girl immediately realized that he had something to hide. Anyway, now it's more important for her to think about it, because Jin has already started attacking her. The guy was confident of his victory until he saw the girl use a unique skill of the Endorma clan, which is called Myriad Ice Blades. Jin immediately realized that the fight was apparently going to be interesting, as he couldn't even imagine that the girl would use her strongest technique from the start. Then he added that he didn't even know what to do because he, as the youngest son of the Runcandel family, didn't have time to learn his family's secret techniques. Ceres clearly didn't appreciate this kind of joke, so she responded quite sternly and told the guy that this was purely his problem. She then continued to attack him, thinking that the guy was definitely a rank 5 since it looked like he was barely blocking, but as they exchanged blows, his true abilities became apparent. But she still felt it was useless, because she believed that the difference of 1 rank could be easily made up by completing the third form of myriad ice blades. Since she understood that she was weaker and had less stamina, it was unlikely that she would last this fight, so she decided that when he tried to counterattack after reading her attacks, she would switch and finish him off. Jin at that moment understood that Cirrus was still a fourth-rank knight, and even if she could use myriad ice blades, she would still fall behind him in attack and defense. Understanding the difference between them, Jin was sure that she was preparing an attack to change the course of events, so he bet that she would use her secret technique. But he didn't know how powerful the myriad ice blades could be, so he understood that apparently she would have to use her own secret technique. Among the dozens of secret techniques he read in the Storm Castle, the most powerful among the various secret techniques he received. As Jin thought about this, Cirrus suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, and he only heard words from her saying that his end had come. The girl decided to go all out, so she used myriads of ice blades from the third form, which literally created an entire avalanche. It was difficult for Jin to resist such attacks, because he perfectly understood that it was an aura that had transformed into ice fragments. But at some point, all this started to amuse the guy, because he understood that this was the best thing about the girl. Cirrus froze in place when she saw the smile on Jin's face. She just couldn't believe the guy was actually laughing. There were simply no ideas in her thoughts, because she was using an avalanche, and even a genius who reached the 5th rank at the age of 15 would not be able to break through the Ice Palace's secret technique. But even knowing all this, the girl was still extremely worried. Apparently it wasn't just like that, because a few seconds later, a sword flew past her head and almost hit her in the head. As soon as the guy performed his attack, literally a few seconds later, there was an explosion. And then Jin realized that he should have used something else instead of the Attila family's blade storm, because now he understands that this technique was too destructive for a 4th-rank knight. The guy understood that if the girl couldn't dodge, she must be dead, or at least crippled. But as soon as the mist cleared, Jin saw the girl sitting with this sword and literally trembling in fear. She was so afraid of dying that, out of fear, she didn't even realize how she dodged the blow. The girl herself couldn't believe she had actually done it. Jin understood that it would definitely be better to end the fight at that moment, so he approached the girl to see how she was feeling, as he had almost destroyed her. He was very sorry that this had happened, so he asked her for forgiveness and mentally thought that even after his warning, Cirrus did not try to dodge the blade storm. He understood that it didn't really matter how important honor and pride were, because Cirrus was still a 15-year-old child and was too young to suppress his desire to survive. Jin understood that he would have avoided it too if he were in her shoes, and he's sure she would have warned him too. And now he simply decided to sit beside her and not tell her anything unnecessary, although he understood that this would not be enough to console her. But suddenly she took out of her pocket the same ointment she uses to heal wounds faster, and she decided to smear Jin's cheek, where there was a small scratch, after which she offered to consider it as payment for saving her life, in response to which Jin said that she highly valued the life of the only heir to the Ice Palace. Cirrus reminded him that this was a life that had just been mourned and that its value would increase in the future. And now she decided to turn around and start leaving, adding that now they are two people who met each other today for the first time. The next day, the banquet continued, and today it seemed to Jin that a true banquet of fateful reunions would begin, as duels could be witnessed. Furthermore, there are far fewer people, and the reason for that is probably that duels can finally be arranged. In any case, Jin hoped that this would work in his favor, because he would finally be able to see those zippels. He had already heard that all the guests were between 15 and 20 years old, which was great since their ages were similar, so he thought it would be appropriate to compare their levels in magic. There were also things Jin wanted to ask about the Colin ruins, but for now it seemed like a bad idea to him. But nothing bad will happen if he doesn't find out, as he will have a lot of free time. Once he becomes temporary captain, he can explore the Colin ruins with Murakhan later. Jin was confident that with his friend Murakhan, the search for the mana source would be much easier, And this time those damn Zpels wouldn't have the ability to mass-produce magicians. The mere thought that Jin could prevent such a terrible incident made the man worried. Suddenly Jin saw his sister Runtia playing with a cat, which for some unknown reason ended up at the banquet. She immediately read that his name was written on his badge, Nabi. Jin was already clearly boiling with anger, and Murakan understood this perfectly, but still, as long as Runtia was here, he couldn't show it. Suddenly Jin heard a voice shouting in his direction, saying that he knew he could find him if he followed the cat. When Jin turned around completely, he saw a guy running towards him and at the same time talking about how they finally met. But the young master didn't quite understand who this guy was, which clearly disappointed him, but what surprised him most was Runtia, who perfectly understood what family this guy was from, whom her younger brother was supposed to know. This guy started giving Jin hints and said that his name starts with the letter B. Runtia realized that he was just an eccentric that she needed to get away from, so she took Jin's cat and started leaving. Murakan completely agreed with her. Jin had no idea who he was, even after the guy told him that they first met at the teleportation gate of the Middle Kingdom. Veridin was surprised that Jin had such a terrible memory, so he said his name and hoped that after that, Jin would finally remember him. Jin removed his hand and said he thought it would be obvious he was pretending not to recognize Veridin. The young master couldn't believe that in his previous life, this idiot actually became a 9th-rank magician at the age of 30 and was named the future head of the Zpel family. Anyway, according to Veridin's words, he had been looking for Jin since yesterday, and today he searched for him for 2 hours, but still couldn't find him. The young master believed that the banquet hall wasn't big enough to look at one person for 2 hours. Veridin noted that he would have found him immediately if he could use magic, but that is ruled out, as this is Runcandel territory. Jin still thought that Veridin was just an idiot, and Zpel, however, continued saying that he was very happy to see Jin, as it had already been about 5 years, and he always knew that Jin would achieve a lot, but he didn't think it would be so fast. But Veridin did not forget to praise himself, and told Jin that all this time he had not been idle and had managed to reach the 6th rank of magic. If you believe this guy's words, then he possessed magic a level higher than Jin with his sword. The young master couldn't believe it, because Veridin seems to be the most talented Zpel, but even he is only at the 6th rank at 18. Jin was sure that at that age he would already be at least rank 7, and then the thought occurred to him that maybe this guy was deliberately underestimating his level. While Jin was thinking, Veridin started talking again and finally realized that judging by his friend Jin's face, it wasn't in vain that he had been looking for him for so long. Moreover, he was waiting for the day when they could fight. So he asked Jin to catch up with him quickly, but after these words, Jin was finally convinced that the guy wasn't lying. Anyway, now in Jin's head the thoughts are that if Veridin is really the 6th rank at 18, then after Kiliak Zpel, his current boss, he will be the one who reaches the pinnacle of magic, and he was sure of it, and the meeting with Veridin was a good opportunity to glimpse his dormant talent. After all these thoughts, Jin finally told his interlocutor that he had already told him this before, but apparently it needs repeating that Veridin better learn to shut up and keep his mouth shut, and all Zpel could respond was that his father said exactly the same to him. Jin assured him that everyone would tell him about it. However, he wanted to know from Veridin why the Zpels arrived at the banquet without an official invitation. Veridin replied to the guy that in fact the reason was only his, as he was the one who convinced his uncle that he needed to go to this meeting, as Veridin really wanted to meet Jin. But the young master highly doubted that his deputy had arrived in enemy territory just because of a childish tantrum. But Veridin could not be stopped and continued to tell how he heard the news of the banquet while they were traveling through Hufester, so he thought it was fate. Anyway, Jin reminded the guy that he should be grateful that they let him into the banquet, but Veridin believed that Jin was too cold towards him because he knew very well that Jin's father was merciful to his uncle. And since they had already started talking about it, Veridin decided to promise Ju that even if one day he went to the Zpel banquet unannounced, he wouldn't hurt him. He could even say that he wouldn't touch Jin even if he terrified them, and even if he started a fight, he wouldn't participate either. When Jin suddenly stopped and said that everything was so stupid, Veridin at first thought he was telling him, but apparently that wasn't the case. After all, the young master noticed how a man was looking at him since the beginning of the conversation, so he turned to him to ask what was going on. Bubar didn't expect Jin to notice him, so he didn't know how to answer that question. But still, I organized my thoughts and decided to find out when Lady Luna will return. Jin didn't quite understand why this man needed his sister, but at some point, he took out a small book and said he wanted to give it to Lady Luna. According to him, it was a collection of poems he wrote all night, all full of love, and so he was sure that Lady Luna would understand them when she read them, that he was a much better person than he seemed at first glance. Look, in the near future, he even hoped to call Jin his brother-in-law. After these words, Jin literally boiled with anger, then snatched the book from his hand and tore it into small pieces. He further replied to the man that for such words he should be beaten badly, because besides daring to mention his older sister's name, he would also dream of some kind of marriage. This made the guy think that the man did not have a very good opinion of his family. But Jin didn't want to hear another word from this man, so he ordered the guards to immediately escort this man to the arena. The man tried to prove to Jin that he did this just to express his love and therefore definitely didn't want to offend anyone. A few seconds later, he literally begged the young master not to do it, and moreover, he believed that it was a mockery of the guests. Did Bubar believe that all he did was say that his older sister was beautiful and he would really be punished so cruelly for it? Jin didn't want to hear another word from him. All he said was that the duel would be hand-to-hand combat. The man didn't fully understand why Jin was doing this. He had one option. Jin had somehow guessed that he had organized the attack against him 5 years ago, but it seemed to him that this was simply impossible. Velmon couldn't understand what was going on here and why Bubar was suddenly drawn into a duel with Jin. He couldn't believe that Bubar had finally done what he had dreamed of for so long, so he immediately decided to approach her, and his sister didn't mind. Veridin, however, once again convinced himself that bothering his uncle to let him come here was a good idea, because he didn't even think he would be able to meet the heir to the Ice Palace. But Ceres apparently didn't really want to talk to him, so he immediately told him to fuck off. And then the center of attention at this banquet was rising star Jin Runcandel, who will participate in the duel. There were some problems introducing Jin's opponent, because no one had ever seen this man before. Veridin had only heard that this man had arrived with a group from the Ivliano family, and despite his appearance, it seemed to the guy that he could be a very capable fighter. Bubar was still trying to ask young Master Jin to at least introduce himself before the duel, but apparently Jin wouldn't give him that chance, because he had already started attacking him. And before the man had time to introduce himself, Jin punched him straight in the face. The young master asked him to shut up because he didn't even want to know the man's name. This caused excessive anger in Bubar, who finally realized that words would not resolve this conflict. So he also decided to start attacking the guy. Although Jin managed to dodge the first blow, the guy realized that his opponent was in the 6th rank, and that was already problematic. Ceres also noticed that young Master Jin chose someone stronger, and it seems that this fatty's main focus is fighting. Bubar was still able to land a clean blow to Jin's face, and as soon as he did, he immediately began yelling at the guy who didn't dare raise a hand against him with such meager skills. He also wanted to say that he made Jin lie on the ground and beg for mercy, but he didn't have time. The young master began to strike him dozens of blows, which Bubar barely managed to block. Veridin immediately understood why Jin started a series of attacks. After forcing him to lower his guard, he thought it was a great idea, while Ceres believed that the end of this battle was very near. Margiela suddenly began talking to her older brother about how she correctly understood that the winner had already been determined, and she couldn't believe that Jin could beat someone like that after he had already lost the duel. Furthermore, she believed that Bubar was much weaker than young Master Jin, and didn't understand why her brother just sat there watching all this, even though Vishkel tried to prove to her that Bubar wasn't weak. but she didn't even want to listen. All she needed at the moment was for her elder brother to teach young Master Jin a lesson, using methods more noble than young Master Jin. Vishkal couldn't believe his sister wanted exactly this from him, but he still had to agree, so he turned to Jin and asked him to let the poor fat man go and fight him better. As soon as Jin saw his opponent, he immediately thought that this would be a duel against a knight of the 7th rank, which meant that whether he won or lost, for him, this fight would be with dignity. Furthermore, he believed that just being able to gain first-hand experience fighting with the Ivliano family's swordsmanship would be a good lesson for him. After all, the former head of the Ivliano family was someone even his father considered strong. However, his attention was more drawn to the amusing young lady Margiela, who even put her brother in a difficult position to watch this fight. Before the duel began, Jin decided to emphasize that they both valued their sisters greatly, so he would like to ask Vishkal to teach him how to shut his servants' mouths. Vishkal responded and said that apparently Jin misunderstood something because the person he had just beaten was not his servant, but his companion. Jin clearly didn't expect this, and Vishkal also didn't forget to add that Bubar came only to help his sister, who has movement problems, and her skills are not very suitable for the Runcandel banquet. But at that moment, everything turned upside down in the guy's head, and he only thought that this man was Bubar Gaston, or as they called him, the Reincarnator, and Jin became extremely interested in finding out what kind of relationship he had with Vishkal Ivliano. The young master tried to remember something from a past life, but he was sure that in a past life there was nothing about the connections between the Ivliano family and Gaston when he was arrested, and now the main question that went through Jin's head is whether Vishkal knows that Bubar is a transformation magician. Although Jin had managed to find Bubar, now he only had even more questions. But at that moment, he realized that he couldn't afford to be distracted when his opponent was a knight of the 7th rank. Vishkal invited Master Jin to give his all in this battle, and Jin completely agreed with him, adding only that he would like to learn a lot from his opponent during this battle. These words were the last before the battle truly began, and Vishkal went on the attack. Just with this attack, Jin already knew that this guy was far from being in 7th place. In other words, the guy perfectly understood that his strength is not something Jin is ready to resist at the moment. The spectators were truly surprised by the fight developing in this way, although everyone knew very well that the Ivliano family's sword style was known for its cunning and unconventional nature. Ceres was the only one who behaved quite calmly, as she understood perfectly that these Runcandels shine most in these situations. The girl believed that if the Ivliano family's sword is like a cunning snake, then the Runcandel family's sword is a charging rhinoceros. And that meant that even though he was broke, Jin Runcandel still wouldn't stop moving forward. Jin himself perfectly understood that Vishkal probably just felt sorry for him. He could have ended this fight long ago. However, the guy thought it was right to note that he was also able to fight with dignity against someone higher than the 7th rank, even though he only had the 5th rank. Jin realized that he was slowly beginning to reach his limit, but at that moment a strange feeling began to overcome him. The same feeling as the battle with Kajin when the guy almost lost to him. But as Jin stood up and tried to understand what was happening, Vishkal decided it was time to end this fight, and so he immediately started attacking Jin, saying that it was actually a big fight. Jin tried to repel the attack, but it didn't work as expected, and his sword literally shattered into tiny particles. And after a few seconds, the sword was already close to Jin's neck, and it was obvious who won the duel. Vishkal Ivliano was declared the winner, but the man stood still like a statue and felt fear within him. Jin fainted from helplessness and fell to the ground, and Vishkal stood there for a while and thought what was in the end, and how Jin still managed to inflict a scratch on his neck when his sword was broken into smithereens. Moreover, Vishkal perfectly remembered the moment when he broke the guy's sword and literally immediately felt something sharp touch his throat. The Lord couldn't believe that Jin had cleaned the sword's condition during the time he fought with him, and if that was really the case. Vishkal could only imagine what would have happened if Jin had reacted 1/10 of a second sooner and 1/10 of a second later. The only thing Vishkal was sure of now was that Jin Runcandel was a terrible person. When Jin finally came to his senses, he saw a not very pleasant sight, as Murakan was sitting on him, thus showing love for the guy. The guy clearly didn't like this, so he asked Murakan to get out of his head. After that, Jin realized that he passed out immediately after the fight with Vishkel, and apparently they took him straight to his room. Jilly was happy that Jin had finally woken up, because according to the girl, the guy had been sleeping for 2 whole days. Jin was upset about this because he understood that the banquet was going to end, and it seemed like he didn't even have time to greet the guests who came to him. But Jilly assured him that he should not think so, because for the past 2 days, the duel between him and Sir Vishkal had been a much discussed topic, and that in itself was recognition enough. And all because in the end the master showed the heart of the sword, which surprised the audience, and the fact that he managed to do this at the end of the battle with the knights of the 8th category is already surprising in itself. Jin was happy to hear this, although he understood that this was not the perfect heart of the sword, but he still got what he wanted from it, and now the days when he was under Sister Luna's leadership are making themselves felt. Although, to be honest, at first Jin didn't even understand the training itself. He couldn't even think that it would help him in this way. Jin understood that this only happened at the level where it was activated only in extreme situations, but on the other hand, he understood that he should not be impatient, as the very fact that he managed to fight an 8th-rank knight is already incredible. Besides, in short, he learned a lot at this banquet. For example, he confirmed Veridin's status in Zeepel and compared his magic level with his own. He also gained something resembling friendship with the heiress of the Ice Palace. And most importantly, he discovered that Bubar Gaston and Vishkel Ivliano were connected, although it was still not clear to him for what reasons. Jin began to think that there were many possibilities behind the transformation crime, and that it wasn't something he needed to solve right now, so he decided he should first dig up some basic information. His thoughts were interrupted by Gilly, who brought flowers to the room the heiress of the Ice Palace had left. Gilly seemed to like the young master, but Jin assured the nanny that it was some kind of symbol of the Ice Palace, as the meaning of the flowers is an endless battle. And it's more like Ceres just wants to fight him again. Gilly also informed the young master that the boss had ordered him to meet with him as soon as Jin woke up, and Gilly believed that the time had finally come to prove himself. At first, Jin was a little scared, but then he realized that he would apparently soon be away from his family for some time, and that made him happy. After that, he quickly got ready and immediately went to meet his father to hear what the man had to say to him. Chiron, looking at the boy, realized that apparently his youngest son had already foreseen the fact that he would have to live away from home for some time, and Jin confirmed this, which is why he came to him in such comfortable clothes. And looking at the expression on his father's face, the guy realized that the man clearly liked this answer, and Jin himself realized that after reincarnation it became much easier for him to read his father. Chiron decided to ask the guy if he knew where they were at the moment, and Jin replied without a doubt that they were in the mausoleum. People who did great things for the family could enter this place through the Garden of Swords, and also the family heroes who achieved greatness are buried there. In other words, Chiron would call it the land of those who have protected their families for thousands of years. And what is interesting for the head of the family is that the first head of Tamara Runcandel was not buried here, and his grave is not in the Garden of Swords. After that, Chiron added that the dark power Jin currently possesses is the main reason why they can't read the first chapter. After all, after their death, they entered into a humiliating agreement with the Zeepel clan, after which they could never use magic again, and could not honor the ancestors who did so. As a result, the Zeepel gods united and cursed the blood of Runcandel, and now everyone who was born after the first chapters cannot use magic. Chiron reminded the guy who didn't ask how he managed to defeat the Tan brothers with the help of his aura. Jin remembered this very well, because then he even lied that he would use this power in the name of the family. Now Chiron would like to know if the guy hears Soldred's voice, and according to the guy, the dark magician calls him a contractor, although Jin mentally understood that in this life he had not heard his voice. The man also believed that this could be really unfair to his brothers and sisters, but he would still like to know from the guy if he could use this power to defeat his brothers and sisters and thus take control of the family. Jin was ready for this question, so he prepared the answer in advance. The guy wanted to see the rest of the world first, and if there is nothing more worthy than Runcandel, then he will do it. Chiron liked that his son was so confident in himself, but still, he couldn't help but point out that in order to be recognized, other candidates needed to leave the Garden of Swords, and the guy was essentially going out to find an aspect of the family that needed to be recognized. So the man wasn't sure if he should be proud of the guy for being so arrogant. With this in mind, Chiron decided to give Jin 5 years, during which time the guy must either receive recognition or acknowledge the family. In either case, he must come here and give his final answer. Jin was grateful to his father for this opportunity, so he decided to draw his sword and promise his father that in 5 years he would greet him. After that, he walked out the gates of the Runcandel estate, where Murakan and Gilly were already waiting for him, who first of all wanted to know how the conversation with his father went. Jin assured them that everything had gone very well, and all he had to do was leave. Gilly would also leave with Jin, because instead of creating her own reputation, nannies like Gilly are judged by who will become their master, so she once again assured that she would go on this trip just for him. After that, Jin took another look at Runcandel Palace, and finally they were able to leave, and thus began a 5-year story. Once Jin left, Chiron thought he had reached the level of demigods with just his sword, and still couldn't break the oath his ancestors made to the Zippel family. But the contract with Solderet and the energy of the shadows lead him to believe that the youngest may be his only hope. After all, it seemed to the man that this child might have the power that would free the Runcandel family, and so he would very much like to see what awaits him in the future. That same day in the evening, they sat in a small pass, and at the first convenient moment, Gilly decided to ask the boy if it was okay for him to leave without saying goodbye. The girl meant that he did not say goodbye to his cadets, with whom he was in the same faction, and from what Gilly thought, young Luna must also be very disappointed. Jin believed there was nothing to worry about, because after all Luna herself was also quite freedom-loving. He felt a little bad for the cadets, but still wanted to remind her that he wasn't going to die, and sooner or later he would still return home. Besides, the guy suspected that if he had told the cadets this, they might have taken him away with their swords raised. Gilly understood him, and still wanted to know where Jin was going now. From what she heard, most of the captains chose Mamit as their first destination. She assumed this was because fighting villains was the most effective way to gain fame. The captains of the Runcandel Reserve, before becoming captains, had to go out into the world and build their reputation from scratch to be recognized as captains. In addition, the condition is that they do not expect the slightest support from their family. For example, Sister Mary defeated all the strong people in the southern regions of the continent and became known as the Mad Woman of the Southern Lands, or the Storm Lady, before becoming captain. Unlike him, all of Jin's siblings returned between the ages of 6 and 2, but his father gave him a total of 5 years, and Jin felt there was only one reason he did so. And the reason is that during this time, Jin needs to learn everything he needs to know about shadow energy, and then return. So taking all this into account, Jin decided that they were going to the Kingdom of Arkan. And Gilly assumed that by Kingdom of Arkan he meant a nation that is associated with Luther's magical federation. But the girl also knew very well that that was Zippel's territory, and therefore she didn't quite understand why Jin was going there. So Jin told her that when he went to the ruins of Colin on a mission, he heard that there was a stir in that area, a good number of unregistered magicians. It seemed to Jin that they were joining forces with the fighters and causing a lot of trouble for the residents of Arkan, and when Gilly heard this, she realized it was actually a great idea. Furthermore, according to her, she really enjoyed destroying bandits when she was a soldier in the service, so she is already looking forward to it. Although in reality Jin had never heard anything about it, he acquired all this knowledge in a past life. All the unregistered magicians and warriors are offspring of a shadowy family called Teshin, and what Jin really needs is the underground auction they're holding. He understood that there would be many things there whose real price no one knows, and there were also many things that he needed to buy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Gilly, who informed the young master that it seemed to her that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to enter Arkan's realm. Because as far as she knows, by family rules, she could only take 10 gold coins with her, and as a reserve captain, he cannot reveal his identity, so she thinks they won't get any help. Jin asked her not to worry, as this problem will be resolved once they reach Jin's kingdom. But for this realm, he decided they could just fly, so he asked Murakan not to wait and start transforming. Jilly thought this wasn't the best idea, because what would happen if someone saw him? But Jin assured her that everything would be fine and that they should try at least once. Then, after a few seconds, a huge shadow dragon appeared in front of Gilly, who was really happy to finally assume his true form and fly a little. And he could only tell them to hold on tight, because he would fly with all his might to reach the kingdom of Jin tomorrow. Luna, who was walking down the hallway, suddenly felt an incredibly strong energy and immediately looked out the window, where I saw a dragon that appeared out of nowhere. The girl couldn't believe she was actually seeing this, but she immediately realized that it was probably Jin. But she was a little confused by the fact that he was flying a dragon as soon as he became a reserve captain. Luna thought her brother was simply amazing, even considering the fact that he left and didn't even say goodbye to his dear sister. They arrived at the Jin kingdom quickly, and Murakan, as promised, flew away quickly, and apparently because of that, Gilly felt very bad. Murakan decided to blame Jin for everything. He believed that the strawberry pie was only bad because of him, although it seemed to the guy that it was Murakan's fault, who flew very strangely the whole way. Watching how Murakan cared for Gilly, Jin realized that he actually had a big heart inside, and apparently seemed rotten only because of people's prejudices about black dragons. Therefore, he decided to leave them in this forest and asked them not to go anywhere, and for now, he would solve the problem with money. Meanwhile, in the center of the capital of the Jin kingdom, in the Will family mansion, the young prince of the family sat on the grass and thought that although there was a banquet and a ball in honor of the young master Jin, he knew about it as soon as it was over and, to his great regret, he was unable to make it there. After all, he still remembers how Jin saved his life back then, and even though that was his task, the prince still wanted to meet him again and thank the guy. This guy had no idea when he would meet his savior, and yet he would finally be able to repay him for his salvation. Sember didn't have time to turn around completely when Jin was already close to him, and so that the guy wouldn't get scared and scream, he covered his mouth with his hand. Though he still started fighting even after Jin reminded Sember who he was. After that, he carefully released him, and Sember immediately wanted to know what young Master Jin was doing here. The guy had to remind the prince that he told him to come whenever he wanted if he needed his help. Sember couldn't forget this, and this made Jin happy, so he immediately told him that he would wait here, and Sember would have to bring him some gold and money. It was obvious from the guy's expression that he expected to hear anything but that kind of request, because it looked to him like Jin had enough money not to ask. It is an inflexible law that temporary captains must conceal their identity, because they must earn a reputation on their own without family support. It was quite natural that the noble sons of Runcandel were extremely poor in the first few months, as they were only taught to fight. And this will continue until they start collecting bounties for wanted criminals or making money as mercenaries. All previous captains had lived in poverty for a time, but for Jin and his crew, it was completely different. Most of all, he was surprised by Jilly, who immediately said that she was preparing to starve for several days, like the rest of the temporary captains. But it was an easy start, and all thanks to young Master Jin. Murakan noticed that yesterday the girl spoke completely differently, and if he remembers correctly, she called it extortion, but now she has drastically changed her mind. Anyway, Jin once again tried to explain to them that Sember was able to pay off his debt by giving him money, so in essence, Jin won. He was now more concerned about Murakami eating too much, and so decided to remind him that they were going to a teleportation gate where he could vomit again. Murakami immediately asked him to close his mouth, as he considers himself a glutton and will therefore eat as much as he wants, even if he vomits later. Jin once again reminded him that if it weren't for him, Murakami would have been starving for several days, if not more. In response to this, the Shadow Dragon told him that if the guy didn't want to see him vomit, he could fly to him. But no, it's the guy who insists on using the teleportation gate. Jilly intervened in the dialogue and remarked that it was probably because of her that Jin wanted to use the teleportation gate so much. Jin told them both that this was all part of the list of reasons, but assured them that the real problem was something else entirely. He reminded them that the place they were going to was the Kingdom of Arkan. According to the guy, this place was connected to the Magic Federation headed by Zippel. Besides, as you know, there are about 80 living dragons on the Zippel side, so flying onto Murakami's back without their permission would essentially be a declaration of war. But Murakami couldn't help but point out that more than half of those dragons are common cowards who only cower when they hear their name. He also believed that these non-entities held their heads very high. The world, as it seemed to him, had definitely changed. Jin, of course, agreed with him, but once again reminded him that it was better not to change the form so suddenly. The current Zippel family is supported by dragons and gods who created these dragons, and dozens of Zippels who signed a contract with these gods. On the other hand, the Runcandel family only has him as a contractor, and if it weren't for Jin's father, the Zippels would have long ago exterminated the Runcandel family from the face of the earth. How did this fact suddenly make Jin wonder how the Zippels managed to gather so many hired hands? It seemed to him that it was really impossible to gather so many in a single generation, so he decided that there were too many to be mere coincidence. Behind all these thoughts, the guy and his team silently approached the teleportation gate, where he presented his documents and Jilly's documents, in which their names were Jean Grey and Jilly Pitten, respectively, and according to him, they were going to Arkan's kingdom for tourism. The security guard at the entrance carefully examined their documents, after which he still let them pass, and when they were already seated in the teleportation room, all passengers were informed that they would soon be teleported to the kingdom of Arkan. Jilly couldn't help but praise the family's IDs, as they were able to pass without any problems, and Jin couldn't help but agree with her, as the quality of these documents is so good that they could even fool Vermont's special forces. A few minutes later, they were again informed that the teleportation would begin soon, and that they should prepare for it. As they teleported, Jin thought he had already been to Arkan's realm, but 15 years had passed since then. The teleportation was quite fast, and after a few seconds, they were welcomed into Luthero's magical federation, the Kingdom of Arkan. Jin couldn't shake the thought that before his rebirth, he spent the last year of his life in the capital of the Arkan Kingdom, and despite the 15-year difference, the landscape hadn't changed much since then. Everywhere you can see street vendors and homeless people with grim faces that fill this city. Jilly was here for the first time, and it immediately struck her as some kind of dark city. Jin understood perfectly well that this was due to Tsing's tyranny, and he even remembered hearing that it was especially bad during that period. In any case, he suggested first finding a place to spend the night and then looking for prey. They found a small house in the center of town, and Jin decided to stay there. Murakami categorically disagreed with him, because he honestly didn't understand why they should live in such a bad house. Jilly tried to tell him that maybe Jin had some kind of plan, but Murakami immediately told her that this guy is incredibly rich, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to rent a nice house. Jin thought it wasn't a very good idea, as they weren't registered people in this city, and if they started showing off their money, it would obviously attract attention. Murakami still believed that this was far from the reason why they should spend the night in that dump, where even the orcs would refuse to live, but Jin politely asked him to shut up, as they would still remain here. After that, they safely entered this hotel and found the owner sleeping at the entrance. They tried to talk to him about renting a room here, but in response, they only heard strange sounds from him. Looking at this guy, it was immediately clear that he was extremely surprised to see guests in his hotel. But when he looked closer, he saw in front of him a man, an aspiring swordmaster, and a beautiful servant, which made him smile incredibly brightly. He then immediately offered the boys a cold drink, as he was sure they were very tired from the journey. And he was also happy to meet them at the Jet Hotel, which, according to this guy, had a lot of vacant rooms. He realized that the boys were not entirely willing to make contact, so he once again suggested that they have orange juice at the hotel, and then they could choose the room they preferred. As soon as Murakami picked up this glass, he began to hear the thoughts of this handsome hotel owner, who thought that as soon as they drank a glass of this juice, they would immediately begin a new life at the underground auction. This obviously angered Murakami, so he dropped the glass of juice on the guy's head, to say the least. What was quite unexpected for the hotel owner, he didn't say any bad words to him, he just offered him a glass of juice. But Murakami wasn't going to stop there, and then he hit this guy on the head. Jin and Jilly didn't understand what was going on until Murakami shouted a question at this guy in which he wanted to know how he dared to think about poisoning him. The man pretended as much as possible that he didn't understand what Murakami was telling him. But the shadow dragon didn't care what he was saying, because he was going to literally destroy the hotel owner. The frightened man tried to stop Murakami and asked him to stop and not do that, because it seemed to him that they could just talk to him first. But apparently Murakami wasn't going to talk to anyone, he just wanted to destroy someone, and apparently he found a suitable candidate. Jet, a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality information, is the one Jin owed his life to, but Jet didn't recognize him because they hadn't met in this life. In a past life, when Jin was kicked out of his family without a single penny in his pocket, he managed to settle here in Arkan, and all thanks to Jet's help. Because of this, in a past life, they managed to get closer, but unfortunately, it was not for a good reason. In his past life, Jet tricked him countless times under the pretense of knowing Tessing's underground auction houses, and in the end, managed to take everything from the naive Jin except clothes. And now when the guy remembers this, just thinking about it makes him angry. Even though Jin tried to think that this was a completely different life and a completely different story, now the guy was going to use his old friend the same way Jet had done before. At one point during the beating, Jet yelled that if the man continued, he couldn't stand up for himself. Because according to Jet, he was a fifth-rate knight, so he is capable of fighting back. At least Jet himself thought so, but Murakami had a completely different opinion. The shadow dragon beat him until the man suddenly said that it was not poison, but a common sedative. Jin, upon hearing this, decided that this number of blows would probably be enough, so he asked Murakami to stop so they could hear what Jet wanted to tell them. Murakami didn't understand Jin because it seemed to him that they shouldn't listen to this guy because he was trying to poison them. Jet at that moment tried to turn to Jin and ask for his help. Jin still decided to give him a chance, but immediately warned him that if he lied, he would die immediately. But if he told the truth, he would survive. The young master immediately told him that there was no point in lying because he would judge him. Answers are subjective, based on feelings. The guy completely agreed to such conditions, if only they would stop beating him, and the first question Jin wanted to know was what the man was doing. Jet first introduced himself, then added that he is the owner of this building and at the same time an informant. But that wasn't all, Jet immediately admitted, with fear, that he was also a human trafficker and a fraudster. Then he fell to his knees and began to tell Jin that if he spares him, he will be very useful to him in the future, because he knows absolutely everything about Arkan. Jin noted that apparently the reason he wanted to poison them was because he wanted to sell them somewhere, and Jet was completely okay with that. Then the young master asked Jet where he was going to do this, and the man immediately replied that they were doing it in Tessing's underground auction house. But Jin needed to know all this in detail, and Jet told him that Tessing is a shadowy organization that runs auction houses, where, according to him, you can find anything, slaves, illegal drugs, other stolen goods, and even artifacts. This is essentially a place where everything is. These answers pleased the young master, after which he asked Jack if he knew what he needed to do next, and the man guessed. Jin said that Jack would be cured before midnight, after which he would do his new job. Murakami thought it was stupid to spend money on medical bills for this garbage, and Jilly completely agreed with him, because if they cured him, then probably this guy will try to scam them again. In response, Jin told them that there was nothing better than destroying the shadowy organization and the underground auction house, and that they could get rid of Jack at any time. Therefore, the young master invites them to trust him, as they still needed a guide for Arkan. And to begin with, he decided it would be best to find someone who could cure this con man. Jin himself couldn't help but think that it was incredibly difficult for him to behave this way when he knew absolutely everything, but he still didn't plan on not telling anyone about it, so he would have to behave this way. After some time, the doctor left this hotel after managing to cure Jack. It turned out that this doctor was someone from the Lutheran Magician Federation, and Jin couldn't even imagine that the person they met on the street would be such a talented person, because Jet really was beautiful, and even all the teeth that Murakami pulled out were still in place. Jack at this moment was only thinking about the origins of these people. It seemed to him that this guy was the heir to a martial arts family anyway. He came to the conclusion that it didn't matter, because anyway, there would be nothing left of him if he tried to betray them. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who told Jack that since he was ready, they should hit the road, that is, to the underground auction house. After some time, Jet, along with his new friends, was already close to this house, and as soon as they approached, the security guard immediately decided to ask the man why he decided to bring so many people today. They thought products shouldn't be sentient, but Jet immediately asked one of them to stop talking nonsense and just open the doors, as he was already late for the meeting. He heard his request, and as soon as the man opened the doors, an incredibly bright light hit the boys' faces. They entered, and Murakami simply couldn't help but say that the place didn't seem to be run by bandits, especially since there was an orchestra and many waiters and servants. Jet, in turn, found for them the same masks that everyone in this room wore according to the man. This was necessary to participate in the auction, as the main rule was not to be able to show your face. Jin put on this mask without any problems, but even so, the first thing he wanted to do was find out from the guy who the main boss is. According to Jet, it's someone called Spider Arms Alu. The place is decorated to his liking, but that's because he wants to hide the fact that he's an uneducated gangster. According to Jet, Alu not only has the ability to pacify these dirty streets, but is also a level 7 martial artist. And recently, Jet also heard rumors that this guy is directly related to the purebred Runcandel family, which is located overseas, a fact that Jin clearly didn't expect to hear. Murakami immediately advised Jin to ignore this and not pay attention, because it seemed to him that those guys had no connection with these low-level thugs in the neighborhood. Jilly agreed with Murakami no matter what she thought, but it seemed to her that there were no such people in the Runcandel family. Although Jin didn't think so, he knew a character who cursed him so he couldn't wield a sword, and if that's a connection to the Magic Federation, then it was probably him. A 9th-rank curse that prevents one from wielding a sword, illusion blade. Jin didn't think Tessinja was a magician who could cast such a high-level curse, but in 10 years in Storm Castle and 5 years in the Sword Garden, he hadn't managed to obtain a single street. Therefore, he believed that he needed to do everything possible to at least grasp at a straw, and furthermore, Jin reminded them that they came here with the intention of destroying everything here. Murakami didn't fully understand what Jin was doing. It seemed to him that the guy wanted to do something like defeat all the bandits on the first day after arriving in Arkan, but Gilly immediately hinted to Jin that the guards they saw along the way seemed quite satisfied with the experience. There are also unregistered magicians nearby. Jin believed that there was no point in worrying about this, as he had a plan that would help them in this matter. And as soon as Jin told Murakami and Jilly this plan, the Shadow Dragon immediately began to say that sometimes he thinks about what's going on in his head, and the girl agreed with him, although it still seemed to her that this was definitely non-standard. Although she still doubted that someone like him would actually do this kind of thing, the guy again asked them not to worry about it, because if they got into trouble, they could just run away anyway. The conversation was interrupted by Jet, who told the boy that the place they needed was here and, according to him, he deliberately occupied a place that was not very noticeable. After that, they went out into a huge hall, and Jet was happy to show the boys the underground auction house. They carefully sat down in the chairs, and as soon as they did so, they announced to everyone that they were ready to present the next product. The host of this program said that it doesn't matter where they come from or what their history is, because today's first product is something they can use as they please, and this product is a slave whose condition is simply excellent. Time. Looking at all this, Jin realized that apparently Jet was going to sell them anyway, and the man had to admit his mistake, and that he was an incredible idiot when he decided to do that. It was very unpleasant for Jin to see all this. As they were the same people, fortunately there were no children there, and this calmed him down a bit. Murakami interrupted his thoughts, as the man was tired of sitting there and wanted to know from Jin what they would do next. But the man didn't tell him anything new, only that they would just continue waiting. According to Jin, he heard that sometimes in these auctions, some useful things come up, and so, if there is something he wants to buy, he will buy it first. After that, they will make their move. That was Jin's plan. Mentally, the guy thought about the artifact ring, and if the information from his past is correct, then it is probably rotting in some kind of storage, and he will be able to get it after his plan is implemented. From that moment on, this terrible auction began, and the wait for that exact moment to act began. A whole week had passed since this auction opened, and during that time, Jin hadn't bought anything. So Jet had to approach the guy and tell him that if he didn't make any purchases, the Tessing people would give him some trouble. Jin believed this was an incorrect question, because from what he remembers, it was Jet's job to make sure this didn't happen, and the man literally had no choice but to agree with him. Although mentally he was far from agreeing with this and believed that it didn't matter who this guy was, because at this rate he would probably be kicked out of here, and Jet along with him, so he really wanted Jin to acquire something so that he wouldn't get mixed up in his mess either. The next item in this auction was the first grimoire of the night. According to the auction host, this grimoire belongs to Matthew Wannick, a magician who once ruled this world, and he also didn't forget to say that they were never able to neutralize it, but it most likely contains very powerful magic. Ultimately, this batch interested Jin, but not because of the story the host told, but because it was all a lie, and they were just scammers. Furthermore, the guy knew that all of Mornick's grimoires are controlled by the Zippel family, which means the probability of this being the original is simply 0. Jin watched this auction for a whole week, and all the while the host kept talking complete nonsense, and the magicians fell for his bait with great vanity. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Murakami, who asked the guy to buy this grimoire, as he believed that if it really belongs to Chenmi, whom he knows, then it clearly isn't that simple. Jin decided to follow his friend's advice and bid 150 gold coins for this lot, which surprised the audience, who didn't expect someone to dare to bid so much for so much money. The guy understood that if the dragon himself recommended that he buy this grimoire, then he probably knew something, although it was clear on Murakami's face that he simply couldn't understand what this item was doing here and how it got here in the first place. But suddenly, Shujil Hister's next grimoire caught Jin's attention. Therefore, Jin stood up from his chair and immediately bid quite high. He offered 200 gold for this thing. At that moment, the entire hall was shocked by such a proposal, so they immediately started talking and trying to find out who this guy was. Murakami also didn't understand what made Jin say 200 coins from the beginning. It's really the grimoire he knows. But Jin replied that he doesn't even understand roughly what kind of grimoire it is, and is doing this because he wants to buy one more thing, although mentally he didn't even imagine that he could find something like that here. His teacher from a past life, who was related to this Heister family, this family was exterminated hundreds of years ago, so he couldn't even think that he would find traces of it here. Jin's bet ended up winning, and he didn't need to try any harder to win this item, and soon after Jin thought that he should hand it over to his teacher. At this point, he thought that was enough, and so he suggested that they gradually start their turn. As soon as these books fell into Murakan's hands, he couldn't believe that it was actually Chen Mi he was thinking of, but comparing it to the second book the guy bought, it seemed to Murakan that it was in bad taste and also very incomprehensible cipher. Jin wasn't surprised, as he knew the only people who could decipher it were the professor and himself. Meanwhile, Jet said he was very happy Jin still bought something today, because if he hadn't, then they probably would have gotten into trouble. At least for now, he thought so, until Jin told the man that his next request would be to see Alu's spider arms. Jet immediately started telling Jin that this was literally impossible, and even though he was his guest, the guy stopped him and asked him to personally go to Alu and tell him. The young master wanted Jet to go to Alu and tell him that Veradin Zippel wanted to see his face. Jet immediately ran to Alu's office thinking that this crazy guy wasn't from some department. He was a purebred Zippel, which was even better for Jet. Because all his life he dreamed of becoming an informant for Zippel, after which he would probably be able to leave this hell. Therefore, he burst into Alu's office with full confidence and immediately began shouting that Veradin Zippel was here. It seemed to him that from that moment on his life would begin to become calm. But when he entered this office, he realized that he must have made a mistake in deciding to speak so brazenly to these people. Anyway, one of the assistants went to Veradin to take him to his boss. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly received a powerful blow from Jin right in the face. Afterwards, he used his magic and started literally yelling at them, because they think they might mock him, but he would like to immediately ensure that this will not happen. The assistant realized that he was apparently a serious person, so he started asking him to calm down a bit, as Sir Alu told him to bring the three of them to him, and that's why he's here. According to the guy, that was the wrong answer. After that, he threw a fireball. After that, he reminded them that he had revealed his name, but Alu still dares to send his subordinates to him? Jin decided to get into that role as much as possible, and said that he would repeat for the last time what he had to do in person, and now he had to do it crawling on all fours at his feet. A few minutes later, Jin's order was carried out, and Alu was already kneeling in front of him, who asked for forgiveness, and at the same time told the boy that it was the same Alu who took care of Tessing. He tried to prove to Jin that he didn't recognize him, and that's why he's very sorry and asks him to forgive him. Jet stood aside at that moment and thought that if someone else was called Veradin Zippel, he would probably have laughed, but this guy in front of him is clearly different. The man immediately realized that his aura was completely different, and the fireball he used was at least level 5. Furthermore, he perfectly understood that being able to use magic above the 5th rank would be difficult for everyone except Zippel. A week ago, when the guys were going to this auction, Jin told them that he was going to pretend to be Veradin Zippel, which Gilly and Murakan clearly didn't expect. Jin believed that even if this Alu knew someone who knew Zippel, it would be some old servant, which meant he wouldn't be able to prove it wasn't Veradin. At this point, Gilly was thinking that the real question was not whether he would be exposed or not, but that if the family found out about this in the future, very unpleasant consequences could result. Jin ordered Alu to stand up and look closely at these 2 books, after which he wanted to hear the man's opinion as to what they could be. Alu assumed these were magical writings and immediately began apologizing for having requested ancient magical writings without Zippel's permission. Jin continued to conduct this dialogue with confidence and told the man that those he brought here were highly valued in his family. Therefore, Jin immediately wanted to ask the man how much money he earned this way, and according to the man, this is an excuse, but he is a martial artist and was stupid enough not to recognize the value of magical writings, and hence the reasons for his bother. Now he could only promise that he would do his best to return them, so he asked for a chance, but Jin believed that it would be better if he returned them himself, rather than relying on a person like him. Therefore, for now, Jin didn't want to hear any more words from him, and ordered the ledger and customer list to be brought to him. And all of this is necessary for his family to start an investigation tomorrow, and from the look on Alu's face, it was clear that he was very scared. Jin understood that this was the end, Because no matter how hard Tessing tried in Arkan's kingdom, he was just a local gang compared to Zippel, and if during the investigation something was revealed that angered Zippel, that would be the end of Tessing. A few seconds later, they were already in Alu's office, and the man was talking about how all these things they saw were up for auction today. Jin didn't really believe that was all there was, so all had to tell him that there were also those that were strictly guarded in the warehouse. After that, he added that these things are kept in the employee's residence, and if Jin allows him to leave temporarily, he can bring them immediately, all of which, according to him, will not take more than 2 hours. But Jin didn't even let the man finish before stopping him and telling him that he didn't need to say such nonsense. Because the young master understood perfectly well that he would destroy important documents, then verify if he was real, and why did Veridin Zippel come here in the first place? Even so, after this brief monologue, Jin decided to let Ala go and told her to do so immediately. Though before the man left, Jin, on Veridin's behalf, reminded him to remember that he was still in his hands. Alu, taking all these words into account, nevertheless turned around and said that he would be back soon, and also asked his assistant to take Sir Veridin to see the warehouse while he was away. And when he got even closer, he ordered his man to keep this guy in the mansion until he returned. As Alu walked out into the hallway, the only thoughts in his head were that this guy is incredibly arrogant, especially when he says he controls everything that happens. Anyway, he was very angry about all this, because during his entire business, he had spent an incredibly large amount of money, so he was going to find a way to buy it back. As soon as Alu left, Murakan started spreading all his things and told his strawberry pie that she could take whatever she wanted, because at least it was all stolen, so there was no need to worry. Books and various things flew from the shelves to the floor, and the assistant who left Ala was shocked by this behavior. Murakan decided to mentally clarify with Jin what the guy would do when Alu realized he was a fake Zippel. Jin replied that it's actually simple. They'll grab what they need and leave before Alu arrives. And during these conversations, the guy suddenly came across a box with a ring inside. After looking for a while, Jin realized that this was the same ring he had been looking for so long. Jilly at that moment decided to ask Jin if they would continue doing such reckless things, as she was still in shock, but instead of answering that question, Jin told her that he would take it as a compliment. The dialogue and search for things were interrupted by Jet, who shouted that he had finally returned here. It turns out he came here so quickly only because he found the slave accounting documents Jin requested. He also tried and wrote down all the birthplaces and ages, and this work pleased Jin, so he thanked him. Therefore, Jin at the same time approached Assistant Alu and told him directly that they were done here. But the man did not want to let them pass, because in his head there was still an order from the boss not to let them leave, so he assured the boy that it would be better if he waited. And besides, the boss would soon bring the books. Although apparently this was a mistake, because before the man had time to finish speaking, Jin immediately struck him. It only took one blow to knock the man out and put him to rest. Jet didn't miss the opportunity to praise the young master who, in his opinion, not only knew how to use magic, but also how to fight, although mentally he didn't understand why Jin had just defeated his subordinate Ala. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jin turned to the man and asked a question he was interested in knowing if Jet had a family. Jet didn't understand what this question was about, but he still said that he had a son, and after that Jin recommended that the man take his son and flee from here immediately, preferably to the Bement Empire, which clearly shocked Jet. Jin also asked him to hand over the accounts to them and present himself as an informant, the only way he could survive with his son. Jet immediately assured him that he was ready to stay with him until the end, although mentally he understood that he had worked incredibly hard for this chance. So he once again asked the guy to let him serve his great causes by his side for the rest of his life. He just wanted to finally succeed. Jin realized that it apparently couldn't be explained simply, so he told Jet that it wasn't Veridin Zippel. What clearly disturbed the man was that it was clear to him that he was almost in tears at this confession. 2 hours later, Alu returned to his office with the information that Veridin Zippel has long silver hair, and is currently in a completely different place. The man's second assistant approached him and carefully tried to tell him that they had obtained information about slaves and other clients. Then they ran away, saying they were finished with testing, each subsequent word of the assistant clearly arousing even more anger in the man. So at one point, he just couldn't take it anymore and threw his assistant's body against the wall. After that, he started yelling at his people to catch all the guys who were free and return these scammers to him. According to him, he would skin them personally, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he was not lying. Murakami wanted to find out from the guy why they were just sitting and playing around, especially around Alu, but Jin believed that they should check if Alu was connected to Runcandel. The Shadow Dragon understood him. Moreover, he still couldn't believe that Alu gave him Chen Mi's grimoire and even gave him a masterpiece. He was literally shocked to see this thing in his hands when he left the auction. Therefore, Murakami was extremely interested in knowing how he discovered something so ancient and managed to get to the place where he could get these things. But before Jin could answer, they began to hear the voices of Alu's people, who didn't hesitate to raise their voices and say that they had finally found them, and therefore it was time to call the boss. And this really infuriated Murakami. So Jin decided the best way to close them was to talk to them. A few minutes later, Alu was already in front of Jin and his friends and said that they were common scammers, and that's why he really found it funny that they actually thought they could escape from him. The man could not contain himself and immediately promised them that he would hang them in the market and make an example of them on how not to deal with the great Alu. That is, he would show them what happens when they associate with the chief of Tessing. In response to these screams, Jin simply began listing the things Alu had stolen: a tome recording the names of Bement's kidnapped slaves, a transaction log with an ancient grimoire the Zeepel family was searching for, and a client register listing all the aristocrats who had turned a blind eye to him. And Jin did all this to finally tell Alu that he would spread all this information around the world, and tomorrow everyone would be following Alu. Considering everything that was said, Jin decided to sum it up and say that, frankly, it's all over, and Alu will soon be destroyed, and obviously all these words made this big guy even more angry. Alu shouted that he wouldn't let them have an easy death, as he would skin him alive, and every time they passed out from the pain, he would wake them up and burn them with fire. But looking at Jin and Murakami, they weren't too afraid of his threats. When this madman finished yelling, Jin turned to Murakami and said that he would like to fight Alu face to face, which disturbed the Shadow Dragon a little, as he also wanted to kill this scoundrel. Alu realized that this little boy was going to compete with him, and so he ordered his people not to stand still and attack immediately while he punished the insolent one. He ordered them to destroy them all and bring the boy back alive so he could fulfill his promise. But apparently not everything will be as simple as they would like, as Murakami did not make much effort to destroy one warrior after another. He literally stood in one place and launched one attack after another, and these big guys couldn't do anything to him. After that, he decided to launch his attack so as not to remain still as an idol. His attacks were so successful that the other guys who hadn't yet entered the battle began to think hard about whether they really needed to, because looking at how their colleagues were running away, they understood that they had little chance of defeating this guy. But on the other hand, Alu yelled at them, who didn't understand why this bunch of idiots stood still and didn't attack. The magicians tried to explain to him that it was useless to fire magic at the moment, as they would only hit their own comrades, and Jin, however, asked Gilly to step back a little. After some time of battle, Jin realized that these guys were all below rank 5, so it wasn't difficult for him to block the attack. Jin couldn't help but notice that he found it much easier to control his abilities after training with Luna, and Gilly was again upset that they never said goodbye to her before leaving. Murakami, however, had already started to get angry with them, because all he saw was that they were weak, that there were simply too many of them. Therefore, he decided to destroy them once and for all, so that his eyes would never again see such shame. Alu and his people clearly did not expect such a turn of events. They were sure that they were ordinary scammers, but they clearly could not know that there were such strong people in front of them. But the chief himself believed that this was just the beginning, so he drew his blades and began to shout. His pupils knew that this meant he was incredibly angry. Jin remained the same calm and simply waited until this big guy finally decided to join the fight and not just hide behind his students' backs. This psychopath got so angry that he started destroying his own people and telling Jin that he was done taking care of all the little things and that now they could finally start a real fight. But first, he would like to know who sent them here. Jin didn't understand why he needed this information if he was going to die anyway, after which he threw the first blow, but Alu managed to block it. The guy realized it would be so simple, because size is radically different from his speed. All Alu was sure of was that he wouldn't get that from a guy who was barely 15. Jin began to realize that apparently the rumors of this level 7 man were actually true. Murakhan also decided to tell Jin that this man would be clearly different from the Vishkel he fought before, as this character would be eager to destroy him once and for all. Therefore, he could only ask Jin to give his all, and most importantly, he asked him not to die. Alu noticed the guy was looking at him, and this angered him even more as he believed Jin was just an ordinary magician who dared to fight him. But when he had to block Jin's attack, the man realized that not everything would be as simple as he thought. Furthermore, when he saw the guy's sword, he realized that he was clearly not just a magician. Therefore, he immediately used all his speed to destroy this guy for the fact that he was blatantly deceiving him all the time. The attacks were incredibly strong and fast, so it was quite difficult for Jin to dodge them, but so far he managed to block them all. But at some point, Alu disappeared from the guy's sight. Jin barely had time to react to the man's blow from behind, although he still suffered some consequences for himself. With such a blow, Alu only managed to inflict a small cut on Jin, but it was still quite unexpected. Jin understood that Alu was very fast, and besides, it was clear that he was not fighting at full strength, but even in this case, it was very difficult for him to deal with the man. Alu, however, continued to shout that the fireball he used at the auction house was just an artifact, and mentally the man couldn't believe he had fallen for such a pathetic trick. But he also perfectly understood that his main problem was clearly not this guy, but the guy who killed all his subordinates single-handedly. So Alu was sure that he was stronger for him, but then he didn't understand why he was just standing there on the sidelines and not attacking. Murakhan at that moment was watching the fight closely and noticed how Jin received several strong blows, but there was still a smile on his face, which was strange to Jilly, who asked again if he definitely wasn't going to do anything about it. She understood perfectly well that perhaps this was the young master's wish, but it still seemed a little early to fight a 7th-rank knight. But Murakhan assured her that it was all right. The Shadow Dragon believed that Jin should know how precious life is. And Murakhan didn't want to say it, but he couldn't believe that Strawberry Pie was thinking that Jin would lose. Jin and Alu, however, continued to fight, and the battle was clearly not the easiest for both swordsmen. But at some point it started to look like the big guy had found the guy's key and was finally ready to destroy him once and for all. Although this was only at first glance, because as soon as Alu approached the guy, Jin used magic and began to say that a long time ago, when Runcandel fought the enemy and was 2 rows lower, it was not at all a hindrance. And now the guy was completely ready to prove it once and for all. After that, Jin released a huge torrent of fire that could destroy any creature. Now Alu realized that Jin actually used magic, and it wasn't just an artifact, but real magic. He looked at the guy and couldn't believe he was a magician and a swordsman at the same time. And Jin wasted no time at this point and gathered the energy needed to destroy Allah once and for all. And he would do this with the help of a spell that helped him summon lightning. Alu was still able to block the blow with his huge sword. After that, he started yelling that all these attempts the guy was making were just ridiculous to him. Therefore, Jin decided to use his new item, which he found in Alu's office. A few seconds later, Jin appeared behind Alu in his new appearance, who would not spare his opponent. Jin was able to take possession of the dark version of his abilities and is now able to summon a shadow shell. Murakhan actually expected this from Jin, because he understood that the guy was using the Mevolta rune. Gilly didn't really understand what the shadow dragon was talking about, so he told her that 1,000 years ago, Mevelta was an item made for Bement, the first emperor, who was the demon's lover. At that time, there was a war. It was a masterpiece that blocks all attacks below level 7. Mevelta rune. Jin understood perfectly that the item would be offered to the Emperor of Bement in 5 years. At the time, academia and the press were in chaos over this helmet, so Jin clearly remembers the place and date it was first discovered. And now, with the help of this item, Jin was able to defeat the 7th-rank swordsman, Allah, whom he wanted to ask one more question before the man died. After that, Jin started saying that he had heard that Alu had connections in the Runcandel family and wanted to know if that was true. In response, he received laughter from Alu, who guessed that Jin Runcandel was standing in front of him. After that, he added in a low voice that Jin had indeed failed, and that in the end, he still wouldn't be able to stop that man. Murakhan didn't understand anything that Madman was saying, but Jin continued the conversation with him anyway. Then the guy repeated once again that he was a 7th-rank martial artist, the head of a gang, and therefore Jin thought he had ties to the Runcandel family. Although Murakhan thought this wasn't as strange as he thought, it seemed to him that one of his ancestors, who was 9th rank, could simply run a bar. Jin himself understood this, but he still wanted to know who this person he was talking about was. He needed to know this, because sooner or later, he would become the head of the family. He thought that if Alu knew who he was, then the fact that he failed probably had something to do with the illusion of the blades, and the reason why he pointed out that he was the youngest, and that he couldn't stop him, was that he was aware of the power struggle between his brothers and sisters. Jin remembered that Yona's older sister left the family, so Jin took her out of the options, as well as Mew, Anna, and the twins, since they are too young and inexperienced. The rest are not smart or diligent enough to do such complicated things. He understood that this was probably the most sensitive person to classification and pulled strings when he learned about his talent early on. Considering all these facts, Jin guessed that this person would probably be the next Runcandel heir, Joshua. After all, it's obvious that there's no one more influential than him anyway. Jin understood that he would soon find out whether he was jumping to conclusions or not. The next day, all the city news outlets reported that Tessing had been eliminated as a result of the joint investigation by the Sepal and Bement families, which obviously brought great joy to the people. And this was not surprising, because it was an evil gang that worried absolutely all innocent people, but it still caused some surprise that it was destroyed in just one day. Reading all of this, Jin realized that Jet had done a great job since they broke up. The young master clearly understood that he would be persecuted by the Sepal and Bement families, and how the guy believed that this was a small price compared to the price of his life, although Murakhan still believed that this trash should have suffered much more pain. One way or another, Sepal and Bement took all the glory, but looking at Jin, he understood that the guy would also gain something in this case, and he was absolutely right, because he received a new artifact in the form of a ring and, on top of everything, he fought with a 7th-rank knight and was even able to defeat him in a real fight. Jilly decided to say that just because he is a 7th-rank knight doesn't mean he meets the standard, and therefore she believed that Jin shouldn't be careless just because Allah was defeated, and next time she believed she should be much more careful. Jin agreed with her, and also didn't forget to point out that thanks to Jet, no one would think to look for them, so the guy suggested they rest before heading to their next destination. And before Murakhan had time to ask where the next destination was, Jin told him that it was Tikan, which had always been an independent city, and as soon as Gilly heard this, she immediately assumed that the reason for this would be 7 colors, and she was absolutely right. Murakhan didn't know what the 7 colors were, and Gilly told him that this was a major information house in Tikan, besides the Runcandel, Sepal, and Bementa information organizations. This was the most reliable place. First, Jin found transportation to this city, and it turned out to be a ship, and as soon as he boarded the ship, he immediately thought that from now on, he needed to set the right goal towards which he would take step by step. After all, the thoughts of things connected to Vishkel Ivliano and Bubar Alu's past, which is connected to Runcandel, the ruins of Cologne, forbidden magic, all these were things he needed to study, and for that, the 7 flowers in Tikan seemed to the guy the most suitable place. After some time on the ship, Murakhan approached Jin to tell him that he had discovered what kind of magic was, what was left of this Chenmi. He believed it was light magic, which clearly surprised Jin, as he had always thought it had disappeared in ancient times. Murakhan also had this opinion, because at that time, Chenmi was an enemy of the Zippel family. They erased from history those who bothered them. This is a characteristic of the Zippel family, and the reason why there are no records, and therefore Murakhan believed that if Jin could not surpass the limit of his energy, then the Runcandel family would become one of the erased in the near future. Therefore, Murakhan decided not to wait long and again show the guy some techniques that will probably soon be very useful to him. And according to the Shadow Dragon, he was looking forward to it because he believed that this might be the magic he needed most at the moment. So he immediately asked him to open his eyes wider and look carefully. Jin understood that he was showing him the magic of light, but the guy honestly didn't understand why it was black. But after a few seconds, he realized that this was just the beginning, because then that black light turned into an incredibly strong and bright light. This magic didn't last long, as Murakhan decided to have some fun, and as soon as he showed this light to the guy, he immediately took it back and started saying that it was simply amazing, as Jin looked at it for just a few seconds, and his eyes were already swollen. Although the guy didn't like these jokes, he still understood that in theory, he could use this for both attack and defense. According to Murakhan, he called this technique a flash drive, and it was Chenmi's most valuable magic. After that, he wanted to know from the guy why he took the second book, which was written in a language incomprehensible even to Murakhan. He was even sure that there would be nothing good inside. Jin really didn't want to answer his questions, so he asked Murakhan to put that book aside because the guy would deal with it a little later. A week later, they finally arrived in that same city, and Jilly was incredibly surprised by the beauty of this city. Tikan was truly one of the most beautiful cities in the empire, because it was a city on a small island in the north of the central continent, which was not associated with either the Runcandel family or the Sepel family. Even though it has a small population, it is still a popular tourist destination because in this city, you can see the ocean from anywhere in the city. As soon as they arrived at the port, it became immediately obvious to them that the entire city was alive, just like the name of this place. It was immediately clear that this was a truly independent city. Jilly suggested that we first find accommodation for the night in this place, and Jin completely agreed with her, so he suggested that we first go to the city center. Suddenly, Murakhan entered their dialogue, which again turned to the city center, even though Jin had told him many times not to do that. But he was more interested in the place where they would live, as he didn't want the guy to choose any basement. Murakhan once again repeated to Jin that absolutely no one cares about him, so he can transform anywhere. But apparently he wasn't entirely right, as they noticed how a little girl was looking at them, who noticed how the cat turned into a person. So she went over to ask her uncle how he did it. Murakhan and Gilly clearly didn't expect such a turn of events, so they didn't know how to respond to this girl. But the girl kept repeating it over and over again, and asked her to teach her to do the same. Jin had to treat this girl to ice cream and persuade her to forget everything she had just seen, and he also tried to convince her that a cat simply cannot turn into a person. But she continued to be sure that it wasn't her imagination and saw how the black cat turned into an uncle. Jin tried to prove to her that he wasn't lying, but the girl clearly didn't even intend to listen to him and continued to say otherwise. The guy realized that he couldn't fool her, so he asked the girl to pretend for a bit that she didn't see anything because he bought her ice cream, but the girl immediately told him that she wouldn't lie to just anyone. Jilly had no idea what to do in this situation, as they thought she was lost, so they took her to the garrison, but the girl perfectly understood that if rumors spread there, they could fall into the hands of the Sepel family. Murakhan tried to prove to his strawberry pie that no one would believe that child, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the expression on Jilly's face, which made him clearly understand that if he had listened to the young master, nothing would have happened at all. Suddenly they stopped near the information center and Julia started talking about how she didn't like the garrison. They tried to find out what was going on, but the girl wouldn't say a word to them. Julia simply repeated that she didn't like him because they were bothering her mother and bothering her. Jilly suggested they use violence and exploit ordinary people, and Jean, in turn, thought the child's mother might be a criminal. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted after one of the guards saw Julia and shouted that the leader needed to be brought here because young Mrs. Julia was here. Jin was surprised that the man knew this child, but according to this guard, this is the daughter of their leader, so he knows her more than that. Julia interrupted Jean's thoughts with her screams when she saw her mother finally leave the information center. Looking at this woman, Jin understood that occupying the position of leader of this center is clearly not the only thing this woman does. Although she looked quite intimidating, but not to her daughter, whom she was extremely happy to see. The woman immediately reminded the girl that she had already asked her not to stray from home, but Julia didn't know what to do, as her mother didn't want to play with her, although the woman tried to explain to her that she was just busy with work, and as soon as she was free, they could play. After that, she decided, albeit belatedly, to introduce herself as Alicia Badger, who held the position of garrison leader in Tikan. The guy introduced himself as Jean Grey and added that they were just passing through. Alicia immediately started talking about how she should at least somehow thank them for bringing her daughter home, so Jean decided not to waste any time and immediately asked the woman to recommend a place where it would be better to stay. Before the woman could answer this question, Julia decided to say something in her mother's ear. After that, she asked for paper and pen so she could write something. It turned out that Alicia had written a letter of recommendation with the garrison leader's seal, which meant that no matter where they went, if they demonstrated themselves, they would be treated well. Also, Alicia didn't forget to thank the guy again for finding her daughter, and Jean in response did the same and said that she clearly helped them. As soon as Jean and his friends left, Julia, without thinking much, told her mother that the cat had become a person, but those people tried to hide it from her. So she decided to pretend that she believed them, but in reality she didn't, and this action made her mother very happy. Although in her mind, Alicia still thought that apparently this man was capable of using the transformation, and she, like no one else, knew that only dragons could do this ability. That same night, the boys were able to stay at a very nice place, and Jilly immediately started talking about how excellent the service here was, as she only received such service when she was in Hufester. Murakan completely agreed with her, as this hotel even had a soft bed. That's the power of a letter of recommendation. They had no idea that things would go so well in Tikan, and that so much luck would befall them immediately after their arrival. Jilly suddenly turned to the young master and asked if she could have ice cream like Julia, because she heard it was quite a popular food in Tikan. Jin immediately told her that she didn't need to ask him such things and just take whatever she wanted. After the guy told her this, not even a minute passed before the girl left the room to buy the ice cream she wanted so much. Much time had passed since they left Runcandel Palace, and every day Jin began to feel as if they had rested. At some point, he decided that he first needed to find a person, because in his mind he perfectly understood that 7 Colors was Tikan's best information house. And in his heart, there is someone nicknamed the Noble Sword of Kashmir. This is a famous swordsman who is on everyone's lips. Jin knew that he was recommended for the role of teacher of the initial sword skill Runcandel, and this is the only information known to the house. But after 10 years, he will reveal that he is actually the Emperor of Bement, and will use the information gathered thanks to the 7 flowers. After that, he will receive ruling and sovereign power from Bement, the Sipel, and Runcandel families, after which he will gain support as the first king of the independent country of Tikan. A meticulous man, Jin understood that he was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had enough skill to hide for so long, so in the guy's opinion, he could support him as the top of the 7 flowers. The only problem is that Jin doesn't know how to approach him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jilly burst into the room and began saying that apparently they had problems. According to her, there is no one in the building. All the staff and guests have disappeared. But before she could finish speaking, someone suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed the girl by the shoulder. It was the same noble cashmere sword Jin was thinking of, and the guy was about to invade this place. Jin honestly didn't understand what he was doing here, so he didn't even have time to notice how Murakan, who was sitting next to him, jumped out of his chair. He literally went crazy as soon as he saw how this cheeky guy insulted his strawberry pie. Jin tried to shout at him and stop him, but looking at the fact that Murakan had already started to assume his true form, it was clear that the shadow dragon was going to destroy this guy. Murakan made it clear to him that there was no need to do that, and that they were not some kind of servant to him that he could invade like that. At this moment, Jin was still thinking about what the cashmere sword could have forgotten here. After all, it seemed to him that he should not have any work in Arkan at that moment, and they did not create any trouble, as they had just arrived in Tikan. Most importantly, he was not alone. He had a small army with him that, if attacked, would simply trample them. Considering all this, Jin once again asked Murakan to calm down, because if he starts a battle, he will definitely lose, as there is clearly very little room for him here. Furthermore, Gilly and he might also suffer if Murakan suddenly decides to start this battle. Apparently Murakan still heard Jin, so he returned to his human form again to ask the cashmere sword if he knows who Murakan is. It seemed to Murakan that the guy in front of him was simply looking down on everyone because he had a sword on his belt and 6 were following him, although the guy tried to explain that he had misunderstood him. This answer clearly didn't suit Murakan, and he wanted to hear a completely different answer, but apparently they wouldn't give it to him, so Jin asked the shadow dragon to finally calm down, because what he had done was clear enough. After that, he turned to the cashmere sword and asked him to calm down and put the sword away, if, of course, he came without malicious intent. Then, when they calmed down a bit, Jin started talking about how he knew the guy because he had heard a lot about him. This was quite unexpected for him, and in response, he would like to ask the guy who he is. This time, Jin decided to use his real last name to introduce himself, so without much doubt, he said his name was Jin Runcandel. Murakan and Jilly didn't really understand this decision, but Jin apparently acted according to the intended plan, and immediately after introducing himself, the guy said they had something to talk about, then suggested moving to a more suitable place. As soon as they sat down in such a place, Jin first thanked Sir Kashmir for recalling the soldiers. It seemed to him a fall of confidence. Kashmir himself at that moment thought that he had taken all these soldiers because he had heard about the threat of a dragon appearing in the city. But now he realized that it was a big mistake, because it angered the dragon even more, because he was sure that this frivolous man was the dragon, because such strong pressure clearly could not be created by one person. Although the most interesting thing is that if it weren't for this young man, if he hadn't stopped this dragon, everyone would have ended up in the other world. The only one he had met before was Gilly. They saw her when he was expelled from Bament's palace, and he still remembers the exceptional skills she demonstrated in the training room. But now he doesn't feel her aura, and how is she connected to all these guys? And Sir Kashmir began by saying that he believes Jin is indeed from the Runcandel family, but he has doubts about it. His first question was about the dragon, because he didn't understand why the guy was with him, because everyone knows that since ancient times dragons only deal with magicians who have a contract with God, or someone who has a special power. So, given all these facts, Kashmir would like to ask Jin if his family knows about the dragon. Jin, without much hesitation, replied that his family didn't know about it, and as soon as Kashmir heard this, he began to say that if this were discovered, it would clearly start chaos in the family. But what was most surprising to him was the fact that Jin so easily shared a secret that could easily cost him his life. The young master, in response to this, immediately said that what is really important here is not that he is Runcandel, but why did Sir Kashmir come to the dragon? Kashmir told the guy that since Jin had told him his secret, he would tell him his too, as they discovered that the reason was that they met his daughter Julia, who told how she saw a cat that turned into a man. The man immediately added that her daughter is no ordinary child. She is Asmilla's contractor. Jin couldn't believe what he was saying about Julia being the goddess of the eyes, and Kashmir confirmed this and added that there was simply no way her daughter would realize anything was wrong. The young master heard this and decided to ask Kashmir a question, because he probably knows that there are many influential people in the world who want to become Asmilla contractors, so he was interested to know if he was afraid to start them in this business. But before Jin had time to finish his question, Murakhan suddenly tensed up and said that there was something wrong with Kashmir's story, because his daughter was actually a contractor. So where was her dragon? Because he clearly didn't feel its energy around her. Murakhan also added that Asmilla's dragons are known to be overly protective of the contractor, so he didn't believe he would leave her alone. The man lowered his head and could only say that Julia's guardian dragon disappeared unexpectedly a year ago, and most likely the Sepal family or the Bement Empire had a hand in it. But these were just his guesses. Murakhan literally boiled when he heard these words, for he believed that a dragon so stupid that it could be kidnapped had not yet been born. Suddenly he calmed down and repeated again that it happened a year ago, as if remembering something. After that, he started saying that if Julia was really Asmilla's contractor, it means that without a dragon at that age, she would probably go mad and become incapacitated, or even die. Sir Kashmir clearly didn't expect to hear this, and it showed in his eyes. But Murakhan wasn't done yet, and added that Asmilla's contractors are able to see the future. The shadow dragon spoke about what people don't know, but this vision causes great damage to the dragon's psyche. But now Julia is too small to distinguish a dream from reality, so nothing special happened. Murakhan said, all this means that if she continues to see the future without protection, as is happening now, then within a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. He further said that the issue here is the principle of causality, because whoever knows the future must follow it, and if he does not do so, the punishment of Asmilla begins. That is, the contractors who violate this rule will finally be destroyed. And looking at the expression on Sir Kashmir's face, Murakhan realized he had hit the nail on the head when he added that from the beginning his daughter had lived in a world clearly different from theirs. Anyway, all Murakhan could advise him was to find his guardian dragon as soon as possible and return it to the child. There is simply no other way. These words made Kashmir get up from the table and sit on his knees, after which he began to talk about how he runs the Seven Flowers Information Center and is confident in his abilities, but for a whole year he has not been able to find the guardian dragon. Murakhan understood what he was getting into and immediately guessed that in fact the encounter with his daughter upon arriving in Tikhan was not just a coincidence. It was obvious to the shadow dragon that Asmilla was asking for help for her young contractor. Then Sir Kashmir decided to ask the great dragon for help, but Murakhan immediately told him not to do so because he could do nothing about it. And the fact is that first he had to ask their leader, that is Jin, for help. First, the young master asked Sir Kashmir to stand up. Although they had just met, the matter still concerned the child's life. So, to begin with, he asked him not to go crazy, after which he himself invited the man to look for Julia's guardian together. Sir Kashmir could not contain himself, and in response to these words he immediately told Jin that he would not forget his kindness, while mentally he could not believe that everything turned out even better than he had planned. Although, on the other hand, he understood that if even the Seven Flowers couldn't find his location, then they would have to turn to the Sepal family or the Runcandel family for help, but that would be quite troublesome. Murakhan, at this point, interrupted his thoughts to clarify whether Tikhan was accidentally included in the Sepal family's possession, but according to Jin, Tikhan is just a city that is not attached to anyone. After that, Murakhan turned to Kashmir and started telling him that if they were such capable guys, then they probably should have information about dragons, and Kashmir agreed with him, because they actually knew what kind of dragon it was and what continent it was on. Then Murakhan immediately asked to give him all the information about the dragons of the Bement Empire. The shadow dragon believed that this method he was going to use was something like his last chance, because in truth, there was nothing that the dragons didn't know. At this moment, Mrs. Kakantel was enjoying her drink when she was suddenly interrupted. It was Enya who brought news about Sir Jin, which she found incredible, as she was the same age as him, yet he had already managed to reach 5th place. Mrs. Kakantel reminded her that she is also a contractor of God and therefore can be equal to him. The woman further added that, unlike the family child with the black-haired guardian, she is a contractor of Olta, the goddess of time, who was but stopped suddenly and could not finish speaking because she was overcome with fear. After a slight stupor, she immediately ordered the girl to lock herself in her house and not come out until she returned to her. Enya immediately realized that something had clearly happened, but according to Mrs. Kakantel, it was nothing serious, just a stain that the woman had to deal with. Murakhan was flying incredibly fast, so after a few minutes of flying, he told Jin that they would soon arrive at the location. After that, he said he would approach and release his energy, then the dragons of Bement would appear, at least he thought so. But before doing so, he asked Jin to hide well, so as not to be seen. Murakhan got as close to the water as possible and began what they had just discussed. Some time ago, Kashmir gave Murakhan and Jin a list of active dragons in Bement territory. When Murakhan read this list, he was a little surprised to see that some dragons were hidden in such unobvious places. Jin, looking at him, noticed that apparently some nuances had appeared since the man was talking about it so uncertainly. Murakhan assured him that there were no problems. The only caveat might be that this matter could be a bit dangerous, as this is the dragon's personal matter. But before they set out on this task, Sir Kashmir once again decided to thank the Shadow Dragon for his help. He was so excited that he decided to say directly that he was actually entrusting his daughter's salvation to Murakhan's hands and hoped he could save his daughter. Before leaving, the Shadow Dragon decided to tell Kashmir 2 things. Firstly, from today until his daughter's dragon returns, he must tire his daughter all day long, and if she is exhausted, Asmil's power will naturally weaken, and when she wakes up, he will need to play with her again. In fact, he must do anything to make her tired and fall asleep. The man understood him perfectly and repeated this point in his head. After that, he wanted to know what second thing Murakhan wanted to tell him. The second request was for him to bring ice cream, since one of the team members couldn't eat it because of him. Jilly couldn't believe what she heard, even though she had always known that Sir Murakhan was very kind. Murakhan thought she wanted ice cream, but what the girl really meant was that he had just said so many things to Sir Kashmir, and all of this was done just to calm him down, although Murakhan himself clearly didn't realize it. Jin recalled this situation as Murakhan performed his ritual, and the guy thought his black dragon was just pretending not to care about people, even though he was actually very caring and affectionate. His thoughts were interrupted after Murakhan informed him that the dragons he had summoned were approaching him. As he looked closer, he saw that Labus and Untiel were flying towards them, but the main problem was that he offended them more. Then he asked Jin to put on his helmet first. Jin couldn't even imagine how many times Murakhan had beaten them, that they literally jumped here after hearing his energy. According to the Shadow Dragon of old, those who flew into his territory were beaten in that very second, and these guys were one of those he punished multiple times. Therefore, one of them immediately recognized Murakhan and immediately started yelling at him, because he was extremely interested in finding out why he was here. Murakhan didn't hide the fact that he had some things to do, so he woke up from his long sleep, and here he is to ask for help. It was clear that these dragons were thinking hard and were unsure whether they should help Murakhan. So, after some thought, they told him that they didn't know what his problem was, but they believed that now was not the best time for it, so they asked him to take care of himself and leave immediately, as his young contract soldiers were nearby in this territory, and they didn't want to cause trouble in the seas of Bement. Without thinking much, Murakhan asked them a question in response, in which he wanted to know how they dared to order him to retreat, because he, Murakhan, has nowhere to run under this sky. But these words only further angered his old friends, who once again told him that he had better run away and do it immediately. Murakhan stood there and didn't understand why they were so determined, so they told him that the energy Murakhan released was causing chaos. Furthermore, They were sure that Runcandel was already flying here to destroy Murakhan. Jin understood that if they were talking about the silver dragon Runcandel, then the guy wanted to immediately find out what kind of relationship Murakhan had with the guardian dragon of the god of time, Ulti. Jin clearly didn't expect such a response, because Murakhan informed him that she was actually his ex-girlfriend. And as Murakhan was telling this, his two dragon friends kept begging him to leave, because his hired soldiers are still young, and therefore can easily die if they fall into hot hands. Besides, he has the chance to leave before the other dragons discover that he has awakened. But apparently it was already too late, because Murakhan felt a strong energy very close, so he immediately decided to ask Jin to hold on as tightly as possible. And as soon as he said that, he had to dodge the strongest attack that was inflicted on him. Two of his old acquaintances immediately fled and told Murakhan that they would curse him for the rest of their lives. Murakhan could only ask Jin not to let his guard down, because those blows would come at him again and again. Jin immediately realized that she was using an absolute skill of level 8 or even higher, but the main question he wanted to know the answer to was, how many times could she do this? The first thing Mrs. Runcandel said to Murakhan when she saw him was that he was an incredibly nasty dragon that not even death could fix, so she didn't understand how he dared show himself here. Jin tried to figure out if they should fight this monster now, but Murakhan believed they simply had no choice. Then the guy decided to find out how long their relationship lasted, since he says she is his ex, and if you believe the dragon, then they dated for about 500 years. By human standards, it seemed to him like about 5 years. Anyway, Murakhan asked the guy when he got a chance he would have to stab her with bradamant. It seemed to Jin that she was still going too far when she communicated like this with Murakhan, but the shadow dragon decided to explain to Jin that apparently he didn't understand that the dragon never communicates with those who are of a lower level than him. So when the going gets tough, he gathers his forces and wreaks havoc all at once. Runcandel immediately told him that if Murakhan was going to run away, then there was no point in him doing so, because it was too late, and she would finally be able to catch him. She wouldn't even listen to him, and wanted to destroy him right here in the sea, even though Murakhan tried with all his might to stop her, so they could still try to talk and resolve the problem. He told her that he understood perfectly that she hated him, but he tried to convey to her that it was not so important now, so he first asked her to do what was really important. But all these words went clearly past Runcandel, who wouldn't even listen to him and simply continued to prepare to attack again. And she succeeded. A few seconds later, she delivered another very powerful blow to Murakhan, which he managed to dodge at the last second. Although it was quite obvious that she wouldn't stop there, and Runcandel would clearly continue to try to destroy her ex-boyfriend. And at one point, she even managed to land a direct blow, which even hit Murakhan. Then she tried to tear a piece off of him, but she couldn't, because the shadow dragon managed to dodge in time. Murakhan still couldn't believe that she had gone so crazy that she was ready to literally destroy him. But apparently she wouldn't even listen to him, she just wanted to destroy him, so she attacked again. He had to avoid this blow using his dark abilities. So he still managed to gain some time. Jin believed that it was not in vain that he went with him, because if it weren't for the guy now, then Murakhan probably wouldn't have been able to use shadow abilities, and then would have died at the hands of Runcandel. But the shadow dragon didn't think so. He was sure that there was no way he would die, no matter how strong Runcandel was. In any case, he understood perfectly well that it was very difficult to approach her, as it was simply not possible to convince her, and he needed to find another way to calm her down. At that moment, she told him that using shadow energy clearly wouldn't help him, and he might not even try. After that, she began to curse him and tell him that he had become too stupid to understand that he was too weak and how wrong he was if he thought he was in the same shape as before. Murakhan didn't say anything in that regard. He just tried to say again that it would be better to stop now and get this over with for old time's sake, because in fact he only came here because he wanted to ask something. Runcandel wasn't even going to listen to him, especially when he mentioned the old days. After that sentence, she immediately became even more angry and started telling him that if she remembered what happened before, then she definitely wouldn't stop at just tearing him apart. Murakhan realized that talking and trying to reach an agreement in this case was simply useless, so he decided to attack while Runcandel was distracted and actually managed to do so. But even at that moment he asked her to calm down, because he honestly didn't understand why she would go so far when all they had done was break up. Runcandel could not tolerate this for long and immediately retaliated against Murakhan with the words that they broke up for a reason, because that is why she beats him. But all of this was to distract Runcandel so that Jin could later enter the battle. Entering this battle, the young master only thought that this dragon's outer shell was so strong that not even Murakhan could bite through it, so if he managed to do so, it would be incredibly difficult. However, not everything is so bad, as there is a place where Murakhan has already delivered a successful blow, in which even his dark energy remains, so Jin decided that this was the place he should attack. Therefore, as soon as he had the opportunity, he launched this attack and simultaneously released an incredibly large amount of dark energy to strengthen his strike. Even Murakhan didn't expect such a strong blow from Jin, as the guy managed to cut off one of Runcandell's hands with just one blow. When Murakhan caught him, he assumed that the guy had exhausted all his energy, but even so, the shadow dragon believed that the guy had done a great job. Now Murakhan will hope that she has calmed down at least a little after such a blow. These words made Jin go into a state of shock, as he couldn't believe that this might not be enough to calm her down. Murakhan replied that an ordinary dragon would probably die, but Runcandel, according to him, is completely different, because dragons that can control time do not die so easily. He also added to Jin that they might actually disappear while fighting this dragon, so it's not that simple. Jin, looking at all this, couldn't believe that she was actually able to go back in time. Murakhan added that this is why power and magic are separated, but he immediately asked the guy not to worry too much, because even though this is a scam, it also consumes a lot of energy. But just in case, he asked Jin not to move, and that's what the guy did. Runcandel assumed her human form, and Murakhan hoped that she had finally calmed down a bit. He didn't know that she still had feelings to the point of going crazy, although it seemed to him that they had parted in a positive way. Runcandel couldn't take it anymore and started screaming again because, according to her, Murakhan simply left her without even having a chance to talk, and she couldn't believe that he considered the farewell on a good note. Murakhan noticed that she got even more irritated when they talked about breaking up, so he decided to say that he didn't cheat on her. It just happened that way. It seemed to him that their characters didn't match. Jin couldn't believe that he was now standing there listening to the conversation between two dragons that had lived for over 1,000 years anyway. Murakhan was trying to convey to her that he didn't come here to fight. He came here to ask her something. But before they began, Runcandel suddenly wanted to know if this man wasn't Solderet's contractor by any chance. Murakhan, in response to this, immediately said that now it is not so important, because one of them is in danger. Runcandel was unpleasant when he said one of them, because she had long considered him an outcast. After all, he once destroyed an incredibly large number of dragons, and now he's trying to claim he's one of them. In response to this, Murakhan said that among everyone he destroyed were his older brother's enemies, and he did it because of someone he didn't even know. After that, he realized that it was apparently a mistake to come here and ask Runcandel something. It seemed to him that it would be better to ask another dragon, and as soon as he turned to leave, the girl stopped him. She wanted to say that when she sees him, she always gets emotional, so she asked him to ask her what he wanted, and that was it. Murakhan didn't miss the opportunity to talk to her normally, so he told her that recently, one of Osmila's guardian dragons had disappeared, and finally Jin could wait until they got to the main topic. Runcandel actually understood what they were talking about, and could only say that Vuletta had taken this child recently. From what Jin knew, Vuletta was the wind dragon, the lord and guardian dragon of the Zippel family Prince Andre, and this could mean that the Zippels are to blame for everything again. Runcandel was also pretty sure they said they would teach Latri dragon language magic. But to continue this conversation, Runcandel suggested first changing location, because they could go back a bit, and then they would bypass the trap and be able to enter Bement. So she invited them to her house so they could discuss everything calmly. In the forest on the outskirts of Bement, there was a small house where Runcandel lived. The first thing Jin did when they sat down at the table was introduce himself and talk about the fact that he was Solderet's contractor. But before he could finish speaking, Runcandel interrupted him and said that he knew that, and also that he was a descendant of Tamar. Furthermore, she knows that he is Runcandel's youngest son, which surprised Murakhan as he had no idea how she could know that. Runcandel didn't understand his surprise, as the guy clearly emanated the same energy as Tamar, with whom they had often been together for 1,000 years. And she actually assumed he was the youngest, but looking at the guardian dragon's reaction, she realized she was right. Anyway, that's not what they're talking about now, and she suggested getting back to the main topic and said that Violetta took Latri a year ago. Murakhan thought that the fact that they had taken her to study dragon magic didn't sound very good, but Runcandel assured him that it could actually be true. In response to this, Murakhan told her that Osmilla's current contractor is too young to control the power, so Runcandel suggested the same as Murakhan a few hours ago, that without a guardian dragon it would be too dangerous. She further told Murakhan that when Violetta took Latri, she stopped on the outskirts of Bement and said she would introduce Latri to her, but she remained obsessed with her contractor, and so at one point she asked Runcandel to agree to meet her without any strings attached. Reason just once. According to Runcandel, she simply had no other choice, as the identity of her contractor had already been revealed, and since there are so many people here, she had to look for someone close to Sepel among Bement's high-ranking officials. Jin chimed in and once again said that the identity of his contractor had been revealed, but Osmilla's contractor, as far as he knew, had not been revealed, and so it seemed quite suspicious to him how they had discovered this and approached Latri. Murakhan completely agreed with him, because it also seemed strange to him. Why could the magic of recognizing the contractor be created while he was sleeping? Runcandel immediately said that this was impossible, because no one can know the contract until the contractor personally shows strength. Jin believed that this way they could benefit in two ways. First, they could minimize the danger and destroy the contractors outside their territories. And second, if they destroy the contractor, the Sepel family may have the opportunity to enter into a contract with God. In fact, this wasn't just an opportunity to secure a contract, so Jin was sure they had a certain method. In his past life, a contractor from Ulta, the goddess of time, officially appeared in the stone statue, and 10 years later, from that day on, the hired worker became a purebred Sepel. Therefore, he was almost certain that they could make a contract with God if they destroyed the contractor, and that is why Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped, as he had not heard anything about Princess Chikana in his past life. But Runcandel still could not accept this fact, because it seemed to him that they already had too many soldiers hired. Jin interrupted her and said that he didn't know what dragons were like, but he asked them to believe that people's greed has no limit, and even if they reach the top, they will not be satisfied and will do more. They are also people who have ruled for thousands of years, and no matter what they do, it is not strange at all. Therefore, the young master was sure that the elite was clearly plotting something, but he couldn't understand why Runcandel pretended that he supposedly knew nothing about it. At first, Jin assumed that she was simply afraid of the Sepel family, so she didn't want to tell them anything. Murakhan interrupted the guy to say that everyone knows about the Sepel family's greed, and on top of that, he hates to admit it, but they are all capable people. So considering all that, he told her that there is actually nothing wrong with being careful, and he won't ask for help if she is really scared. All these words just made her laugh so hard. She literally couldn't stop and laughed for a long time. All of this was because of Murakhan's words. She realized that he had changed a lot during their separation. She never would have thought that she would hear something like this from him. Anyway, when she calmed down, Runcandel said he would order his contractor to escape first. She wanted to see Violetta and find out the whole truth, because she understood perfectly well that if what they were saying was true, then they were probably looking for an opportunity right now, and if she called, they would definitely come now. Furthermore, she is indebted to Tamar, as one of her descendants is here, and this brings back memories of the old days that she misses so much. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Enya, who burst into the house and shouted that she had finally returned. First of all, the girl wanted to know who these people were and what did they forget here. Kikantel believed that the girl entered the house at the right time, and this was a great chance to introduce her to them. She told Jin and Murakan that this was Enya, a contractor of the goddess of time, Ulta. And in response, she introduced her old friend Murakan and his contractor whom he protects, Jin Runcandel. As soon as she heard that Jin Runcandel was sitting in front of her, she couldn't believe it for a while. Kikantel forgot to tell the guy that Enya was his fan, but she didn't have time to do that, as the girl herself would literally have jumped a little further at Gin with the words that she so dreamed of meeting him. Kikantel suggested that the girl maintain her dignity as a contractor and not behave like that, but apparently the girl didn't care at all about the woman's words. After that, she came to her senses and asked for forgiveness, because when she saw Master Jin in person, whom she had only seen in the papers, she was a little confused, although it was already late. But even so, she decided to introduce herself, and then saying her name, she said that she was a commoner from the academy. All Jean knew about Alt was that she valued the blood of hired soldiers, and apparently this girl was very talented since she chose her. So the guy replied that actually she didn't need to apologize, as he believed there was no need to be ashamed of such an enthusiastic greeting. And as soon as she finished speaking, Kikantel once again reminded the girl that she had forbidden her to leave the house, but for some reason the girl did it again, so she would like to know the reason. Enya said, in a low voice, that she was very sad and alone at home, so she thought she would feel better if she saw Kikantel. But suddenly, young Master Jin appeared before her eyes, so she believed that she had made the right choice when she came here. Jin at this moment was thinking that the Bement nobility probably bullied Enya, and that's why the guy never got involved with those people even during his past life. Anyway, Jin approached Miss Enya to say that the real reason he came here was because there was a possibility that someone was stalking her. Therefore, he would like to immediately invite her to go with him so that he can always protect her. These words made Enya go into a state of shock, so she simply remained silent for a while. And then her state changed to an emotional outburst. She began to scream with joy that she would finally be taken out of here, and Jin Runcandel himself would do it. Kikantel tried to stop the girl, but apparently it was completely useless. After all, she's already reached the point where she agrees to go wherever the guy tells her to. She even started praying to the goddess of time until Kikantel approached the girl to calm her down. The woman carefully knocked her out. Apparently she understood perfectly well that this was the only way to calm her down. According to Kikantel, she was always very worried that the girl wouldn't want to go, but it seemed like she was worrying in vain, because seeing her like that, the woman realized that Enya would follow the guy to Runcandel's basement prison. Jin didn't understand what she was talking about. After all, he doesn't know about any prison. Kikantel told the guy that he really shouldn't pretend, because there's also a dragon here. Now Jin didn't understand anything. Therefore, the woman had to tell Jin that the reason she said she would help him was not for his or Enya's safety. The main reason was Murakan, who fell asleep while they were talking. The woman believed he had become too weak, and in that state she was sure he simply wouldn't be able to resist Vuletta. So if they still have to fight her, only she will do it. Jin couldn't believe Vuletta was so strong, and Kikantel confirmed it, saying that Murakan was definitely no match for her now, and she thought so because all of Kikantel's attacks would have been empty for Murakan 1,000 years ago. And as soon as the woman started talking about it, she decided to tell Jin that they both needed to hide somewhere before Vuletta arrived, and as an option she offered her house. Jin didn't mind, if only Kikantel herself wanted to, but the woman immediately told the guy that he would have to convince that dragon to calm down, as it seemed to her that he would definitely start causing trouble, because this was her ex's house. At that moment, Jin thought that, compared to his first impression, she was quite affectionate, so he decided to happily agree to her conditions. As soon as they talked, she said that Enya would wake up in about 10 seconds, and then asked him to carefully explain the whole situation to her, although it seemed to Jin that the girl would be unconscious for a long time because she hit her quite hard. But apparently, he will have to go back on his words because the girl opened her eyes exactly 10 seconds later. Therefore, looking at the girls, Runcandel explained to them that there are things in this world that go beyond common sense and reasoning. As Jin began to explain to the girl what was happening, she finally realized that someone was hunting Tikan's hired soldiers, and from what Enya understood, she could become the next target. She believed him without a doubt, because to her he was young Master Jin, and besides, to her it was all very romantic. Jin tried to tell her that she couldn't see things that way, but she still thought it was better to think positively, so she had to say goodbye to her family and Tikan, so she wanted to know when they would leave. The guy told her that it all depends on her. Enya thought for a bit, and decided that then she would be ready to leave tomorrow, as the only family she has is her 7-year-old younger brother and an elderly dog. Runcandel told her that since she understood everything, then it would be better for her to leave and start getting ready, and the girl completely agreed with her. After she left, Runcandel decided that she would tell the academy that Enya was just sick, because if she said she was quitting, they would probably start an investigation. In that case, they only had to worry about Violetta when suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door. And as Runcandel approached the doors, she heard the voice of a man who had come to ask for firewood, although the woman thought it was a somewhat strange request. Because there were so many trees around, she was still going to open the door. Until at a certain point she was stopped by Jin, who once again asked the woman if she really thought that man had come to collect firewood. For example, he was sure that the person outside probably belonged to Bement's Special Affairs Department. Runcandel had no idea why these people were here, although it was obvious to Jin that they came here because of Enya. Besides, he knew that they would be watching this place from now on, and they would probably also want to check out any strangers, which she brought with her. All these words clearly made Runcandel very angry, because what she hated most was when someone watched her, so she opened the front door not in a good mood. And the man who was knocking on the door realized this quickly, because as soon as the woman left the house, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. After that, she ordered him to tell only the truth, and then asked a question in which she wanted to find out if he was from Bement's Special Affairs Department. But instead of answering, the man tried to ask why she was doing this, but the woman suddenly heard some strange sound behind her. And as soon as she turned around, she saw another guy who was wearing a mask, who asked the woman to let go of this pathetic guy, because if she decides to destroy him, then another police officer from the Special Affairs Department will arrive to continue his work. Runcandel didn't torture him and immediately let this guy go, because he realized that the real goal was now right in front of him. And she understood that if she needed to destroy someone, it would be him, and then they wouldn't come to her house anymore. But when she delivered a strong blow to this guy's head, he didn't even bother to block it in any way. He just stood there, and a few seconds after that blow, he said that since she needed it so much, she could hit him. The main thing was that it would make her feel better. Jin, looking at all this, couldn't even think that he would be okay after such a blow, so it was immediately clear that he was no ordinary person from the Special Affairs Department. He also immediately noticed the red mask that only group leaders from the Bement Special Affairs Department could wear. Furthermore, he owns a curved sword. Based on these facts, Jin came to the conclusion that it could only be a person who fits that description. And this man is probably the Emperor's right-hand man, the leader of the third group of the Bement Special Affairs Department, whose code name is Rez, a man who in Runcandel is called Good with the Sword. He is the one who is undoubtedly strong, and Rez is at least the 8th rank in the flow of his energy. Taking this into account, Jin understood that covering his face with the Multa rune was clearly not a mistake. Rez at that moment decided to apologize to Runcandel, and he decided to say that they simply had no other choice but to do this to confirm the identity of the guests who entered. And since they managed to confirm this, they would immediately pack their bags and leave. But Runcandel believed that they couldn't just leave after breaking into his house so blatantly. In response to these words, Rez reminded him that Miss Enya had just left this house in a hurry. And considering all the facts, he would like to ask Runcandel if she thinks it is too dangerous for a girl to come back so late alone. Rez didn't wait for her answer and told the woman that if they fight now, then most likely the woman will win. But in this case, she clearly won't be able to help Miss Enya if something happens to her in such a short time. So taking all this into account, Rez would like to know if she still wants to continue. He suspected the answer would be no, so he decided to simply leave her house. But before leaving, Runcandel decided to tell him not to forget that next time he would have to put at risk what he valued so much. The woman wanted to convey to him that everything he defended with his life, he should prepare to lose everything for what he did today. As soon as they left the house, Rez told his assistant that he had confirmed the presence of the smugglers and would therefore like to know their identities immediately. He added that at this time all observations of the Silver Dragon will be suspended. This surprised his assistant a lot, as it seemed to him that they should monitor Runcandell's actions. The leader in response to this made it clear to him that if they provoked the Silver Dragon even more, it would only get worse for them, so he would take full responsibility and told them to come back again. Though mentally he was sure they were clearly planning something. Therefore, he added that everyone would be in danger, so he once again ordered them to stop watching closely until any unusual movement appeared. Runcandel was very angry after meeting Rez. She felt guilty for leaving Enya in this miserable city. It was very easy for her to imagine what would have happened if it weren't for Jin and Murakan. Jin commented in response that it was good that they could avoid that for now, so he suggested making Miss Enya's care their top priority, which Runcandel quickly agreed to. But she decided to add that they should leave tomorrow morning, because she wasn't sure if Enya would be safe. The next morning, they were already close to the beach from where they would leave at any minute. Jin said at that moment that it was a great relief to him to know that a merchant ship was heading to Tikan. He also thought it was important to say that there was nothing to worry about because he had given the captain a lot of money, so he definitely wouldn't neglect Enya. Besides, Murakan will accompany her, so there's no need to worry. But actually, that was why she was worried, but she simply didn't see any other way out. So she decided to contact Violetta right now, and Jin could meet with her as soon as Murakan returned. A week later, Murakan was already near Runcandell's house and still couldn't decide to go in. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who first told his guardian dragon that he had done a good job. In response, Murakan could only say that Runcandel was much tougher than he could imagine. With these words, he provoked Jin to find out what happened. Murakan told the guy that the two of them built this house when they were still together, so he knows why she asked them to stay here. Jin, hearing all this, believed that his cold heart had simply begun to melt. But these words made Murakan even more angry, as he believed that this was clearly something ridiculous, and even if he was right, it would be incredible to revive the old, difficult feelings. He believed they were just memories. He remembered what it was like 1,000 years ago, in the exact same house, the good old days with Tamar and Runcandel. Suddenly, his story was interrupted at a certain point by the fact that his head began to throb. Suddenly, in a moment, out of nowhere, Runcandel also appeared, who was very sorry that he had stopped. Although she still decided to assume that he was tired from the short flight, that was why he was behaving like this. All these words angered Murakan even more, and he asked her to shut up because he didn't consider himself a weakling. Anyway, she came here to tell me that a reply had arrived from Violetta, and according to her, it would be tomorrow night on a desert island off the north coast of Bement. First, Murakan wanted to know from Runcandel what she would do when she saw Violetta, and according to her, she was going to tell her that she called her to find out the location of the guardian dragon. Well, if she decided to pretend to be innocent, then Runcandel would beat her up. Murakan liked her answer, after which he added that if it were his son, he would simply avoid such an annoying situation. But in her case, there is no Enya, so she can do whatever she wants. Runcandel once again decided to explain to Murakan that he could not do anything, because she would fight alone, and his help was clearly not needed. These words drove him even more crazy, because it seemed to him that she sympathized with him, although the woman assured that she did not mean anything like that. The next day, when they came to this meeting, Jin and Murakan hid and just watched, and the guy at that moment thought that they were unlikely to come alone, because if they really stole Latria and were planning to conclude a deal in a suspicious way, then it seemed to him that they would most likely come fully prepared. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice, which said that it was a great honor for him, as he could not even think that he would meet the silver dragon of time Runcandel. After that, he finally decided to introduce himself, and as it turned out his name was Winddragon, the prince of the Zippel family and Melcher's contractor, Andre Zippel. Runcandel was clearly not happy with this turn of events, as he thought Vullet would come alone. In response, she received a dubious story. According to her, when she received the letter, she was with Andre, and as she was interested in the story of the contract soldier Olta, Andre also seemed very interested. So, considering all these facts, she would just like to ask for the Silver Dragon's understanding. Runcandel realized that she had been very rude lately. Valletta clearly did not want to hear all of this, and so he suggested that she move on to the main topic of discussion, as he believed that she clearly had something to talk about, for example, about the Olta contract. First of all, the Silver Dragon wanted to ask her where Ratturi was now. This made Valletta even more angry as she decided that she had been tricked now. Runcandel became even more angry and began to yell at Valletta to give him an answer to his question, as she herself guessed that she had taken Ratturi a year ago, and since then, Asmila's contractor had not been able to find his protector dragon. Valletta could only smile in response, as she didn't know what answer would satisfy her, but she could assure her that everything was fine with Ratturi. Those words were the last straw before Runcandel lost control, as she hated it when someone started mocking her, but Valletta didn't care about her shouting. She still kept saying that it was better for her not to interfere in Zippel's affairs. The Silver Dragon couldn't believe she'd actually stolen from a dragon who knew nothing about the world. Jin and Murakan, hearing all this, weren't happy either. But apparently she won't need to listen for long, as Valletta is tired of hearing all of this and has decided to end this dialogue immediately. Valletta allowed herself to make an offer to Runcandel, in which she wanted Runcandel to give her the contract, and in exchange, she would allow him to live. But all these words seemed like more nonsense. Runcandel believed that she was just an old lizard, which she clearly would not be afraid of, and as soon as she uttered these words, Valletta immediately attacked her. But it was obvious that such an elementary blow did no serious damage to the Silver Dragon, and Vanessa realized this when she heard Runcandell's voice, who began to say that he also had an offer for her. The gist of this proposal was that she would like Vanessa to return Ratturi to her right now, and then perhaps she would allow her to leave without pain. After these words, Andre Zippel started laughing a lot, although there was no specific reason for it. Ultimately, he was glad that Runcandel had been able to repel Valletta's blows so easily, and now it seemed to him that he would finally be able to give his all and fight a worthy opponent. After that, he used a skill called Mana Release, and it was known that few people possessed this skill. This was the first time Jin had seen something like this after his rebirth, because at the time he was observing the mana of a 9th-rank mage. Andre Zippel, all that was known about his strength was that in his past life, Jin testified that he was from the wealthy Zippel family. Therefore, he believed they had a good opportunity to finally see what this person's level really was. Andre Zippel, in turn, was preparing a new attack, which Runcandel understood would be better to dodge, as he was probably on a completely different level than Vanessa. At some point, Runcandel found that she literally could not move. Her wings and ability to fly seemed to have evaporated. At that moment, Vanessa began to say that apparently the wind had moved away from Runcandel, and now she could not fly, but according to her this is normal, as all the wind on this island belongs to her. She considered herself the wind goddess of Melcher, and no one dares to fly without her permission, or so she thought. And now that her opponent was finally immobilized, she could deliver the final blow and forget about the silver dragon once and for all. After a few seconds, she finally delivered her blow, which was called Furious Thunder. Jin had already started to panic and asked Murakami to intervene in this battle, as it seemed to him that everything was critical, but the shadow dragon remained still and asked the man to calm down, as in his opinion, it was too early to intervene. After that, he added that Runcandel was complacent from the beginning of the battle, but more importantly, that his opponents greatly overestimated his strength. And apparently Murakami knew his old friend well, who used one of his strongest abilities to repel the attack. The essence of this attack was to literally stop time, which gave him the opportunity to think a little about how to counterattack. Even Andrei Ziepel was enchanted. He didn't hesitate to say that it had been a long time since he had seen a force that could control time and even stop magic. But suddenly he had to calm down, because he heard a voice coming from the side, which convinced him that today she would shut her filthy mouth. The Ziepels never liked threats against them, so he immediately turned to Vuleta and ordered her to begin creating the next attack. But Vuleta, unfortunately for them, couldn't even move, and in the face of all this, she began to understand that Runcandel was apparently using the power of time control. Apparently, she realized this too late, because Runcandel retaliated, which threw Vuleta and Andrei back. But Runcandel wouldn't stop there either, so gathering strength, she would literally bite Vuleta's head off. Runcandel launched attack after attack, slowly destroying his opponent, and with each passing second, it became clear who would emerge victorious from this battle. Andrei realized they literally had no chance, so he began begging the silver dragon to stop. Runcandel wasn't going to listen to him, he just asked him to shut up, and he also didn't forget to tell him that he would be next. Although mentally she still understood that she had taken care of Vuleta, the problem was that she was using too much power, and to destroy the wizard, she would need Murakami and Jin. Andrei, in turn, took out another sphere from his cloak and began to tell Runcandel that he had warned her, but she herself decided to go that far, although he did not deny the fact that such behavior is only appropriate for the strong. Murakami couldn't believe he was actually seeing a primitive stone with his own eyes. Jin noticed the fear in his guardian dragon's eyes, and apparently it was all because of that stone, which, according to Murakami, should have been destroyed many years ago. He had no idea where Andrei got this stone, but either way, with this stone, he is incredibly strong, and defeating him clearly won't be as easy as it seems. After Andrei summoned this monster, he began to tell Runcandel that she was born as a silver dragon of time and lived as if she had always been the strongest. But now he told her that she was clearly mistaken, because people, dragons, and even gods, in the end, everything falls into the hands of Ziepel. And right now, all she needs is to stop denying it and finally accept this fact. The primordial stone, when danger befell the world, the gods created it as a safety measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the stone, which contained the powers of all the gods, was destroyed by those same gods, because it was so powerful that it could easily destroy the world. Murakami literally went mad at the thought that the stone that was supposed to be destroyed was now in the hands of a magician. While they were talking, Andrei had already landed the first blow to Runcandell's body, and unfortunately, she was unable to block it. The man was going to show the dragon where his place was, and in this place the weak would fall before the strong. But Murakami didn't think so, so he undoubtedly entered the battle and first of all told Andrei not to touch Runcandel. As soon as Ziepel saw the black dragon, he decided to assume that he was Murakami, the guardian of the Runcandel family, and the guy standing next to him is apparently his contractor. Jin took off his hood and Andrei recognized him. He was the youngest of the Runcandel family, who had recently left home. Now that he realized this, he suddenly said that he originally came here to pick up the contractor Ulta, but now his appetite has clearly increased. But before the real battle began, he decided to wake his sleeping friend to even the odds a bit. After the monster Andrei whispered something in Vuleta's ear, she miraculously woke up, even taking into account the critical blows Runcandel dealt her. But now, looking at her body and Vuleta in general, it was safe to say that her strength had clearly increased, and she was no longer the same dragon she had been 10 minutes ago. Without much thought, she immediately decided to face him in Murakami, whom she had not seen for a long time, but all this time she had dreamed of facing him in a fair fight. Murakami understood perfectly that it was not Wonessa, it was a corpse, Andrei's puppet, which he used for battle, so he asked her not to interfere in the battle and to disappear. But in response to these words, she could only offer him another blow with her power. Murakami at this moment could only use his shadow disappearance technique to avoid such a blow. Wonessa didn't expect this, but she immediately said that it was actually a good thing, because she would be very disappointed if he turned out to be too weak. She believed that after this battle, she would be remembered as the one who was able to destroy the legend. In turn, she asked her to stop deceiving herself with empty hopes, as this would definitely not happen. Andrei, however, invited Runcandel to also continue the battle, although he wanted to be a little more gentle with her, but since she had already seen this face, he would still have to destroy her. He also didn't forget Jin Runcandel, who was also there all this time. The guy tried to attack silently so that Andrei wouldn't notice, but it wasn't that easy to do. But he still tried, even though Andrei yelled at him that the child's intervention wouldn't change anything anyway. They rushed at each other with attacks prepared in advance and wanted to destroy each other. Jin was ready to go all the way, when suddenly he heard Murakami's voice, who yelled at the guy to dodge and not go all the way. But apparently Murakami shouted at him too late because Wonessa managed to hit Jin with her tail at the last moment. It was a pretty strong and, most importantly, unexpected blow that caused a lot of damage to the guy. But that wasn't his main problem, because at that moment the huge snake, Andrei, was approaching him, which would finish the guy off once and for all. Jin realized that the situation was more than critical, so he took out his pendant. And he crushed it right in his hands, only he understood what was about to happen. As soon as he did so, a huge stream of light immediately appeared in front of him. And a few seconds later, he heard the voice of his sister Luna, who was quite surprised that the guy had finally contacted her, and this made her think that he was apparently in a very difficult situation. Andrei couldn't believe his eyes when he actually saw the Runcandel family's white whale in front of him. Luna immediately saw the prince of the Zippel family and the wind dragon in front of her, so she agreed with Jin that this was clear enough to ask her for help. To begin with, she praised him for fighting well against them, after which she wanted to ask how he was feeling. Jin knew very well that she was exaggerating, because he was clearly barely able to defend himself in battle against them. But still, despite all this, he was extremely grateful that she had come. Luna listened to her brother, then decided to turn to Zippel. Who did she want to know about, or would he continue pretending to be stupid? After all, would she really want him to explain why he got involved with her younger brother in battle? At that moment, Jin understood perfectly well that his opponents were the prince of the Zippel family and the wind dragon, who had been revived by an artifact with the power of God, and given all this, it was obvious that even his sister would have a hard time dealing with them. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Murakami, who invited the boy to retreat, and while doing so, he asked the boy for forgiveness for not being able to block the wind dragon's blow. In any case, he believed he had a wonderful sister because if she had arrived a second later, Jin would hardly have survived. Andrei finally spoke and said that for him the appearance of the white whale was indeed an unexpected change, but with that he only confirmed that the Runcandel family broke the oath to the Zippel family because his younger brother, Jin Runcandel, used magic, and he assured her that the Zippel family would not forget this, to which Luna asked him not to worry about it. After all, the fact is that she was sure that he would never be able to convey this news to his family. These words apparently hurt the man greatly because he didn't understand how such an insignificant girl could dare to behave like this, so he was going to immediately teach her a lesson. Luna responded with just one blow, which destroyed her monster into tiny pieces. After that, she added that all the members of the Zippel family she had met in her entire life were talkative, and as she expected, Prince Zippel was no different from the rest. She added that it was a good thing he decided to leave the dragon in its original form, as in this case there would be more room for the cut. These words forced Vuletta to transform into her human form, and even though Andrei asked her not to, she was still going to deal with Luna alone. and she would do this with the help of her staff, which contained the power of the dragon and the power of the Saipel family's magic. Looking at this monster, Luna understood that this power was not magic. It was more like power, but above all, like the energy of a family of demons. But considering all these points, she understood why the Wind Dragon was trying his best, because he needed time to use this artifact properly. This meant that the prince of the Zeepel family and the Wind Dragon were relying on such a pitiful tool. She was surprised to see that they were seriously considering that such a pitiful thing could actually save them. At this point, the conversations concluded, and the Wind Dragon immediately launched an attack, which Luna managed to easily dodge. Vanessa tried to say that a girl like Luna shouldn't dare say anything to them, as they are capable of slandering her, but apparently she will have to take hers back, as Luna launched a counterattack that almost destroyed the Wind Dragon. They fought quite evenly, and it seemed like there was clearly no favorite in this battle. At least that was how it was at first glance. But in reality, with each passing second, the moon was getting closer and closer to its victory. And at one point, she was even able to deliver a blow so strong that the Wind Dragon fell to its knees, and after that, it is unlikely to be able to continue fighting. In the end, Luna concluded that this was his limit, and he could hardly show her anything else, so she would just get it over with. And for that, she decided to use Runcandel's third finishing move, which is also known as a meteor shower, which is capable of destroying any living being in this world. Jin, at that moment, remembered the words of his uncle, who told him during training that if one word could describe his family's sword technique, then that word would be the word dominance, because it is destructive and merciless. Therefore, he believed that there was no specific technique for the Runcandel sword. The only thing they could use to destroy it was a secret technique and a finishing move. And now he is watching the third final movement, which was called the meteor shower. Looking at this blow, Jin could only think that it was beautiful and at the same time incredibly destructive. Vanessa covered Andre with her body so he wouldn't be hit, and meanwhile, the man stood still on the ground because he couldn't believe it either. It seemed to her that this was simply impossible because Luna does not use the power of her contracting god or some ancient artifact. This is her power. He had never seen such a strong person capable of having so much strength. His thoughts were interrupted by Vanessa, who repeated to him that he must survive, because if he is still alive, they can still win. Furthermore, they still possessed the Devil Stone, so they could still turn the tide of the game, because even if Vanessa died now while protecting her, he would still be able to resurrect her with her help. Her words still reached Andre, and he finally realized that this really wasn't the end, because as long as he had this Devil Stone, he would definitely not die. He believed that if he had it, he would still be a god who could not be defeated by any girl. Looking at what Luna had just done, she came to the conclusion that she was actually still a long way from her father's sword-fighting technique. But even in that case, she believed that Jin would benefit from all of this. She believed that by looking at her strength, it would provoke him to improve his skills every day, and one day he would be able to become stronger for her and perhaps stronger for his father. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a demon appeared out of nowhere, whose heart was that same demon stone. Luna understood that her enemy was still alive, and the girl even admitted that her pride was a little hurt, and if this continued, she would probably get angry while her younger brother watched. In response, the demon began to emit a very unpleasant sound that hurt the ears, and it was very difficult to remain calm around such a monster. Jin didn't fully understand what was happening, but Murakan finally understood everything. According to him, the Zippels had just used contractors to create a primitive stone. It is like a weapon with which you can go against the will of the gods, although it is also worth noting that this stone is clearly of poor quality. But even so, he was still very dangerous, so Murakan warned him that they should be extremely careful. And faced with all this, Murakan decided that they needed to leave immediately, even though Jin tried to stop him. Jin believed that they had to fight too, and they couldn't leave someone so dangerous to their older sister, but Murakan had a completely different opinion. He believed that his sister could handle it alone. And if they stay here, they will obviously only get in the way and cause her some discomfort. After making a contract with Solderet and being reborn, he met Murakan, and it was now clear to Jin that he apparently had more power and luck from the start than anyone else. But now, when he looked at himself, at a person who would retreat without a chance to fight back, it all reminded him of a situation from his past life. So from that second on, he decided that he didn't want to feel helpless anymore, and for that, he needed to become much stronger. Murakan, looking at the guy, understood that he was clearly not afraid. Moreover, he was angry at everything he had just seen. This made him proud of the guy. After all, Murakan, like no one else, knew how important fighting spirit is, so he mentally asked Jin not to lose it, and if he continues with the same spirit, he will soon be able to become the best. Until then, he, as your guardian dragon, will try to protect you. The moon at this moment told this demon that if he thinks that his form has changed and now he can destroy it, then that is definitely not the case. The demon didn't respond to Luna's words, it simply decided to attack her. Although she managed to avoid this attack, the demon still decided to shout that there were 12 gods with him, and the girl, it seemed, had nothing but a sword, which was too big for her. He believed that the best option for her would be to admit and finally give up, because even if her father was right in front of her, he would also lose. Luna wasn't verbose in her answer, so she simply said that for a swordsman, one sword is enough. After that, she added that if he uses the magic he has accumulated throughout his life, he will only be able to see half of his combat techniques. And now she would show him how strong a sharp sword was against something as pathetic as him. The demon couldn't believe he'd been seeing a red aura in front of him his entire life. He'd fought countless knights, but this was actually the first time he'd seen such a thing. But on the other hand, he understood that it wasn't actually that important, as he had already reached the god level, so he was going to show this self-confident girl where she belonged. As he screamed and tried to prove that he was the strongest, Luna used her strongest blow, which could cut this demon into 2 pieces. But not everything was so simple, and this demon actually turned out to be much stronger than she expected. So at one point, she realized that if she didn't think about anything, this core would literally suck her in like a black hole. Suddenly, she heard the voice of her brother Jin, who flew to the battlefield in Murakan. He would help her, and then they flew closer so she could grab his hand. Luna never imagined that her younger brother would save her today, but apparently it was a mistake to rule out that option. Rez said that a strange vortex also consumed the nearby area, and a large amount of mana was discovered around this area. He also reported that people were also involved in this, but above all, the magical power of the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon was felt, so their department suspects that it is Wuleta of the Zipel family. But the most important thing is that apparently the Wind Dragon lost in this fight and still died. Regarding the human mana, they believe these were hired soldiers and their guardian dragons, and the sinister energy points to what they are creating. After this story, Reza's boss immediately wanted to know what happened to Andre, but according to the man, they are still studying the matter. And this made the man quite angry, and he banged on the table. After that, he said he had noticed that recently a lot of things had started to be removed from the reports, and that he was concerned that they had not yet determined who Cantel's guests were that day. Rez tried to say he wasn't forgiven, but apparently that wasn't what his captain wanted to hear. After a brief pause, the man asked Rez to make sure they didn't give anything to the press, and if they couldn't find Enya that night, he asked them to file a missing persons report. He also didn't forget to order more people from the Special Affairs Department to be sent to the Zipel territory, and at the same time, they should ensure that they were strong enough. Rez listened to all this attentively, and after the man finished, he promised that he would definitely meet all of Emperor Bement Amir's expectations. Bubar and Vishekel said that there was a great battle on the coast between the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon, as a result of which the island disappeared and a whirlpool formed in the place of the island, so they were sure that it was a broken demon stone. Bubar didn't understand how they dared to destroy his creation like that, because he told them not to use it so carelessly until it was completed. He was eating and talking at the same time, so his interlocutor was not very pleased to learn that he could not forgive them, and so suggested that he go there immediately to reprimand those stupid magicians. Vishkel agreed with him and mentally thought that the Zippels had really made a mess. Because of them, he would have to postpone the destruction of this pig. Anyway, according to their information, the leader is extremely angry about this and wants to reconsider the alliance with the Zippel family, so they should ignore them for now. Keliak, however, could not believe that Andre Zippel had died. His guardian dragon told Keliak that he should leave with Vuletto, and he also took the demon stone with him. Keliak believed that either the silver dragon's power exceeded his expectations or that someone else was involved. He remembered that it was the shadow dragon that destroyed the graveyard giant in Kinzello. And then he thought it might be Murakan's sister, because if that's her power, then that explains everything. She wouldn't be scared by the Devil Stone. Furthermore, Misha is no stranger to Murakan's ex-girlfriend. Khadun assumed that Keliak wanted him to find her, but immediately reminded him that if the black dragons wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them. But he asked him to immediately stop being a child, because that was far from the case. Anyway, Khadun wanted to know how he was feeling, even though his younger brother had died. Of course, she was quite sad, but she knew it would happen anyway, although she was surprised to learn that he had recently attended Chiron's banquet unannounced. Jilly carefully opened the doors to see who had arrived. And what a surprise she was when she saw Jin and everyone else there. She stood at the entrance, rooted to the spot, and couldn't believe her eyes. Jin decided to distract her a bit and asked her to cook something for them since they hadn't eaten anything while flying here. But the girl couldn't resist and fainted when she saw that the moon was there too. The first thing to do was take her to her quarters so she could get some rest, and Luna immediately realized the fact that apparently Nanny Gina clearly didn't understand something. But she immediately added that this means she is very worried about Jin, which in turn means she is a very good nanny, but the guy himself believed she was too good for him. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by Sir Kashmir, who arrived immediately upon hearing that Jin and Murakan had returned from their mission. Jin decided to first introduce his sister Luna Runcandel. The girl herself had heard a lot about Sir Kashmir. The noble sword is apparently very famous in the Runcandel family. Kashmir couldn't believe the girl knew him, and he was even more embarrassed that she called him a noble sword, because it was a great honor for him. The other person was Miss Enya's guardian dragon, the silver dragon, Kikantel. Kashmir didn't expect to see another dragon here, so the first thing he did was step aside as a sign of respect, after which he introduced himself as Kashmir, the chief of the 7 Flowers and an acquaintance of Master Jin. Kikantel didn't care about all these greetings and so on. She just wanted to know where Enya was. Kashmir, in response to this, said that 3 hours ago Latrius returned and is now with her daughter and Enya. But what's even stranger to Kashmir is that Latrius has no memories of her disappearance, which also surprised Jin. When Latrius got home, he didn't understand why everyone was so scared and why everyone was telling him that he was missing, because all he remembers is that Vuletta told him that they wouldn't teach him the dragon magic language. According to Kashmir, Latrius is in very good condition to say that he was threatened by the Zippel family, so he started to think that maybe he wasn't really kidnapped, but Quikantel said that was definitely not the case, because she personally received Zippel's confession. Murakan could only say that they were sweeping away the evidence, and it seemed to him that they were probably erasing everything related to the Devil Stone, including Latria's memories. It's the Zippel family's specialty. When things don't go as planned, they erase everything. Only Jin didn't understand what they were trying to achieve in this case, because it seemed to him that the reason here wasn't just the Devil Stone, and why did they make an imitation of a primitive stone? Murakan believed that everything here is really simple. They want to become gods. It seemed to him that they wanted to gather all the forces of the existing gods and then destroy all who stood against them, to become the only gods who would rule the world. Kashmir asked them to rest for now, and in the meantime she would study as much as she could with the power of the 7 Flowers, and she also invited Miss Cantel to accompany her to the place where Miss Enya was now. At that moment, Jilly came to her senses and turned to the young master, but Murakan immediately ordered her to lie down and stay there until the strawberry pie got better. Jilly didn't remember why she lost consciousness, but when she saw Luna again, she realized why. The same reason caused the girl to fall unconscious again, which angered Murakan even more. After some time, Luna told Jin that after he destroyed the notorious underground gang Tessing, Tikan became an independent and safe city, and she also did not forget to remember that the prince of the Zippel family and Vuletta were also destroyed only thanks to him. He achieved all of this in 2 months for the title of reserve captain. She even said that he used magic without official confirmation. All of this together adds up to an incredible feat. Jilly at that moment decided to say that it seemed to her that everything was over when Miss Luna caught them. She had no idea that the girl already knew everything. Luna herself believed that she could close her eyes to this, but she immediately warned them that they should be careful with their heads. According to the older sister, their father already knows everything. He is aware of the incident in Tessing before Andre's death. She was also sure that later he would know about her intervention. Upon hearing this, Gilly thought that things were very bad for them. But Jin believed that not everything was as bad as Luna described, and besides, he had a certain plan in mind. According to the young master, he plans to meet his father together with his older sister. Even Luna didn't expect such a decision, as she didn't quite understand why he would do it. After that, she told him that he was apparently crazy, because it seemed to him that he should not do anything while his father turned a blind eye to it. But the guy believed that he needed to meet with his father to warn him that the Zippel family was in the middle of executing the plan to attack the Runcandel family. Luna suggested that if it was about the Devil Stone, it would be best if she told him, and also reminded him that if the reserve captain returned home without permission, he would basically have to refuse the captain's exam. Jin believed that he would still find out that all of this happened because of him, and since everything had come to this, it seemed to him that it would still be better if he talked to him. Besides, if he used it, then he would be able to make a deal with his father. Luna, of course, understood what he was talking about, but she immediately assured him that if he continued doing this, his father would probably destroy him. In response, Jin could only tell her that when the time comes, he believes his older sister will stop him. She looked him straight in the eye and said she now understood why Jilly was so difficult with him, why even his own family was afraid of him. But even so, Luna decided to agree to this adventure, and so she wanted to ask the guy when they were going to leave. Jin planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow, and Luna agreed with him, as she also believed it was best to advance as quickly as possible. Luna added that since their family was made up of people busy fighting with each other, she should at least be a good family member to him. So she wants to become a sister who will be her shield. And since she knows the younger brother on the other side, she was sure that he had clearly already invented something, and looking at the expression on her brother's face, she understood that it was so. As soon as Jin appeared at home, he was immediately attacked by his brothers and sisters, who didn't understand how he, as a reserve captain, dared to enter the sword garden. Enna and Mu believed that this was a result of their elder sister's condescension, because he was shirking the responsibility of the reserve captain, and she approved of this. Luna, looking at this whole circus, understood that they were well prepared, although she had already expected it. Maria was shocked that the youngest decided to renounce his right to the title of captain. It seemed to her that he simply decided to check what would happen after his death. She simply could not find any other reason. But she herself disliked it even more because she wanted so much to fight him when he grew up, and now everything would be lost. First, they wanted to ask Luna why she brought him here, but she confidently told them that he himself wanted to come here. Upon hearing this, they began to tell her that she had to stop him, as she couldn't be reckless just because he was like that. Luna has always had trouble getting along with her sister Runtia, so she decided to just find out where her father is at the moment. Runtia didn't want to believe that the youngest came here just to see his father. But before she had time to finish speaking, Luna confirmed and asked again where her father was. Vigo intervened in this dialogue and began shouting again that apparently Jin just wanted to die, since he came here for that reason. Runtia decided not to stop him, and simply let Jin enter the palace with the words that her father was currently in his office. After that, she turned to Luna and said that she, as the first captain, should lay down her arms. In response, Luna looked at her with a wild look and wanted to know what would happen if she didn't want to do this. They immediately prepared for battle and told her that this was her last chance to surrender, otherwise they could not be responsible for her safety. Jin, before entering, once again addressed Luna and told her that he, as a member of the Runcandel family, as the patriarch's son, had come to tell her something, then assured her that nothing bad would happen. The guy knew perfectly well that the others didn't understand his father either, and even that the reserve captain's return to his family was against the rules. The father will not worry about such trifles if he only has the opportunity to explain himself, like last time. But apparently everything won't be like last time, because as soon as Jin reached out to knock on his father's door, it literally exploded in front of his nose. After that, Jin heard his father's voice, who told him that it seemed he had overestimated his son because he had definitely given him 5 years before returning. But he did this long before, so Chiron would like to know the reason for such a return. At that moment, Jin thought he had seen this before, that his father's energy could completely destroy its target, using only the aura of his sword. In any case, his father wanted to hear the answer to his question and immediately assured the boy that he would not ask twice. Jin first decided to say that he, as a son, didn't need a reason to see his father, but mentally the guy was sure that he couldn't apologize, even if there was a chance of dying. He also realized that he needed to be confident but not arrogant, so he said again that he came because he wanted to see his father. In the man's mind, such an answer was not entirely off-putting. He had never heard it from his children before, so it was unusual. But anyway, he told Jin that it was really stupid to say such a thing, because he would never believe that the guy became soft after going out to the world. But Jin assured him that it was definitely not because of going out to the world. The world. According to Jin, he always loved his father, so he didn't mind seeing him. But immediately after these words, he had to cover his face with his hand because of the incredibly strong aura that literally stunned the guy. Jin understood perfectly that at that moment, bloodlust prevailed within his father. But the guy still didn't understand what he said wrong, because he said it quite confidently and clearly. Suddenly, the man told him that he almost laughed at those words, because he did not expect to hear such a thing. But he was fed up with this nonsense. Now he wanted to hear from Jin why he was really here. In response to this, Jin mentioned that the prince of the Zappel family, who insulted him during the banquet, Andre, died. Hearing this, Chiron did not want to believe that Jin destroyed him. But the guy wasn't going to talk about it. He immediately said that it was his sister Luna who did it, and he simply created an opportunity for it. But he is here not only for that reason, because he has a few more things he would like to tell, if that is of interest to the man. Chiron couldn't help but notice that this was incredibly arrogant of the man, but he still allowed him to report what he knew. After listening to the guy for a bit, Chiron decided he wanted to tell him that there might be turmoil in the Zappel family since their deputy boss had died. Jin continued talking and finally said that Andre is not the real vice chief. After that, Jin added that although his older sister Luna was quite strong, for the prince of the only family that can surpass Runcandel, he was too weak, though again he agreed that this could just be his thoughts. But suddenly Chiron spoke and told Jin that he was right. This guy was just a prince, but not a deputy, and he knew it. Chiron had always known there was someone else behind Keliak, however. He immediately said that this was not information he could share with him, but Jin was happy that he had at least confirmed his suspicions, especially since Jin had not yet told him about most of the important details. According to Jin, they used a strange artifact and Andre called it the Devil Stone. According to the information gathered by Jin, this is an imitation of the primitive stone that the gods created long ago. The father thought for a while and asked Jin, or did Murakan tell him this? The guy didn't know his father had such information, but it turned out the man also knew he could use magic too. Jin always knew that one day his father would learn about magic, but he didn't know that his father knew about Murakan. This made Chiron laugh quite loudly, as everything he said about Murakami was just an assumption, and in fact, Jin himself confirmed this information. Jin realized he had made a mistake by saying that, and his father, however, couldn't believe that the guy had actually turned the great black dragon into a simple cat. In any case, Chiron praised his son for discovering quite important information, and for that reason he would like to talk to Luna, because in his mind, he understood that Zeepel went too far with the creation of this stone. But what is more dangerous is that this power is incredibly enormous if used correctly. He immediately became interested in knowing if the kings of the Black Sea knew about this, as they were a fragment of the primordial stone, and therefore he was sure that if they knew about this, they would probably do something. So he decided that he urgently needed to visit the Black Sea. He also told his son that he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he had disobeyed the rules, but he understood that this clearly would not be enough for the guy, so he allowed him to tell him one thing he wants to achieve. Jin expected this to happen, so he prepared his wish earlier, and that wish was that he would like his father to ban any member of Runcandel from entering the independent city of Tikan for a while. Chiron understood perfectly well that this was apparently the place where Jin had seriously settled at the moment. But before the man fulfills his request, he would like Jin to pass the test he will give him, and that task was to make Kashmir one of his people, then return to his father and prove it to him. Well, if Jin can do this, then Chiron won't allow any member of the Runcandel family to set foot on Tikan territory without his permission. The time limit for this task was exactly 1 year, during which time Chiron would like to see evidence that Kashmir is now on their side. But before Chiron had time to agree to the terms, Kashmir was already in front of him, staring at Runcandel's head with both eyes. Chiron himself was a little shocked that Jin was able to complete this task so quickly, because once upon a time he himself wanted Kashmir to be one of his teachers, but he was too arrogant, so nothing worked out for him. Kashmir at this moment could only think that Chiron Runcandel was the strongest knight in the world. Moreover, in his head, he called him the most worthy person in the entire world. Moreover, he had indigestion just by looking at him. But then he realized that he was just a guest of young Master Jin, and therefore shouldn't be afraid of Chiron Runcandel. Therefore, he again decided to bow as a sign of respect, and Chiron immediately realized that it was he who was called the noble sword Kashmir, but the knight himself asked the chief of Runcandel to omit all these formalities and call him simply Kashmir. Jin joined the dialogue, wanting to tell his father that his relationship with Sir Kashmir was like a common destiny. And since he had proven his relationship with him, Jin believed it was time for his father to fulfill his promise. When Kashmir heard the word common destiny, he assumed that in Chiron's head at that moment were thoughts that Tikan had finally become part of the Runcandel family, which he didn't like very much. In response to Jin's words, all Chiron could say was that he was indeed a treacherous child who was calm even after he managed to deceive his father. Jin didn't understand what his father was talking about because he never wanted to deceive his father, and besides, he was lucky. In any case, it doesn't matter anymore, because Chiron himself agreed that Jin was able to pass the test, and from now on, no Runcandel will enter Tikan territory without his permission. Kashmir couldn't believe he actually heard such words, and now she finally understood what the words to share fate meant. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Chiron, who told Jin that if he had nothing else to say, then he could leave, because right now he would like to talk to Kashmir face to face. Jin didn't argue with his father, and decided it would be best for him to wait for Sir Kashmir outside the palace. Tikan's noble sword was clearly not ready for such a change. He certainly wouldn't want to speak to Chiron Runcandel one-on-one, but apparently he simply had no other option. As soon as Jin left his father's office, Tona's brothers immediately ran to him, wanting to learn how to do this from their younger brother. They also wanted to know why he was making so much noise. At that moment, Jin, looking at them, realized that they had apparently been hiding somewhere all this time because of the bad weather. Jin realized that this was the best time to ask his brothers for a request, which concerned the cadets of his faction. he would like Ton's brothers to take care of them until he returned. They didn't fully understand what they needed to do, but Jin didn't care. He had already turned around and started to leave. They couldn't believe he could be so calm after meeting his father, although on the other hand, he always seemed to be like that, so they weren't that surprised anymore. After leaving the palace, the first thing he did was turn to Luna and tell her that her father had invited her in so he could learn a few things about that day. Other brothers and sisters couldn't believe that their younger brother was still alive, and how could he smile after talking to his father? As they shouted, Jin noticed that Sir Kashmir had also left after talking to his father, and the guy first asked how their conversation went. Kashmir told him the conversation went much better than he expected. Mu continued to shout, and this time she did it towards Kashmir, as she did not know who he was and therefore believed that he was a stranger who had illegally entered the territory of the Sword Garden. Renusha suddenly asked him to shut his mouth, as he realized that the boss had finished what he wanted, which meant they didn't need to go any further. Jin wanted to thank his older sister before leaving for his hard work, for which he will always be indebted to her, but she assured him that all he could say was thank you. Before he left, he told her that he planned to dive into training for a while, and she fully supported his decision, so she just wished him good luck and asked him to be as careful as possible. After that, he turned to his other older brothers and sisters and promised them that they would see each other soon. A month later, in the underground training hall of the Kashmir Mansion, in the 30th duel between Jean and Alicia Badger, the guy managed to lose for the 30th time. But he wasn't going to give up, and with each fight, he demanded revenge. Early the next year, the Zeepel family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Vuletta. Since the reasons for their death were not disclosed, rumors began to spread that they were destroyed due to internal political problems. It was also said that they might have died in a battle with the Cold Group. They also decided to spread the rumor that they disturbed Emperor Bement, for which they were destroyed. However, all the inhabitants of the empire believed the most common rumor, that they died in battle with the Runcandel family. Therefore, people expected the outbreak of war between Zeepel and Runcandel and began to argue whether the sword or magic would win. But the answer to this question would be who and when the existing neutral forces would turn their backs. So the heads of both families began to receive gifts and offers of support from various families. Thus, the chief of Runcandel received 5 groups of second-rate mercenaries from the prince of the kingdom of Shukern, and Chiron decided to accept their requests, and also asked to give the kingdom of Shukern a worthy sword that would take the throne. Chiron's assistant completely agreed with him and notified Chiron that he would send an 8th-rank knight there. Chiron understood that all of this was due to the fact that the youngest had created a mess on one of the abandoned islands of Bement, and thus was already blatantly controlling the family. After that, Chiron decided that he would return to the Black Sea, and before that he asked Khan that if after his departure a letter arrived from Kashmir, he wanted the knight to bring it to him. Khan understood the master's order and promised to carry it out if necessary. Meanwhile, Jin was training. He swung his sword, and the guy promised himself that he would do it until the 10,000th time felt like the first. But considering that he hadn't achieved such a result yet, Jin decided that he was still too weak. And there was also the thought in his head that if it weren't for his sister Luna, he would probably have died. Because 15 years after the regression, he reached the 5th rank in swordsmanship and magic, and he understood that even if he reached the 5th level of dark energy, then in the future, it still wouldn't be enough. So, taking all this into consideration, he convinced himself every day that he must become stronger, and he must do so in the 5 years his father gave him. At a certain point in his training, his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who asked the young master to stop. After that, he told the guy that if he did this every day, even if he was from the Runcandel family, he would still be left with nothing. Also with him was Enya, who ran to Jin as soon as she realized his hands were completely covered in blood. Kashmir at that moment continued saying that, of course, she understood him perfectly, that she couldn't wait to be stronger among everyone, but she still believed that impatience was the worst poison. After all, as practice shows, This will eventually force you to return to the beginning of the path you follow. Jin told him that he actually agreed with Kashmir, but it was hard for him to accept, and that he was embarrassed. Kashmir believed that the guy actually had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, because he trains harder than anyone every day, and at least that is something to be proud of. Anyway, according to Kashmir, he's here for a reason. He came to Jin to offer the guy to replace his training with something that could calm him down at least a little. This was quite intriguing to Jin, and Kashmir decided not to torture him, and said it would be a fight with someone who is much stronger than the guy. Jin suggested that perhaps it was Kashmir himself. But instead of answering, the man drew his sword to make a small attack. He then added that when the guy manages to repel this attack, they will definitely have a duel, and now Jin will have to settle for fighting Tikan's strongest defender, namely his wife. Kashmir gave the guy 6 months, and according to him, it is in this period that Jin will have to defeat his wife. He also added that the guy can use sword art, magic, shadow energy. He can use everything he has. Julia was a little worried that her mother would fight with her brother Jin, but the woman assured the girl that they would not fight, but would strengthen their friendship. Julia still didn't like it, as she doesn't like fights, but instead of calming the girl down, her mother decided to ask her who she would support if they fought. The girl, to her mother's surprise, said that she would root for Jin, and the guy himself at that moment was thinking that if you don't look at Alicia Badger's physical capabilities, she doesn't seem that strong to him. At that moment, Julia explained to her mother that she would root for Jin because he is weak, as her own mother taught her that she should always be on the side of those who are weak, but try very hard. Alicia immediately asked Jin to forgive her for her daughter's words because she simply doesn't know how to lie, so she says what she thinks. After that, she decided to clarify whether he would mind if the sparring happened after she finished work and dinner, every day for the next 6 months. Jin was surprised to learn that she would spar with him every day, as in that case he would take up a lot of her time, but she assured him that there was really nothing to worry about, as in her opinion, the sparring wouldn't last long. 2 days later, Jin fought Alicia for the first time. Looking at her, the guy realized that apparently her appearance was wrong and she was actually a serious fighter. Before starting, Alicia suddenly decided to clarify something, after which she began talking about how in the past she served in Bement's Special Detachment, and if a person is from Bement's Special Detachment, then you never retreat. That's why she wanted to warn the guy that even if he lost, he shouldn't be too upset. Now Jin realized why Kashmir gave him so much time. Apparently, Alicia is a very good fighter who he definitely won't be able to defeat the first time. As soon as he promised himself that he would do his best to defeat Alicia quickly, she immediately attacked him. But Jin managed to block it with his sword, but it clearly wasn't an easy task. Alicia herself didn't expect him to be able to block her blow, as she was sure she would catch the guy by surprise. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a bright light hit her eyes, so she had to cover them with her hand. And when she finally opened her eyes, she saw Jin in front of her, preparing to attack. But no matter how hard he tried, Alicia was still much stronger and faster, so it wasn't difficult for her to dodge the blow. Jin understood where this was all going, so he jokingly asked if she could call the doctors. She launched a counterattack at him, which would end today's sparring, and added that she had already called the doctors, as she had guessed this would happen. That night, Jin talked to Alicia, who told him she was quite surprised, as she didn't think he could strike twice in the first day. She also noticed that the guy didn't put much effort into the first attack, so she figured he was trying to test the waters before sparring. Jin was surprised that she noticed this, but according to the woman, she only saw it at the end. But most of all, she wanted to know what kind of light it was during their fight. She had never seen such magic. Jin happily told her that it was an ancient flash curtain spell. He covered his sword with it before they started fighting, but that all still didn't work. Therefore, the guy decided that such tricks would definitely not work on her, but Alicia assured him that it was better to call it not a trick, but a strategy, because mentally she was sure that the reason he defeated opponents stronger than him was definitely not simple luck. It seemed to him that he created opportunities through precise calculations and prediction of the course of the battle. And then the fact that he used it in sparring was worthy of praise. But if it were a real battle, she could only imagine the faces of her opponents. The guy thought it was the first time he had suffered such a crushing defeat even after using all kinds of tactics, and he believed it was because she was from B-Ment's special squad. Anyway, the most important thing is that if he wants to defeat her, he will have to fight her for about 6 months. A month later, in an unprotected territory in the east of the Black Sea continent, Khan came to his head to convey a letter from Kashmir which arrived about 10 days ago. Kashmir began by saying that he was writing this letter to the respected Jin Runcandel. He introduced himself as a humble knight from a small town who was very sorry because he could not describe in words how touched and indebted he was to him. He also wrote that it is now night in Tikkan. The dark sky is filled with stars that shine so brightly, as if they were singing about the greatness of Sir Chiron. All this at one moment began to irritate Chiron, because he asked Kashmir to write to him only about his youngest son. But given what he writes in the letter, one might assume that Kashmir is a rather sensitive person, but even so, he decided that he would tell her to write as little as possible. Finally, in this letter, Kashmir spoke at least a little about the youngest, who is currently being beaten by Kashmir's wife. And if you believe the words of this letter, the first sparring ended in 3 blows, the second in 5, the 7th in 10. By the 30th, Jin was able to withstand over 40 blows, which was significant progress, but still too little. Khan, looking at Chiron, didn't understand why the man was so amused by his son's losses in the sparring with the Kashmir woman. But apparently the reason is that Chiron knew very well that Kashmir's wife was from B-Ment's 2nd Special Squad. This means that luck alone is clearly not enough for the young master to fight against the second team. But what pleased the man most about this letter was that it said that in the 40th sparring session, Jin was able to withstand about 120 blows, and thus surpassed his limit. Suddenly, Chiron literally shocked Khan with the words that if Jin was the firstborn, he would have handed the family over to him without any regrets. These words shocked him greatly because Chiron had never mentioned an heir before. There were times when he kept watching but never mentioned anyone. Joshua takes the position of heir only because Luna refused. The boss did not appoint him himself. Anyway, Khan believed that it was still very difficult, although his development was amazing, but he believed that if a guy appeared now, it did not mean that he needed to be chosen as the heir, but all because in his opinion, Jin was not restrained enough, although he had a good character but he was too soft. Chiron agreed with Khan that Jin was different from Joshua, and Khan added that the man should be able to abandon his family if necessary. The chief once again agreed with him that this is exactly what the head of the Runcandel family should be, after which he told Khan that he could leave. But before letting the night go, Chiron still wanted to know why the letter that arrived 10 days ago was delivered so late. According to Khan, he was rushing as best he could, but due to the sheer number of monsters, he was late. In response to these words, Chiron opened the way for him a little and finally asked him to deliver the letters faster. The 93rd day arrived, and Alicia was more than satisfied with the young master's success. Furthermore, she had never imagined that someone could push her away at such a young age, but Jin still believed that this was not enough, because he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat her within 6 months. After another sparring session, Alicia offered to go upstairs with her for dessert, having heard that Latrius had prepared ice cream, but Jin was forced to decline because he had something else to do. Alicia was surprised he did this today. Jin told her without a doubt that he would do so, as he was sure that he still had a long road ahead of him that he simply could not escape. Alicia, looking at this guy, thought she felt every battle they had. But even though it seemed to her that young Master Jin's development was simply abnormal, she understood that this was possible because his aura and magical power were growing at the same time. And what makes this possible is this dark power that connects aura and magic, a power obtained through a contract with God, seeing this was so incredible for her. But on the other hand, she understood that, even though this strength is impressive, it is still only revealed thanks to her resistance. In other words, she could call him a diligent genius, and at this rate he could forget about 6 months. It seemed to him that tomorrow he could defeat her. And apparently she was right, because the next day, in the middle of the fight, Jin managed to land an incredibly strong blow on Alicia, which she clearly didn't expect to receive. After such a precise blow, Jin suggested ending the battle, because it seemed to him that it was a very serious injury. But the woman assured him that everything was fine, according to her. She just hadn't received these injuries in a long time, so she needed some time. In the meantime, Jin suggested that she call Enya so she could heal her a bit. While Enya was undergoing treatment, Jin recalled the details of the fight, and the thought was swirling in his head that the woman could actually dodge this attack, and he was clearly luckier in this match. Alicia herself, at that moment, thought she had relaxed too much, because when the shadow energy blocked her vision, it seemed to her that the guy was using her previous movements, so she didn't think about her actions. She understood that with each new sparring session, it was getting harder and harder for her to go out and fight the guy. Alicia couldn't believe she was losing before she promised, but Jin tried to calm her down and tell her it was just luck. So he suggested we call it a draw. As he himself was embarrassed to call it a win, Alicia suspected he would say that. After that, she decided to admit to Jin that she underestimated him. But now she can proudly say that at this moment she is much stronger, mentally understanding that all of this was only made possible thanks to the infinite ambitions, fighting spirit, and talent that make her work. Looking at him as well, she understood perfectly that this guy would soon reach the 6th rank of magic and aura, and when that happens, everything would definitely become clearer. In September of the same year, Jin and Murakhan were walking down the street, and the only question that worried Jin at that moment was why Murakhan bought so much ice cream on such a cold day. The shadow dragon told him that the strawberry pie told him he wanted ice cream, so he bought some, although it seemed to Jin that with so much, Jilly's stomach would simply explode. Along the street, at one point they met Sir Kashmir and Julia. But as it turned out, Kashmir was specifically looking for Jin to have a little chat with him. And when Jin agreed, Kashmir began to tell him about Vishkel Ivliano. According to the noble sword, he was the temporary head of the Ivliano family, the only talent in a family that was crumbling due to a lack of capable people. But before continuing the story, Kashmir would like to check with Jin about his knowledge about the Kinzello group, and according to the guy, he only encountered them once on a mission when he was still a cadet. After that, Kashmir added that perhaps Vishkel is part of the Kinzello group. It became known that he visits the state of Kurano once a week, and every time he enters a workshop with the strange name Explosion is Art, and the workshop is owned by Bubar Gaston, who is also the head of Kinzello. One thing was obvious: they were closely related, but Kashmir also believed that since Vishkel brought bread and food there, it might mean that Bubar's position was superior to Vishkel's. Now Jin understood why Vishkel personally defended Bubar. The whole point is that they work together. Although Jin always thought that Kinzello was just a bunch of extremists, and he would never have thought that an 8th-rank swordsman would trust them. Jin also wanted to know what Sir Kashmir discovered about the spider hand, and according to Kashmir, Alu has more secrets than he initially thought, although the 7 Colors elite group is trying their best, but there is no mention of him before he became the head of Tessing. It seemed like someone had deliberately erased information about him, and now Jin was thinking that maybe he shouldn't have destroyed it. Anyway, he thanked Kashmir for his hard work. It wasn't hard for him, especially since the informants did most of the work, but he still said he would try to get more information on Kinzello, after which he would update the guy on how things were progressing. Jin was, as always, very grateful to Kashmir and, as always, remains deeply grateful to him. Kashmir was happy to help, but still decided to say that if Jin was so grateful to him, then he wouldn't mind if Jin played at least a little with Julia, who wanted her so much. Jin would do it with pleasure, but he has a sparring match soon, to which he also invited Sir Kashmir, who wanted to go there himself and see how much young Master Jin has grown. The guy assured him that there would be something to see, because according to him, he had started to understand something recently, which should clearly help him in this sparring. Alicia was a little surprised to see her husband here, and so she wanted to know what he needed? Kashmir didn't understand why he asked such strange questions, because he just came to look, especially because Jin called him. In response, she said that he was allowed to be here. She really didn't want him to see her defeat. Such words clearly shocked Kashmir. After all, it seemed to her that today would be their last sparring session, and she really wanted him to remember her in the future as a good opponent. Jin didn't understand why she was talking about herself as a good opponent, because he would remember her as a good teacher and friend. Kashmir didn't understand what they were talking about, as little more than 3 months had passed, and it seemed to him that Gin's victory at this stage was impossible. But looking at how Alicia was preparing for the fight, he realized that apparently she was very serious. The first sparrings clearly did not take place in such an environment. As soon as they started the fight, Jin immediately used his summoning skill. Kashmir watched their fight closely and realized from the beginning that Jin had already made incredible progress. Phoenix, at number 6, magicians have the opportunity to sign contracts with assistants, but no one knows exactly who they will find. Since magicians can only open spatial gates to the world of fire, the choice fell on this bird, which is why magicians desperately want a special phoenix to choose them. And the rarest of them, the one that is able to summon blue flames, like the one called by Jin, which seemed impossible. This blue phoenix was called Tess, and the magicians who managed to summon Tess became the greatest magicians of their time. And now that Jin was friends with a girl named Tess, he was ready to pick a real fight with Alicia. She also didn't stay still all this time and desperately tried to accumulate energy in her hands to attack him at any moment. Therefore, as soon as she had the opportunity, she immediately rushed into battle. But Gina's phoenix stopped her from getting too close to him. Alicia understood that this was a level 5 fire magic, but what she also noticed was that the flame had a strange property. If she touched it, her body would become heavier. This makes her life much more difficult. Every time she jumps, she feels an incredible pressure that literally pulls her down. Because of this, the amount of stamina she loses will increase dramatically, so she begins to realize that if she wants to win, she will need to end this fight as quickly as possible. But for Jin, in fact, the situation didn't seem good, because although at the moment he had an advantage in the form of a phoenix, he realized that with his development, he would be able to support Tess for another 3 minutes, so he also needed to go into battle as quickly as possible. The young master was confident that this time would be enough to finally defeat his teacher. A few hits later, Alicia was hitting the same shoulder again. But this time Jin wouldn't stop and intended to end the fight. Alicia couldn't believe the guy was capable of using sword magic, though after looking closely she realized it was wind magic. After 3 months, Jin finally realized that Miss Alika uses different variations of moves, and they all have one thing in common. This is domination. A woman needs to dominate her opponent at all costs, otherwise the fight will not go well for her. Therefore, Jin immediately realized that now she was probably trying to regain her advantage. But Jin wasn't going to give her that opportunity, and decided that the best thing to do now would be to take advantage and attack. At first he tried to strike with the sword and did so one after the other, but then he realized it was time to use magic again, and so he attacked with fire. Although Alicia managed to dodge the blow, it was still just a ploy to distract his attention so he could attack with his sword. She understood that if she dodged one blow, a second would reach her. But on the other hand, she apparently has no other choice, and will now have to continue defending herself from Master Jin's attacks. Alicia decided it was time to pull herself together and start a real fight, so she gathered all her strength into a fist and was going to show who was stronger than this magician and swordsman at the same time. With this attitude, she still managed to stop his attack in a moment. Furthermore, she believed that she would finally be able to pull off a decent counterattack, as it seemed to her that she had caught him in a mistake. But at some point, she had to go back on her words, because her opponent simply disappeared in a moment, leaving only a shadow behind him. She simply couldn't believe her eyes, because until that moment she was sure it was his sword. But unfortunately for her, she was wrong, and she realized it when she started to feel incredibly strong pressure again. but it was too late, because Jin hit her with a blow strong enough to finally end the fight. After such a blow, the woman could not help but admit defeat and saluted her opponent, Jin Runcandel. The first thing after that, Jin turned to Kashmir and asked her to call Enya so that the girl could heal Alicia. Murakhan couldn't believe that Jin managed to defeat Alika in battle, because he was still very young. Besides, only 3 months had passed since their first sparring. But on the other hand, he didn't care who he defeated there. Now he was interested in the question, who did Jin call to win? And when Kashmir said that Jin was able to summon Tess, even Kick-and-Tell was surprised. After the fight, Alicia and Jin started talking again as friends, and the woman told the guy that she had gone too far when she decided to use the aura shield to win. But that ended up becoming her downfall. She couldn't even think that one day she would lose twice in a row due to a blow to the back. But to be honest, according to Jin, he had planned this since the first sparring, although he seemed a bit arrogant. Anyway, he remembered to tell Alicia how grateful he was to her, but she responded by saying that she had fun too, and that he had no idea how proud she was of him. Their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Murakhan, who ran into the arena and started screaming like a madman. He didn't even say hello to Jin, he just started asking him to call Tess because he wanted to see for himself. Jin didn't really understand why he needed this, but he still complied with his request. As soon as Jin did so, Kick-and-Tell bowed before him and greeted the Flame Master. Murakhan, unlike her, didn't do that. He simply said hello and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. For such words, he received a slap in the face and clearly regretted his words. Kashmir also stood there and watched all this attentively, when suddenly he felt an incredibly pleasant sensation within him. The Phoenix didn't like Murakhan very much after a long separation, so the Shadow Dragon asked Jin to remove him as soon as possible. He didn't understand why this bird suddenly took such a negative stance towards him. But he's not here for that, but to tell Jin that this isn't Tess's real form. After all, the true form, according to him, can only be seen in the realm of fire. Jin thought that this was the name of the world where the phoenixes live. After all, he actually knew about the existence of another world, but this was the first time he had heard about the fire realm. But it wasn't surprising to Murakhan that he was hearing about it for the first time, because this name is only used by gods and dragons. It's just more convenient to call this place because even the highest-ranking gods don't know the real name of this place. Jin understood that if even the gods do not know about this place, then this place is probably beyond the power of the gods, and this was the correct assumption. This was confirmed by Murakhan, and added that even the flame god Sinu cannot use the flame of the fire realm. And then he would like Jin to listen to him very carefully, because everything he is going to tell him now is very important. According to him, in the past, some gods left the kingdom of fire, and this also applies to dragons like him. But some gods angered Tess, and that day they saw her true strength. Enraged, Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin couldn't believe that Tess was so incredible, as he couldn't even imagine how strong a person would have to be to summon such power. But Murakhan immediately answered his question and said that it was actually impossible. According to him, no matter how strong he is, it will not be possible to summon all his power like that, and no matter who he is, it is impossible to fully summon the power of a creature from another world. As Murakhan explained, this is a kind of penalty, so the gods who come to this dimension cannot do anything, and that is why Tess cannot use her full power in this world. But to put it another way, she could burn someone like Jin alive. Because Murakhan didn't understand how such a dangerous old woman could fight under his command immediately after being summoned, he wanted to tell the guy that they were in shock when they found out that Jin called her because she could easily burn him. But then, he immediately answered his own question, because if you think about it, it's clear that she wouldn't have chosen the guy if she wanted to burn him. After that, he conveyed a message from Tess, and if Murakhan wasn't lying, then she asked him to tell Jin that she really liked him. And with that, the Shadow Dragon congratulated Jin sincerely. For a long time, the young master could not grasp the idea that Tess was so good, although on the other hand, he understood that no fire would help against the son of Kelyark and the guardian dragon, Kaduna. However, this is still good news for him, considering that when the Runcandel and Zippel families fight, her power will greatly help him in this battle. In the winter of the following year, Chiron received another letter in which he said that Jin was able to summon Tess, which was quite interesting for him to know, although he had not cared about these phoenixes all his life. He was more embarrassed by the fact that Kashmir had only written 2 lines about how his swordsmanship had improved. Even though the man allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, he still didn't want the guy to forget that he was from the Runcandel family. Therefore, he turned to Khan to tell him some information about the grandson of the Chiron family, and the knight just received some information about him a few days ago. It turns out that this information concerned an order for a space competition and the destruction of a pirate who was participating there. According to Khan, Dante Chiron is registered on the list of participants under a pseudonym, and all they know about the space competition is that it is a combat competition organized by pirates. Chiron recalled that 10 years ago Mary had come second in this tournament, and this was the young lover's first defeat. Anyway, now Chiron wanted the youngest to participate in this tournament, so he ordered Khan to send him there. Chiron believed that there would be too many people there, so he wouldn't be able to use magic and shadow energy, and to win, he would just have to use his sword. The leader believed that when Jin entered into battle with a genius who had perfected his swordsmanship, he would realize something. He wanted Jin to finally prove that he was Runcandel, and to do that, he needed to show the true power of his sword. Kashmir, after another workout, Gina approached him with a small piece of paper and asked the guy to look at it. According to him, there was an application to participate in the space contest. Kashmir further added that this is what he recently prepared for him, and according to the information from the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Chiron of the Chiron family will participate there. Currently, this guy's grandfather sits as the patriarch of the Chiron family, and before becoming the head of the house, he was on par with Sir Chiron, and Dante Chiron is his prized grandson, whom he probably taught something to. But when Kashmir looked at Gina, he got the impression that the guy wasn't the least bit interested in finding out how strong Dante was. Instead of answering that question, did Jin want to ask it again, or does he really need to participate in this? This question shocked Kashmir a little, and he immediately began to tell the guy that he shouldn't take this personally. The sword noble simply believed that he would no longer have the opportunity to cross swords with him, and he would probably be the next head of the Chiron family. Jean decided to agree since Sir Kashmir was so insistent. Mentally at that moment, Jean understood why Chiron had asked for a personal conversation with Kashmir that day. It seemed to the man that behind his back his father had asked the noble sword to purposefully force him to fight the grandson of the Chiron family, and this could only mean one thing, that fencing in his family remained the top priority. And the guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Kashmir, who informed the guy that he had to leave tomorrow, because there was still quite a bit of time left. Jean clearly wasn't ready for this, but Sir Kashmir wasn't going to stay with him anymore and wanted to leave as soon as possible, while also wishing the guy a safe journey. The next day, Jin arrived at the Belao Empire and was struck by the thought that this was the first time he had done something alone since traveling to Mamet, and this place was actually even more disgusting to him than Mamet. The space competition is a fighting competition, but the main feature of this tournament is that you can destroy your opponent and there are no weapon restrictions. It was possible even before the match began to destroy or poison his opponent, and given all this, Jin would never have thought that the grandson of the great Chiron family would participate in such a competition. Apparently, the head of their family is also a little crazy, since he made such a decision. Although, on the other hand, he understood that the reason wasn't really important, as fighting him would actually be a good idea and a good opportunity to evaluate his skills. Jin was the first to sign up for the tournament, and the man at the registration counter was, to say the least, unfriendly. Firstly, he told him that the acceptance of applications was completed and that the guy had better get lost or fall on his head somewhere, but Jin still politely continued to tell him that the participants were accepted until sunset today. But these words only angered the man even more, so he yelled at the guy and said that he was not in the mood to accept applications at the moment. Then Jin couldn't take it anymore. He kissed him a little and hit the man on the head. After that, he slowly began to get up, and at that time, Jin threw him 2 gold coins and once again asked for him to be included in the list. This made the man admit that the guy was quite aggressive, so he would do him a favor and sign him up. After doing so, the man handed him a paper and added that Jin was in the 13th group, and the guys inside would politely explain everything to him. And finally, he wished Jin a romantic and fun time at the tournament. When the guy came in, he handed a note to the assistant. Inside, this note was a written order in which the man said to choose a worthy opponent for this guy, and if there was none, they should feed him to the sharks. This pirate was surprised that young people were rushing here this year. Before Jin, as it turned out, there was another guy who fought with the captain at the reception. It was a shame they were in different groups, because he would have really liked to see their fight, although he didn't rule out the option of facing him in the final. After this story, he led him to the territory of the 13th group, where the other participants were. The first thing Jin noticed was that there were only a few rooms there. And even in those where there are 2 or 3 people living next to each other, this is a kind of warm-up. Do you want the participants to fight in cramped rooms? At first, it was clearly more like the Hunger Games than a fighting tournament. But his thoughts were interrupted by another participant who didn't understand what Jin was doing here. After all, it seemed obvious to him that there were already 3 people in this room, so there was no way he could fit in here. In response to this, Jin carefully placed his sword on the ground and told them that he would count to 3, and when he said 3, so that their spirit would not be there. One of the men didn't understand what was happening, but it took him a long time to get to him, as Jin had already said number 3, and now someone was clearly hurt. A few seconds later, everyone heard a noise in the room Jin entered. After a few seconds, Jin fulfilled his promise, and in 3 seconds, each of them got what they deserved. After that, he went out into the hallway to ask if they wanted to stay in the room with him. But with these words, he just provoked them, and literally a second later, about 6 or more people attacked him. This was clearly a mistake on their part, but it was also understandable. No one suspected that the little boy was capable of fighting so well. All Jin understood in such a short time here was that no matter how much they didn't care about the laws, this place still didn't compare to Mamit. And apparently, he won't have time to sleep in this place. After Jin dealt with everyone who wanted to show off their strength, he sat down to read a book when suddenly one of the pirates came to visit him. Who cares about the guy, or he won't accidentally destroy all the warriors before the tournament starts? Jin laughed in response to his words, but still said that it was just a warm-up for the next fight. Now the pirate understood why the captain told him to find a worthy opponent, because as it turned out, this guy was very assertive. In any case, the pirate did not forget to add that the battles of the 1st and 2nd groups would begin soon, and said this to warn the boy that he would later fight one of them, so that he could go and look at his future opponents. The pirate decided to personally bid him farewell, and before leaving, he told him that it was forbidden to brandish a sword in the stands, so he immediately asked Jin to stay quiet and watch. Jin was overwhelmed by the amount of people who came to see this, so he felt that no one would recognize him, although he didn't deny that he should have spent more time on his disguise. As he passed through the ranks, they were already talking about him, and they weren't using the best words to mention him, saying that he had killed half the guys in the 13th group they were betting on. But what bothered him most was that these rumors said that perhaps one of them was the reserve captain of the Runcandel family. Some did not understand what the Runcandel family had to do with this and why they held such tournaments, but because of these questions, new rumors arose that Runcandel wanted to test her boyfriend. Plus, they thought it would be great if it was Jin Runcandel, because they remember how everyone went crazy when the guy reached the 5th rank at such a young age. Jin was surprised to also hear the names of Tan's brothers. He wasn't surprised that there were rumors about him, but for them to know about his brothers, that was already troublesome. So he decided that when he sees his brothers, he will put them on night watch. Their thoughts and attention were drawn to the ship's captain and, incidentally, the host of this show, who headed to the center of the arena to greet all the fans and guests of today's tournament. This captain's name was Cosmos, and he didn't hesitate to say directly that he had no idea that so many people would come to fill his pockets. After that, he decided that it was enough to listen to all this conversation, and it was time to begin the battle, in which 13 groups would participate, of which a total of 182 martial arts masters. And he immediately decided to introduce the participants of the first battle, the first of which was the protagonist of the first match, who reached the round of 16 last year, the same cutie from the pirate shark gang, Mentis. Mentis' opponent this time will be the person who is participating in the tournament for the first time, and the name of this swordsman boy is Paul Mick. People were surprised to see such a young participant in the arena, but Jin perfectly understood who this boy could be and what kind of madman forced him to participate in this. And as soon as Cosmos announced each participant, he decided to immediately announce the start of the battle. Looking at the expression on Mentis' face, it was clear that the pirate believed he would quickly finish off the boy and move on to the next round. But before he had time to carry out his attack, Paul Mick simply drew his sword and cut off the pirate's head, and at this point the battle could be considered over. No one could have expected this, so all the people in this arena sat there with their mouths open for a while. Mentis' head rolled like a small ball across the arena, and every time it hit the ground, the sound hurt the ears of all the spectators, as there was a deathly silence in the arena. Jin didn't show any emotion despite all this, but he was still mentally surprised that this guy was able to decapitate Mentis using only the sword's energy. But now he had no doubt that this baby was the same Dante Heron. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when he heard an incredibly familiar voice shouting in support of Paul Mika. Jin didn't want to completely believe it was Veridin Zeepel, but apparently he had to, because it was definitely him. But the most important question is, what is he doing here anyway? Veridin at that time just screamed that he would bet all his money on this guy. He believed that Paul Meek was the future and thus attracted the attention of more and more people. Jin suspected that this guy hardly ever came here just to watch the fights. He was most likely on a mission too, although he was having too much fun for a mission. Either way, Jin knew that if he was recognized he would be in trouble, so he decided to turn away and hope he wouldn't be noticed. When suddenly Veridin started shouting across the arena that he recognized this guy and wanted to know what he was doing here. Dante Heron, looking at the stands, noticed his old friend Veridin Zeepel. In fact, they had only met once at the Zeepel family banquet, and it was quite surprising to Dante that he would support him so openly in such an unfamiliar place. Even so, he was extremely pleased to see this and decided to wave to Veridin in the same way. Jin, sitting between these two guys, could only hope that they wouldn't notice him. The greeting was interrupted by Captain Cosmos, who wanted to say a few words to the first winner before the next match began. Dante didn't really think about what to say, so he decided to start by saying that he was incredibly happy that there was one less villain in the world. And he also hopes that in the next life this person will not become a pirate. These words made the captain laugh so hard that he could hardly say that children should definitely not become pirates. Jin watched the later matches intently, but no one except Paul Meek interested him. Therefore, he was sure that Paul Min was Dante Heron and looked very young, but his ability was the only explanation for his relationship with Heron. But seeing how easily he dealt with his enemy, Jin began to have doubts whether he could defeat this guy or not. He understood that this would certainly be possible if he used magic and dark energy, but unfortunately, in this tournament, only his sword skill was available to him, which was clearly not enough to defeat such a strong opponent. But even so, he decided to forget about it for now, as they said that tomorrow the matches of various groups would end, which means that there are 4 days left until the match, so he still has time to think about his actions. Meanwhile, he still needed to survive a few nights in this world. The elder told the boy that he didn't give him this pendant to play with because the deputy chief can only use this item in case of emergency, so he asked him to do everything he could to not lose it. The guy decided to immediately apologize for this, according to him. He simply liked this thing. He added that it seemed to him that it would be better to take him with him, but on the other hand, He doubted very much that the eldest would call him just for that reason. But the guy clearly didn't expect them to talk about the annual martial arts tournament called the Space Horizontal Bar. The guy pretended not to understand what the older man was talking about, although his words that he didn't know about any tournaments that the pirates held every year made the older man understand where he disappeared to every year at this time. Anyway, he called the guy to talk about this year's participation, Dante Hiran, the temporary head of the Hiran family who attended last year's banquet. That's why he wanted to ask the guy to go there and evaluate his future opponent. The old man wanted the guy to take the opportunity to see him in person. That's what Veridin was told to do. That's why he's here. That's why he got an allowance, so he didn't worry about it. But the main problem was that after Dante's departure, there wasn't a single interesting match. Veridin understood that he had already seen what he needed to, but other than that, it was incredibly boring. He tried to find at least one interesting fighter on the schedule with whom he could fight, but so far the exercise has been unsuccessful. And he had that feeling until he saw the name Jean Grey, and now Veridin realized that apparently the guy came to watch the fights for a reason. He understood why he was here, so it was clear from his facial expression that he would be here for a few more days to watch the confrontation between Jin and Dante. Meanwhile, Jin returned to his room thinking that only 147 participants survived and 35 died. 5 of them died in duels and the rest outside the arena. All this data made him understand that he would soon be attacked by members of another group, and because of that, he wouldn't even have time to rest, as Jin understood that anything could happen if he decided to sleep. He thought that when he was a cadet, he also didn't have time to sleep, but this is the first time he hasn't slept for 4 days in a row, when suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by some noise. Jin immediately noticed that someone was approaching. But what was strangest to him was that they didn't even hide it. Are these guys really that confident in themselves? But when he saw who came to him, the guy was a little surprised and stood still for a while. It was Dante who said in his first words that he was very sorry that their meeting was happening this way, but asked Gin for some time so they could talk. He wanted to offer Jean a deal where the guy would stand guard while Dante slept, and then they would switch roles so it would look like they could get some rest. Jin didn't understand why he came to him so abruptly, but Dante interrupted him and said that he had actually been watching him since yesterday, and that was why it seemed to him that Jin was a true master of martial arts. But before he had time to ask Gin for that favor again, Dante simply fell unconscious to the ground. Jean didn't understand what was going on here. It was strange for him to realize the fact that Dante wasn't trained in endurance without sleep. But then he smelled a strong smell of blood and realized that apparently the guy was simply attacked by many fighters, so he wasn't feeling well. Furthermore, he realized that he was still being chased, and when Jin came out of his room, he saw that he was completely right. Jin, without thinking much, hit one of them and added that if they continue to attack them, everyone here will die. After that, he said he was very surprised that they were not aware of the rumors that everyone who entered this room left her already dead. Suddenly, one of them shouted that he knew a guy, called him Jean Grey, and from what he knows, he destroyed everyone who was in the group with him. After that, he asked Jin to calm down, because in fact they didn't come here because of him, they just wanted to take Paul Meek, and if he gives him to them, they will simply leave here. And before he could finish speaking, they shot Jin with a crossbow. But that was the main mistake they made, because he managed to get that arrow and, in addition, he discovered poison in it. Jin told them that they must be incredible monsters if they went so far just to destroy a child. But now they have to deal with another problem, and that problem for them will be Jin personally. Dante woke up scared and without understanding what was happening. In front of him, he saw Gin, who was standing there watching Dante sleep. Their silence was interrupted by Jean, who told Dante that the guys chasing him were subordinates of a pirate named Cyclops Joe. He also didn't forget to add that the last of them said this before his death, and according to Jin, they wanted to kidnap a guy from the Runcandel family for ransom. Firstly, Dante thanked Gin for the guy who saved him, as they were complete strangers, but he still did it. It seemed to him that it was very noble of him. After that, It seemed funny to him that anyone could think he was one of the Runcandel, because it seemed to him that he did not look at all like one of those monsters. But then he decided to tell his rescuer that apparently they were hunting him because he was indeed from a noble family, even though he wasn't Runcandel. Although he could only say that he was from the noble Bemont family, he couldn't say anything else, and Jin understood him perfectly. After that, he once again thanked them for their understanding, and now, according to him, he owes his life to Jin. And now he assured his rescuer that if he were in danger, regardless of the situation, he would try to save him, even at the cost of his life. Jin didn't even let him finish before saying that Dante could do whatever he wanted, but now he just needed to take care of him while Jin also slept. He also asked to wake him up before the start of the 13th group match. Dante looked closely at Jin as he slept, and thought that this guy seemed very cold towards him, even though he had fought for him recently. But in the face of all this, Dante decided that he actually had a great friend. The next day, the battle between fighters from different groups continued, and the fight resumed with Paul Mika, who again managed to defeat his opponent with just one blow. On the other hand, a new strong participant appeared, whose name was Jean Grey, who similarly destroyed her opponents with just one blow. Jean Grey quickly gained the recognition of all the spectators of this tournament, and thus quickly became the public's favorite. Some of them even said that he was probably stronger than Paul Meek, although they believed that Paul Meek was the reserve captain of the Runcandel family. The other participants were not at all happy that some kids were candidates for this year's finals, and for the same reason, it's not fun at all because of these brats. How was their dialogue suddenly interrupted by another guy who couldn't believe they would just stand by and do nothing? The big guy understood that they were strong, but he decided to remind them that there were only two of them, and if they gathered all the guys before the group matches started, they could destroy them and forget about their existence. But his fiery speech was interrupted by another pirate, who asked him to stop talking complete nonsense. He would remind them that Jean Grey is already called a martial arts god, and they clearly can't handle him. Furthermore, he didn't forget to add that they share the same room, and taking this fact into account, he was sure that it would be difficult for them to do so. But he realized that he was stopping them only because they were quite popular, and it seemed to him that it would be a problem if they died before the battles began. After listening to this pirate, they decided that it would actually be best if they just left, because no one wants to die in this place, and besides, they have no plan to fight these guys. Cosmos's assistant heard about all this, who immediately told everything to Cosmos, who could not believe that these guys were capable of doing this and essentially setting up a fake winner, because in this case, he understood that then the tournament would become uninteresting and boring for the public. He decided that the best thing to do in this case would be to get rid of the tournament program and arrange everything so that Jean Grey and Paul Meek would reach the final. Cosmos decided that all those decent fighters who talk so much would only become victims of those two boys. He also ordered that the betting rates be raised as high as possible, and so much so that they would not be able to sleep unless they bet on the fight. Veridine was present at every fight of one of the boys and noticed that one of them shone like a dazzling supernova from the first match, and the other exuded the smell of blood from the beginning of the tournament, like a true god. So with every passing second, he became more and more interested in who would win in this case. One of the warriors who was with Veridine at that moment believed that Paul Mick would win this confrontation, and that's why he was interested in knowing, or did Veridine bet on the guy? But in the end, Veridine changed his mind at the last moment and bet 10,000 gold coins on Jean Grey. With this decision, he surprised his people, as they understood that Jin's chances were now equal to 3, and even if he won, the pirates were unlikely to pay such a large amount of money, although Veridine believed that Cosmos was a rather famous pirate and had several islands where he could be sold and paid money. Cosmos, in turn, went to the center of the arena and shouted to apologize to the audience for making them wait so long, and he, as king of the pirates, is pleased to announce the beginning of the final battle. But they were not very happy to see him, and began throwing everything they had at him and shouting at him to quickly bring the participants into the arena and start the fight. They also wanted to see Jean Grey as soon as possible, because for them, he had become a new idol they were rooting for. He decided to skip the long intro and call them to the arena, and a few seconds after that, Paul Meek had already appeared in the arena. And behind him is his opponent, the dark swordsman of the 13th group, Jean Grey. Veridin clearly stood out from the crowd with his shouts that he had bet on Jin, so he just wanted to move forward, even though Jin himself didn't understand where he was constantly sending him. And as soon as the guys came out and stood in front of each other, Cosmos decided that there was no need to wait and they could start the battle right now. A few seconds later, the fight officially started. According to expectations, this fight should have been the closest. Jin didn't have time to focus on his opponent before Dante attacked him, and he had to immediately block his attack. This fight was different from all the others in this tournament. One attack is clearly not enough to win. Dante realized immediately that he guessed that his little trick wouldn't work on Gina and that he would have to do something more than just a blow. Jin didn't expect Dante to take the fight so seriously, as looking at his sword, he literally vomited energy, which clearly increased his strength. Jin decided that he shouldn't be left behind either, so he also used his energy and asked Dante to show him everything he was capable of. They collided, and it was clear that the battle would be very interesting and exciting. Dante launched attacks one after another, and Jin did the same. His lightning attacks could not be seen even by the most attentive spectators. This battle was too intense for most. But after some time in this fight, Jin realized that Dante's first blow was at full speed, but now he controls his power and accelerates only when necessary. Then Jin realized there was really only one solution in this case. The guy had to keep up with him. The spectators would never have imagined that they would be able to see such a fight in such a hole, so they tried to enjoy every second of this fight. Veridin also didn't miss the opportunity to enjoy this fight, and furthermore, he thought that after that, no one could call this fight childish anymore. Even in such a fierce battle, Dante managed to talk and even give advice to Jin. He told his opponent that if he had an ace up his sleeve, it was better to use it now, as he would already end this fight with the help of his incredible speed. But apparently he still underestimates his opponent, and Jin is clearly not one of the pirates he fought before. Although Dante was still a fairly strong opponent, he was able to inflict serious injuries on Jin, despite him trying to block all of his attacks. But even after managing to do this, Dante began to think that he clearly couldn't just destroy Jin. After all, his strength lies in his swordsmanship and the blessed body that makes it possible. So he had the feeling that Jin was deliberately biding his time, using his incredible skills. But after thinking about it, Dante became even more interested in finding out who his opponent really was. All these thoughts in one moment forced Dante to retreat in a moment and not launch another attack. Veridin didn't quite understand this act, what happened. Ultimately, Dante realized that if he had just thrown the punch, he would have found something completely different. At that moment, Jin also realized that for a moment, he almost released his power, as he was very injured. Either way, he was happy that it was finally his turn to attack. Dante immediately felt that his enemy's attacks had become incredibly stronger, and it was very difficult to repel them. He understood that it wasn't just a one-hit deal, as each of his attacks was as powerful as the first, without missing a single blow. Dante realized that he was now in a very bad situation and needed to do his best from the start. But apparently he realized this too late and now understood that he had lost his only chance to destroy this guy. Suddenly, Jin stopped to tell Dante not to be so arrogant, because there really is no one to show off to, and also advised Dante to remember who he was fighting with at the moment. He asked Dante not to make this confrontation a complete disaster. Dante agreed with Gin with a smile, saying that he had indeed behaved unworthily, but now he has realized his mistakes and is ready to start all over again. A few seconds later, they faced each other again, but now he was real, the way he should have been from the beginning. For a while, Jin just blocked Dante's attacks and did this to try to find an approach to this guy. And at one point, he also went on the attack, but his attacks were clearly much more serious. No matter how hard Dante tried at that moment to repel these counterattacks and try to land his own blow, he failed, and failed every time. In the end, this caused Jin to finally find his moment and land a blow hard enough on Dante's body, which could be the beginning of the end of this fight. However, Jin still didn't understand how Dante was still holding on, as it seemed to him that at this point he had already reached the limit of his resistance, but he still continues this fight. Dante Heron is a genius who appears once in a century. He is incredibly lucky because he is literally a gift from above. However, his naturally weak body and stamina were not suited for such talent. And considering everything Jin had to go through because of his curse, the young master of the Runcandel family understood Dante perfectly. They were kind of like brothers by chance. Jin made sure he understood that Dante was the man who endured darkness and loneliness. He didn't see the enemy in front of him, but a guy screaming that his body was weak and thin. Jin saw how he killed himself just to get what he has now. Dante thought that before him was Jin Runcandel, the 13th son, who from birth had everything, a blessed body, an incomparable talent, everything possible. But now Dante clearly sees how the tension emanates from him. He didn't understand why his opponent was in that state. He could only assume it was some kind of anger because he was too weak, or maybe he was simply excluded from the inheritance list. Even so, Dante realized at one point that this is not actually the reason, because he is trying to become the best. That's why his whole body is full of tension. Furthermore, he understood that he could most likely endure all of this, having gone through an incredibly large number of defeats. Despair and pain. That was all that was visible in his eyes. But even after that, he still got up and continued the fight. Jin and Dante's thoughts were interrupted when they both realized that Dante's body was literally crumbling into small pieces, and this was probably due to the enormous pressure on his body. But Jin understood perfectly well that if you put the sword in front of him, it would probably be an insult to him. Therefore, in the midst of pain, he asked Dante for forgiveness, and with that thought, he struck him. But this blow wasn't aimed at the guy, but rather a little to the side. Jin could only hope that Dante would understand him. The guy lost a lot of strength and became unconscious, saying at the end that it was very funny. Jin immediately ordered a medic to be called to the arena to help Dante, but suddenly he heard a voice behind him, telling him not to worry. It was Veridin who promised Jin that he would definitely save Dante, although he didn't think everything would be so serious. Jin couldn't believe his eyes, and Veridin continued to do his healing work and just told him to watch as he saved this guy's life. Although mentally, even Veridin understood that it was too late, because these were not the injuries that could be healed with magic. Not only his bones, but also his insides were severely damaged. Plus, your aura is destroying your body, so in this case, magic will only increase the pain. Considering all this, Veridin realized that they really only had one option, but before using it, he asked Jin to listen to him carefully, as what he did now should be between them. His people immediately ran to Veridin with words that such things should not be used in such places, but Veridin immediately covered their mouths and told them to just help. Their help was that they had to close the three of them from all the spectators. As soon as the cover opened, Cosmos immediately saw the Zeeple family crest and clearly didn't quite understand why they were here. It seemed to him that perhaps they had come here to destroy Paul Mika, having learned that he was Runcandel. Anyway, whatever it was, he understood that it would most likely end, so he decided to somehow rectify his situation and started shouting at everyone to close their eyes and ears. Viewers and pirates understood that it was better to listen to him, because otherwise everything would obviously go wrong. Veridin was happy that the lead pirate had a good sense of his own safety. Jin wanted to know what Veridin was going to do, and he, without much hesitation, told Jin that his family had given him this pendant some time ago. It contained Numerous's blood, if Jin, of course, understood what he was talking about. Numerous, all that is known about him are rumors that he is the god of hope, who disappeared due to some incident before the founding of the holy state of Wankela. Numerous disappeared, leaving behind 8 drops of tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears revived the dead, and the blood instantly healed any wounds and diseases. At that time, many were very interested in the miraculous properties of these artifacts, but only people as strong as Zeeple could find and get them. Jin couldn't believe that Veridine was actually willing to sacrifice such rare material for Dante, but according to Veridine, that's precisely why he wants to keep everything a secret. But he didn't fully understand why Veridine was doing this, because the relationship between Zippel and the Hyrons was far from good. Suddenly, Veridine interrupted his thoughts and said that losing a good opponent is as sad as losing your best friend. Just a drop of blood entered Dante's body, and his body shone with a bright light that gave hope. And after a few seconds, he usually opened his eyes and even spoke. He didn't understand what was happening here and why Veridine Zippel was standing over him, and Jin was just shocked that Numerous's blood instantly healed Dante, who was on the verge of death. Their thoughts were interrupted by Veridine, who, laughing, reminded them that Numerous's blood is incredibly expensive. Hearing these words, Jin thought that he was from the Zippel family, and after such an act, he could demand unimaginable things. And as soon as Jin thought about it, Veridine turned to him, according to whom he was ready to express his desire, and wanted Jin to join him at the bar where they would drink after all this. Jin expected to hear something, but it obviously wasn't that absurd, so his body froze. But that wasn't all. Veridine also asked the boy the next time they saw each other, so he wouldn't pretend they were strangers. All these requests made Jin laugh out loud. Jin always thought that Veridine was just an idiot in his family, but it turned out that he was an idiot, so he replied to Veridine that he would definitely think about his requests. When they met that evening over a glass of beer, Veridine was surprised that Jin could be so cheeky, because when he was told he could only choose one prize, he showed incredible insolence and took both prizes. Jin didn't think it was fair when he almost died there, and he was only allowed to receive a reward, and besides, he wasn't big enough to feel sorry for. After that, the young master said that he actually didn't need those coins, so he decided that it would be better to give those coins to Dante. He immediately said that he didn't mean that the Hyrons didn't have money, he just wanted to make it clear to Dante that he fought with dignity, and this upset Veridine a little, as he believed that he was also worthy of a reward. The genie didn't listen and opened the chest, where he found a treasure map about which there are legends. And he decided to give Veridine the same chest where this map was, even though it was an empty box. Jin also wanted to ask Dante one more question, in which he was interested in knowing why he didn't use his secret techniques, as it seemed to Jin that he was asking him to give it his all. In response to this question, Dante said that he did not know what Jin was hiding, but it seemed to him that hearing something like that from a person who was not telling something was quite offensive. Jin just realized that he had excellent intuition, even though he did it mentally, and told Dante that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. After that, Dante said that if Jin believes the fight was unfair, then he is always ready to fight again and not hide anything. Veridine completely agreed with him, who believed that one day the three of them would lead their families, and then they would have to fight in battle again, and he was really looking forward to this day. After that, he immediately said that he thought it would be better if they established friendly relations. Jin, in response to this, said that listening to Veridine, it seemed to him that the next head of the Zippel family would be very weak, but Veridine assured him that he only had one way of speaking, and if he got angry, the conversation would be short. But now he believed that this was not important and told them to raise their glasses immediately. Although each of them understood perfectly well that even if they were now sitting together and drinking, someday they would inevitably draw their swords and become enemies again. But now they were friends. What a contradictory relationship. After some time of meetings, Dante heard many stories, but one of them clearly surprised him the most. It seemed to him that whoever it was clearly not well. Veridine completely agreed with him, and could not help but add that because of what his uncle had done, the family's authority had fallen. He also added to Jin that he had nothing like that, and generally believed that it was just rumors that the Runcandels were involved in it. Jin didn't take all this personally. He was just interested in finding out what Veridine was going to do with this copycat, and, according to Zippel, he needed to be caught no matter what, so he was thinking of entrusting this task to a special class of mages. Jin thought this wasn't a good idea. He himself would use these rumors to improve public opinion, However, he also told Veridin that if he said he was looking for a Zipel impersonator in the land of Zipel, it would only make everyone laugh at him and thus be at a disadvantage. He was saying that there was clearly no need to rush this matter, and upon hearing this, Veridin realized that it actually sounded quite logical, and that he should clearly return home to discuss the matter. After discussing this matter, Jin suddenly stood up and said that it would be better to end the conversation here. He thought there was no point in staying here any longer, because unlike them, he still had many things to do, and Veridin immediately wanted to know, or were these things related to the duties of reserve captain? Jin didn't lie or make anything up. He simply said that Veridin was thinking correctly. In response to this, Veridin told him that then they would see each other again as friends. Immediately after this tournament, Kashmir sent a report to Jin Runcandel, in which he informed the Runcandel boss that Jin had defeated Dante Hiron in the Cosmos Arena. But even after that, Chiron did not lose the feeling that he was clearly being led by the nose somewhere. But on the other hand, he understood that this was not so important now, because Jin still managed to defeat Hiron's grandson. Moreover, he managed to reach the 6th rank at that time. After that, he asked Khan to tell Kashmir that he would like to share a glass of beer with the noble sword. Kashmir, sitting near the fireplace, suddenly felt incredibly cold, which was strange for Jin. Anyway, the noble sword asked Jin to continue speaking as he interrupted him mid-sentence. Jin was a little embarrassed to show it, but he still wanted to show the card to Kashmir, as it seemed to him that the man might know something about him. But as soon as he took her in his arms, he immediately said that he was actually seeing her for the first time. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Julia, who saw a treasure map in her father's hands, which interested her greatly. But these were clearly more than just games to Julia, because she just looked at the map for a second and noticed a rather important detail. She believed that this map could help them find something extremely important that everyone had been looking for a long time, but she was very sad when she realized this. The girl was so sad that she even fell to the floor and started screaming. Murakan immediately intervened to say that her gift went beyond her body and they should immediately summon her guardian dragon to calm her down. A moment later, Latri was already in the room where Julia was and ready to calm her down. Murakan explained that everything went wrong when she saw something, so he told Latri that he had to do everything he could to help her come to her senses. Latri tried to calm her down with words and told her that he was beside her and that she should take a deep breath and calm down. With this noise, Alicia also ran into this room to find out what happened and why Julia was crying. Latri immediately interrupted them and asked them to be a little quieter, as he had just managed to calm her down and she had finally fallen asleep. Murakan immediately praised the guy, saying he was a great guy, and Latri replied that because of this whole thing, he never greeted him properly. The Shadow Dragon didn't care about that at all. He asked the guy to tell better what Julia saw. According to Latri, she saw the past, and he also added that if contractor Asmilla sees the past, then there was anger and obsession there. He said this happens, just see an object or place surrounded by a dark aura, and if they arrive even a little late, it will be too late, and everything will end horribly. Considering all this, Latri wanted to know what kind of place this was. The inhabitants of this region believe only in their own gods, refusing contracts with other civilizations, but thanks to this they lived, maintaining peace until they arrived. The people who suddenly appeared were magicians who said they wanted to experience the local culture, but they were looking for something on Earth and also demanded the impossible. And one day, one of them killed the son of a local resident, and from that moment, when they had nothing to hide, they began to threaten the settlers with death and ordered them to bring something. According to Latri, the magicians were looking for a sacred object that would be revered by their people. Jean asked Mr. Latri to try to draw this object if he remembered what it looked like. It seemed to Latri that it looked like an ordinary silver mirror, but it emitted light. What Latri drew looked like a mirror to Jean, which led him to believe that he seemed to understand what this object was. Source: before Jin returned to the past, there was a brave journalist who spoke about this artifact and revealed Zippel's atrocities to the world. To find him, the Zippels searched Kolol and explored its residents. He also confirmed what was being done to the people there. The ancient land of Colin, Zippel, are magical, so logically Jin came to the conclusion that this map shows where that artifact is hidden. The man finished another serving of alcohol and said that he could get used to it. Even though the place where he was incredibly quiet, the taste of the alcohol was incredible. Murakami noticed that Jin had a rather mysterious face, so he believed that the guy had some ideas about it. Jin knew he couldn't pretend he knew anything, so he decided to say he just didn't like it all. And to begin with, he turned to Sir Kashmir and Alicia to apologize for the fact that Julia had to go through all of this because of him. But Kashmir immediately said that this was not Gin's fault, because if a person is a contractor, sooner or later he will have to go through this, so he was ready for this to happen to the girl sooner or later. Latri intervened in this dialogue to say that there was no point in Kashmir worrying, because he would always be by Julia's side. No matter what happened, he promised that he would protect Julia. Kashmir told him that they now knew the map was no ordinary item, and that they first needed to find someone who could translate the inscriptions on the map, so he told Jin to leave it to them. The guy was happy that they themselves offered him this option, because he perfectly understood that it would obviously not be easy to do this. The people of Kolan were almost completely destroyed by the Zippel hundreds of years ago, and the survivors were imprisoned in the fortress. So he doubted they would be able to reach the mirror before Zippel. 2 weeks later, a drunk man walked down the street and sang very loud songs. His condition did not allow him to remain constantly standing, and at one point, he finally fell. And when he opened his eyes, he saw another man's legs in front of him, which told him that the guy was pretty battered by life. Was it Jin who asked him a question that he was interested in knowing what to do when the other person is in this position? The man wanted to ask the guy who he was, but Jin interrupted him because he thought it didn't matter at all. The main thing he should know was that he was the man who still had a lot of alcohol left. After some time, this man believed that this guy was just a saving angel for bringing him food and alcohol, but Jin assured him that he loves helping people. After that, Jin decided to say that the man's skin color is very striking, and the man was not at all surprised by this, as it turned out that their tribe is all like that, and they often hear such words. He also added that his homeland is actually very far from here, and that is all he can say because he actually feels very sad about it. Jin, upon hearing this, decided to take out something from his pocket that he had brought from distant lands. He took out a map and showed it to the man, after which he said that he did not quite understand what was written here and would like the man to tell him, if, of course, he understood what we were talking about here. The man's expression changed immediately, and he quickly sobered up as he saw what the sign was there and therefore began to understand who they were. At that moment, Murakami and Latri approached Jin and that man, which scared him even more. The man realized that this brat knew that the man was from Colin, and so it became even more interesting to find out who Jin was. In response, Jin said he was a parasite in the house of Tikan's protector, Captain Alicia, but those with black and green hair are dragons. Murakami was shocked to hear this, as he honestly didn't understand how Jin could so easily tell him about it. Jin didn't understand why he was so surprised, as it seemed to the guy that they should update this man, but Murakami still believed that there was no need to say everything so directly, and that one should be a little careful. The young master still believed that nothing bad would happen, and while they were discussing this, the man suddenly realized that they were not Zippel. And when he realized this, he immediately wanted to know why they found it, and Jin told him that in fact, this card came to them by accident. After that, he decided to introduce his allies in more detail and started with a little boy who was the dragon Asmila, and thanks to him, they were able to see the pain hidden in this letter, violence against people like this man. So Jin told him that they were looking everywhere for people who knew something about this card, but they couldn't find anyone. However, they found a man in Tikan, and it was really an accident. But the man was still sure that the accidents were far from accidental. And now the man was no longer afraid of them, and he asked the boys to follow him, as he believed it would be good if they met his sister. As soon as they entered the room where he led them, they saw a girl with a bandage on her face who, apparently, was already waiting for them. A man from the street approached her, leaned over and said that he had brought guests without her permission, and therefore asked for forgiveness for that, but she assured him that in fact he had no need to apologize. It seemed to Murakan that something was clearly wrong here, because he didn't understand why this girl was talking about how she was waiting for them. At that moment, Jin wondered if he should call this girl a saint, because the energy he felt didn't come from this place, but from this woman. It seemed to him that she belonged to one of the noblest families in Kolan, or was the chosen one. But suddenly she interrupted her thoughts when she called Jin a swordsman, who was chosen as a swordsman since birth. But even so, she never ceased to amaze him, for she said that he came with the last dragon of the Shadow Clan, and beside him was the guardian dragon of the precious child, Mila. After that, she asked Jin not to be surprised, because according to her, this was just a little trick, although Jin had already entered this state of surprise and could only think that this aura was unfamiliar to him, and considering everything she had just told him, his only guess was that she might be a goddess. Laosa, that was the name of this girl, replied that in fact she was not a goddess, but simply a vessel used by a divine being. Furthermore, she realized that if she were a goddess, she definitely wouldn't have been in hiding for so long, having lost her homeland. Hearing all this, Murakan concluded that she must be a vessel for the ancient god. He also realized that she simply had incredible vision, although it seemed to him that sooner or later this power would disappear as well. In response to his words, she could only say that the black dragon hurts her heart very much, but she still heard of the ancient god Colin for the first time. Murakan wasn't going to do that, because he believed that even if he told her, she still wouldn't believe him, so Laora asked him to show her the map again. While Jin was doing this, he decided to ask the girl what it meant since he was showing it to her. She started saying strange things in response, something like this to the person who captured Colin's heart and is reading this now: "Don't turn away from us, come back and cry out for us," because they can't. They just keep on living, and God gave them a difficult mission but didn't send them the strength to complete it, and that is very bitter. After reading this letter, Laora added that this letter was drawn by her late grandfather, and also added that initially she had 2 destinies. And Laora was very happy that this card did not fall into the hands of Zippel, but found a reliable owner in the person of Jin Runcandel, so it seemed to her that the prayers of the inhabitants of Kolan had been answered. And in that case, she would like to invite everyone to make a deal. Murakan couldn't stand it and responded to them quite rudely, saying that now that they had lost almost all their strength, it seemed to him that it would be better to just ask for help instead of an agreement. One way or another, the Shadow Dragon told them that they would definitely go to Colin. Laora at that moment thought that they should be honest with her and say that they wanted to help, and all because she didn't believe they would help her just out of pity or compassion. Afterward, she said she was pretty sure it had been a long time since he'd heard Solderet's voice, which Jean clearly hadn't expected to hear. Looking at their facial expressions, Laora guessed that in this case she could only offer one thing as a reward. She meant that using all her remaining divine power, she could summon her god Solderet. Upon hearing this proposal, Murakan wanted to know what the guy would do, and Jin, without thinking much, told him that he would start preparing to leave for Colin at any minute. But he immediately told Laora that he could not guarantee that he would save them all, but she said with a smile that that would be enough. She also wanted to tell him about the situation in Colin. She believed this information would be useful to them. When Murakan and Kashmir approached Kolan, they were greeted by an ominous sign that screamed with all its appearance that one should not enter here. It seemed to Kashmir that they needed to send a reconnaissance detachment here first, but Murakan thought that was complete nonsense, because it wouldn't change the fact that it was a closed zone. At that moment, Jin was thinking that before his rebirth, the entrance here was not closed, and so it seemed to him that his appearance changed everything. He also understood that in theory, The horrors of this place should only be revealed after 11 years, and now that is unlikely to happen. Moreover, he did not forget that they had no other choice, and his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who wanted to ask Jin what they would do next. But without waiting for an answer, Sir Kashmir began to say that, as they said, if this place was intended for magical tests, they could enter. But now the situation is completely different. Though apparently no one heard him, because Murakan and Jin entered Colin's territory without much hesitation, and continued moving, disregarding the fact that Kashmir told them not to. As they walked, Jin noticed something rather strange, that there was only a sign here. There was no guard or protective magic. He always thought that the Zipel family could be so careless here, right? Kashmir understood what Jin was getting at, and didn't want to believe they had already found the artifact. So this territory simply became uninteresting to them? Jin assumed that they simply gave up because they couldn't find anything for hundreds of years, and Murakan agreed with the guy. He believed that this territory had become a small resort for them. But suddenly he interrupted his speech and asked the boys to look around carefully. Murakan clearly felt a very strange energy behind him, but when they looked closer, they saw local residents there. But that wasn't all. In the center of this mess sat a man who had silver hair, and judging by the fact that he was drinking in broad daylight, Jin realized that it was Muron Zipel. Furthermore, this guy was known as the Madman of the Wizard's Tower, and instead of being famous as the sixth son of Kelyark, he was remembered by everyone as the Mad Wizard because of his eccentric behavior. But what surprised Jin most was that he was a purebred Zipel, but there were no guards around, and Kashmir said that he was the owner of the 7th magic tower of Zipel, and he was also an 8-star magician who had many items with him, so Kashmir thought he was a quite confident magician. Murakan, upon hearing this, concluded that once they destroyed him, all that was left was to free everyone. But Jin left Murakan, saying that obviously everything would not be that simple, because his opponent was at least a purebred Zipel, and given Andre's destruction, they could clearly have problems, so Jin believed that they needed a reason to destroy him so that the Zipels could not respond. And before Jin had time to finish speaking, suddenly an unknown man appeared from the bushes, who was clearly very scared. He didn't notice the guys, but Jin and company saw him perfectly, so there was no problem in approaching him from behind and quietly asking who he was. With a trembling voice, the man said that his name is Dino Yaglin and he is a journalist. Jin was stunned to realize that this was the same journalist who had told him about Colin in his past life. But what's more surprising is that this happened only 10 years later, and Jin couldn't believe he had been working alone all this time. Furthermore, he didn't look a day over 20 and was very thin, and even taking all of that into account, he still started fighting with the Zipel family. Jin was surprised by this guy's courage, but he hasn't shown it yet, so he decided to check with the journalist. Or did he come here accidentally to cause a sensation? Dino wasn't one of those shy guys, although at first glance it was impossible to tell, so first he wanted to know where they came from. Jin, in response to this, assured him that there was no need to worry. He might think that they were just passing through and entered this place just to look at him. He also added that his friend from those places asked him to do something, but since he is a journalist, Jin assumed that they actually had the same goal. Dino suddenly raised his voice because he couldn't believe that Jin and his friends didn't know anything about the situation in Colin. Murakan didn't understand why they couldn't just tell him everything, but Kashmir immediately stopped him and said that they needed this man. The Shadow Dragon didn't understand why they needed him, and Kashmir suggested that he probably wanted to tell the world the truth about this place, and young Master Jin could use him as an excuse. After all, given that this man is a journalist, we can say with certainty that he has already gathered enough information that could be useful to them. And as Kashmir was telling all this to Murakan, the man at that moment took out a book with his notes and asked Jin to take a look at them. As Jin watched all these recordings, he simultaneously told Dino that he was a pretty fearless person, because everyone knew perfectly well what would happen to him if the Zipel saw this. But the journalist unexpectedly assured him that everything was fine, because he had already approached Muron, because he had been drinking for several days, and when the journalist talked to him, he realized that this Zeeple was clearly not one of those who always stays on guard. Dino added that he would hardly use them to interrogate him, because it would be easier for him to torture him to the point of destruction. Jin gave him back the book and decided to make a request of Dino. Meanwhile, Muron was finishing an unknown bottle of alcohol and complaining that his elders had sent him to that place just because of a joke. He spoke all these thoughts aloud, and at one point he felt like hitting his slave, who was cleaning up his mess, because it seemed to him that the man clearly did not agree with him. When he was suddenly interrupted by Dino, who came to Zeeple to ask if he was tired of drinking alone. Dino had a huge bottle of alcohol with him, and Muron was clearly happy to see his favorite drinking buddy. Besides, the first thing Muron told him was that he thought he would die here of boredom, because he hadn't even had the chance to talk to anyone. But then he suddenly changed his mind as he saw that today Dino did not come alone, but brought with him several guests, who, according to the journalist, were travelers, and he brought them because he thought Muron would like them. Although he later started apologizing to Muron because he thought he should have asked first, but Zeeple assured the guy that everything was fine and there was no point in worrying about it. Would it be better for him to hear from Dino where he said they met? According to Dino, he met them in the kingdom of Phelan while collecting medicinal herbs, after which he asked the boys to introduce themselves, and the first to do so was Jin, who first of all said that it was a great honor for him to meet him. From the expression on Muron's face, he liked how Jin called him Sir Muron. Jin knew a little more about Muron, because when they were drinking with Veridin, he told the boys that compared to Muron, the late Uncle Andrew was not so bad. When Veridin thought about what he did, he was simply disgusted, and that's why he didn't understand what the elders were thinking when they appointed him master of the magic tower. Dante was surprised that Veridin would speak like that about a man who was his brother, but Veridin didn't even think for a second when he called Muron a monster from the depths of the abyss and of such a bright soul that Dante can't imagine how disgusting this man is. Anyway, he told Jin that in the future, Zeeple wouldn't be able to avoid a collision with Runcandel, so he asked him not to contact Muron under any circumstances, even if it happened by accident. The best option in this case would be to escape. The first thing Muron did upon seeing Jin was to ask the man to tell him some interesting stories about the adventures that had happened to them during their travels. Jin replied with a smile that, as Dino said, they experienced many interesting things, so they have many stories. Muron heard this, saying that they had worked very well. Jin couldn't help but notice that in any case, they wouldn't be able to compare to the great and honorable Mr. Zeeple. After that, Muron turned to Dino and said that they met the guy about 2 weeks ago, and since then he was interested to know who the guy was, or rather, he was curious to know how any reporter could so fearlessly enter the restricted Zeeple area. Dino didn't expect to hear such words, so he immediately decided to apologize, but Muron said that he didn't actually blame him for anything, he was just a little worried, that's all. But still, he still wanted to know why the hell Dino needed to ask the locals. Jin and Murakhan became visibly tense because of these questions. They understood that Muron could guess who they were and why they came here. Muron, however, continued to say that when he wasn't around, Dino simply couldn't resist, and this caused Muron to then have to eliminate those he spoke to. Dino didn't quite understand what eliminating meant until Muron bluntly told his stupid friend that everyone Dino talked to ended up missing. Muron called all these people pathetic insects who run around him and don't allow him to live normally. They also do everything with such confidence, as if they were the kings of this land, and it all made him laugh incredibly hard. He said all this just to finally say that he guessed perfectly that those guys behind Dino were actually from the Sword Garden. Murakhan understood perfectly what was about to happen, so he immediately withdrew Dino from the attack. And this decision was clearly correct, because as soon as he did so, Muron literally immediately used his strength to deliver the blow. Jin had expected this turn of events, but it was very strange for him not to sense the magic in advance. He understood that even if the magic activator was hidden in the fire, he still needed to feel its flow. Murakami suddenly interrupted his thoughts with a shout that he needed to be careful, because magic can be hidden, but obviously not erased. After all, looking at this crazy guy, it was obvious he was hiding something. Suddenly, Muran himself spoke to them, saying that he immediately realized that in front of him was Jin Runcandel, who was probably carrying out a task for the priestess who had escaped from here. Jin didn't answer because he believed that even if they talked to him, Muran would clearly answer his questions. So he decided he would just force him to talk. Muran didn't answer, but he reminded himself and Jin that he was just a reserve captain, and so he was interested in finding out how it happened that he was given such a difficult task. Was it really something of a personal nature? Jin didn't answer. He simply said again that Muran is too loud, and his voice and laughter infuriate him, so with each passing second he becomes more and more disappointed in him. Muran laughed at these words, then apologized and agreed that it would be better to start a fight and settle everything that way. After that, he immediately started attacking Jin, who barely managed to avoid them. Murakami also did not stay on the sidelines and had to dodge the attacks and, in addition, get Dino out of this battlefield. Muran decided to act in a vile manner and also began attacking ordinary civilians who needed to be saved. And for this, Murakami decided to use his power, with which he could protect several dozen people at the same time. After that, he immediately turned to Dino and ordered him to immediately take the rest of the people and leave. But as soon as Dino asked them to come to him so they could get out of here, the man realized that apparently it wouldn't be that easy, because the civilians were clearly not feeling very well. Upon seeing this photo, Dino immediately began shouting that Muran Zipel was an incredibly vile person who needed to burn in hell. Dino literally cried and continued to scream that Muran is a bastard, because he can't even imagine how a normal person could do this. The journalist really didn't understand what these people had done to him, because at this rate, they would certainly die. Muran, in response to his screams, stated that it was actually this facial expression he wanted to see. According to him, he was curious to know what it would be like when he saw it, and looking at it now, he really likes it. He called him stupid Dino, who forgot his place. He also believed that the journalist was useless. It seemed to him that he could only wag his tail and stick his nose everywhere, and that was why he believed that all those people died. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Jin, who ordered him to immediately stop wagging his tongue, because at this rate he would destroy him even faster than he could come to his senses. Kashmir, watching all this, could not believe that there was so much destruction around, and this considering the fact that they attacked when Muran relaxed his vigilance. Muran, in turn, was getting angry every second, because some kind of garbage, neither magic nor aura, something like a shadow, was sucking his energy. But then he realized that apparently Solderet had broken his promise and was collaborating with Runcandel again. In any case, this wasn't a big problem for Muran, and he wasn't going to give up. Murakami and Jin, however, again didn't feel his energy, and Jin concluded that he was hiding the mana flows, and in light of this, he understood that it would be easier to fight with the expectation that he would constantly use his magic. Muran, however, continued to shout and laugh at Jin. The reason for his laughter was that he believed that even in this case, Jin would not be able to defeat him and save all the cockroaches that remained here. Instead of talking, Jin and Murakami decided to work as a team, and the Shadow Dragon, without hesitation, sent the guy straight to Muran. What Sepal clearly did not expect was that he would have to react quickly to this decision, otherwise he risked suffering great damage. So without thinking much, he used his magic and blocks of ice began to emerge from the ground. But Jin didn't care at all. He continued to get closer and closer to Muran. But Muran hasn't shown all he's capable of yet, and so he uses a few more of his spells to stop Jin. Muran believed that it was simply impossible to pass through such a magical wall, and so his face was satisfied as he was able to defeat one of Runcandel's descendants. But it seemed so to him only at first glance, because as soon as he turned around, he immediately saw how Jin was behind him, and literally at the last moment, just before Jin's attack, he created a wall of ice that was supposed to protect him. although she didn't help him, because Jin was able to destroy this wall with just one blow, and now he just needed to get to Muron. At some point, Zippel realized that no matter what he did, his opponent would immediately absorb all the magic. He couldn't believe that all of this was just thanks to Soldred's energy. But anyway, he admitted that he was pretty close and that Jin was still a nice guy. After that, he used his secret technique, which created many chains that he thought were capable of binding Jin. Muron was sure he was able to catch Jin making a mistake, but apparently he alone made a mistake by underestimating the power of the dark energy that destroyed his chains one after another. But even after that, his face was very pleased, and he said that it would be great to destroy one of the Runcandels, and all this was only possible because Jin Runcandel himself came to him, so he was very grateful to him. This monotonous place, according to him, will be able to shine again with colors that have not visited it for a long time. Jin, looking at all this, understood that all the traps around him were created with the help of spells, and if he went straight ahead, he would hardly be able to dodge them all, so he decided to dodge each one of them. Moroccan also understood perfectly where all this was going, so he once again ordered Dino to take all the civilians out of here. Muron believed that all his efforts were simply useless, because these magic circles would reach wherever his gaze fell. No exceptions, no mercy, and now, according to him, he's finally ready to have fun with Jin. The young master immediately realized that Muron had clearly started using a different level of magic, one that was much stronger, and in this case it would clearly be much more difficult to fight him. He also noted that it uses torn earth, which cuts the earth's surface in two upon contact. And that could only mean one thing, that he had only one option left, to move on. But he was also worried about something else. He understood that such spells were clearly beyond the control of an 8th grade magician, and therefore it seemed to Jin that Muron was using some kind of artifact. Muron, watching how Jin avoided his attacks, realized that his opponent clearly understood magic. After all, just remembering how he dodged the pillar of fire and at the same time didn't fall onto the torn ground, after which he managed to completely dispel the pillar of fire, it was obvious to him that someone who doesn't understand anything about magic definitely wouldn't do that. So taking all these facts into account, he realized that apparently Jin is not just a swordsman, he is also a magician, which, as you know, is forbidden in Runcandel. Muron was now certain that Jin works so well only because he casts spells himself, and now he is more than certain of it. And now that he knows Jin is a magician, he will fight completely differently, and Jin clearly didn't expect that. Reverse magic flow for magical creatures is the worst symptom. It is a phenomenon where magic builds up in the internal organs and then bursts out of them, exploding their entire insides. In a battle between magicians, a magician with less magic power will have a faster reverse flow. So unlike warriors, the power of magicians is easy to determine. However, Runcandel has no magical power, and thus it was impossible to cause a reverse flow of magic in them, even with a low-ranking one that they had to fight with magic. But now that Muron discovered that Jin has magic, he realized that there was simply no point in fighting and wasting time fighting. But he didn't take into account just one point, that Jin also understands all of this perfectly, and guessed that when Muron finds out about this, he will definitely do everything to shorten the distance. And so Jin, as a responsible guest of this place, prepared a gift for Muron that he would probably like, or so it seemed to Jin. A few seconds later, Muron's body was transported as if to another dimension in which he saw absolutely nothing. He had a hunch that this could be the Shadow's own power, but even so, he quickly discarded that option, as he had completely different sensations. And he thought so, especially because there was a very bright light before his eyes, which hit his eyes, and that's why he lost consciousness. But he also understood perfectly well that if he was right, the next attack would probably be aimed solely at him. Therefore, he managed to react before Jin finished him off, although he was unable to do so without losses. Muron realized that Jin was using ancient light magic. He couldn't even imagine that Jin was aware of such a technique. The power of light and shadow in one person, it was so incredible to him. Thanks to this, Jin cut his hand, but he was ashamed because even after that, Muron managed to remove the energy that remained in the wound, and all this made him think that all this was not from a magician. His feelings and reactions were like those of an animal. Anyway, there was only one conclusion from this. Even if his magical power is less than Andre's, then in a fight, he is a much tougher opponent. And judging by the fact that he has a lot of experience in battles, there must be something more to it than just the reverse flow of magic. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Muron, who began to say that Jin looked at him as if he were crazy. He didn't even want to try to be friends, but now, if he looks closer, he can see that the two are the same. Jin, in response to this, could only sigh and say that Muron was trying to say some nonsense to stall a bit. But it all seemed incredibly pathetic to him, and he thought his last words sounded very pathetic. This caused a wild laugh in the man, because according to him, he was not going to die yet, and besides, his wild friends were still protecting him. After that, he started saying that so far he had only used 3, but Jin didn't let him finish, because he wanted to immediately find out what that crazy guy was trying to convey to him. Muron was so happy to see that Jin, as his opponent, was finally interested, because he believed that people like him would do anything to achieve their goal, and as he could see, Muron was only an 8th-rank mage, and he had probably already guessed that it was impossible for such a low-rank mage to do such things. So Muron would show Jin something and explain to him how he does all this. He started talking about how these insects dared to side with that journalist while they were under Zippel's auspices, but thanks to that they are very useful in increasing his magical power. But even that's not all, he added, that even though they are like corpses, they still breathe. So while they are alive, they provide you with mana. And after telling Jin all this, Muron decided to give the guy a tip. To destroy the wizard, the guy would first have to destroy his people. Well, in the end, he finally added that he had already said that they were just like him, because in order to get what they wanted, the two of them would do anything, and now Muron wanted Jin to destroy them all, after which they would finally be able to have fun with him in a fight between themselves. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, a child's voice was heard, who screamed and turned to Jin that every word Muron said was a lie, as it did not increase magic, and according to this child, Muron realized this after torturing them. These words obviously angered the mage, and he wanted the child to finally shut up, but no one would stop there, and Jin was informed that Muron simply understood how to use the divine object. Jin, upon hearing the word divine object, could not believe that Muron had already managed to find the mirror, as it would be very difficult to destroy this guy. The child could not stop, and continued to tell everything he knew about how those who were here now were his compatriots who faced such a terrible fate. Muron was tired of hearing this, so he asked for this bug to be stopped immediately. But she just couldn't take it all, because all her relatives died and all because of this monster. Muron couldn't bear it and yelled at her to shut up immediately, otherwise she would immediately go to her family. But apparently, she didn't care so much that she didn't even stop, so she continued saying that this crazy guy liked to play with people and their lives. According to her, they were all used for experiments, and then they were just thrown away like a thing. And even now he lies to manipulate everyone, so she told him all of this so that Jin could finally destroy this crazy magician. His teeth literally broke in anger, and he immediately called her a stupid rat who doesn't know her place. After that, he would destroy her so that she would finally answer for the words she said. He wasn't going to leave anyone alive who would disrupt his show. The screams and despair of these people, whose bodies were cut into pieces, should have been the main event of this night, and he left her only because she could still be used. At that moment, Dino turned to Jin and said that they must save this person, because this girl is a person of the goddess. She is the only support of the Aborigines. Jin looked at the technique Muron used on this girl. He realized that it was Zippel's secret magic technique, which was called the Blue Fire Magic Eye technique. And it seemed to him that he had heard of this technique somewhere before. It was a skill that only Zippel could use. Your teacher told you about this in a past life, and according to her, with her help, you can create a blue fire by simply looking at an object, and this fire will never go out. while the victim runs in the fire until it completely consumes the body. Jin immediately became interested in knowing how to counter this technique in this case, and the answer turned out to be very simple. Just burn it, using something that could surpass this flame in strength. This way you could defeat it. And the guy managed to find something that would be much hotter than this fire. He named his phoenix Tess. The expression on Muron's face spoke for itself. He simply couldn't believe that Jin was able to summon this creature. After all, he knew very well that whoever Tess chose would become the greatest magician of the century and a magical swordsman at the same time. And understanding this fact irritated him even more because he understood that Jin belonged to the Runcandel family, and he couldn't even think about it. Jin liked that Muron was so nervous about it because it made him more vulnerable. But for now, he needs to save this girl first and then deal with Muron. This girl, however, woke up after losing consciousness and didn't understand why she was inside the flame. But she wasn't hot at all, and the guy holding her didn't have a single burn either. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who suddenly thanked the girl and added that if it weren't for her, this madman would have already broken up with him. But she immediately shouted that now was not the time to relax, as Muron was using the power of a divine item, and although he could not find it, according to her, he tortured them to find out how to activate the divine object, but only they know where it is, and she almost immediately realized that he came here at the request of Saint Laos. After that, she undoubtedly told Jin that when the battle was over, she would show him where the artifact was hidden, but before that, she asked Jin to stop suffering. Jin left the girl in a safe place and turned to Muron Zippel, saying that he finally liked his expression. Could he really be so shocked just because he found out that Tess chose him? The guy also added that he was disappointed that all Muron could do was create various kinds of traps or use a secret technique, so he decided it was time to finish him off. Jin promised him that a little more, and he himself would go to hell, where he would be punished for everything he had done in his life. All these words angered Muron, and he decided to remind Jin that he was the sorceress Helleram's favorite. And he was the one who shared the cup with the kings of the Black Sea, and does Jin really think that after all this, he can actually send him to hell? Besides, Muron hadn't shown him what true hell was yet, but he would fix that instantly. Jin didn't respond, and decided to just finish off this guy, who, it seemed, talks a lot, but does little. Tess's phoenix fire put incredible pressure on Muron, and it really became difficult for him to withstand Jin's attacks. But Jin was not in a good mood at that moment, because he understood that Tess was very angry at the moment, and it was not clear what the problem was. Meanwhile, Kashmir wanted to ask Murakhan what they should do with the Aborigines. But Murakhan immediately made him understand that now was not the best time to think about that, as he had evacuated them, and now they needed to focus on the spell to summon Orgel, the king of monsters. After all, he understood perfectly well that when Tess intervened in this process, they would need to stop him immediately. First, Murakhan asked him to gather all his strength and channel it into the sword. After that, he sent a shadow to June, which he had to step on and run away from there. But before that, he needed to cut the gate to that dimension, which Jin did. That was the plan, but Jin had no idea it would be so difficult for him. During the fight, he realized he was experiencing a reverse flow of magic, and this was very bad news for him. And Muron also understood this, who immediately began to say that in the end, the one who alone ended his glorious life fell from one blow of Helleram's dagger. But Jin clearly wouldn't just give up and, gritting his teeth, continued the battle despite the pain. The realization of this also dawned on Muron, whose facial expression changed the moment he realized this. Jin raised his sword as high as he could at that moment and was about to deliver the finishing blow. At this moment, there were words in his head that if he raised the sword 10,000 times, the effect should still be the same as the first time, so he would put all his desire into this strike, with which he will cut his opponent without a doubt. Apparently this blow will really end the battle, because Muron began to literally crumble after such a blow. He couldn't say a word, although it was clear from his facial expression that he really wanted to say a lot. Tess reserved the right to end this guy once and for all, so she created a powerful stream of fire that could incinerate even the hardest object. Therefore, after that, Muron's body became more like a coal. Jin at that moment thought that when the shadow was released, he felt it for the first time. It seemed to him that it was similar to the response of the sword's heart. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when he saw how, even in such precarious conditions, Muron still managed to grip his staff. Although after a few seconds, it became clear that this was all he had enough of, because immediately after that, he literally collapsed. But Jin wasn't in a good state either, clearly exceeding his limit, so it's pretty obvious that he also passed out. The magic staffs of the Zipel family wizards have an interesting feature. A rune is inscribed on the tip, and when activated by the owner, the rune sends a distress signal to the wizard's tower. In other words, it's too early to relax, and considering all this, it can be said that Muron was just the beginning, so Jin better come to his senses as soon as possible. And just as Jin began to regain his senses, Murakan immediately opened his mouth and poured some powder into it. With this vile taste, Jin immediately exploded, but he still didn't dare to spit it out. Murakan had to explain to him that he almost died due to the backlash of magic. So Murakan gave him a unicorn horn to swallow, which he considered an excellent remedy in such cases. Jin thought this was complete nonsense right up until the moment he felt better, and the mana flow calmed down, which, unfortunately, cannot be said for the shadow energy and aura. Kashmir was happy that Jin had finally come to his senses, and the guy immediately started thanking him for getting the unicorn horn so quickly. But the man stopped thanking him and said that it wasn't really his merit. It turns out this incinerated horn was given to him by the journalist and the surviving girl. Dino entered this dialogue with the words he learned about the horn during one of the drinking sessions with Muron, as he mentioned that he had stolen it from the family home. And the girl decided that the time had come when she should introduce herself properly. Her name is Latika Mamutika, and she is a novice of Miss Laos. She also immediately remembered to bow to Jin and tell him that his deeds would never be forgotten, and that she would always be grateful to him for it. She also suggested that the Lao saint probably asked to save them. But Latika explained to Jin that she didn't want to literally save them. She wanted Jin and his friends to help restore her sacred relic. Jin didn't expect to hear that his relic was broken, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Murakan, who had seen 3 millennia in his life, but had never heard of any relics around here, and had generally been thinking all this time that this was just a common bluff. At the same time, he thought that the power of the blonde Muron was truly enormous. Could some kind of relic really be to blame for all of this? After that, he decided to ask Latika what god she worships, and according to her his name is Klam, which not even Murakan knew. Kashmir could only add that if all this is true, then they clearly shouldn't stay here for long, because even though this is wilderness, it's still Sepal's territory, and no one knows how quickly they will react to what has happened. After these words, Latika decided to say that they would probably have some problems with this. According to her, to take possession of the relic, it is necessary to restore it, and to do so, it is necessary to break the seal with the help of the sun's rays. And this was apparently the main problem, as it was midnight outside. Therefore, they will need to wait half a day and then perform the ritual with the tribesmen. Then they need to be returned to the city. Murakan did not understand why everything is always so difficult with these artifacts, but in any case, even he understood that they needed to hurry, while the dear Morona relatives did not come here. Only Jin was left thinking at that moment and thought that something was clearly wrong here, something was missing in all of this, something extremely important. Thoughts began to arise that Muron was no longer a tenant, and for that he could thank Tess. Besides, this was a desert that even Zipel had abandoned. All this led him to the idea that they needed to go immediately to the magician's tower. Jin told them that Muron Zipel was the master of his family's magic tower, but Muron thought that tonight was not a night for obvious facts and asked him to explain what he meant. The guy grabbed Muron's people and said they really didn't have time because the guy's relatives would be coming here soon. Kashmir saw Jin's hand on the staff and realized that Muron was the master of the magician's tower. Murakhan at that moment couldn't understand why they were muttering that sentence. The noble sword tried to explain to him that it is said about masters with staffs who can summon all lower-ranking mages. Murakhan couldn't believe it, but what surprised him most was that Jin knew about it. The young master, in response to this, told his shadow dragon that the Zeeples were developing rapidly, and he was not sure if everything was exactly like that, although in his mind he thought that it was all thanks to the teacher's words spoken during a coma. After that, Kashmir added that there are at least 100 members in the Mage Tower, and most of them are 7th and 8th rank. Furthermore, Kashmir believed that they needed to protect the civilian population, and considering that they only have 50 mages, it will be very difficult for them to do so. Anyway, Jin first wanted to know from Sir Kashmir how long it would take them to get here, and according to the noble sword, the 7th tower is located in the extreme north of the continent, and even with the help of a teleportation, they will get there in 2 hours at most. Upon hearing this, Jin decided to ask Sir Kashmir a favor. After hearing everything the guy wanted from him, Kashmir was a little unsure if they would actually be able to do it. After all, Kashmir wanted to point out that even a second's delay, and everyone here, including Jin, would die, let alone them, so he believed that this request would be denied. But Jin suddenly interrupted him to say that there was no need to worry about that anymore, as in fact he already had an agreement, but unfortunately time was running out, and they needed to come up with something urgently. Despite the uncertainty and fear, Kashmir still agreed and told Jin that she would do whatever her boyfriend asked, and all he asked Jin in return was to hold on until that moment. After some time, Latika and other residents of these regions gathered to begin restoring the relic. Murakhan, looking at all this, thought the idea didn't work, but Jin couldn't answer because he was coughing so much. After that, he looked at his hand and said that apparently he had gone too far. All Murakhan could tell him was that dementia and courage, after which he said that they barely managed to destroy a blonde Zeeple, and Jin also decided to attack his 6. Taking all this into consideration, Murakhan just asked Jin to learn to accept defeat. But Jin assured him that in fact not everything was so bad, as Sister Luna would help them with this, and Sir Kashmir went to get someone, so that everything would be all right. All of this was clear to Murakhan, but he doubted the microbe would make it in time, although Jin was sure that if he used teleportation, he would be able to make it in time without any problems. The Zeeple family members were almost arriving at the location, and one of them reported that the residents were performing some kind of ritual, and next to them were 2 unknown people, impossible to see. One of them turned to the master and asked him to calm down, as there was still a chance that Muron was simply being held hostage. The master at that moment just repeated that if something happened to his elder brother, everyone involved would beg for a quick death. Meanwhile, Murakhan watched the sky and in a moment noticed 6 dragons and about 30 magicians. The shadow dragon once again turned to Jin before the fight to tell the guy that if things went really bad, he would remove the transfiguration, but then they would probably call the entire Zeepel horde, so Jin would have to deal with it alone. Looking at this photo, Murakhan sighed sadly, as he understood that in his best years there would be no dust left of them. And all because of Tamar's wound, which inflicted a wound right in his heart, which is still felt. And now Murakhan, looking at these young dragons, did not even recognize them. He could only say that they were definitely not fire dragons, but rather red, a type of low-ranking fire dragon subordinate to Kaduna. But still, these were all his guesses. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the scream of Medora Elner, who was the vice master of the 7th tower of the Zeeple family, and the first thing she wanted to know was where was Master Muron. Jin undoubtedly replied to him that they did not know of such a thing, and certainly had not met him, and in his mind he tried to remember Medora Elner, but in his past life, Jin seemed to have never met this guy. Medora at that moment interrupted his thoughts with the words that he, of course, did not know why they came to destroy his older brother, although he did not deny the fact that with Muron's character, it was very easy to make enemies, so it seemed to him that they were dogs of the Runcandel family. Jin didn't understand what difference it made who they were. Midor still remained calm and realized that he wasn't asking them to take off their masks or drop their weapons. He was just asking who they were. But what interests him most at the moment is the question, is his brother alive? After that, he couldn't stand it and started screaming that he was his own blood, and that's why he literally begged them to tell him what happened to Muron, hiding behind the fact that they also clearly have families of their own, and he also didn't forget to say that if they tell him the truth, he promises that he won't touch their loved ones. It was funny for Jin to watch all of this, so at one point he even said that the man was quite funny. And all because it was strange for him to hear something about the assassin's family ties, so he asked Midor to stop talking nonsense. These words angered Midor even more as he began to literally spit and scream. How dare they talk to him like that? He continued to shout that they didn't dare equate the Zippel family with some kind of insect, but suddenly fell silent when he saw his brother's remains behind Jin. Midor realized that they were clearly too late and had not only injured his brother, but also destroyed him. And for this he will destroy them here and now, so he immediately ordered his people to prepare for an attack, but first he would like to take these people alive. They each took up their staff and raised it, and Midor, however, said that these people clearly did not deserve a quick death, only the painful agony that they would now inflict on them. He would do everything possible to make these guys beg for mercy and thus avenge his brother's soul. Jin understood perfectly well that these were no ordinary Zippel magicians. They were all masters of at least the 8th rank, and it would be incredibly difficult to fight them alone. And since Jin doesn't like to suffer too much and try too hard, he decided to ask for help. After that, Talaris Endorma, the owner of the Ice Palace, came out of the ice gates, and behind her was her daughter. But what was most frightening to Midor was that this woman was capable of freezing level 8 magic instantly. His ally immediately realized that this was the master of the Ice Palace, and judging by his reaction, it was safe to say that things were clearly looking bad for them. Jin was happy that Sir Kashmir was still able to fulfill his request, and Murakan finally resolved his hunch, in which he could not figure out who was now occupying the place of the master of the Ice Palace, and in any case, considered it a good idea. He believes that the Moa Ice Frog can only be used by a select few, and Murakan would never have thought that there are people who are capable of it. Talaris began casting magic and told her daughter that she could rest for now while she had fun with these magicians. But first, she approached Jin to find out if her daughter gifted her a bouquet. The guy introduced himself, and Talaris said there was no need for that, as she had already heard of him. But what surprised her most at that moment was that he was still standing, because inside him she saw complete injuries, but Jin assured her that there was actually no problem. Well, since he can talk, the woman decided to ask the boy if it was true that he really destroyed her toy. Jin didn't really understand what was going on until the woman reminded the guy that he was going to destroy Alcaro in one of the student assignments. Now the guy realized what was happening and realized that apparently the Ice Queen's daughter still couldn't keep her promise and told her mother everything. Talaris interrupted his thoughts by saying that she didn't really blame him. She just wanted to remind him that he essentially owed her, and that's why she wanted Jin to introduce her to everyone after they were done. She had her eye especially on Murakan, whom she called a not-at-all suspicious big guy that the Shadow Dragon clearly liked. Talaris even decided to invite Murakan to have a cup of tea with her, if he didn't mind, of course. But then she remembered why she came here, and so she asked her daughter Sarah to look after her son while he was busy with business, which angered the girl, as she had already told her mother hundreds of times that there was nothing between them. Then the woman did not understand anything because the girl gave her flowers, to which the girl also responded many times. According to her, she did this so that no one would destroy it before fighting with him. Either way, Talaris believed Jin should be grateful to his daughter for everything she had done for him. Furthermore, she once again decided to remind him that if it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't be here either. But as soon as she told him that, Jin suddenly lost consciousness and fell down, finally saying that he still managed to do it. Sarah caught him, and the first thing she said was that it always seemed to her that the next time they met, they would fight again. But apparently this time we'll have to postpone this fight because it was clear that the guy wasn't wasting any time. After that, the girl decided to tell Jin that the man who brought her flowers, Kashmir, if she's not mistaken, looked as if his own life depended on it. He entered her mother's chambers quite boldly and said that the young man to whom his daughter gave this bouquet might be about to die, and so he was here to ask her for help as the master of the ice palace. According to Caesara, he even managed to wake his mother from her sleep, and all of this surprised him at how faithful people can be. Jin reacted to this with a smile, but he still believed that he clearly didn't deserve everyone being so kind to him. The girl assured him that there was actually no need for gratitude, as she believed that this was her problem as well, as it was unpleasant to see how someone other than her beat Jin. Her words were suddenly interrupted by Jin, who began coughing up black blood very forcefully, and the girl immediately thought that he had struggled with such injuries, and this horrified her. At the same moment, she took out her medicinal device and asked him to immediately close his mouth. Caesara clearly didn't understand why she was so exhausted, but she still wasn't against helping him. Murakan, who was nearby, immediately realized that the girl was clearly not indifferent to Jin, as she cared about him very much. Talaris, meanwhile, came out of her ice dome to complete what she originally came here to do, and the first thing she noticed was that in front of her there were clearly no purebred Zeeples, because they were not blonde. These words angered Midor, although he understood from the beginning that everything was clearly not going to be easy, so he warned his family before leaving. Well, now all he needs to do is buy a little time until the main forces arrive, and then he started shouting that he is Midor Elner, deputy head of the Tower of the Seven Magicians, who allowed himself to be found out by Talaris why she is interfering in the affairs of the Seepel family on her own territory. In response to this, the woman told them that it had been a long time since she had warmed up, but still advised them to think twice before saying anything to her. But still, she understood their side, so she decided to give them a chance and said that she was ready to close her eyes if they immediately packed their bags and left, to which they reacted sharply, saying that she, as the owner of the ice palace, had no right to threaten the rightful owners of this land. Apparently these words were said in vain, because the woman was clearly angry, because she considered this far from an excuse to speak to her in that tone, and apparently she would still have to punish them for such insolence. She just looked at the old man, and he began to choke and foam at the mouth, and all Talaris said at that moment was that she would very much like the man to choke on his own rudeness. The third elder fell unconscious a few seconds later, which was clearly a bad sign. Midor immediately ordered his men to raise the barrier and also ordered them to ensure that the ice did not penetrate inside. But he wasn't going to stop there either and ordered his dragons to attack Talaris. But apparently he didn't even think it would be such a simple task for her. With just a wave of her fan, she blocked that attack and froze all the fire. After that, she smiled and asked Midor a question. Which one was she interested in finding out, or did he really want to continue? In response, he shouted that even if everyone died here, the world would still forget her palace, but no one would ever forget the Zeepel family. After these words, a fire signet appeared near Talaris's head, which she didn't even notice. A second later, there was a terrible, large-scale explosion. Thus, Midor wanted Talaris to feel the power over the flame that the patriarch gave her. Moreover, he believed that not even she could dodge such a blow. But apparently he was a little hasty with such expressions, for the woman interrupted his victorious cry with words about how frightened she was and how much she was afraid of him. Although it was clear that this was clearly sarcasm, and she said it with a smile, although she was actually not prepared for the fact that Celiac had taught her the space explosion, it was unexpected for her, for which she was ready to praise him. But she also didn't forget to say that Celiac missed a small but extremely important detail, namely the fact that he forgot to tell them a little more about the ice palace. And now she will have to correct this little mistake, so she decided to give him the first lesson, which was called ice. The first thing he felt after she launched that kind of attack at him was the wind, which didn't allow him to stand still. But apparently he was lucky, because when he returned, he saw how all his people were frozen. Meanwhile, Talaris silently approached him to ask what happened and why he was so surprised. She began to wonder if perhaps it was because her incredible trap had disappeared in an instant, or perhaps because her pen had miraculously disappeared. Midor didn't really notice how his hand literally disappeared, and it was all because he didn't even feel any pain. But suddenly Talaris interrupted his thoughts, saying that the main problem with magicians is that they look in the wrong direction when there is an enemy in front of them. A true warrior would never be so stupid. He fell to the ground, not understanding how their strength could differ so much, but still did not hide the fact that it was his mistake, and he clearly did not even need to try to buy time, because even if the main forces arrived in time, even they would be finished. All these thoughts led him to the conclusion that probably at that moment everything was lost, and he could do nothing more. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a huge yellow ball appeared around him, which looked like a magic signet. It was clear on Midor's face that he didn't understand what was happening. But this yellow light did not shine for long, as after a few seconds it disappeared, and with it, Midor and his people, which was surprising to Talaris. A few seconds later, Midor and his wizards appeared in a completely different place, where a mysterious voice told the man that he had done his job very well. After that, the same voice added that from now on the offenders will be dealt with by the White Knight and will be able to rest in peace. Talaris began to guess what was happening and was visibly starting to feel angry. And his worst thoughts came true. A few seconds later, a huge ship appeared in the sky. Murakan understood perfectly that this was not just a ship. It was a ship that Zeepel used in wars, but he could not believe that the wizard who had left was such an important big shot to send such a ship to him. But it seemed to Jin that because of Andre's destruction, Zeepel. They decided that they would not waste any more time protecting their people. Mentally, the guy understood that this ship was, in any case, a big problem for them, and the people controlling this ship clearly belonged to the White Knight group. This group included carefully selected magicians, who together were called the White Knights and formed the strongest Zeepel squad. At the same time, Talaris approached Jin to say that she wouldn't fight these guys here, so she left. She also told him that she could take the locals to safety and he could also be captured. But his answer shocked the woman. According to the boy, he would not leave until the end of the ceremony. In any case, Talaris told him that it wasn't a question and that he would definitely take him with him, as he didn't mind his whining. The guy was surprised that she really didn't understand that if they didn't finish the ceremony now, then Zeepel would simply be impossible to stop in the future, and the number of victims would grow every day. So he once again decided to ask her for help so that the tragedy of this place would not be repeated anywhere else. After thinking about it for a bit, she told Jin that she agreed to it, but they only had an hour to do everything. And she will do this on only one condition, to exchange a few words with his parents. Meanwhile, Latika and her compatriots continued to perform the ceremony until Jin left them. He asked them to speed up the ceremony because the Zeepels were launching an all-out attack. In response, the girl asked Jin to leave, and she also added that she knew what kind of ship was in the sky, and so they didn't want to expose him to such danger. Besides, according to her, Jin has nothing to worry about, as they will do everything to keep the Zeepels from finding out about the relic, and she was ready to do all this for the sake of the guy who was the first one who dared to help them for a long time. Jin approached her to explain that he didn't help them only to abandon them later, after which he asked again if there was any way to speed up the ceremony. Latika, after thinking for a while, said that if the Lao princess were here, maybe they could come up with something, but unfortunately that is impossible to do at the moment. Cersina appeared at that time and was beside Jin and thought that Laos must have died, since that is impossible. But the guy refuted the idea, saying that in fact Laos is currently in Tikan, which made Cersei happy. And apparently her smile was related to the fact that she could help bring Laos here, and would do it with the help of an ice frog, which she first suggested Gina climb on. Talaris, meanwhile, thought that her daughter was already wearing Mott for no reason. Although she wasn't against it, she was just embarrassed that children grow up so quickly, although now was clearly not the best time to think about it, because she needs to somehow hold on for a whole hour. But apparently she won't have to take the blame alone, because Murakhan didn't mind the warming either, which obviously made the woman happy. The conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from the ship. The white Zippel warriors immediately made it clear to the master of the ice palace that they would not waste time talking. Even so, they offered her a deal in which they would release her if she handed over to them the person responsible for the death of Muran Zippel and the local population. Then, according to them, the problem would be solved. Talaris, without much thought, immediately told them in response that if they want to cooperate so much, then it is better to give her Kiliak, and then she will think whether to leave them alive or not. The reaction was immediate. They realized she wasn't going to commit, so they started attacking. These Zippel's attacks were clearly much more serious than Medora's, and fighting such magicians was obviously more difficult. Even though it was a wave of fire, Talaris was able to easily block it with her magic. But that was just the beginning, because the Zippel magicians simply did not intend to give up and began to create a new spell. Talaris decided that standing still and waiting until it was destroyed was clearly not the best option, so she also went on the attack and began attacking this ship one after another, but so far it had been difficult to inflict any heavy damage. As she continued to attack, one of them tried to understand who this man was standing next to Talaris and how dangerous he was. After all, he didn't stand aside and also reflected part of the blow, but at the same time he didn't use aura, but did it with his bare fists. It was absolutely clear that he was clearly not someone they could simply turn a blind eye to. Therefore, given all these facts, one of them ordered the base to be contacted and informed that they were going to use naval artillery. Jin, however, barged into Laos's house and began asking where she was. From her appearance, it was clear that something was clearly wrong. When she suddenly interrupted him, saying that in fact they had already been waiting for him for a long time, Jin immediately began to say that they needed to go urgently, and on the way he would explain everything to her. But before he had time to finish, Laos interrupted him and said that in fact she was already ready to go. At this moment, Talaris continued to fight desperately, and although her ice strikes were beneficial, but even she understood that at any moment this could change. Murakhan also didn't stand still and reflected all of Zippel's fire blows. He was happy to finally be back in the fight, although it was no easy task to defend himself against such a torrent of blows. When Talaris suddenly interrupted his thoughts by freezing his hands, which was quite incomprehensible for a shadow dragon. So she had to explain to him that it was a gift made of pure ice. She believed that either way was better than nothing. Murakhan couldn't feel his hands at that moment, but it seemed to him that it was actually a good thing. He immediately decided to try out his new gloves, and the first thing he did was lift a huge rock above him, which he launched quite successfully on the Sepal ship. Talaris at that moment perfectly understood that everything that happened before that was a child's play, because she perfectly remembered what the boy from Runcandel said, that they need to be here, so these guys will not use naval artillery, and it is all just a bluff. It reminded her of a situation where neither of them were ready to make sacrifices, and if everything continued in the same spirit, then they would simply take the time she promised Jin. One of the Zippels understood perfectly what the Ice Queen was thinking now, and it infuriated him greatly because they really didn't have an order to destroy yet. He also noticed that among the Reds performing the ceremony, 2 had suddenly disappeared, and it became completely clear to him that they couldn't just fight while those guys were plotting something. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his people, who suddenly called him to inform him that they had received an order from the base, which told them to carry out the total destruction of this place. Murakhan immediately noticed that those guys on the ship were clearly quiet. He had a feeling that they had simply given up. But Talaris clearly didn't think so, because he understood perfectly why such silence was happening. And unfortunately, she was right, because these guys prepared a huge fireball to destroy all life that exists here. But before that, they turned to Talaris to tell her that they had just received permission, and they hoped she fully understood what this meant to them. But still, they are merciful and are ready to give her a second chance, while counting to 3, they will need to run while they can. And if they don't obey this time, he immediately wants to warn them that he will destroy everyone here. As soon as this madman said number 2, his daughter appeared behind Talaris, along with Jin and Lausa. But it was too late to change anything, and the Zippels still decided to launch this attack. Seeing the guys behind her, Talaris decided she couldn't just stand there and watch them destroy her, so she used the best of her skills to stop the attack. But the stream of fire was so great that his ice abilities were practically useless and simply dissipated into thin air. But the fiery fragments from this collision began to hit the ground and explode. Caesara immediately realized that it was all because of her mother, as she knew very well that everything her sword touched froze, so she asked her not to move and to move away. After that, Jin and Caesara intervened in the battle, who immediately realized that the guy had become several times stronger. She didn't even imagine that he would be able to accompany her. Given his injuries, Jin told her that the situation at the moment was very difficult, and therefore he didn't think it would be easy to deliver the priestess to the ceremony site. The girl still couldn't believe that this ship was actually opposing her mother, but now she was sure that Zippel had achieved something truly powerful and serious in terms of strength. The crew gave another warning to the Ice Palace Queen, telling her that if she didn't want to cooperate, they would simply destroy all her allies, even if they had to destroy Colin. In response, they only heard her laughter, after which she calmed down a little and even told them that it seemed they didn't even dare think of destroying her. And she thought so because she was the owner of the Ice Palace of Talaris and Dorma, and so she was sure that even if they brought all their ships, they still couldn't destroy her. In response to these words, one of them said that, of course, she was right. They would not be able to destroy her, but it seemed to them that the matter was different, namely, that she simply could not protect all those who were at her side. So they believed they would endure a little humiliation, but she, in turn, would be embarrassed and lose a customer. Did she turn to Jin for clarification, or did they bring this woman specifically to continue the ritual and all she needs now is to get her there? Jin said confidently that if a woman can do this, she will probably be able to win. She listened to Jin and then asked her daughter and boyfriend to listen to her carefully. She wanted them to understand that she would block their attacks as long as they delivered this woman to the desired point. That way, she would prove that the Ice Castle or Zippel would definitely disgrace themselves today. Zippel, in turn, began to prepare weapons to exterminate Colin from the face of the earth, and with him everyone who was on the ground at that moment. Jin continued to defend himself from Zippel's attacks to give the priestess and Caesar time to act. Moroccan also wasted no time and covered Jin's blind spots, warning that this was far from the end and they better prepare for the next wave of salvos. The ship's crew continued their attacks without even giving them a chance to catch their breath. However, one of the projectiles still hits Jin and he falls to the ground exhausted. Jin is lost in thought. He simply can't believe he's come this far. He must risk his life to bear the weight of the choice he's made. Caesara decided not to waste time and seized the moment, picked up Laos in her arms and ran forward. The attacks became increasingly heavier, and one of them hit Caesara, who managed to throw Laos aside to protect her. She asks Laos to keep running so that all their efforts are not in vain. The priestess realized that simple prayers would not help, and it was time for her to make a choice. At this moment, Jin opens his eyes and sees Talaris in front of him with a lifeless Caesara in her arms. An army of zippers has surrounded them and is already trying to finish them off. Jin just can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on here. A moment later, he notices Murakan, who falls into the hands of Kiliak's protective dragon, Kaduna. Jin realized he wasn't in his body, and all his allies were defeated. Did they really lose? He begins to torment himself, believing that he should have acted differently, but he puts these thoughts aside and realizes that now only anger dominates him. An unknown voice turned to Jin and asked him to never forget this feeling, and in a moment he found himself in another place. His surprise knew no bounds. In front of him was Klam, who had been sealed in the mirror with Soldred's help. Jin doesn't understand what's going on here, but the creature explains to him that after today he was able to understand which path he should follow next. He has nothing to say. He doesn't understand what it means if it's already over for him. Klam interrupts Jin and says that nothing is over yet and that they will talk about everything else outside. A moment later, Jin opens his eyes and finds himself in his body on the battlefield. Sizer distracts him from his thoughts and comes to the conclusion that, judging by his reaction, life is dear to him. Without having time to think about his words, they were immediately followed by a strong blow from Murakan, who was unhappy that Jin had been unconscious for so long. Jin asked Murakan if Kaden hadn't attacked him, and he was just surprised that he decided to remember this freak. Talaris said she wondered where Jin got so much self-confidence, but she couldn't even imagine him being able to achieve godhood. The guy didn't even realize that the priestess had summoned God into her body, who managed to get rid of the entire Kozek squad. Murakan himself did not understand what happened, but the White Knights could do nothing against such an attack. Furthermore, infinite magical energy with a barrier appeared, which proved that this was definitely not an ordinary weakling. Murakan asks the deity to tell Jin about his future plans. Jin turns to the deity and realizes that she is not a Lao priestess, but rather Klam, whom I was only able to come down to this world thanks to the sacrifice of this child. She asked Jin to consider the pain and death he saw today as a small lesson in what he wanted to achieve today. Murakan doesn't believe that everything that happened today was just an illusion, and Klam better stop being disingenuous in front of Jin. He doesn't understand why all this acting was necessary and asks, what exactly did Klam want from the boy? The deity decided to show all his cards and place that same legendary mirror in his hands. Klam says that even though he is the creator of magical power, he still couldn't completely control that power and almost destroyed the world because of it. The deity demonstrates everything at once and, with the help of dark energy, invokes the seal of Solderet. Although it has weakened, God needed someone who could support him. Klam decided to tell him that this mirror contained endless magic, the source of which he was. He knew that if such power were released, the world would be completely erased, and he asked Solderet to seal him to prevent this, and the children of Colin protected him for thousands of years. God said that before Colin was completely different, and there was no one stronger than its inhabitants, but after being sealed, his blessing could not even reach them. Klam expresses his gratitude to Jin, as only thanks to him and his 1,000-year contract with Solderet will he be able to end all of this. The deity hands the mirror to Jin, and he immediately feels that the magical power is literally taking over him. He realized that he must protect the seal. That was the task of the inhabitants of Colin, but they are no longer capable of it. Klam asks Jin to keep an eye on the seal because it's a gift from Solderet to him personally. Claim said that this is Solderet's true masterpiece, in which he put all his strength, having created something like this for the first time, and one could say that the seal was a part of himself. Jin thanked the deity for the information, but said that the Lao priestess herself told him that she would call Solderet. Klam was surprised by what he heard, and decided that she simply promised the impossible to Jin, and even Murakan wouldn't have been able to do it. The deity asks Jin to forgive the priestess because she didn't know this was her second life. Since Klam has given everything he needed, it is time for him to leave, and before that, he decides to thank Jin for his choice to end the suffering of the locals. Finally, the divinity said that he would always be in this mirror from now on, always making way for the genie. Talaris admitted that he did not expect to see how God thanks a person after so many years of life. The queen decided it was time for them to flee while they still had the chance, for who knows when the enemy will call in the next reinforcements. Jin agrees with the decision and says they will all leave here together. When the Lao priestess finally came to her senses, she understood why Klam did not answer her. She did not even realize that all this time he was trapped in the mirror. The deity asks the priestess for forgiveness for having managed to save everyone using her body, and asks for forgiveness for the enormous burden he placed on her. In her farewell, the priestess cannot hold back her tears and thanks Klam, as he heard her prayers and saved them. Then she asks him not to apologize to her. When the priestess returned to the others, she said that her people were once prosperous, but at some point they became a poor and weak tribe, and then completely enslaved by the Zippels. She is overjoyed to see the mirror in Jin's hands. If the Zippels had gotten it, all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Jin replies that he only managed to get this far thanks to Colin's help. He understands that if these crazy people received the mirror, the world would come to an end. He promised that he would arrange shelter for them in Hufester's forces, and delivered the letter, and if they showed it in his family's territory, then they could. The reporter thanks the young master, but Jin asks him to tell more about the Zippel family's excesses. Dino is sure he'll be censored, but Jin assures him he's not the only one who hates Zippel and will only start a chain reaction. The youngest of the Runcandels assures that after the article people will start to rebel against the Zippels and side with him, and he will become a great journalist. Jin thanks Lady Talaris for her help and fears that the Ice Palace and the Zippel family will become enemies because of him. The lover assures him otherwise, as Keliak will behave more carefully, as he does not know that the divinity has descended and will consider that it was Jin who has become stronger. Jin decided to ask how he could thank Talaris, but she declined the offer, as she had also learned a lot of valuable information. Sesora also says goodbye to him and warns him that next time they will end the duel. A moment later, Talaris comes to visit the head of the Runcandel family and invites him to tie the knot between Jin and the Ice Palace. Dino and Tika went to Gina's older sister to tell her everything and said that the battle was serious, but everything was fine with him. Luna asks Nanny Taman to find a suitable job for them and talk to the locals so they can settle here quickly. Tika and Dino can't believe what's happening and thank him for his generous gesture. She promises to try to help as much as she can just so they can meet Jin's expectations. A month after the Colin incident, the whole world was talking about unknown saviors who punished the Zippel family for killing local residents. Although Zippel said Muron acted independently of everyone else, Kozek's remains were found at the scene, indicating the entire family's involvement in the case. The Lutheran Federation of Magic hid this incident, and Emperor Bamenta personally declared the Zippel family innocent, and soon public opinion was divided. As a result, the Runcandel family gained dignity, and Bement received the support of the Zippel family, giving them the opportunity to remain inconspicuous. Suddenly, Tika distracts Dino from writing and throws hundreds of donation letters and words of support onto the table. Tika interrupted the reporter's surprise and said that many people paid attention to them after no one needed them for hundreds of years. She is confident that her prayers should go to young Master Jin, and one day he will become the captain who will elevate the Runcandel family's status and bury the Zippels. Khan's thoughts are interrupted by the sounds of battle coming from ahead, and he decides to check what's there. At this moment, Talaris attacks Jin Runcandel with a block of ice, but he does not hesitate to fight her, and does not understand why she decided that she could interfere with his meditation because of some kind of commitment. She replies that she came on business, and not just to irritate her, but the conversation is interrupted by Khan, who has come to deliver a letter to the boss. The chief read the letter and learned of his youngest son's new achievements. He never thought Jin would go to that region, but Chiron is sure he is not yet strong enough to defeat Kozek and the White Knights. Talaris asked the chief not to look at her like that, as that was Jin's own request. Chiron understands that Kashmir dared to hide something from him, but the lady takes his side and tells him to praise him better, as he has made it clear that he is loyal only to Jin Runcandel. The head of the family admitted he was wrong and should thank Talaris, but she was more interested in what he would do next and asked Chiron to reconsider his proposals. At this moment, Jin senses something and attracts the attention of others. Kashmir said that this started after returning from Colin. Geely suggested it could be a growth spurt or something similar, and chills as a common side effect. Jin analyzed his abilities and realized that he was able to obtain the 7th rank simply thanks to the legendary mirror, but he could not go any further. He could not weaken the seal even a little. The servant approached Kashmir and told him that a visitor had come to him. He wanted to expel him first, but understood that this man knew the exact location of one of the secret bases of the 7 colors. Jin looked out the window to find out who this stranger was, but his surprise knew no bounds when he saw Jet in the backyard. Jin remembered that in a past life that bastard Jet had betrayed him several times in a past life, and remembered that he wanted to tear him apart. But even so, he decided that since he had a child, he realized that he simply could not do this. He saw a problem with all of this. Meanwhile, Kashmir had no idea who he was and why he came here. He decided not to worry and ask how the stranger knew the location of the secret base. The guest introduced himself as an information merchant from Arkin, which gave Kashmir the opportunity to understand that he was from Tessing. Jet immediately began to deny this, and admitted that he was the one who informed them to end the tyranny and destroy everything from within. Kashmir didn't fall for the guest's words, and was sure that it was young Mr. Jin who asked this before coming here, and decided to repeat his question on which the guest's fate depended, and even find out how he knew the location of the secret base. In response, Jet set the condition that he would not tell anyone if he was not accepted into their ranks. Kashmir was seriously angry at this answer and wanted to lock Jet in a dungeon so that he would not see the sun's rays until he told everything he knew. The genie decided to be the first to greet the guest and remind him of the gift he was leaving for him. A moment later, Jet realized that in front of him was the one who pretended to be Veridin Zeepel and blatantly deceived him, and begged Kashmir not to trust Jin, otherwise Tikan would repeat Tessing's fate. Just then, as Kashmir was about to punish the guest for insulting the young master, Murakan appeared, clearly angry that he couldn't find his ice cream, which Kashmir was supposed to buy for him. Kashmir turns his attention back to the interrogation they did here, and Murakan remembers that it was this bastard who poisoned his juice. Jet doesn't understand why the hell they all forgot about this place, but he understands that they all obey one person, that is, Jin Runcandel. Realizing this fact, he falls to his knees before Jin and asks for forgiveness, as he couldn't admit it until that moment, and after these words, Jin remembers the old Jet he remembered. The young master didn't have time to ask the question, as the guest had already said that Alu is a former cadet of the Runcandel family, and his real name is Takan Marius. Jin remembers that he once heard something similar, and Geely says that the young girl's first nanny was Taman Marius. Jet says that the spider-hand Alu was a commoner from the kingdom of Delka, but passed the exam to become a cadet of the Runcandel family, and it was then that he used that name, which they tried to erase from everywhere. The young master found out that Alu took the exam almost 20 years ago, but Kashmir didn't believe Jet and put a katana to his throat. He couldn't understand how a commoner could pass the exam when the kingdom was in the heat of war. Jet says he told the truth, but if so, Alu should have someone from the Runcandel family to help him. Jin comes to the conclusion that the only people who could be are the thoroughbreds or their supportive nannies. The Runcandel family's nannies not only raise their children in the same way, but depending on the child's position in the family, their authority increases. When Luna Runcandel was recognized as temporary head 20 years ago, the older sister's nanny held considerable power within the family, and Jin understands that if they are truly connected, then whoever cursed him in a past life could also be his older sister, Luna. The Lord decided to immediately dismiss such thoughts, as Taman could act on her own, but he doesn't understand why she needed this and decides to believe Jet and go to Delki right now. He wants to see with his own eyes what they're going to do. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in the kingdom of Delki, a thug beats up his pupil because they failed to complete their collection before the deadline. The infirmary is lying on the floor, and the scoundrel's huge boot is pressing down on his head. He begs him to stop, otherwise he will tell the government everything. This answer only angered the bandit, and he was about to end it, but he heard a familiar voice that left him in a stupor. The redhead asked Brother Garber to stop, as this could cause problems. The bandit didn't understand why the girl was here, but it could mean that she wasn't alone and that her companion was nearby. Moments later, Garber suffered a non-life-threatening injury and fell to the ground in agony. After the stranger got rid of him, he was only disappointed at how insignificant he lived after all his mother's help. The poor guy, who recently fell victim to this aberration, asked to be released, offered to give up all his savings, and promised not to tell anyone about them. The man was once again surprised that Garber worked with such scum and replied that they didn't care about money, after which he blew the unfortunate man's head off with one blow. Kashmir recalled that the surname Marius was quite common and frequently found throughout the continent, but in the kingdom of Delki, it was used only by members of a special organization. Inside the orphanage, the moon victims, who looked ordinary on the outside, raised assassins and spies from the orphans. They say they had the opportunity to all unite, and then they were forced to kill each other, and the children who survived became weapons for the kingdom's authorities. Later, this orphanage was closed, and as the prince's side won the civil war, 10 from this orphanage were saved and given freedom, after which they received Delki citizenship. Having received this information, Jin decides to immediately go to Delki. He hopes this can lead him to clues about the blade's illusion and who cursed it. The next moment, he took Jet with him and went to Delki's kingdom using the teleportation gate. Jeet shared information that Garber Marius lives closest to the gate, who is involved in robberies in the Neltar area. He tells Jin that he will be away for a short time and offers to find him a place to stay when they get there. But the young master has other plans and changes course to the western region, where there are 3 survivors, and they will look for a place to stay later. Jet approached one of the doors, but no one opened it, and Jin's attention was drawn to a crowd of people, so he decided to go closer and look around. In front of him, he saw 2 bodies that had been disposed of in different ways. That is, they got rid of the first with poison and the second with wind magic. Jin already thought the attackers had the nerve to do something like that to Hugh Fester, but his thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of a man who said Garber deserved it because he was constantly crucifying himself and pretending to be a gangster. Jin decided to ask the man how he managed to identify the body, as it was in a very serious condition, to which he replied that he had found it here many times before, and yesterday, drunk at sunset, was no exception. Jin figures that, judging by the poison, the original target was Garber, and they got rid of the second poor guy just because he was a witness. He still can't understand why they didn't wait until Garber was alone, and there was an opportunity to poison him, and comes to the conclusion that they were in a hurry, which gives him a new idea. He turned to Jet to tell him who was next on the list, and it turned out to be Weatherway Marius, who lives 2 hours away, but the young master wasn't satisfied with that and decided they would be there in an hour. When they finally reached their destination, they entered the house, but there was no one inside, and at the end of the room they noticed another victim tied to a chair. Jin walked over and examined everything carefully and saw that the poor guy had died not long ago, and from the exact same poison that was used to eliminate those first 2 men before. He realized that it was not an ordinary poison, but a deadly poison that adjusted itself, as the skin tone and body condition did not change, and this meant that it was the work of the same person. Jet decided to learn more about the young master's thoughts and told him that someone was already killing the orphanage survivors and that they needed to hurry. They continued following the list, but when they reached the next location, they saw another corpse in a pool of blood, wasting no time, and moved on. When they rushed to the next address, before they had time to enter, they were stunned with horror, for on the ground were many lifeless bodies, and beside them were marks of the infernal wind magic. Jet says there are only 2 people left on the list, and they could become suspects themselves since they were at every crime scene if they don't catch the criminals. He offers to report everything that is happening to the guards, but the genie immediately denies this option and says that if they report it, they will also be interrogated, and then it will be too late. Jin simply doesn't understand how these worthless bastards dared disturb him on the Runcandel family lands, even though he's only a reserve captain, but he vows to reach the degenerates no matter the cost. The pair of assassins continue to go through their list and realize that there is only 1 left, and they had so many expectations, but in reality everything ended up being more boring. The stranger asked her companion why she didn't understand how the older ones could be so weak if they were trained the same way as everyone else, but the man just said that just because they trained the same way doesn't mean they are the same. He turned to his partner Varys and told them they were the chosen ones, and it was obvious they were orders of magnitude better than some defective survivor orphans. The pair of assassins ignored the obvious signs of an ambush and reached the last point of their journey, instantly cutting through the wooden door, broke into the house, and realized that in front of them there was no one at home, and only the emptiness that remained after the carefully planned escape awaited them. At the same time, Jin had already managed to evacuate the last victim with his daughter, and said that he was the only survivor of a group of children from the orphanage known as the Moon Victims. But he was more surprised by the scale of the tragedy that had occurred and, realizing the danger, began to prepare his companions for a possible attack. Jin explained that the unknown assassins methodically eliminated everyone in a specific order, approaching the space gate. The next target was him, and to save anyone, he had to hurry and leave his companions no choice. Moved by her words, the man expressed sincere gratitude and said that although they had undergone harsh training, not even that could prepare them for such a cruel reality, in which only Varys and Kujan had enough skills to deal with the victims with ease. Stunned by the new details about the number of survivors, Jin realized that he was mistaken in believing that only 10 people were saved from the shelter. In fact, 12 people survived, and among the pursuers were 2 specially trained killers, transforming them into real monsters. Suddenly, a strong current of wind magic fell next to Dan and his daughter, knocking them down, and Marius, seeing this, heroically covered his daughter with himself, doing everything he could to protect her. At that moment, a mysterious woman turned to Dan, calling him brother, and asking how he knew they were coming for Nimona. She looked at him with obvious surprise, waiting for an answer, but he just remained silent. Dan, trying to understand why they were chasing him, asked his question, but the assassins were not going to give an explanation, as they were very exhausted, having been chasing him since dawn. But the conversation was interrupted by the young lord, who instantly appeared nearby with the help of a powerful magical lightning. The young master admitted that he was wondering who was interfering with his plans, and said that he would find out who was behind the order of the massacre on his family's lands, and this alerted the assassins. They understood that their situation had become much more serious. Jin, carefully examining the assassins, noticed that they were both under 30 years old, but the girl, to his surprise, possessed 8th rank magic, although she did not belong to the Zapel clan, and this surprised him, as such abilities were extremely rare. Varys asked Kujan if he knew how Brother Dan could know of his plans and why he had a bodyguard, but Kujan was sure that Dan himself would not be able to guess anything. Confident in his superiority, Kujan said they could eliminate Dan without any extra effort as they no longer needed him, and Varys would take over as his bodyguard, finding out everything they needed as they did not see Jin as a threat, believing they could handle it with him. However, Kujan warned Varys that Jin was, in his opinion, the most dangerous opponent here, but she just laughed and attacked, remembering that her partner was always very cautious, and because of that, she never considered him interesting. Not wanting to waste time, Varys released the magic of the wind blades, directing it towards Jin, but he created a barrier and easily deflected her attack, which threw her off balance, but Jin didn't give much importance to this, but was ready to retaliate. Puzzled that Jin had managed to repel her attack, Varys hurriedly made excuses, saying that she had expended a lot of energy all day and now needed to conserve the rest of her energy, but even so, she had already begun preparing for the next attack, hoping to capture him with cunning. The young master, observing them, realized that the problem was not with the girl, but with her partner, who turned out to be not only a swordsman, but also a skillful user of poison, which made him an incredibly dangerous opponent, and Jin became increasingly aware that the situation required caution. Realizing the gravity of the danger, Jin asked Jet to take Dan and his daughter and leave that place as quickly as possible, but they didn't want to leave him alone, but Jin insisted, as he understood that they were torn between duty and fear for their safety. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a sudden and swift blow from Kujan, but Jin managed to block the attack at the last moment, which allowed him to continue the battle. He definitely entered the battle with the enemy and realized that a worthy opponent was standing in front of him. The young master, faced with an 8th-rank magic swordsman, realized that Kujan was incredibly strong and suggested that Jin simply give up on Dan and leave if he valued his life, but Jin flatly refused, which only increased the enemy's anger. Continuing to repel the furious attacks, Jin just smiled and said that he was too attached to Dan to simply give up on him and would not back down, realizing that he could not give up. The young master, seeing that the battle was becoming dangerous, ordered Jet to take Dan and his daughter away and flee as quickly as possible, although Jet at first did not want to leave him, but later obeyed his order and left the battlefield, despite his own reluctance. Varys, realizing they were leaving the battle site, could not believe they were actually hoping to hide, and promised she would find them while Kujan held Jin in battle. A moment later, Jin appeared in front of her with a spell in his hands, which blinded the assassins, and the young master decided to take advantage of this moment and seriously injured Kujan. Kujan still managed to defend himself from the next blow and forced Jin to retreat, and a moment later, Varys opened her eyes and saw her partner's massive wound, which infuriated her. Varys yells at Jin for daring to hurt Kujan, and she swears she will finish him off no matter the cost. Kujan interrupts her and asks her to calm down, as he knows how to take care of himself, and there is no need to make a mountain out of a mountain. She has already exaggerated so much that she should stop controlling herself. Otherwise, she will suffer due to the counterflow of mana. Kujan takes a vial with an incomprehensible liquid and drinks it, but Jin feels a kind of terrible energy coming from it, although he himself does not understand if it is energy, as he has never heard of such a thing. Jin is surprised that someone used poison resistance to recover, and although it shortens his life, it makes it possible to use the power of a magic-using swordsman. Kujan said he had a lower opinion of Jin because he also uses light magic, but although he was curious, the mission was much more important to him, and he changed his mind about taking the young master alive. The next moment, Kujan was already behind him and ready to thrust his poisonous sword straight into Jin's weak point, but he was able to turn around at the last moment and repel the crushing attack. Before Jin had time to catch his breath, Varys began attacking him from the air using wind magic, leaving no chance of survival. While dodging attacks from above, he also needs to block Kujan's attempts, who continues to attack from behind. Kujan just doesn't understand what's wrong with this Jin Runcandel, as he has the aura of the 6th rank, and the moves are even better. But the worst part is that he's sure that's not all, and Jin still has secrets up his sleeve. Jin wastes no time and decides that the first thing he will do is deal with the wizard, using Tess's blue flame and directing it towards Varys, who cannot believe what she sees. Tess's blue flame literally left her no chance, incinerating her body to ash. But that wasn't the end, and her partner remained, who couldn't believe what was happening. Jin was surprised that Kujan dared to look away from him and did not forgive such a mistake, swallowing the bastard in impenetrable darkness. Kujan doesn't have time to understand what's happening here, as he immediately falls due to 2 fatal blows, which Jin delivered with incredible ease. In the last minutes of his life, he thinks he has never seen anything like it before, because it was not magic or aura, but some kind of dark energy. He understands that he has encountered a strange opponent who first used the blue phoenix and then the shadow energy, but still, above all, he wonders if his poison will work on someone like Jin. At the same moment, Jin realizes that there is a reason for all this, and that the bastard managed to poison him, which is why it becomes unbearably difficult for him to breathe, and the blood from his mouth does not stop flowing. Jin does his best and realizes he needs to hold on or he won't survive, getting up from his knees with the help of his sword. The two did well, but no one was going to give up. But the battle is interrupted by the sudden appearance of the prince and his army, who pointed their bows at this couple. The prince introduces himself as Laika Delki and orders the strangers to immediately drop their weapons, but Kujan will not simply give up, and taking Varys's body with him, promises that he will meet with Jin again and repay him in full. The knights rushed in pursuit of the scoundrels, and the prince decided to find out from Jin who he was. But as soon as he touched him, he immediately realized that he urgently needed medical help. At the same time, Jin just thought that he should under no circumstances close his eyes. But the next moment he woke up in Laika's estate, who had already waited for him to come to his senses. He says they couldn't verify his identity, which is why he's here now. But Jin is more concerned about how much time has passed since he passed out. The prince replied that 3 hours had passed and that he was very lucky to survive, as the poison that was in his body could kill even an 8th-rank martial artist. But when it comes to the Runcandels, then the story is completely different. Laika recognizes Jin and remembers that in their first meeting, Jin was in 5th rank, and even if he grew up, he should be in 6th rank. He is distracted from his thoughts by Jin, who thanks him for his help. But the prince only replies that it is quite natural to save a member of the Runcandel family, even though that reserve captain asks if Laika did not inform the main estate, but the prince says that if he had done so, he would have been dead a long time ago. He says that as soon as he brought Jin here, very strong people started creating unrest in Delki, and asks him for forgiveness for having brought so much trouble, but still asks for a favor. He wants Jin to send as many protector knights as possible when he becomes the head of the family, and demands that his share of the Runcandel family's gold mines be returned. Jin was even surprised by what he heard, as he believes the prince evaluated the young master's life as quite low and decides that he will double the number of knights and return all the profits from the mines. The prince was shocked by the answer, as it was too much, but Jin hurried to explain that it was fine, and in the future he could do anything within the Runcandel family's domain. When Jin returned to his allies, Murakan was extremely dissatisfied with the situation, as Jin did not even have time to rest from the battle in Colin, when he immediately went to fight a mage and an 8th-rank knight. The conversation is interrupted by Jet, who is happy to see the young master, but realizes he has been beaten and asks about it. Jet admits that he reported the situation to Murakan, but he didn't believe him and hit him. But Kashmir decided to interrupt him and ask a more important question that was interesting to him. He wanted to know what happened to Dan Marius, why he didn't tell them that while I waited for Jin to return. Jin decided to talk to Dan. He says he risked his life for his daughter and needs information about who trained all of them, including Kujan and Varys. Dan breaks down and screams that his older sister Luna Runcandel's nanny Taemin Marius is their mother. At the same time, Kujan and Varys were sitting on their knees in front of their mother, who was displeased with how they failed the task and dared to reveal their identities. He is sure that both of them definitely wished for death. She tells them to leave, and from today on, she will no longer have contact with them. But the couple does not understand what this means. Will Donna Taemin really get rid of them? She had already made a decision for herself a long time ago, as this mistake turned out to be too big for them. But Varys just can't believe it and becomes hysterical, asking for another chance. She promises that this will not happen again. Taemin just slaps the hysterical redhead in the face. She tells her to never look for her again, but Kujan still wishes her good health. The nanny left, and on the way she thought that that magic swordsman was definitely young Master Jin, and that dark shadow energy her man informed her of meant that he had already found clues pointing to her. She is sure that soon he and the young woman will start looking for her, but Taemin is sure that even if they discover the truth, Lady Luna still won't be able to kill her, so now she needs more information about Mr. She already knows he has dark energy and uses magic, but she definitely doesn't know a secret, so Kujan and Varys aren't completely useless to her. At this point, Dan asks Jin if he has ever encountered Takan, who was also Alu's spider legs, but the young master said that he not only knew him, but also killed him. Dan doesn't believe what he heard, because Janu needed it. But later he learns from him that Alu was leading a criminal group, and before eliminating him, he mentioned the name of the same person who ordered his death, and that turned out to be Taemun. Dan remembers that 15 years ago, when he was leaving the business, Takan told him that Taemun had made a deal with someone in the Runcandel family who had great power. He also warns the young master that if things do not go as planned, his brothers and sisters will be in such danger that they will need to be extremely careful. Jin asked about the details of this agreement, but Dan didn't know about it, and realized that Runcandel, above Taemin, must definitely know something, and decided to hit the road to meet his sister Luna. Meanwhile, in Lady Luna's estate room, Tika thanks her for everyone finding work and the settlers finally living in peace. Luna understands that her younger brother will like this, but their conversation is interrupted by a sound coming from outside the house, and outside the gate they notice Jin himself, who is completely wet from the rain. When Luna and Jin were at the table, the brother shared all the information he had, but it only made his sister laugh, as she simply couldn't believe that their nanny had created orphan killers to order them to cast a curse on them. Jin, she didn't understand why she should do something like that, and assured her brother that he was simply misinformed and could see for himself when the nanny returned from vacation. Jin tried to turn to his sister again, but she only got angry and slammed her fist on the table with all her might, as Jin continued to act as if everything he said was true. She couldn't believe that her nanny was capable of such a thing, and was sure that she was simply set up, and that the survivors of the orphanage could have simply lied to him about everything. But if the nanny was really connected to this, then there must be some reason. Luna says they can't just sit idly by and decides it's time for them to come to her and find out for themselves. Meanwhile, Taemin thinks that Kujan and Varys have revealed themselves, but in the end they will be resolved. She can always create new hounds. She's more interested in how the young master could figure out everything and who made a mistake in their circle, and if no one messed up, she still doesn't understand how Jin managed to do it. Her thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of the genie himself with Luna, but the young woman decides to get straight to the point and asks the nanny if she knows Varys and Kujan. After a brief pause, Taemin admits that she knows them, but Luna doesn't understand why the nanny secretly created assassins and attacked Jin. Taemin just says that it wasn't her who gave such an order and was simply amazed that her dogs found young Master Jin, so he was waiting for them. Luna holds herself back from hitting the nanny. She doesn't want to hear such excuses in the hope of forgiveness for having secretly created murderers. Taemin just asks for forgiveness and asks the lady to send her to the family court, and there she explains everything in detail, but Luna doesn't believe that her nanny is now trying to run away. She just can't understand her actions and keeps asking her to explain everything, but Taemin just apologizes for hiding all of this from the young girl, but the reason she created assassins is for survival. The nanny reminded the lady how many enemies she had in the family, and that was why they had to face dangers together every day. Luna doesn't understand what Taemin is talking about, as no one could dare attack her people, but the young woman didn't even realize that the residence's staff were replaced throughout the year for a reason, but because they were all killed by her brothers and sisters, whom she loves so much. After hearing this, Luna asks why the nanny didn't tell her this before, but she simply couldn't, because she knows the young girl very well and understands that if she had told her, she still wouldn't have been able to kill her brothers and sisters. Taemin recalls how Luna renounced her right of inheritance precisely because she did not want to do so, and how immediately after the mistress made such a decision, all her people inevitably became victims. Exactly 35 years ago, she had no choice but to become a noblewoman's dog, but the Runcandel family recognized her abilities and hired her as a nanny so she could start living like a person and not like trash. That was exactly her destiny, but it changed when Luna became the first daughter of the family, and the little girl became a true gift to her. It wasn't a problem for her that her other children became Luna's rivals, as her boss said that the young woman inherited all her talent. Taemin just continued to support her in everything, but was surprised when the young girl admitted that she did not like to fight, although the nanny understood that it was naive to refuse battles by threats, but later became convinced that this was unfounded. At one point, Luna decided to stop all this, as she didn't want to become the head of the family using such methods, but the nanny tried to dissuade her, as there is no other way if she wants to. The young woman's words that otherwise she would not be the boss shocked the nanny, but she insisted on her own, because for her there was no way to avoid killing her own brothers, even for the good of the family. She promised that she would achieve something new and become the sword that would always protect the Runcandel family. At 19, her long adolescence finally ended, and the nanny's honor was reduced to nothing, and the realization that she had failed to make Luna the head of the family through her revenge crushed her. Even so, Taemoon decided to follow the lover and share her dream, but in return, destroy hers. But soon after, her brothers and sisters realized that the lover had changed and began to hunt. It was unbearable for her to see what her relatives were trying to achieve, and despite being involved in murders, the lady shouldn't have found out about it, as she would probably start blaming herself for everything. The nanny recalls how Taemoon Marius turned to her and asked her to fulfill his request, but she only asked to kill her quickly. But Taemoon once again asked to listen to him and join him as he can give her true freedom. Finally, Taemoon asks the young woman for forgiveness, as she expected her to take this secret with her to the grave, as the fact is that she trained the soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at Jin. She says she must be punished for what she did, so she has already reported her actions to the main estate, after which the executioner knights of the Runcandel family enter the room. Jin understands that Taemoon deceived them and was one step ahead. Finally, he promises to see her in court and understands that she trusts someone unconditionally if she behaves like this, as there are not many people who can save her from the family court. Taemoon just smiles and says that the young master is talking some nonsense, and she only has Lady Luna, and even if they want to execute her, she will humbly make a decision. But Jin interrupts her conversation, as she talks too much for that. Who is ready to die? He says that the court is unlikely to accept her position just because she followed all his orders, which leaves her horrified. But she bids her master farewell, hiding her surprise. She thought that Jin was not only lucky to get this far, perhaps she really was abandoned, but at least she managed to get information about the young master. Taemoon is sure that if she uses it to make a deal, she will be able to achieve her goals. But one of the guards tells her that a secret person has conveyed a message, and in the next moment he takes a sword from under his cloak to mortally wound her. Luna defends herself from the knight's blow and is furious that a common servant dared try to kill her nanny, concluding that everyone has forgotten who is in front of them. Jin understands that after all, the executioner knights will not be able to face her, even if she has cut off their tails, but they will not simply leave, as they will still be hunting dogs that will chase her even if they have to die. The young master decided not to wait and instantly killed one of the knights, but one of the guards was already ready to attack Jin from behind when Luna appeared, sending the bastard to the other world with one blow. But one of the knights caught up with the nanny and delivered a near-fatal blow, but Luna reappeared, torn apart by rage, and slammed the wretch's face into the ground. He tried to resist, but initially he had no chance, and Luna continued to drive him deeper and deeper. Jin comes to the conclusion that he was right, and that owner Taemoon would not save her, and at this moment, Luna lifts the half-dead knight above the ground and tells him to answer her questions if he wants a quick and easy death. She decided to take off the iron mask, but underneath it, she already saw a corpse, and blood continued to flow from his mouth, and all because of the poison he had taken, so that they could not interrogate him. Jin asks Taemoon to tell her everything she knows because she simply can't ignore the current circumstances. But Luna is more interested in knowing if she lied to her when she asked her to find out which of her relatives was attacking Jin. Luna screams in despair because she honestly couldn't understand how this could happen. But the nanny just smiles and says she knew this would happen. But she was too old to suffer such a simple attack and start coughing up blood. She tries to say something to the young woman, but she asks her to be silent because the poison will spread faster. How ironic that this poison was given to her by Kujan, and it is too late to try to save her. She understands that it was most likely karma, But Luna, sobbing, screams that this was not what she wanted and asks the nanny to hold on because she doesn't want her to die. Taemin understands that she wants to continue living and beg Lady Luna for forgiveness. She just wanted to stay with her as long as possible, but at some point, everything went wrong. She realized that everything went wrong when her priority became revenge instead of Lady Luna, and asked Jin to listen to her carefully, but Luna continued to yell at her to remain silent as she would lose even more blood. Typhoon simply replied that she understands that she cannot atone for her sins even if she tells everything, but she still wants Jin to know that the magician who cursed him 15 years ago was Kadart Hall. Finally, she tries to tell about the person she sent to make a deal with him. It was Second Captain Joshua Runcandel, and also that he is aware of the young master's power and contract. But her time is running out. She is losing more and more blood, but she still asks Luna for forgiveness for not telling her everything before. She remembers all the happy moments with the young woman, and with her last strength asks her not to carry the memory of the fallen man for too long, finally wiping away the tears that rolled down Luna's face. At this point, Joshua Runcandel considers that Taemin should have died with dignity, but the appearance of two of the nanny's subordinates distracts him, and he asks them to come in. Joshua says that Taemin abandoned them, and he doesn't understand why they came to him then, but Varys doesn't want to make such a decision and asks the gentleman to convince Taemin because they can't work without her. Kujan tried to stop Varys, but she kept begging for help and offered anything in return, but Joshua just apologizes to the guests as he can't fulfill their request, no matter how much he wants to. He understands that the couple still doesn't know anything and says that Taemin decided to separate them for some reason, but to save her from death, she was killed by a magical swordsman whose identity is still unknown. Joshu said that Taemin said she was in danger and asked for help, so he sent 5 knights, but all of them, including the nanny, were killed. Varys is filled with rage. She just asks this damn magic swordsman and swears to kill him so that it doesn't cost her. Joshua says that the killer is the contractor Solderet and there is still no other information about him. He does not know where he is from or who he is connected to, but he still asks the guests not to lower their noses, because sooner or later he will also come after him. He only asks Kujan and Varys for trust, but at that very moment they interrupt the master and fall to their knees to thank him. In fact, Joshua just mocked these two. They want revenge on their adoptive mother. But it is worth recognizing that Taemin managed to raise beautiful dogs. Joshua understands that it was Jin who helped get rid of the nanny in advance. He couldn't even think of a better gift, and once again his thoughts are interrupted by a voice outside. He allowed the servant to enter because it was an urgent matter and told him something important. But Kujan noticed that the master's expression had changed, and they asked if something had happened. Joshua simply asked for forgiveness and said that the couple would need to return today. He would prepare a place for them, so they would need to stay there and wait for him to contact them. At this moment, the door to the estate shatters, and the guards fly in different directions from such power. But when the dust settles, they see the enraged Lady Luna. One of the knights asks the lady to calm down, as he doesn't understand what she is trying to achieve with this, but she is serious and quickly shuts up, as she is the one asking the questions here. She asks where Joshua is now, but the servant was not going to answer the question, as the lady is breaking the family rules, but apparently she did not care much about that, and lifting the poor man from the ground, he warns him not to dare mention them in her presence. Luna orders the knights to go and fulfill their duties, and she will finish what she came for, but they decided not to obey the orders, for which they immediately paid, since it was not difficult for the young woman to throw the idiots in different directions with just energy. Finally, she repeats once again to get out of here before her patience runs out, but is interrupted by Mr. Joshua, who asks Luna about the reason for her sudden arrival. He stays behind the Black Knights, but Luna understands that he is simply afraid of her, as that would make him get closer. She doesn't understand why he decided she came to kill him, but Joshua just asks her not to talk about such things. Joshua pretended he didn't know anything and asked his sister to tell him what happened, because he would definitely listen to her and support her as if they were family. Luna managed to come to her senses, and when saying goodbye, she says that she will not kill Josue today, but she came to warn him because, although a little, she is still worried about him. Joshua understands that he will now have to leave his sister because of the Zeepel family, but when it's all over and the Runcandel family becomes his, Luna will be the first one he gets rid of. Jin meets Luna and realizes something is wrong with her, but her sister tells her she's fine and that she just needs to calm her emotions. The brother realized that Joshua was trying to provoke her after what happened, and Luna only confirms this by saying that he was hiding behind the Black Knights. Jin is surprised, as among the many knights of the Runcandel family, only the top 10 receive this title, meaning they must obey only the head of the family and his wife. The young master doesn't understand how Joshua managed to convince his parents to do something like that, but he decided to leave it for later since what worries Luna the most is that she couldn't even bury her nanny because of the poison that even dissolves the body. She starts crying because she can't accept the fact that this was also used on her subordinates, but above all, it hurts her because if she knew how to help her, all this wouldn't have happened at all. Luna was able to forgive her nanny, despite her betrayal, but she still considered her family, but Joshua's brother became a sworn enemy. Since childhood, she not only hated this civil strife in the family, but also hated it because the hatred and hostility between brothers and sisters had arisen long ago. She was afraid that everyone would repeat the history of the past, and so she became a sword that protected the family and did not allow anyone to die. She only now understands that she simply ran in fear, afraid to fight, and now she is paying for her cowardice. Luna decided once and for all that from now on she would get rid of anyone who attacked Jin, and if he wanted, then she would deal with anyone who threatened him. She decided that from now on, her sword belongs only to her younger brother and no one else, because she will not forgive herself if something happens to him. Luna decided that it would be right, and she would help Juna, even if she had to be separated from the rest of her sisters and brothers, because that was the price for her cowardice. Never before had she been sure that she would stop anyone who became a threat to her brother, and if necessary, even kill her relatives. Jin just reminds her of her own words that she once said to him and says that no matter to him what she does or who she becomes, he will always support her. Luna, in tears, falls into her brother's arms, and he promises her that he will be able to protect her when he becomes captain, and she, in turn, promises to do everything to make Jin the head of the family. At this moment, Murakan cannot believe that Joshua used a magician and cast a curse on Jin, because even in Tamar's time, such a thing did not happen. This situation refreshes Jin. He really missed those screams and shouts, but Gili interrupts this chaos and decides to discover Joshua's intentions. Does he really want to harm the young master? Jin responds that there are many reasons, but the most important is that Joshua does nothing, even though he knows he made a contract with Solderet. Gili deduces that Joshua broke the Storm Castle's rule and tried to harm it, but did nothing on the main property. Jin realizes they need to understand why he did this, because if his hypothesis is correct, then Joshua is trying to get his contract. He thinks about his brother's connections to the Zeepel family, who have the power to steal the contract with God, but realizes that Joshua was not close to them, which means there is another way to steal the contract. Kashmir interrupted the master's thoughts and said that he had found information about a very famous magician who was now in Meltadora on the eastern continent. He handed the papers to Jin and said that the mage had previously used the alias Amal after founding a high-level magic academy in the kingdom of Zeepel. Jin read the newspapers and discovered that the wizard was now studying a certain type of magic and asked his friends not to look for him for the next 3 months. Meanwhile, a man in a white robe and with a staff is having a drink in a pub, but is distracted by a stranger who addresses a man named Amal. The man was surprised that someone recognized him, but the stranger continued and introduced himself as an aspiring magician who was going to the prestigious Meltador Academy. Having attracted the attention of everyone present, He said that he had heard of a noble elder and had come to meet him. Amal only used part of his power and warned everyone to get out of here before he incapacitated them. When everything calmed down, the elder decided to ask the stranger who he really was, as he had long understood that the stranger was trying to hide his body, but could not hide the fact that he had trained with weapons all his life. Amal asks the stranger for the last time to tell her his name, and if he doesn't listen, she will make sure his carcass can never use magic again. The stranger decided he should introduce himself again and called himself Huel Heister, who was the last surviving member of the Heister family. Amal can't believe that before them is a member of the Heister family who was once on par with the Zippel family in terms of magical abilities because the Zippels exterminated all the Heisters. Huel asked to hear him and took out a book that the mercenary commander who raised him had given him before his death. The author of the book was Shujiel Heister, which shocked Amal, and he screamed for Huel to give him this book, but he only allowed him to look at it and not touch it. Huel swore long ago that no one would be able to touch the grimoire without his permission, and if Amal wanted to get it, she would have to kill him. Amal can't wait any longer and simply asks to open the book quickly, which Huel does, but only after looking at the book does the old wizard realize that the protection system is in fact similar to Heister's grimoire. He spent his entire life searching for this family's legacy so that he would have no doubts about the book's authenticity, simply by studying it more carefully. Amal has invited the guest to spend the night with him. He asks to accompany him and assures her that he will give a proper welcome to a member of the Heister family. They arrived at a secret place that Amal uses for his research. He asks the young man to tell how he managed to survive. He said that as a child he was taken under the tutelage of a group of gray owl mercenaries, therefore he held a blade in his hands since childhood, but he had no talent for it. But with magic everything was different, because he learned so quickly, as if he initially knew what needed to be done. He remembered how it all started after he came across a family inheritance that was in the commander's will, but since then the Zippel family began to persecute him, so he hid his identity with the help of a magic academy. Amal is certain that even though this happened 300 years ago, the Zippel family could not leave even a hint of threat, and the bounty on Huel's head is definitely over 10 million. Amal says that if he doesn't want to continue living like a hunted animal, he can become her student and write his name in history. The old man decided not to keep secrets and admitted that his real name was Keydart Hall, which shocked Huel, as he could not believe that the same Keydart was sitting in front of him. The old wizard is surprised that the young man knows about him, because he was famous long before his birth, but Huel cannot contain his joy, because before him is the same man who became a 9th-rank wizard without the help of the Zippel family. Keydart stops the boy and promises that he will teach him riptide magic, and his name will remain with him if he becomes his student. Long ago, the old magician accidentally stumbled upon the remains of the Heister family heirloom and, as if enchanted, explored them all his life. But at a certain point, there were no more clues and he was ready to give up when Huel Heister appeared. He is sure that with the help of his grimoire, he will be able to develop his riptide magic and transfer this enhanced magic to his student, because if all goes well, he will be able to live. Huel decided to demonstrate his skills, and the old man was surprised to see that the young man was already able to master such a difficult spell. Keydart could not wait any longer and asked the boy to show him the grimoire, but he refused, as Huel had already said that it went against his beliefs. The old man becomes furious and shouts, not understanding the stupidity of all these beliefs he could easily steal, like taking candy from a child. But he still respects the boy's choice. Soon he asks not to take his words seriously, but Huel interrupts him and offers a deal in which Keydart will show the young man something as important as his life, namely, to familiarize himself with the book Countercurrent. The old man immediately agrees to this and asks to wait a little, as it is stored in the infinite storehouse of the sacred kingdom of Wankela. He says he needs to go and get it himself, but for now, the young man must continue studying the intensive countercurrent system. Keydart realizes that the Riptide book contains the essence of his magic, and he would hand it over before he died, but he is sure that it is worth the risk, as the Heister family book contains his magic, and with its help, he can overcome Zypel. He leaves Huel, but the young master is only happy with the outcome of events, as everything is going according to his plan, and he will immortalize his name in history. When Keydart returned home, he decided to ask the man if he was still practicing with the intense countercurrent system. But Huel decided not to wait and demonstrated his strength, which seemed to belong to him from the beginning. The old magician confirmed his guesses. He knew from the beginning that this boy was a genius, but he was more concerned about the book, and finally they managed to exchange them. He understood that it would take a while to decipher, but it didn't matter, and he allowed Huel to read the book Countercurrent as much as he wanted, but he admits that he didn't reach the level to understand the master's works, so he is glad he trusted him. Keydart decided that since the guy was learning the intensive countercurrent system, he should do practical exercises, for example, testing on beetles. Huel didn't know that Riptide magic could work not only on people, but Keydart wasn't talking about insects, but about the little people who lived in the village where they met. He believes that these creatures, which simply live and breathe, are ideal for practice, because the magician himself once practiced with them, and they became nothing more than consumables. Huel interrupted the old man and said that in this case he had a request and wanted the magician to use a countercurrent on him before he himself began to practice, because it would be useful for him to experience this for more effective growth. The old man is just surprised by the guy's ingenuity and asks him to observe carefully, and the next moment he uses a countercurrent bomb, which causes the opponent's mana to be depleted using the power of mana attraction. He warns that he will now begin to extract mana and must concentrate and feel it, but his surprise knew no bounds. Heidert couldn't believe that his countercurrent hadn't happened. He couldn't believe that Huel's magic wasn't just above 7th rank, but higher than 9th. The next moment, he is seriously injured and falls to the ground, and Huel, in turn, takes out a magic mirror that contains an infinite amount of mana. He said that it was only thanks to him that everything was fine with him even after the Riptide, but initially, the bastards of the Zypel family wanted to use the artifact, which would have led to terrible consequences. The next moment, he takes a container of water out of his pocket and pours it on his head, removing the false color from his hair, because initially, he was the one who had to suffer all his life because of his actions. The one Heidert cursed and cast a curse on Thunder Castle 15 years ago was Jin Runcandel, and he came back from hell to kill him. The old wizard couldn't believe it as he was checking the facts about the mercenary group, but he remembered that this was the story of a real Heister survivor from 44 years ago. For Jin, everything was already decided, and he pressed the scoundrel to the ground with his foot, because after all the suffering and humiliation he had experienced, he simply had to get revenge for everything. He asks Heidert not to regret too much, as he will make good use of his book, which has become his life's work. But in fact, not everything was like that, and Riptide magic originally belonged to the Heister family. Jin promises that he will tell the truth to the entire world, and if he succeeds, everything Heidert achieved will disappear forever from the pages of history. In his last seconds of life, the old wizard screams with all his might that he will not allow this, but in the next moment, Jin decided to stop the idle talk, sending the bastard to the other world. The genie leaves, and covering his tracks, sets fire to the magician's house, and for good reason, Heidert should be grateful to him for giving him a peaceful fate. Jin understands that this is just the beginning, and he definitely won't be so generous when he gets to Joshua. Gilly spends her time with Murakan, who is now in the body of a cat. She only thinks that 3 months have passed since young Master Jin left. Murakan remembers that after Jin became his student, he directly said that he would wait for the opportunity to kill him, but sometimes he is as cunning as a fox. The nanny interrupted her thoughts with tears, for no one could imagine how much she was worried about the young master's mischief. Murakan tried to calm Gilly down, because when the 7 flowers were looking for information, it was discovered that Keydart admired Jin, which means that there should be no problems, and the young man will be able to deceive the old man with his finger. At that moment, Jin decided not to wait and distracted them from their conversation with his sudden appearance, which made the nanny immediately run into his arms. Jin said he obtained Kedart's grimoire and asked Murakan to explain its contents. At that time, at the Runcandel family's main estate, all the brothers and sisters would gather at the same table for dinner. Joshua placed papers near him containing information about the prime suspect in Kedat Hall's murder, known as Jean Grey. One of the brothers is sure that this is the junior reserve captain's second personality, but the second doesn't believe it, because although the junior was good, he could handle a ninth-rate magician. Mew couldn't contain herself after hearing what she heard. She can't believe they're talking so much nonsense when they've never seen a magician of that level in their lives, but this only angered her older sister as they prevented her from eating. Joshua decided to stop yelling, as it had been a long time since they had sat at the same table, but he added that it also seemed to him that Jin might have killed Kedrat. He explained that Jin would hardly be able to handle everything alone, but that wouldn't be possible if Yona helped him. The brother can't take it anymore and asks Joshua to stop. Is he asking, or is he too scared that Jin has decided to drag Yona into all of this? Joshua was quick to reassure his sister and brother that this was just speculation, as the cause of the magician's death was unknown, and it could also be the work of the anonymous person. He said that Anonymous is considered the best organization of assassins, and Sister Yona has been in their ranks for a long time on her father's orders. Joshua deduces that Jin made a deal with them to get attention, and Yona, feeling abandoned, helped Jin win him over to her side. The sisters immediately understand what's going on, because if Yona helped him, that explains how he handled missions as a cadet. But Maria couldn't take it anymore and attacked her sister, ordering her to eat the earth and then destroy her completely, but her brother stopped her. He asks her not to go too far, because the more strongly she reacts to it, the more it plays into Joshua's hands. Mary is filled with rage and admits that she cannot resist the second heir's decision, but she is certain that her father will not stand aside if they harm Yona. The brother asks Joshua to admit that he is simply afraid of Yona, but he can simply subdue her with the help of a sword and not use threats and incitements because the Runcandels do not do that. At this moment, Haytona and Daytona just pray that Jin returns quickly because they can't be here anymore. At the same time, Veridin Zeepel and Dante Heron discussed that at the scene of the 9th-level mage's murder, they found a note with the name Jean Grey. They understood perfectly well who was hiding behind that name, and Veridin suggested that Dante discuss a plan to go to Jin together sometime. When the butler heard everything, he immediately reported the conversation to the stranger. He talked about a report that said the relationship between the families was not the best, but since they are now together, everything fits together. The Zeepels are somehow connected to the death of Kedart Hall, and Veridin gave something to Dante. There is also a version that the Zeepels are looking for new allies and getting rid of those who do not agree with them. But it didn't matter whether it was true or not, because it would be a valid reason to suppress the growth of the Zeepel family, and the man asks the butler to leak all the necessary information to the press. The man pondered the fact that the Zeepel bastards seemed to be in a hurry, which was uncharacteristic of them, as if someone was controlling them. At the same time, Julia doesn't want to let young Master Jin go, because he really didn't have time to rest before he was already heading to the dangerous city of Samil. She doesn't understand what he needs there, but the young master replies that he just needs to meet someone and get something. The nanny was surprised to see that the young man had friends there, but immediately remembered Mrs. Yona. And the lady herself sat and thought that her brother left the family after becoming a reserve captain, and then began to do incredible things. Yona really wants to find out how strong her brother has become and repeatedly wonders if he will go to Samuel because she wants to play with him. Kashmir warned Jin that he would also be gone for a while because he forgot something in Bement, but the girl reveals that her father simply called him. At that moment, the door opens and Moroccan enters, who says he did what Jin asked him to do. He said that everything was ready so he could write everything on the young master's back, as this would allow him to use Kedart's magic without any problems. Jin felt he had received the weapon he needed, and Murakan said that he had noticed several very useful magic elements in the text, and even if a group of 7th-level magicians wanted to eliminate the master, he would be able to crush them with one. Jin decided to immediately test Murakan's words and released the dark energy that filled the entire room. They thought everything was going as it should, but at that moment Ms. Enya enters the room, and Jin has no choice but to stop the magic before she gets caught. Enya said it was incredibly nice and asked to do it again, even though she was injured. Miss Runcandel rushed to fetch her companion, as she was harassing the young master, and the situation was getting worse day by day. Jin just said it was his fault, and that he would definitely apologize to Enya. But at the moment, Runcandel was more concerned about the rumors that the master was going to send him to Samil. She warns that Samil's entire territory is a training ground for anonymous people, so you can't just go there because he might die. Runcandel admits that the current Jin will be able to withstand the attacks of the anonymous cadets, but the longer he remains in Samita, the stronger his opponents will become, and eventually the best assassins will come after him. She can't guarantee that he or her older sister will be able to escape the real anonymous killers, so she asks Jin to take this bag from her. She said that if the killers, whom he could not deal with, captured him, he would have to show them the contents of the bag and then he would survive. The young master is very surprised by such a generous gesture and does not know how to reciprocate, but Runcandel calms him down and asks in return that he help Enya with her training when he returns. Jin set off, and when he reached the south gate of Samil, he decided to enter the city, but was stopped by the guards. Jin handed over the ticket Runcandel had left for him, and the guards immediately realized what was happening and asked the young master about the purpose of his visit. He replied that he came here to train, and the guards let him pass, saying that he was in the right place and that it would be a good experience for him and that he would receive his mark when he left the city. Jin sensed something was wrong and asked the guards if the anonymous laws really applied to the visitor when he entered the city. The next moment, the man behind him drew a knife and tried to deal with the young master, but it wasn't difficult for Jin to dodge such a simple strike and knock the bastard out with one blow. He tossed a coin at the poor guy and told him he had been meaning to kill all along, so he should change jobs. Jin looked at the others and asked if they would also attack him, but was told that they would not attack because they were learning to kill, not to display martial arts. The gates opened and Jin managed to enter, and the first thing he saw was the snow-white color, which symbolized the nameless, as it happened that they were sure that there would be no bloodstains on their light clothes. Jin realized he could see people in front of him, but he barely felt their presence, and this city was much more beautiful than he expected, but he still got goosebumps being here. In this clean, quiet city, there are no prisoners, and the cadets, honing their killing skills, can spend a lot of time in the so-called nameless buildings that tower over the entire city. For the residents of this city, the guests were just special opponents for them, and every day they had to kill each other, so there was a great risk of being killed in the hotel. Jin asks the guards to rent him a room, but the surprised guard doesn't understand if the young master is serious about confronting the nameless cadet in Salim, the city of murder. He invites Jin to simply go to the hotel and stay there, but the gentleman has long since understood how this might end. He doesn't want a large number of visitors at night. The guard asks to follow him and says he won't accept money from him, and takes Jin to a room where he can rest and be assured that he will keep his word and not attack while he is here. Jin immediately decided to inspect the room for traps, but soon realized that there were none here and he could rest in peace, but before that, he needed to come up with a new plan of action. Jin's thoughts were interrupted by a clap of hands behind him. He was ready to draw his sword to protect himself, but turning around, he saw no one. He felt no enemy presence as he watched the master from the ceiling. The girl on the ceiling was just thinking that she almost got caught. She noticed a guy who looked the youngest among the people in the town and decided to follow him, and he turned out to be Jin. Jin sat up in bed and thought about the loud noise that came from the roof, but he was probably just imagining it because he was very sensitive right now. The girl realizes that the young master is very cautious now, but in fact, he needs to be careful, as he is now in Samila. The lady noticed something unusual about Gin and decided to check her hunch, instantly moving to Gin, who definitely noticed something. The girl realizes that this is her brother and cannot believe that he was able to sense her presence, which means that he managed to partially open his inner gaze at such a young age. She decided she couldn't just leave him, and as his older sister she would have to train him, and the next moment she started jumping all over the room. 4 days later, the man who was renting his room asks Jin to move out immediately, but the young master doesn't understand why there's such a rush, so the man admits that he simply doesn't want to try to kill him anymore and admits defeat. He admitted that he thought Jin was the heir to a famous martial arts family when he showed him his nameless mark, but he never would have thought the young man's strength was so great as he couldn't find a single gap in his defense. Jin realized that the man couldn't get to him because Jin had been trying to gather as much information as possible for the past 4 days and had been on guard all this time due to an unexplained presence. The man admitted that the fact that he was unable to kill the visitor is a big disadvantage, as a promotion check will be carried out soon, and so he asks the young man to move since he was unable to achieve his goal. He also said that recently his progress has stagnated, but thanks to Jin he managed to learn something, and for that he decided to give some advice. He asks the young man to always think of him as a magician or a con man when he fights a murderer. He warns you that the moment you leave this house, it will be precisely these people who will stand in your way and finally wishes you good luck. Before Jin can leave the house, he notices hundreds of traps on the floor and immediately remembers the man's words to think of the enemy as a magician or a con artist. He realized it could have been an ambush and at the last moment managed to repel the poison dart, but there was no trace of the attacker. Jin still managed to spot the assassin's tracks and followed him to the roof, but when he climbed up, 3 opponents were already in front of him, who were clearly not in a good mood. One of them used wires tied into traps to bring them down on Jin, but such a technique would not work against him, and he repels all threats with a swing of his sword. Soon, the young master realizes that the assassin's plan was to trap the sword and prevent him from doing anything with it. The other 2 decided that this was the best moment to attack and drew their daggers to finish off Jin, but the young man had other plans, and with just a wave of his hand, he managed to get rid of the attackers and free his sword. The bastard with the wires can't believe his eyes and immediately falls to his knees to admit defeat, but Jin finishes what he started and ends up with the cadet breaking the ground beneath him. Jin takes out a bag of coins and throws it to the man who had just left the house, but he couldn't even imagine that the young man could handle high-level cadets so easily, much less him. Jin was about to leave when he noticed one of the arrows flying straight towards him, but he managed to react and fight it. He doesn't know who is behind such a cliché trick, as using arrows behind traps is very common. He turned his attention to the air and noticed hundreds of arrows flying straight at him, but he also managed to dodge them by jumping into the air. He doesn't know how many attackers there are, and since he's gotten to this point, he needs to get up to high ground and keep an eye on his opponents, not sit back and hide. At that moment, 4 cadets attacked the young man in the air in hopes of catching him, but he defeated them all with equal ease using his sword. The arrow attacks still continued, and Jin had no choice but to dodge them, and at this moment his sister was watching everything that was happening, who was delighted with her brother's speed of adaptation. She is sure that it was worth checking his level for 4 days, and her brother needs to work a little harder, because after a week of such games, his inner eye will open completely. She thought that Jin might be weaker than she thought and might die in the process, but nothing could be done because it was common practice for people to die during training. Jin defeated all of his opponents without any problems and had a chance to think things over and catch his breath before being discovered again. He understood that the cadets were moving according to someone's instructions, but he didn't understand who needed it, and if he found the culprit, he would deal with him immediately. Jin knew everything was going according to his plan, seeing the large number of cadets he could control, despite them being some of the best anonymous assassins. Noticing the letter, the young man decided to open it, but inside there was only an invitation to play again that night, and he immediately realized that it was the work of Yona's sister. He understood that if everything went well, he could ask her for what he so desperately needed, for example, the elixir of 1,000 poisons. In this world, the descendants of Runcandel can resist many poisons. For example, Kujun was like that, and his poison was very toxic. That's why Jin needed the elixir of 1,000 poisons, because it was a secret potion that was given only to the best anonymous assassins. Jin recalls that whoever drank it became immune to almost any poison, and Sister Yona, considered the best and youngest assassin, also received this elixir. He remembers that in his past life, Yona was originally born immune to the poison, so she didn't need to drink it, and was eventually tricked by Sister Annie into taking it from her. Annie was definitely on Joshua's side in her past life, which means Jin needs to get rid of them before they become equally strong. He understands that to do this, he must overcome Sister Yona's nightly trials, while dodging hundreds of arrows. Jin continues to easily get rid of the assassins and doesn't notice how he ends up in someone's house, breaking the wall with another blow. He heard someone hiding behind the wooden door and asked them to come out, as he knew they weren't nameless cadets. Jin warned that he had been followed for the past 2 days, and that it would be best for them to show themselves while he was still kind and calm. The door opened, and in front of him he saw old acquaintances who definitely shouldn't be here. Jin asks the couple why the hell they are here, but Veridin tells the young master to calm down, as they came here because of him. Dante confirmed his words, as they had to use all their savings to get the mark from the anonymous, and Jin addresses them in this way. Jin realized there was no point in getting angry anymore and asked the couple why they came here. The couple replied that they missed him, which infuriated Jin, but he managed to control his anger and asked how they got there. As they said before, they spent all their savings on the mark and therefore have to sleep and eat without having any money. Jin says he'll pay for their food, since that's the reason they're here, but in return they'll have to work and help him deal with the cadets. At the same time, one of the scoundrels dared to attack Dante, but it was not difficult for him to deal with the scoundrel using his skills. Yona notices Jin's new friends, but feeling the strong energy emanating from them, he doesn't understand what the hell is going on here and who they are. At this moment, Sir Owl, the king of the nameless, approaches her and says that even she is forbidden from creating more chaos. She has already destroyed several cadet houses, but now that is not the main thing, and above all, she is worried about the pranks with Jin and the strangers who are bothering her. Owl analyzed the situation and concluded that Jin is in front and behind him are the heirs of the Zippel and Heron families. Yona, upon hearing this, said she would take care of them, but Owl stopped her, because if she really went down there, then they were not living creatures. That's all Yona counts on, but she's still banned, as Owl invites her to play their survival game, which they can start right now, and it will only be 3 rounds. He wanted to send real assassins instead of cadets, and if they died, she would win, and if they survived, she would lose. She understands that this will increase her brother's chances of death, but she still hopes he survives, as he managed to play with her for 2 whole days. Yona agrees to the game, but wants to make sure that the owl will not interfere in any way and that she will choose the assassins herself. He gives his word, but what's more important, or does Yona know how many buildings in Samila have already been destroyed? She said she didn't know what was making the man angry, and he yelled that 37 buildings were destroyed because she was the one who told the cadets to play with her brother. The girl left silently, and Owl just thought that he should have also asked her not to interfere, but more importantly, the anonymous person's future was almost in danger. At that moment, Jin dragged his companions into the house, who immediately fell asleep upon learning that they would not be attacked during the day. He analyzed Dante's body and concluded that he was still physically weak, but his abilities had improved, as he had developed by studying the secret techniques of the Heron family. And then Veridin, but he doesn't understand how someone who in a past life was a genius, living in another world, and now comes to me without any cunning plans, and helps me get money to buy food. Jin understood that he needed to get rid of them in a way that would also protect them from what would happen that night, as he was sure that Yona would send more skilled assassins. He didn't understand how to prepare when the next owl appeared in front of him, but Jin was completely unable to notice its presence. This was the best nameless assassin he had ever met, but he still couldn't understand why he was here, since no one other than Sister Yona had reason to check on him. This means that in front of him is the king of the nameless, but Ul was more surprised that the boy was not even afraid. On the contrary, he was in a good mood. Ul admitted that Kiran had a younger, more worthy air, but still noted that it was rude to continue sitting on the bed when he realized who he was. Jin assured that he dared to do this, even though he didn't know if he would be spared, simply because the Runcandels are not afraid of death. Jin didn't understand why the king himself came to him, and his only guess was that it had something to do with his sister Yona. Ul can't take it anymore and says that even Chiron tried to talk less here, and he, the pathetic junior heir, dares to mention Yona. He grabbed Jin by the throat and asked how he dared to behave so brazenly after such a mess, or is it all just because Yona is covering for him? Ul brushed aside the young master, who did not understand why he reacted this way to the mere mention of his sister. The king believed that tearing the genie apart would not be enough, but for Sir Chiron's sake he would forget everything this time. Jin apologizes, as he dared to speak without asking, just because he is inexperienced, and if you want to punish him, then he will accept the punishment with pleasure. The king said that from tonight onwards, real assassins in white masks will begin to attack him, but above all, Ul is worried about the lives of his partners. Owl explains that this game was started by Yona, who put both of their lives at risk, and Jin understands that in this way she is asking him to intervene in what his sister is plotting. Jin still didn't understand why the king needed all of this, but could it be that he simply can't control his sister and therefore asks Jin for help? He thought about what kind of relationship Yona has with the Anonymous, but now the most important thing is that the assassins will strike 3 times and they need a plan. The king suggested that they better group up and head to the center if they want to survive the night, and tomorrow Veradin and Dante can leave the city. Jin told the king that he needed the elixir of 1,000 poisons, but Ul couldn't believe such audacity, because even her father couldn't make it. Ul has come to the conclusion that the elixir is worth almost as much as his life, so Jin must save the heirs of Zepel and Hairan. The king finally wanted to warn the young man and said that a person can kill anyone if he is determined enough. But does he know why they don't use this power thoughtlessly? This is because when a person possesses a powerful weapon, he is afraid of it. But if he swings it left and right, the wrath of the powerful will overwhelm him. But since Jin knew this, then why did he still mention Yona? And a moment later he realizes that he was tricked, and the young man didn't even know about his relationship with his sister. So he asked if the reason for his visits to her was unrelated, because if you think about it, he unknowingly put the young man in danger. He had no choice but to say goodbye to the boy, and the next moment his trail disappeared. Jin understood that the king wants Jin to send Dante and Veradin away from here, but it seems he has other plans and will not follow his example. Before sunset, Jin decided it was time to act and warned his teammates that today the real assassins would hunt them instead of the cadets. The gang doesn't understand why there's so much rushing, but the young master explains that when he fought with the cadets, he felt their presence at sunset, but now he doesn't feel anything anymore. Jin felt something approaching, as if they were the victim and were being chased by a hunter. Of course, he knew that assassins were different from cadets, but now this is a completely different level. Meanwhile, Yona and Owl were discussing that the girl decided to send high-class assassins first. Was she really already planning to kill Jin? She denies his words, but Ul said that her younger brother is smart, and that's why he's running away now. But when the assassins attack, he won't be able to do anything and will die. Yona asks the king to calm down, as Jin has already opened his mind's eye halfway, which leaves Ul in shock, as he is very young, but has already developed it despite his age. She noticed that Jin seemed to move instinctively, but she was still sure that he felt something too, as in the last few days his mind had begun to open up. Yona is very proud of her brother, and Ul sees her react this way for the first time, and perhaps something can be expected of him. At the same time, Jin was distracted by a cloud of dust that had just appeared in front of him. He realized there was no time to waste and ran to his companions to protect them from the trap. After all, in the dust cloud, there was a mechanism that activated and began to launch hundreds of shuriken, preventing the group from moving freely. At some point, Jin sensed the presence of an enemy behind and was instantly able to dodge his blow, and in response, Veridin used ice magic to freeze the scoundrel's head. Jin understood that they didn't have time, and the guys needed to leave urgently, as the killer was almost free and ready to strike. The bastard immediately took out poisonous needles and threw them at Jin and the boys, but the young master tried to fight them off while his friends fled. He knew he couldn't delay this, because then the assassins would come from an ambush and he wouldn't have time to deal with everyone. Veridin decided to ask the assassins why they hadn't captured him yet, but Jin was more interested in the fact that they kept their distance and didn't attack. Before he had time to think, an assassin flew towards him from the ground, clearly aiming for his neck, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. Jin asked Veridin to stop talking nonsense and use his most powerful magic, but to do so he asked him to buy 10 minutes, as he needed to concentrate to prepare it. Veridin used the first form of the 1,000 Destroying Fires spell, which shocked the assassins, as they had not seen such magical power in a long time. Jin was also impressed by this spell, as he couldn't believe he had already managed to study it at such a young age. But Jin's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that one of the assassins wanted to get rid of Veridin, but managed to protect his friend by blocking the scoundrel's attempt. Jin understood that there was only one enemy in front of him, and that could only mean that they could attack Dante, who was left alone. Young Master Dante had expected this and used the dragon sword armor, which was the Hyron family's special secret technique. The assassin was distracted by how all his partners were falling to this technique, but that was his fatal mistake, as Jin did not forgive him for daring to be distracted and struck him with a blow. Jin had never seen such skill in Dante. He wondered if he really used aura for this secret technique. He understood that Dante trained hard while they didn't see each other, but not only him, but Veridin also became much stronger. Veridin asks the young master for forgiveness, as he messed up and it seems he won't be able to complete the spell, as he started having reflux due to not having practiced it for a long time. Jin orders Dante to take Veridin and race to the designated point, but the assassins are forced to catch them that night. Otherwise, Lady Yona will personally train them, which strikes fear into them. At this point, Yona doesn't understand what's going on and asks Ul if he dared to help her brother with his friends. After all, it's very strange that they knew about the existence of a no-kill zone, but also went straight to it, straight to the central neighborhood of Samel. This is where the anonymous relatives and benefactors lived, and when they got there, they were convinced it was true, and the attack stopped. Dante understood that as long as the assassins did not have emergency situations and the enemy did not invade, the Anonymous should follow the tradition of not using weapons in the central region. Veridin couldn't believe that this wasn't some kind of test, as Jin still knew this place, but the young master asked him not to worry about it. At the same time, Yona didn't understand how they knew this if no one told them, and Ul once again assures her that he didn't tell them anything. But she easily realized that the king was lying to her, and he was the first to break his promise, which means that tomorrow night she herself will take care of everything and attack them. To the king of the nameless Aul, head of the world's greatest assassination organization, Yona was more than a daughter. She had an incredible talent that other assassins couldn't even come close to, and she was already considered a natural killer. That was exactly how those few witnesses who spoke of the girl spoke of the blade, colored by the chaos that sleeps within it. She repeated once more that she would fight her brother and his friends, since Owl had broken his promise and should not interfere. The king knew there was nothing more he could do to stop her, and could only hope that Jin Runcandel could be crowned heir to the Zippel and Hairan families. Yona says it's time for her to get rid of her younger brother and his partners and invites Ulu to come with her too. Owl knew that Jin was a smart guy and would follow orders, as he understood the gravity of the situation, but he would still have to deal with Yona in a way that there was no other choice. The king agreed to go with her, but deep down he hoped that Yona would feel sorry for Jin because she liked him. At that moment, Owl noticed that Jin and his friends were in the building next door, but they continued sleeping despite the danger. Yona couldn't take it anymore and attacked to get rid of Dante and Veridin as they dared to talk and laugh with her little brother in front of her when she wasn't even talking to him. Suddenly, Yona turned to Ul to stop pretending she didn't notice that Jin was holding a silver dragon's fang in his hands. Jin didn't understand why there was no reaction, because if everything went as he planned, then the killers would definitely say something if they noticed their prey. He turned around again and saw behind him the king and his sister, who were in the same room as him, but he still couldn't feel their presence. He sees and greets the 85th king of the Nameless for the first time, and Sister Yona, which leaves Owl surprised that Jin is smart enough to toy with him. The king realized that Jin was ready for the visit, and even gave sleeping pills to his friends so they would know less, and Ul decides to get straight to the point. He is more interested in knowing where the guy got the silver tusk. Jin said he received it as a gift from a silver dragon he met during his travels. Ul concluded that the young master knew how to use it, for he held it in his hands and waited. After all, if you show your claws to anonymous killers, regardless of the situation, the owner will survive. Yona doesn't agree with this and said that there is no one they can't kill, but Owl tried to shut her up quickly and promised that he would guarantee her survival if she gave them the prey. But before that, Jin has a doubt. He wonders why he was chased by trained assassins and not by cadets. Owl reveals that he and Yona made a bet, and he bet that his friends could survive, and she bet that they would die. Since the king won the argument thanks to Gina, from now on the assassins will stop chasing them, and none of the anonymous ones, including him and Yona, will harm them. He says this promise will be valid for the next 10 years, and as long as the Runcandel family doesn't attack them, that won't change. Jin realizes that 10 years is enough now that he doesn't have to worry about the anonymous person coming after him while he fights with his brothers and sisters. The king admitted that since Jin had already received the tusk of a silver dragon, he was entitled to a reward, but they would discuss later what the young man would like as a gift. And now he is sure that he and his sister have a lot to talk about, as they met for the first time after Jin arrived in Samel and left them. At the same time, a group of scum is discussing the reserve captain's connections with Mrs. Yona, and once the situation is determined, they will soon have enough evidence. They knew that the level of assassins chasing Jin was increasing, and the reason for this was unknown, but they still came to the conclusion that it might just be high-level training. Their vassal warned them that they couldn't kill the young master yet, but they still had to be on guard. At this point, Yona admits that she didn't really want to fight with her brother, but rather help him develop. But Jin interrupts her. Did he ask? Or does that mean it was his sister who sent assassins after him? She admitted she didn't want that, but immediately changed the subject and asked who his partners were. Jin introduced her to the heirs of the Zippel and Hairan families, but it was very unusual for her to have one of the Runcandel contact them. She asks him to understand that she couldn't complete what she started just because of the silver dragon's fang, which was more important than killing them. Jin thought Yona would report everything to the family, but she refused, because if she did, her younger brother would be mutilated or even killed. But Jin didn't understand what she was talking about, because if she herself didn't want to get rid of him, she wouldn't have methodically sent assassins after him. He asked her again why she did that, but the girl admitted that she just wanted to play with him. Did Jin ask his sister, or does he really consider him just another toy? But Yona immediately began to cry and hurried to apologize to her brother because not everything was like that. Jin didn't understand why his sister was crying, and did she really just want to play with him? The young master simply cannot understand why his sister continues to cry, because she is the best assassin who has been taught to suppress her emotions. Yona admits that none of this happened because her mother told anonymous people that she could kill without it. Jin was surprised and asked if she was killing before she even got to Anonymous, because she was sent here when she was about 12. She remembered this when she was about 8 years old, when she was in the Storm Castle, and one of her cousins bothered her and she killed him. After that, the nanny responsible for her training disappeared, and when Yona was in the Storm Castle or the main estate, she was forbidden to train with her brothers and sisters. It seemed to her that she was being punished like this for killing her cousin, but she was wrong, because this is a natural talent, and now she herself is taking orders and killing people. Jin realized that his father isolated Yona from others to protect the other children from premature death. Yona is happy that she can at least talk to her little brother like this, and doesn't care where they send her. She's just worried about never seeing her family again. Jin didn't understand how her sister didn't even feel guilty about the murder, but even that didn't mean she didn't have other feelings. He understood that this was a difficult and necessary choice to protect the rest of the children, but did the boss really have to avoid his daughter like that? Yona realized that Jin was angry and thought he hated her too, but she hurried to convince her, as it was unfair that she had been considered a puppet for murder since childhood. She didn't even understand that this was bad, but then she remembered that her younger brother had never killed anyone, and when he fought, he left everyone alive. Yona said she was born this way, and nothing could be done about it, but the young master asked his sister if she was a contractor if she was born this way. He was sure his sister was hiding something, but she assured her brother that he didn't need to know that, as he had his own secrets too. She said she knew his strength because from the moment she saw Jin, her instinct told her to kill him. Yona said that Jin might think she liked him so much that it went against her instincts, but she wanted it to be mutual. Jin doesn't understand what his sister is talking about since they didn't have any pleasant memories, but Yona thought she could share the elixir of 1,000 poisons to create such a moment. She understood that this was the only reason brothers and sisters came to her, but Jin also only needed him. She said she would give him the potion since she didn't need it, but Jin refused such an offer, which shocked Yona. He said that even if she gave him the elixir, his opinion still wouldn't change because of it. Yona didn't understand what she needed to do to please her younger brother, because now she had a moment where she could finally get closer to someone in the family. Jin notices the strong moonlight and invites his sister for a walk, as connections are formed through conversation. He knew he needed time to think about how to treat such a stupid and pathetic older sister. Yona explained that there was no one on the street because they were having fun here and because of the curfew. They arrived at the place Jin wanted to go, and all they had to do was climb up to see flowers and a cliff. Yona promised that she didn't intend to push her brother, but even if he fell from such a height, it was unlikely that he would die. Jin noticed green roses in front of him, which are usually considered weeds, but when they absorb the moonlight, they become incredibly beautiful. The sister admits that these are her favorite flowers, because they can survive even if they are stepped on or not watered for a long time, but even if they die, new ones bloom in their place. She chooses some roses to give to her younger brother. Jin remembered that it was not the first time he had received green roses as a gift, as in his previous life, someone had periodically left them in his room. He also remembered that he always received a twig with 2 buds whenever times were hard. They would appear on the inner tap of his cloak. Yona admits that she only gives it to people she likes, and Jin decided to ask how she got the gift all this time. Jin asks his sister not to stay silent and to talk to him, as they have a lot to tell each other. Did the brother decide to ask, or was she actually trying to kill the king of the nameless? Yona replied that she was 14 at the time, and he reprimanded her severely, forcing her to write an explanatory note in her room. After that, she tried 2 more times, but each time was a failure, but nothing came of it because the owl scolded her. She admitted that she was unsuccessful at the time, but she knows for sure that she can handle everything now, and Jin admitted that it was in her sister's spirit to go against the king of assassins. Yona asked her brother about the dragon that gave him his prey, and Jin said that he was actually close to him. The sister already wanted to kill this dragon, but Jin asked her to be kind to her friends, as in the future they could also become her friends. Yona said this is the first time she has communicated so freely with someone other than Sir Ul and her father. Her brother decided to cheer her up and said that she would be better suited to work as a florist than as an assassin, and suggested that his sister start studying flowers periodically. She may then set up shop on his territory, and he will often look there, but immediately warns that killing visitors is prohibited. He already wanted to say goodbye to his sister, as he still needed to talk to the king of assassins. But Yona thought differently, and didn't want to let her brother go. But then, she suddenly remembered that she still had a mission for today, and needed to leave for a while, and her brother might be gone for a while. The genie had already arrived at the king, who was waiting for the young Runcandel, and said that he had prepared in advance what he asked for before the game. The king admitted that the heirs of the Zippel and Hiron family remained alive, and he received the silver dragon claw, so he agreed to fulfill his request. Jin said that all this time he needed to get closer to him, because he was sure they needed the same thing. Ol replied that he could delay Yona's return to the family for only 5 years, but he was more concerned about what reason Jin would come up with and whether he would be able to answer for what he said. Jin talked about his plan to work as a florist, as Ul himself knows that a person who experiences so many emotions shouldn't be a killer, she's simply better at it than others. He makes sure his family can't use Yona when she returns, as he simply wants his younger sister to be with someone who understands her. Ul agreed to this and asked the young master what he needed from him. Jin replied that he would only need the king's help once, but as Jean Grey, not as Runcandel. He also promises that he will leave Samel and take Dante and Veridin with him, so that they won't cause him any more trouble, and Owl agrees to Jin's plan. A week later, Kashmir reaches the stormy Black Sea, which was surprisingly clean here. Did someone actually clean this area? And the next moment he notices the head of the Runcandel family in front of him, along with Lady Talaris and the King of the Nameless, who were clearly surprised to find them here, and everyone understands that not everything will end calmly. The lady understands that while Kashmir is here, they cannot discuss their children's marriage, and he, in turn, understands that it will be difficult for him to talk to them about Gina and Jonah. The head of the Runcandel family calms Kashmir down and asks him for forgiveness, because it is Talaris and Ul who are the uninvited guests, not him. Kashmir didn't understand what could have happened to Jin in such a short time, since he had recently gone to Samel. The boss distracts Kashmir from his thoughts and admits that he invited him here to have a drink with him and suggested he continue after they both left. Chiron asked how his youngest son was, and Kashmir said that the young master had already left Samil when he first came here, and also that he wanted to prepare for poisoning and murder. Owl also admits that he came here to talk about Jin, but he wouldn't want to discuss such things in the presence of the Ice Queen and the Phantom Sword. Chiron reassured the guest and said that Mrs. Talaris is one of his few friends, and Kashmir knows how to keep her mouth shut and no trouble will arise. Ul told about the silver dragon claw that Jin gave him, and also said that the young master asked him to clear his history of being in Samila. More precisely, this meant that he would have to erase all memories associated with Jin Runcandel or Jean Grey from the memory of everyone except civilians, cadets, and assassins. Ul also said that he ordered his men to kill the knights who were chasing the young master, because he was the one who asked him to. The king also admitted that he feared that Chiron would want revenge on him for this, but he was quick to calm him down. Chiron admitted that his son had a good eye, and said that he didn't care about the number of fallen knights. It wouldn't be a problem for him. Ul thanks him sincerely, but is still obliged to pass on to his boss the note Jin left in Samil before his departure, but warns that this is not something that should be shown in front of Talaris and Kashmir. At this moment, Jin realized that his partners were sleeping like the dead due to the fact that he probably overdid it with sleeping pills. He feels something in his pocket and takes out a vial with a note his sister Yona left for him. He read the contents and realized that the vial contained an elixir of 1,000 poisons, and if he drank it, he would develop the abilities of his mind's eye to the maximum, so no assassin would be able to harm him. The sister knew that when the time came, she wouldn't be able to surprise her younger brother, so she wished him a happy birthday right now. At the same time, Chiron read a letter from his son and learned about the elixir, as well as Jin's request for the king to delay Yona's return home. Uhl said that in addition to the note, he was betrayed several times, which only provoked laughter from Runcandel's boss. Chiron admitted that not only had the king been deceived, but also himself, so he soon issued an official invitation for him to come to the Garden of Swords to discuss this situation in detail. The chief was also interested in knowing why Kashmir came to him, and he in turn told about the death of Archmage Keydart Hall, who was killed by Mr. Md. At the same time, Dante and Verdinard begged the young master to stay with him for a few more days, as they were exhausted since they met him, so they insisted on their own. Jin had no choice but to agree to his friend's demands. He simply couldn't take these screams anymore. Jin wanted to know why they, the heirs of their families, were sitting here and wasting time instead of thinking about this. Verdinard explained that this is precisely why they are idle now, because once he becomes the boss, there will be a lot of things to do. This would mean he would be able to see Jin, but the young master says it would be good for him and that he could think about his future as chief. Verdinard assured Jin that his position as head of the family was already assigned to him and that he would become the head one way or another, and Dante was supported by his grandfather, who is the current head of the Chiron family. The couple decided to ask the young gentleman about Keydart Hall's death, but he simply denied everything, and Verdinard realized that Jin treated them as strangers and would continue to hide information from them. Dante supports the wizard and confirms his words that they won't be able to see Jin anymore once they become heads, so they all need to have fun together before that happens. Friends promise to raise the young master's reputation so he can become captain. The couple had already decided they could capture wanted criminals, but Jin interrupted their fantasies and said they couldn't travel together. But the boys managed to convince the young master, and he was willing to agree, but suddenly he finds himself in a room where he doesn't remember how he got there. He only remembered that he left Dante and Verdinard near the teleportation gate and returned to Tikhon, but he doesn't remember what happened next. He noticed that the body was fresh, and as he got out of bed, he noticed Enya, who was waiting beside the bed for the young master to wake up. The girl immediately asked Jin how he was feeling after completely absorbing the elixir of 1,000 poisons. Enya said she really thought he was going to die as he passed out, and after a few minutes his body went black, and this process repeated itself. At that moment, Madame Quicontel entered the room and told Jin that he had been lying here for 5 days. She pointed out that it normally takes about a month for those who drink the elixir to get used to its effects, but Jin was able to wake up much faster due to the fact that he was Runcandel. Jin was happy that he didn't have to lie down for so long and decided to find out if something had happened while he was sleeping. Enya said nothing happened except that Sir Kashmir returned, and Nanny Gili left for a while because she was urgently called to the main house. The girl decided that since the gentleman had returned, she needed to tell the others about it, and left Jin alone. When Murakan found out about the young gentleman, he immediately ran to him and took with him a pot of strange liquid. Jin didn't want to drink, but Murakan insisted and managed to convince the young man to drink at least for his early awakening. The young master had no choice but to drink the entire contents, but soon after discovered that it was poison that Murakan ordered from Jet on the black market. It was a deadly poison that would instantly kill anyone weaker than rank 7 with 1 gulp. He asks the master not to worry, as this way they were convinced that Jin had completely mastered the elixir of 1,000 poisons properly. Mrs. Kakantal reminded the young master of his promise, and Jin agreed to help Enya with her training as payment for Mrs. Kakantel's determination. The boss said that Enya is only good at theory, and really lacks practice if she needs to grab an opponent. She simply doesn't have enough experience for that. Jin didn't understand why the lady wanted Enya to take care of all this, but she explained that the young woman was also his partner, which meant that she would also fight by his side when he faced his brothers. The young master understood that Runcandel seemed to be scolding me, but he was certainly addressing Enya, who was outside the door at that moment, and asked the lady not to worry, as he had already found out where they were going with her. He planned to fight the mages because it would be a great chance to teach him riptide magic, but his speech was interrupted by the appearance of Enya herself, who was delighted that they were alone with young Master Jin. Meanwhile, in the Garden of Swords, Chiron reprimands Joshua for delaying Yona's return for his and his brother's sake. Joshua admitted that he had to do this for the good of his family, but Chiron did not tolerate such lies and prescribed a strong slap in the face for his son. He ordered him to stand still and not move, otherwise he would regret being born into this world. Chiron once again struck his son and ordered him to take off his black metal armor, as he was not worthy to wear it. The boss doesn't even want to talk to this wretch, the second captain of the family, who was crushed by the reserve captain. He asked his son if he remembered what he had warned them about, and he replied that they were asked not to touch Yona, but after that followed another crushing blow. King Ul understood that this was not only a personal meeting between father and son, but also a warning from Chiron to himself. He knew that if something like this happened to Yona again, even if it was one of the heirs, no one would get away with it. Chiron said he knew Joshua had no intention of going against his orders, which is why the armor his mother gave him 17 years ago is still intact. The head of the family called his son a coward and ordered him to look at him while he spoke, because the day he returned to the Black Sea, he would strip him of his captain's rank. He asked the guards to take this nonsense away, while Sister Mary, who did not hide her joy, watched everything that happened. Chiron asked Nanny Gili how things were with Jin, and she, in turn, said that he left Samel not long ago and drank the elixir of 1,000 poisons and is now resting. The head of the family hands the nanny a dark steel armor and asks her to tell exactly everything that happened to her brother Joshua, because that is why he called her. When the nanny returned to the young master, she told him what had happened in every detail, but Jin couldn't believe that his father had actually punished his brother with his own hands, but Gili only confirmed those words. Jin immediately recognized this armor, which was forged 30 years ago by the legendary blacksmith Pekan Minche, as it was a war trophy from Uncle Zed, received after winning the battle against the 5th magical tower of Zippel. The young master came to the conclusion that his father wanted him to be different from Joshua, and return home only when this armor was almost destroyed after battles with strong rivals. Jin didn't understand why his father went so far. Was it really out of sympathy for his pathetic daughter, Yona? He remembered Yona asking about his secret and came to the conclusion that she was hiding much more than he knew now. Gili interrupted the young master's thoughts and asked if he had already decided on his next destination. Jin planned to go to a place associated with magic and also get rid of the rebels from the Dark Magician organization. Gili was surprised because she heard that they were treated about 200 years ago, but Jin said that although there were only a few of them left, they still continue to exist. Enya had to help them with everything, and the opportunity to test riptide magic was not bad, and the southern region of Bement was one such place. The next moment, Enya and Jin were already there, and the young woman addressed the man by name, but he reminded her that this was forbidden and that she should not forget the reason they had come here. This close contact with the young master took Enya by surprise, and she fainted due to the overabundance of emotions. The Dark Magicians Association was an organization that praised the magic of the dark world. It reached the peak of its activity about 200 years ago, and when they were at the top, their activities affected the entire continent, which as a result terrified the people, but Ryul Zippel managed to get rid of them. This was the first and last time she used the 1,000 Scorching Fires spell to kill the head of the association. Ryul was Soldret's previous contractor, and the young master remembered how in a past life, the shadow god himself had wanted him to follow in his footsteps. Then Soldret suggested that Jin could become stronger if he could find a magician named Ruil and pass the test she prepared for him. Enyi interrupts the young master and says that she believes the only criminals left in the Dark Magicians Association are kidnapping children, if the latest rumors are to be believed. The young girl noticed the lifeless expressions on the faces of the villagers who were suffering at the hands of the dark wizards. But Jin assumes that the nobility is to blame for everything, because the girl herself must understand that few states maintain public order as much as in Bement. Although they quickly get rid of the criminals here, they turn a blind eye to organized crime, and he is also sure that Bement has not yet touched the Dark Magic Association just to give the Academy's magicians a chance to prove themselves. Enyi was surprised that the Academy's mages could arrive here, but before she could finish speaking, many carriages appeared in front of her. The crowd of residents were happy that the capital had finally sent magicians here, but the young master was more concerned about the fact that he needed to avoid them as much as possible. Since everyone at the Academy has a high sense of self-worth, if he crosses their path, as he did in his previous life, he will only have trouble. Jin is certain that whoever arrived here will die, as it is impossible to destroy the association of dark mages with their current power. During dinner, Jin suggested that Enya choose a bank and open an account there so he could give her an allowance for expenses. The young woman thanks the master but still asks him to explain what he meant when he said that the Academy cadets would die. She believes they have a fairly high level of training. All of them are at level 4, so the remnants of the dark mages shouldn't be a problem for them. Jin explains that the bastards in the organization have always been experienced fighters who have done terrible things, and the cadets have no real combat experience. He also said that according to the investigation of the 7 flowers, there are about 50 magicians with an average of 4th rate, and there are only about 30 cadets. Even though there are high-ranking mages on both sides, the Dark Mage Association still has a large numerical advantage. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of 3 cadets who clearly didn't know how to behave. The young master turned to Enyi, but she couldn't even move because she recognized those 3 as the bastards who mocked her. Jin realized something was wrong and soon discovered they were the same bastards, but now he had even more reason not to call their attention. Not even a second passed before one of those scum asked the young master who they were anyway. Jin replied that it was none of his business, but the cadet was displeased with the answer and pointed his staff at the young master to find out why such a commoner dared to oppose him. He warned that Jin had better answer correctly, otherwise he would personally kick them out of here and interrogate them later. The cafe owner asked the young cadets to calm down and said they were introducing themselves as travelers. The cadet could not stand it and knocked out the poor old man because he dared to interrupt him. He comes to the conclusion that the inhabitants of the southern regions are not kind to the nobility. He promises to personally teach everyone a lesson, but Jin has had enough of this talk and sends the cadet to the sideline with a punch. The other 2 cadets tried to detain the young master, but he introduced himself as a member of Bement's Special Investigation Department, which shocked the offenders. Enyi didn't understand anything Jin was saying, and the cadets asked how he dared to pretend to be someone else. The young master decided not to waste time, and with one movement caused a counterflow among the scum. He was even surprised to see that they dropped so quickly given the primary reflux symptoms. Jin ordered them to stand up and warned them that if they continued talking, he would have to take them to the interrogation room. He wonders what will happen if their families and the academy find out that they not only abused civilians, but also ruined the work of their department. The cadets beg for one last chance. They are ready to do anything to keep the young master from telling their families. Jin decided to take advantage of the opportunity and found them a job. He said they were sent to uncover the plans of the rebels from the Association of Dark Magicians, but since everything went wrong, they will have to use their skills to accomplish their objective. Jin said that he and Enyi constantly watched them, posing as their servants, but this terrified the cadets. The young master decided not to hesitate and asked for the last time if they agreed to such conditions. The idiots had no choice but to agree, and Jin ordered them to clean themselves up, and then they would all head to camp together. He turned to Enyi, whom he called Austin in front of the others, and asked if he had managed to play his role well. Jin said that now it was her turn, and Enyi went to ask the idiots to clean up faster. and also apologized to the owner of the establishment by cleaning everything here. At the same time, all the cadets were gathered together and told to remember everything the platoon magicians had told them and to follow their instructions. Jin didn't understand why they didn't care that 50 opponents were hiding in the forest near them. According to protocol, a scout was sent to find out more about the enemy forces, but Jin immediately realized it was an ambush. He was right, and suddenly a vile orc appeared, frightening the cadets so much that most of them wanted to run away immediately. But the platoon captain managed to calm everyone down in time and ordered the first platoon to use offensive magic and the second to take care of defense. The orc was defeated, and the squad captain decided to stop right here, but Jin didn't understand how they could stay here. He ordered his slave to tell the commander that this place was ideal for an ambush, and that under no circumstances should anyone remain there. The cadet initially didn't want to comply with his order, but as soon as Jin finished mentioning the interrogation, he agreed to everything. Sir Orton did not take the cadet's words seriously, because he is completely confident in his choice, and if he is so afraid, he can conjure a shield before going to bed. Jin realized something didn't make sense, because such a wretched orc who had lulled his vigilance was resting in such an open area, and a 7th-level mage couldn't even notice him. The young master overheard the cadets talking about how Professor Orton ate meat in the morning, even though he was a vegetarian. Orton led the cadets to the entrance of a cave believed to be a hideout for dark wizards and ordered them to be ready to attack. He ordered the platoon leader to wait at the entrance with the 4th and 5th groups, and after they joined up, they would go and get the others. The cadets are surprised that the tunnel is so large, as if the enemies want to make a fortress or try to hide their secret weapon in this cave. The cadets were not afraid, for they knew that Mr. Orton would protect them, but at the same moment, the nearby wall breaks and an angry orc enters the room. The cadets asked the professor for orders for further action, but he had other plans. That damn bastard Orton ended up siding with the orcs and invited the students to behave and become his guinea pigs. Orton ordered the orcs to catch them, and Jean was surprised that these academy idiots couldn't recognize their own teacher. He asked Miss Enyi to prepare herself and stay close to him, as it would be a little more difficult. Jin decided to punish the bastard and summoned Keydart Hall's powerful reverse tide spell, which completely filled the entire room. He dealt with all the vile orcs in an instant and was ready to finish off the main instigator, but he noticed that 2 still managed to survive. He concluded that both of them must be around the 8th rank, but the idiots were more concerned about the young master himself. One of the magicians asked the young master if he was a student at Keydart Hall because he was able to use the reverse tide spell. Jin admitted that the enemy had experience, as he recognized this spell, but the mage still decided not to give up and continued the battle. He believed that the young master was too arrogant for someone who had laid such a petty ambush, and he shouldn't become arrogant, because he had long since realized that he was no higher than the 7th rank. He yelled that his name was Rolt Joe and that he wanted to deal with Jean, but managed to calm him down. He said he had heard of Frosty Joe's half-brother, who mastered earth elemental magic. Jin admitted that he was surprised that this stunning cave was also his work. Rolt liked the young man's words and said that in the dark Magicians' Association there were 9 magicians stronger than him, and even if he managed to escape from here, they would haunt him for the rest of his life. But because he's a generous person and Jin has talent, he'll give him the opportunity to join the Dark Magician Association. Jin decided not to listen to the bastard and summoned a huge dark aura, because he really didn't understand how this idiot was so stupid as to talk so much nonsense before dying. The wizard simply couldn't believe that the young man could mix different types of energy with the reverse tide to increase his power. This dark aura only meant that Jin was not only a student of Keydart Hall, but also a contractor for Solderet. Jin decided not to give the bastard the opportunity to finish his sentence and put him to sleep with one blow. He was even surprised that he had dealt with the 8th rank so easily. At the same time, Jin was surprised to see that Enyi was doing so well that she was better than he expected. He understood that this was her first time in such a situation, but he still hid his fear well and reacted accordingly. At some point, the entire cave began to shake, and a moment later a huge wolf appeared, which was surprised to see people here. He was surprised that the young man managed to kill Rolt, and at this point Jin told Enya that this situation would give him a lot of experience. The wolf was surprised by the young master's calmness. He could have been at least a little wary, and he also admitted that he seemed quite strong by magician standards. Jin asked his name, but the wolf began to howl with happiness, for the young man was very different from those people he had to kill at the cave entrance. He admitted that his name was Goltef Hafalef, and since he knew his name he should fight him. But first, he wanted to offer the young man something. The wolf invited the young master to join Kinzello, which surprised Gino, as he believed Kinzello to be a cave of an association of dark magicians. Goltef was quick to explain that this is not entirely true, because the association itself is considered a kind of branch of Kinzello. Only warriors can join it, so magicians are forced to join the association of dark magicians. Jin realized that the white wolf he encountered was also somehow connected to Kinzello, which led him to believe that the tribe of white warriors was somehow connected to the organization. Goltef explained that since Jin managed to kill Rolt Joe, he was offering him a leadership position, but the young master was surprised that the wolf offered him such a position, but he refused because he did not agree to work for someone who was weaker than him. The wolf became angry at such words and at that very moment hit the young master because even his generosity has a limit. Jin used barrier magic to protect himself from Goltef's attacks, which further angered the white wolf. Enya decided to attack from the side and used her magic to finish off the bastard, but that wasn't enough. Goltef easily repelled the spell and asked her not to interfere. As he was not interested in her, he would kill her later. The wolf couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Jin to lower his shield and show everything he could, but a sudden injury distracted him. He noticed Jin holding a sword in his hands. His surprise knew no bounds, as he had always believed the young master was using a staff. He promised that he would not kill the magic swordsman, as he also wanted to show his discovery to his leader. The wolf attacked the young master, but it wasn't difficult for him to repel the bastard's blow with just a swing of his sword. Goltef admitted that he felt the boy's 7th rank aura, but the strength and fighting skills, even with such a body, were even better. The wolf realized that only a member of the Runcandel family could do this and ordered to give his name to Risk and Fight. Goltef has sworn on the honor of his clan to fight Jin Runcandel. He is sure that the young man will be reborn with the blessing of Javier's soul when he is finished with him. Jin understood that even if he swung the sword 10,000 times, he would eventually be able to cut it, just like the first time. With the next move, the young gentleman ended the fight and asked Goltef if he would tell him about Kinzello if he saved his life. The wolf explained to Jin that he simply wasn't familiar with their laws because traitors have no honor and there are no cowards in the White Wolf tribe. Jin promised the wolf that he would not be rude to his tribesmen when he fought them in the future, but he made sure that Goltef was aware of the courtesy he was showing him. The young master promised to remember the brave wolf, and Goltef was happy to fall into the hands of Jin Runcandel. He will remember him when he is by Javier's side. And with the next blow, Jin ended Goltef's life with just one blow, cutting his body exactly in half. Enya praised Jin for being so amazing, but was he more concerned about how much the White Wolf's abilities varied? He understood that Goltef was definitely stronger than the wolf he met when he was a cadet, but even so, this battle could not be called difficult. The young master asked Enya about her well-being, as it was the first time she had seen so many deaths, but she admitted that she realized what she needed to do to not be a burden to her loved ones. Jin was quick to point out that he could always remain a non-combat mage if she didn't like it, but the conversation was interrupted by the surviving cadet. The last surviving cadet was Pascal Chip, who begged to be saved and promised not to touch any more civilians. Enya decided she needed to stop this masquerade and took off her disguise to introduce herself to her old acquaintance. He couldn't believe that the same Enyi was standing in front of him, but she hurried to interrupt him and reminded him that if she had her way, he would already be dead. She ordered Pascal to remember that he was saved by Jean Grey and the Time God's contractor Olta, as well as the future Archmage Enya. Enya also promised that she would never help scum like him again, but would only follow her dear comrades. Orton woke up tied to a chair. He was sure he had tricked the gym newbies and lured them into the cave, but he didn't expect the tide to reverse. He thought that in front of him was a student from Kedart Hall, so he suggested that they talk about everything calmly, as they were on the same side as him. He wanted to know why he ambushed them, but the man just denied the fact, because it was told to him by some scum who hid in small nations and liked to kill. The stranger believed that whoever planned to use the academy students as guinea pigs shouldn't be talking about it now. The man knew his real name was Matto Baker, nicknamed the Jism Killer. The scoundrel had already decided that since the man knew him, he had heard of his influence and should let him go. But the stranger didn't care about all this. He shut the scoundrel's mouth, stomping him face down on the ground. He warned him to be quiet, but Matto didn't listen, and now he has to answer his questions while still feeling the pain that those he slowly killed felt. At the same time, Jin and his friends discussed that the association's rebel hideout was in Ethereum. Everyone was surprised because this was the capital of Wankella, but to be more precise, it was like this 500 years ago. While Murakan slept, the capital of the holy state of Wankella was altered due to the invasion of demons. They invaded to retrieve an ancient demonic relic that had been kept there since the founding of the kingdom. At that time, the Sepal and Runcandel families sent their knights to support and protect the kingdom, which became the only documented case of cooperation between these families. In the end, Wankella won and got rid of the demons, but it was impossible to restore the city due to the destroyed mountains, explosions in the sky, and scorched earth. And now Ethereum is considered a protected territory that has become a haven for demons. Jin understood that Ruil Zippel's legacy, the grimoire of 1,000 scorching fires, was also in Ethereum, but he was worried why the demons decided to take refuge there, and how long had they been hiding there. Jin was also informed that they had been there for 50 years, and that there were 3 9th-level mages in their ranks. The first was Fezron Henserk, a high-ranking member of the Bement Academy. The second was the head of the Lilistar family, Susan Lilistar, and the last was the archmage of Anza, Chukon Telderer. Kashmir couldn't even imagine that the enemy had so many 9th-tier magicians, but this meant that if the members of the Black Magician Association were at that level, then Kinzello would become their main problem. Now Jean understood why his family, the Zippel family, and even Bement had witnessed Kinzello's cruelty in his past life. He also had information that the enemies had mastered Kinzello's transformation magic, and Bubar Gaston was behind it all. Kashmir recalled that when he was looking for information about Vishkel Ivliano, this name had already come up. Murakan was surprised to discover that it was not a disguise, but a reincarnation, and it was not Bubar himself who was reincarnated, but someone else. Kikantel is also surprised. After all, she believed this ability was only available to dragons. Merkin suggested that Matto Baker himself did not know all the details, as after the anesthesia he passed out, and, upon waking, he was already reincarnated. Jin remembered how he encountered persistent pursuers from the Zippel family who transformed into accompanying knights when he left the Storm Castle. He decided he needed to meet with Bubar Gaston, but in the meantime he had a mission for Kashmir. The young master asked him to investigate the relationship between Kinzello and the White Wolf tribe with the 7 flowers. A week later, at the Hiron family's main estate, the chief was informed that 20 academy cadets who had gone to exterminate the rebels had died. The boss understood that the plan had failed, but the man quickly tried to convince him of it. Thanks to the testimony of the surviving cadets, they learned that 2 unknown individuals disguised as escorts, John Gray and Austin Gray, won the battle with the Dark Magic Association. The boss doesn't understand the reason for the visit, but the man takes out the trunk to show the contents. Inside was a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe, and if you look closely, you can see that the blow was delivered by a very skilled swordsman. Did he ask the young master, or did something come to his mind when he looked at it? Dante just laughed, but the boss was quick to point out that his son was indeed very talented and skilled, but even he couldn't make such a clean cut. The boss was sure that this was done by at least an 8th-rank swordsman, and Dante only confirmed his father's words as he had not yet reached that level. The guests realized that it had been in vain to eat this far. It was time for them to leave. Dante immediately realized they were talking about Jin, but he couldn't even imagine that he was already at that level. The man understood that Dante Heron was the only one who perfectly fit the description of a short man with a husky voice and excellent swordsmanship. He knew for sure that Dante Heron was hiding his abilities and ordered his men to monitor all his outside activities. Meanwhile, near the Kon Empire's teleportation gate, Jin is distracted by reading a book by an unknown girl. She asked the young master to move her bag and sat down beside him. Jin didn't pay attention, as he thought Bubar Gaston's workshop should be located next to the Principality of Kurano. The girl still continued to watch the young man, she simply couldn't take her eyes off him. Jin still managed to get to Bubar's workshop, although he had to stay and visit other workshops so that Bubar wouldn't suspect anything. If you believe the words of the owners of other workshops, then Kinzello was a brilliant sculptor. Jin knocked on the door, and a moment later, the furious owner yelled at him until he discovered it was Jin Runcandel. Bubar didn't understand what Jin was doing here, but the young master was quick to reply that he came as a guest. He didn't even want to see him at his door, but Jin reminded him of who saved him and how he treats his savior properly. Jin remembered that if his family had heard what Bubar was saying at the banquet, they would have died long ago. Bubar didn't like this and attacked the young master, but he hit the insolent bastard with a blow to the face. Jin walked in and noticed Mr. Vishkel, who was clearly surprised by the young man's sudden appearance. Vishkel asked why he was here now if he needed to test for the reserve captain position. Bubar did not let the gentleman finish, as he wanted Vishkel to kill him because Jin had dared to humiliate him at the banquet, and now he had beaten him completely. Vishkel hid his anger as much as possible and hurried to assure Bubar that the young master had definitely had his reasons for doing this. Jin interrupted the gentleman and asked for forgiveness. He came here to commission a sculpture of his father, but now they are putting him in a difficult position. Vishkel understood that something was wrong here, as the young man's behavior was different from the Jin he knew. He understood that Jin initially had more selfish motives. He wanted to meet not with Bubar, but with him. Vishkel was surprised that the young master wanted to meet him. Did he really want to fight with him as reserve captain? Jin admitted that Vishkel was right, as he couldn't meet the Ivliano family without an invitation, so he went to Bubar, who was always with him. Vishkel immediately refused because he came here to relax and not to fight. He also noticed that Jin was quite rude and decided to teach him a lesson. The next moment, he made a lightning dash towards the young master, who didn't even notice the movement. Vishkel asked him a question, because he didn't understand how he would fight him if he couldn't react to such an attack. Jin thought this was dangerous, as he would almost deflect the blow and therefore reveal his disguise. The young master leaves the workshop amid shouts and threats from Bubar, who even dared to insult his family. But at some point his patience ran out and he decided to deal with the scoundrel, but Mr. Vishkel stopped him again. Jin admitted that he was rude and arrogant, but he would not allow the honor and dignity of the Runcandel family to be humiliated. Did he ask Vishkel, or could he ignore the fact that someone had insulted the Ivliano family right before his eyes? Vishkel understood that Jin had left him no choice and warned the young man that he was going to attack and that he should surrender, as he could die. Jin wasn't interested in that, because even if he died, he would still defend his family's honor. Vishkel understood that the young man was not bluffing and regretted not having immediately shut up that bastard Bubar. He himself has wanted to get rid of this idiot for a long time, but for the sake of his cause he needs Bubar's skills. He made it clear with all his appearance that Bubar must kneel and ask for forgiveness, otherwise he would kill him himself. Bubar apologized tearfully, but Jin was not happy with them, as he deserved to die for defaming the Runcandel family. Vishkel admitted that Jin did the right thing, then asked him to leave quickly. As soon as Jin left, Bubar began to appear again, but Vishkel was not interested and ordered his servant to shut up and listen to him. He said that the commander announced the breaking of the alliance with the Zippel family, which caused the amount of remains of the ancient civilization they received from the Zippel family to be reduced by half, and it would now be more difficult to obtain the remains of the dead gods. But according to the conditions of the alliance termination, they received back part of the products transferred to the Zippel family. Bubar understood that this meant they would recover the compass, and with its help, they would be able to find living gods and use them as material. Vishkel promised that they would definitely return it, but suddenly his attention was drawn to a rustle outside the window. He immediately ran to open the window, but found no one, and thought it was just his imagination, and decided to end the conversation there. At the same time, Jin was walking through the forest, when suddenly an unknown girl attacked him from behind, but the young man managed to resist the blow. He immediately noticed his older sister, Yona, and asked her not to make any noise here, because everyone considered the island uninhabited. Yona admitted that she continued to comply with his request very well, but it was very difficult for her to pretend all this time that they didn't know each other. Yona remembered how she received a letter and promised Ulu that she would return in a few days. He warned that Mr. Sheeran would be furious if he found out, but still asks her to be careful and take care of herself. The letter said that Jean planned to meet with sculptor Bubar Gaston and needed information about him. He asked his sister to listen to his conversations, and it doesn't matter who he talks to, even if it's himself. At the same time, Sister Yona was already sharing information that the alliance between Quineslo and the Zippel family had disintegrated. Jin was surprised and thanked his sister, as in such a short time she was able to obtain valuable information faster than the Runcandel archives. Yona told Jin that she thought she was in the same class as Bubar. The young master didn't understand what the girl was talking about and asked her to explain everything, but she said she couldn't tell him now, as Jin also kept secrets. He immediately understood what it was about and decided to demonstrate his dark energy to his sister. But something went wrong, and Enya became enraged, leading Jin to conclude that her powerful killing intent was a reaction to her dark energy. Yona asked him to never show that power around her again, and didn't understand why he did it. She thought he would keep it a secret until he became captain. Yona thought that a sister like her couldn't be trusted, but Jin interrupted her. He remembered that he had planned to do this until she showed him those green roses, which had become something he could rely on in difficult times. Jin said that was enough for him, and that he would never hide anything from his sister again in his life, but now he just wants to spend time with her. The sister didn't understand her brother because she had just tried to kill him, but he asked her to calm down because he was going to get so strong that not even she could hurt him. The next moment, Han went to the head of the Runcandel family to report about his youngest son, saying that Jin and Yona had just been having fun these past 2 days, but Joshua was more concerned about whether his youngest son was using her help or asking for help. For something? Khan said that according to the knights, none of this happened. He believed that the young man did not even think about it, as the chief himself warned him about it. Joshua admitted that Jin is fearless, because even Ul has received several death threats, and Luna keeps him at a distance. But Khan interrupted the chapter and delivered a letter from Kashmir, which said that Jin defeated Goltef Hafalef, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Joshua remembered that he once fought the chief of the White Wolf clan, who was strong enough to be remembered. He also read that the young master cut Golfef's hammer in half with his own style. Joshua understood that this was not just a style, but that it all matched what was in the reports. The chief understood that it might be a shadow sword, and the last time this skill was used 1,000 years ago, this was the technique of the first head of the Runcandel family, Mr. Tamar. But he did not believe that Jin was already superior to him in terms of magic swordsmanship. At the same time, in Tikan, Kashmir was pondering the fact that Zippel and Kinzello were allies, but they broke the alliance for a reason, and the reason they separated was that the Devil Stone, which was in Andre Ziepel's possession, simply broke. Jin confirmed his friend's guesses and also said that Bubar made that fake stone. He used the remains of dead gods and the ruins of ancient civilizations, using his special skill in sculpting. He created or transformed dangerous artifacts, and one of them was the Kinzello core. Murakami reminded that Jin still doesn't know everything, and told how he went to the Principality of Kurano to help the cadets of his faction. Then a grave giant appeared there, looking like it was 2,000 years ago, but he dealt with it silently. Murakami didn't realize why he appeared there, but now he has come to the conclusion that it was Bubar's doing. Cantel suggested that Bubar might be related to Well, the god of sculptures, but Jin had never heard of him. But this was not surprising, because he disappeared from the pages of history, having made an enormous contribution to the creation of the original stone. After a while, the stone was destroyed, and Well lost his position as a god and became an ordinary mortal, but to protect the tombs of the fallen gods, he created giant tombs. Kashmir couldn't understand. Could Bubar Gaston really have made a contract with a dead god? Cantel immediately said that this was impossible, but Well's version was the only reasonable explanation for what happened. Jin also said that among the artifacts created was an item that could track God's contractor. Murakami didn't want to hear any more of this nonsense. He shouted that until the contractor personally showed his strength, no one would know that the contract had been signed. Jin said that the artifact is called a compass, but fortunately it doesn't work perfectly. He also remembered that when Julia was found, it wasn't she who was kidnapped, but the protector dragon, Latria. Cantel realized the gravity of the situation, as the enemies would continue to search for contractors, using the compass to force them to absorb the Devil's Stone. Jin understood that they couldn't just stand there and needed to get the compass before something terrible happened. The young master told his partners that they would have this chance in June of the following year, when the Ziepel family would return the artifact to Kinzello. Jin knew that before the Ziepel family returned the compass, the enemies would try to find as many contractors as possible, so they had to take Julia and Enya to the Ice Palace. Kashmir also noted that it is dangerous for 3 contractors to be together because Tikan is not the safest city. Before they parted ways, Jin set a date for them to meet again. It will be in the Bellido Empire in May of next year. He is sure that after that, the enemies will go to the pirate lands, where the exchange will take place. Happen. Kashmir still asks where the young master will go, as there is no safer place than the Ice Palace. A few hours earlier, Murakami told Jin to go to the underworld because now is the time. Gilly decided to ask Murakami if he knew anything about his people suppressing the beast folk. Murakami confirmed his words, but Jin was more worried because he had no idea how to enter this underground world. Murakami said it should be somewhere in the Great Mitra Desert, in the lands of the beast people, but only Jin can get there. Even the descending god could not do this, but the young man will succeed because he is the contractor of the millennium. Murakami explained that they just had to remember that there was a contract between Solderet and the inhabitants of the underworld, and they were ready for the appearance of the Runcandel family's magic swordsman. Jin has already reached the lands of the Beastmen, where his first cadet mission took place. But to reach the Mitra Desert, he needs to cross the mountains. Jin tried to avoid any contact with the locals but still encountered harmless aquatic creatures. They remembered Jin and noticed that he looked shabby, so they offered him food. But this time Jin didn't come to eat, but to pay for the fish he received last time. He handed the boatmen a huge fish, which immediately interested them, and they began to jump with joy. Jin decided to ask, or do they have secret paths that only they use? The boatmen decided to help him and took him to the cave. They warned him that Jin would die if he didn't change his mind about going there. Jin thanked the boatmen for their kindness, but don't worry, he's confident in his abilities. In the meantime, they reached a huge room where they were able to get water, but they needed to go a little further, and then they would find themselves in the desert. Jin also noticed the rat and was surprised, as he was seeing such a species for the first time. The mouse immediately began to scold the water carrier, who showed the strangers the way, because this is against the rules and is the only way to use it. Waterboy offered a coin to an old acquaintance and promised that he was trustworthy and that his friend should not worry about him. The rat immediately agreed to let the genie pass after receiving payment and asked the guest to follow him. He led Jin to the doors and told him that when he opened them, he would enter a sundry shop and then he could enter the Yuka Yuka market. Jin finally thanks the boatman for his help and asks his name. He introduced himself as a dark spark and didn't even need to ask the young master's name, as he recognized Runcandel immediately. Jin left the shop and went to the market in search of a trustworthy guide who would help him reach the Mithras Desert. He remembered being told that dogs are the best guides, and then luck turned to him and he managed to find one. The next moment, Jin is already thanking his guide for getting him to the desert without any problems. Jin went in search of the place where the shadow sword was passed, although he understood that if he died here, no one would find his body. The great desert of Mithra covered the entire center of the lands of the beast people, and according to legend, in the underworld, riches, civilizations, and incalculable resources are hidden. Travelers took impartial risks to find all of this, but even the local beastmen failed. Traveling through the desert was considered a certain death sentence because there was no one left to challenge it. Murakami said that 5,000 years ago there existed mythical species of creatures that kept peace among all the beast people, but Jin didn't understand. Could they all really disappear in one night? Murakami confirmed the young man's words, and also said that they were simply too self-confident and dared to challenge the gods. He reminded Jin about the Devil Stone, which was created from the collected power of the gods, because it was with its help that they were destroyed. But not all the gods turned away from them. There was one who took pity on them, and Gili immediately realized they were talking about Solderet. Murakami said that Solderet saved a small portion of the Myungwan species and signed a contract with them. The dragon doesn't know the terms of the contract, but he's sure that Jin can only learn to use the shadow sword with them. Jin recalled that Tamar Runcandel, who was the first head of House Runcandel, also studied with them. Jin didn't know much about him, but he didn't understand how the family's founder and greatest hero didn't even have a tombstone in the sword garden. He knew that if he met Myungwan, he could find out more about his former boss. After a few days in the desert, Jin had no idea it would be such a difficult task. He would rather fight a strong opponent than end up here. A month later, Jin was exhausted. He couldn't remember the last time he ate or drank. He understood that he could not go back, as the footprints in the sand disappeared instantly, but he was forced to endure, as he had never been so desperate before. At that moment, a voice called out to him from behind, and the next moment, when the dust settled, he saw Haytona and Daytona, who were clearly in a hostile mood. They attacked the young master, who was surprised to see that his brothers had such impressive power that even he found it difficult to control it. The brothers specifically waited for their brother to lose his strength and become more vulnerable, and Jin finally realized that this was no illusion. Jin didn't understand why his brothers were acting this way after such a long separation, but he had no choice but to try to escape them. It was not difficult for the brothers to catch up with the young master, as they worked well in pairs, covering up each other's shortcomings. Jin continued to defend himself against a series of powerful blows, but at one point he saw his chance and managed to defend himself from the attack. He was furious at the thought of having to bow his head to them, even though they were so weak. He always wanted to kill them, and in the next moment he struck the brothers with a single blow, sending them kissing the ground. Daytona and Haytona just begged to be spared, and Jin thought for a minute. He hoped their relationship would be much better than in his previous life, but he already had to end it to move on. He used the shadow sword to once and for all put an end to the bastards who bullied him during his past life. A day passed, and Jin continued to sit on the sand next to the bodies of his brothers. He couldn't believe that it was still true and killed them. He decided to accept this thought and made a grave for Daytona and Haytona, and later he himself set off on the road. A dark silhouette appeared near the brothers' graves and admitted that Solderet had taken and raised a worthy guy. When it was already night, Jin decided to take a break near the rocks and go to bed. but when he saw a small scorpion, he couldn't refuse, lest he eat it. He knew that if it weren't for the elixir of 1,000 poisons he drank before, he wouldn't have been able to do this, but now he's more interested in what happened to his sister Yona. Jin no longer knew how much time had passed. He simply continued walking, but he himself didn't understand what purpose he was doing this for. The only thing he did was kill his brothers. He couldn't believe he had come all this way and wouldn't achieve anything. Having collapsed from exhaustion, he thought his end had come, but an unknown woman appeared and handed the young man water. Jin immediately came to her senses and put a dagger to the stranger's throat. And this didn't surprise her at all, because in their first meeting, he had done the same. The young man immediately recognized this voice. Before him was his first teacher, Valeria Heister, who was very happy to see her student. She was the sole heir of the Heister family, a 7th-level mage, and also Jin's teacher in a past life. Valeria was the first to recognize his talent when he was a mere outcast of the Runcandel family, and it was she who helped him survive. When they met, he had just been expelled from his family and was wandering the world as the last non-entity. But all of this was in a past life, as in this one, they had not yet crossed paths. They found themselves in the middle of an oasis, which surprised the young master greatly, as he hadn't even realized how they were here. But most importantly, his teacher now looked the same as the last time they met in a past life. Jin thought Valeria was another mirage because she was 2 years younger than him, but she still looked the same as when they last met. She offered the young man something to drink, but he refused because he thought that if he drank, he would have to fight with her. Valeria confirmed the young master's words and noted that in this state he would not be able to resist any attack. Jin asked if there was any other way, but Valeria said that the young master himself understood everything perfectly and asked him to drink it quickly, as he would have to fight with her. She allowed the young man to use the sword and shadow energy, but Jin was sure he could live without the sword. Valeria noticed that Jin had gained courage since their last meeting, but she would soon regret it. Jin admitted that Valeria was his everything when it came to magic and always would be, so he wouldn't lose. Valeria said that recklessness has always been her specialty, but it's better to be prepared. The next moment, she cast a spell and summoned a huge storm cloud that covered the entire horizon. Jin struggled to dodge each thunder spear and finally realized that the teacher was actually trying to kill him. He fought her hundreds of times but never won, but she never tried to kill him like she did now. Jin understood that his thunder spears were at the 7th rank level, but with such a volume of mana, it wouldn't last long. Valeria could immediately tell her student was serious, judging by her facial expression. But was she more worried, or did Jean already know how much mana she had left? She gave him one last chance to get the sword, otherwise he would simply die, but Jin didn't think so, and used Riptide magic. Valeria guessed that Jin had found a new teacher, but why then did she say that she was his only teacher? Jin understood that she was deliberately hurting him with her words, because if she decided to kill someone, she would do anything to do so. Jin was sure that a Riptide bomb and thunder spear wouldn't dispel it, but he had no choice and would have to use a reverse tide. She knew he needed 3 minutes to use it, but she also knew Valeria wouldn't let him do that. Valeria continued to attack the young man with the help of various spells, and at some point managed to catch him with the help of a magic circle. Jin couldn't believe she could support 5 copies at once, and also had enough mana for a magic circle that size. The streams of fire engulfed the young man, bringing unimaginable pain, but he also shouldn't forget about the spears that were already flying towards him. He realized that among the 5 copies, only one contained real mana and summoned the Blue Phoenix Tess. Jin knew that with his remaining mana, Tess wouldn't last long, but he only needed a moment. Tess helped the young man fight off the attacks and free himself from the chains, and with the last of his strength he managed to use the strongest reverse tide spell, but it didn't last long for Jin, and he fell to his knees, exhausted. Valeria said that the counterflow of mana is what those who don't know how to use magic correctly experience, but she was sure Jin knew that, and was simply hiding something. The young man just admitted defeat. He had nothing to say because the teacher, consumed a huge amount of remaining mana after his spell. There was no one in the world who had the ability to withstand the low tide and use different types of magic at the same time, except Valeria. Jin began to approach his mentor, but she warned him that she would attack him with everything she had if he came any closer. The young man simply asked to look at her more closely one last time, but Valeria continued to shout for him to back off. Jin didn't listen and continued walking. Then she released all her thunder spears to finish off the young master. Jin understood that the reverse tide was the only way to determine the true spear. He was able to avoid all the threats, and in the next moment he used the black sword to end it all. He told his mentor that it was for this attack that he abandoned the use of Bradamant and followed her strategy, using everything he could to lower his opponent's guard. He thrust the sword straight into his mentor's heart and admitted that this was his show of respect for her. Valeria asked the young master with what was left of his strength, or was that why he hadn't used the sword from the beginning? Her last words were that the young man had become incredibly strong, and she was very proud of her precious student. Jin knew he was serious during that last attack, otherwise he would have lost. He couldn't contain himself because of this. He started sobbing, realizing that he had just been his only teacher. As night approached, Jin saw many swords in front of him, and a very bright light appeared in front, behind which Manhwa Recap himself was hiding. Jin didn't have time to get closer when he immediately felt an incredible and powerful pressure that made him feel like an insect before God. He didn't understand what Tamar wanted from him. If he could, he would never have come here. Jin understood that they were the same as him, and he had to keep moving forward no matter what to defeat them. At the same time, the stranger realized that Tamar had just smiled at the young man, which surprised her greatly, as she had not seen his smile for 1,000 years. The young master continued to move, resisting the enormous pressure that literally pulled him to the ground as he vowed to destroy Tamar. The stranger admitted that she also felt encouraged when looking at Jin, for who would have thought he had so much willpower to endure such torment? The girl realized that when Jin killed his brothers and teacher, he was incredibly sad, but he did not hesitate, but continued to move forward. She admitted that the young man was quite capable and offered to finish testing him, but Tamar didn't think so, and only strengthened her spells against the young man. At the same time, Jin was pierced by hundreds of black swords, and the woman didn't understand what Tamar was doing. Did he really want to kill the child? Tamar said that the verification was already over, as Jin managed to pass through the darkness and reach them. The girl admitted that he reminds her a lot of someone, and she will observe him from the side, as she is very interested in knowing how the young man who made Tamar smile will grow up. But Tamar decided that this would not happen, and sent dozens of swords towards the young master, which turned his body into a sieve. But Jin continued despite the incredible pain, because he went all this way to defeat him, even having to kill his brothers and teacher. He screams at the top of his lungs that if anyone else were in Tamar's place, he would have killed him too, because it is his will. He doesn't care what blocks his path. He is Runcandel, and he will destroy everything that stands in his way. Jin attacks with his lightning, but Tamaru easily dodges it, enraging the young man. She shouted that she had come here to defeat him, but an unknown voice said that the young master was thinking wrongly and asked her to think about the real reason for her coming. The young man remembered that he was supposed to find Myungwon and receive the shadow sword, but he couldn't understand what kind of mysterious voice it was. Was it really the third mirage? Jin remembered how Murakan advised him to spread his dark energy as widely as possible when the third mirage disappeared, and if he succeeded, he would be able to find Myungwon. Jin realized he had gotten a little lost while crossing the desert, but since the third mirage had disappeared, this was his chance. He released his dark energy, but nothing happened, even though a lot of time passed. Was it really just a legend? Jin was sure that Murakan couldn't be mistaken, and that the voice he heard wasn't a mirage and came from where he came from. He used his shadow sword and managed to create a gap from which an unknown man appeared, who said that Jin passed the test and expected nothing less from the contractor Solderet. The man admitted that everyone recognized the young man as they evaluated his fighting spirit according to their standards through tests, but he is not sure about Solderet. Jin immediately attacked the stranger upon realizing that he and his friends had been leading him by the nose all this time, but the man easily repelled the young master's blow and admitted that his name was Tantel. The next moment, Tantel greeted the young master at La Prarosa in the lands of Myungwan. Tantel said that La Prarosa is also known by people as the City of Black Light, but Jin really did a good job coming here. Tantel handed the bottle to the young master, but after just taking a sip, he started spitting it all out because he didn't understand why the hell there was alcohol in it. The man said it was not alcohol, but a precious drink made with his special diamond purification method, which relieves fatigue and increases willpower. Jin immediately felt a shift, as if his head was much clearer, but he still needed to meet the Tantel brothers. Jin was surprised because, considering La Prarosa was built 5,000 years ago, the city itself and the civilization seemed very advanced. He immediately noticed the luxurious and extravagant buildings made of gold, the doors decorated with precious stones, and it became clear to him why so many travelers disappeared in search of this city. Jin noticed that the decorations on the doors and Tantel's chest were the same and decided to ask what kind of stones they were. Tantel said that they are not just stones, but their hearts, and if the owner of the house is alive, the stone on the door will glow. The young man realized that they had been walking for a long time, but they had not yet met anyone, and there was no glow between the stones of the doors. He asked Tantel about the number of inhabitants of the city, and he replied that including the god of battles and the 12 white kings, 77 people. Tantel said that according to Solderet's contract, his brothers will be able to give the young man a shadow sword and are already waiting for him at the place where they are going. Soon, they arrived at the battle temple, where the sword would be handed over to Jin, but the young man was further confused by the incredible energy emanating from within, which reminded him of the pressure before Mr. He understood that if he hadn't gone through the third mirage, he wouldn't even be able to move now, much less be ready for anything. Tantel warned Jin before they entered that the young man had better be careful with his words when interacting with his brothers and sisters, because unlike Solderet, they would not coddle him. Jin walked in, where many people were already waiting for him, eager to ask the young master questions. A stranger ran and lifted the young man up with joy, because his student had finally appeared, whom they had been waiting for 1,000 years after Tamar's death. She said it was impossible to greet the battle god's family with a dirty body, and asked who would bathe the young master, but Jin was clearly not satisfied with the result, and tried to say he could take care of it himself. No one even listened to him as everyone wanted to wash the young master, but solve everything with the help of the game of rock, paper, scissors, and the last one standing will have that opportunity. Jin still managed to convince him that he could handle it himself. He understood that their knowledge of people was very outdated, as Tamar had been here 1,000 years ago. Jin thought that everyone he met today had big, strong, and to some extent blessed bodies. It wasn't just because they were called warriors. Jin came out after making the signal, wearing the traditional guest's clothes, and Tantel quickly complimented the young master on his appearance. Was Jin questioned, or did all this preparation mean he would soon go meet the king and the god of battles to hand over the shadow sword? Tantel confirmed the young man's words. They will go to the temple, where the battle kings are already waiting for him, but Jin is not allowed to carry weapons with him. When they arrived at the temple, Jin noticed that Tantel's heart began to glow more and more brightly. Tantel explained to Jin that while he was in the temple, he must answer the questions asked, otherwise he would be sent back to where he came from, by order of the god of battles. As soon as the door opened, Jin immediately felt the strong energy he sensed outside, and in front of him were 12 kings, and the god of battles himself sat on the throne. The young man realized that compared to the others, he seemed visibly smaller, but his presence was more powerful than that of all of them combined. God turned to the young man and said that he and Tamar were nothing alike, but their energy was very similar. The kings have also realized this, but they are unsure whether Jin will be as good as Tamar and become a better warrior. But they also rush to protect him, because after all, he was the first person here in the last 1,000 years, which means he had enough skills. Jin understood that he was protected by the king of battles he had seen before, but most of them still considered him just a shadow of Sir Tamar. He understood why they held that opinion, but he would not allow himself to be treated like a dog. Jin decided to ask the kings if they weren't paying much attention to their ancestor, because in front of them now was not him, but Jin Runcandel. King Kao did not forgive the young master for such audacity and wanted to teach him a lesson, but God prevented him. He admitted that they were guilty before Jin, as they talked too much about the past in front of the new heir, and introduces himself as Van. God Wong said that unlike people, they don't use honorary titles, so the young man can simply call him by his name, but until all the kings recognize him, he won't be able to call them brothers and sisters. Jin understood that most wouldn't even recognize him, but it was good that they didn't hide their hostility, as it was clear on their faces. Even Van had the same. Wong said that tomorrow they would deliver the shadow sword to the young man, but until then he was not to use its blade. Instead, Van gave him another sword. Jin already thought that God had given him his own sword, and the next moment Jin realized that the sword was absorbing his dark energy. Jin understood that the more he resisted, the more energy the sword absorbed. Van told the young man that her ancestor Tamar was able to master the shadow-absorbing sword quickly, and she expects the same from Jin. Jin was furious with this arrogant goat, but he is sure that he will show his strength. After the meeting, several kings approached Wong to talk about how it was a little early for Jin to wield the absorbing sword. Even Tamar only dealt with this after he had managed to perfect the first form of the shadow sword, and he was over 20 years old at that time. King Garmund asks Belize to stop. He understands that she cares about the heir who appeared after 1,000 years, but Van herself understands that this is not the best option. Van explained to the kings that time stopped only here, but not in the whole world, and they should pass the shadow sword to the heir, and also check how strong the Runcandel family is after 1,000 years. Throughout the night, Jin didn't even blink because the sword was draining his dark energy until it was completely absorbed. The 8th King Garmund interrupted the young man's thoughts and said that he would be the first to teach him. He warned that before they started training he needed to check something, as he still didn't recognize Jin. Garmund bet the young master that if he could swing his sword 10,000 times so that each strike was the same, and if he couldn't even manage that, he wouldn't be able to learn from him. This only piqued Jin's interest, and he began to deliver blow after blow, and by the time he had 8,000, even everyone around him noticed they saw him as a threat. Because he was an ignorant swordsman in a previous life and managed to free himself from the curse, he was reborn into a prestigious family of swordsmen. Jin remembered how, when he first started training with Sister Luna, he underwent training in the pure rock method, which all purebred Runcandels undergo. The method was that every strike of a swordsman was equal and was created by the first head of the family. This is the way of thinking of the Runcandel family. Jin was able to complete the task and couldn't believe that Garmund actually gave him the swing test. He really miscalculated if he wanted to scare him. Garmund was surprised that the young man had actually done it, because even taking into account the fact that he was Runcandel, few people managed to pass the test perfectly. He didn't even think about what to do if he succeeded. But the young man didn't give him much time to think and asked why the king remained silent. Garmund admitted that Jin not only delivered the blows with equal force, but also managed to do so quite quickly, but the young master wanted to hear praise that wasn't half-hearted. The king did not understand what the young man was talking about, but Jin asked him to simply admit that Garmund was ready to teach him. Garmund had no choice but to admit that Jin was ready to learn the secret technique of the shadow sword from him, the 8th king of battles. The public was simply delighted with the outcome. They were happy that the 8th king had committed to training the new heir. Garmund suggested starting training, but Jin wondered if they would fight. The king just laughed in response and asked the young man not to overestimate himself, as battle is only possible when opponents are on the same level. Jin blatantly asked Garmand how big the difference between them was. The king was angered by the young man's behavior and promised that he would not even hesitate with his sword, when suddenly, Jin was already close to him to deliver a crushing blow, but Garmand managed to put his sword up and block the attack. Garmand asked the young man what he was doing, but Jin just said he was trying to move his blade, as he said he couldn't, but he still managed to do it. The king began to justify himself by saying that was not what he meant. He meant that no matter how much their swords crossed, his sword would remain unshakable. Jin really liked to tease him, but Garmand couldn't take it and even decided to cross swords, but the young man was just waiting for that. Jin decided not to hesitate and repeat his lightning attack, but his blow was blocked again, and it felt like he had hit a wall. He understood that it wasn't just his muscular strength. There was clearly something more hidden here. The king was quick to disturb the young man, for he said that his sword would not waver from his attacks, but Jin would not stop. Jin came to the conclusion that since he cannot use shadow energy, he uses a skill that cannot be used in real combat, using aura. He attacked with enormous force, but Jin didn't know the difference in skills was so great, because Garmand didn't even move. Though Garmand didn't show it, the pain felt as if his wrist were about to be ripped off, something that hadn't happened in 1,000 years. He also realized that the young man also had the strength of the 8th rank. Was it really because of Runcandel's inhuman strength and his progress in the Great Desert? Garmand gave the young master a week to perfect an attack that could shake his sword. Jin asked to teach him this because he is his teacher, but Garmand asked if he didn't learn it during the 3rd Mirage. Garmand explained that faith can cut through anything, and the essence of this training is to elevate that thought and apply it to your dark energy. Everything became clear to Jin, and he just asked how long it took for his predecessor, Tamara. This attitude lifted the king's spirits. He said that Tamar achieved it in just 2 days. For all 4 days, Jin sharpened his blows until he managed to break part of the 8th king's sword, but the young man was still not satisfied with the result, as it was 2 days more than Tamaru needed. Garmand understood that he initially thought a week was a rather short period of time, so he expected Jin to achieve this within a month. He can't believe he did it in 4 days, but compared to Tamar, it took longer. But Tamar didn't use the absorbing sword in a way that even he could fail like Jin. Garmand understood that he couldn't tell Jin that this was a great achievement, and at the same time, he remembered Van's words that it was his responsibility to see how strong the Runcandel family had become in the last 1,000 years. He couldn't believe they had actually become so much stronger, and he even thought they had almost nothing to teach Jin. He shouted loudly that young Runcandel had managed to impress him, and that he would recognize him. Garmand said that his brothers and sisters will also open their hearts to him, as they have no choice. They feel in him the pure and strong soul of a warrior. He also asked to be the first to try to conquer the young master. But Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, but he still agreed. The king thanked the young man and took from him a piece of the sword, which Jin broke with his blow, but the young man did not understand what had just happened and why he needed it. Garmand ate a piece and admitted that La Prarosa suited that taste, but Jin was more concerned about the composition of his teeth. He praised the young master and announced that the next training session would be tomorrow and said goodbye to Jin. Having already returned to his room, Jin looked at La Prarosa at night and did not understand how such a place could exist in his world. Jin doubted that he lacked the necessary skills to reach the land, which could only be reached by the contractor Solderet, the Runcandel family's magic swordsman, and himself, the heir who came after 1,000 years. Tantel pulled the young man out of his thoughts. He didn't know that the first training session was so tiring that Jin was so thoughtful. Jin just replied that she was normal, but Tantel laughed at that answer, as she heard that the young man hadn't slept for 3 days because of her, but still admitted that, to be honest, he almost died. But if he had at least a little dark energy, it would be easier. Tantel told him he just needed to get over it and handed him a drink similar to the one he had offered earlier. Jin thought there was something suspicious here, But Tantel calmed him down and said that last time he only had drinks with him, and this time their traditional snack was somehow. The king said that of course it is not as good as drinking, but it also restores energy and also relieves swelling. Jin was really convinced that it had worked. He was surprised to see that there were so many amazing things in La Prarosa, and when he returned, he would definitely have to take some of them with him. The young man also asked how the Battle King's ranks work. Are those with a lower rank truly stronger? Tantel replied that no, because the number is only determined by the order of becoming the king of battles, and according to the rules, excluding God Wang, they have no ranks. Jin was surprised by such a fair system, but a voice came from behind him and said that, unlike people and beastmen, kings never wielded blades against each other, so they had no need for a hierarchy. The young man immediately jumped back, sensing danger, and was about to draw his sword, but the stranger was already close to him and didn't even allow him to move. Before him stood the fifth king of battles, Boras, and the young man remembered that he had seen him at the entrance next to Garmendorf, the eighth king of battles. Boris immediately approached the young man and opened his mouth. He was interested in knowing why Jin was missing a wisdom tooth. Jin was surprised at how fast the king was. He was right in front of him, but he couldn't even react. The young man said he lost a tooth during the last check on the way here. He used everything he had to cut through Tamara's mirage, but before his blade could reach its target, the mirage disappeared. He was so angry that he clenched his jaw to the point of breaking a tooth, but this only amused Boris, as he thought Runcandel's teeth were stronger than most monsters. Boris suggested that the young man get a new tooth, and without a second's hesitation, he immediately pulled out the tooth, which can gnaw through cobblestones, steel, and diamonds. He warned that he needs a proper jawbone, but he's confident Jin can handle it, just sharpen it and put it in place of the old tooth. The next moment, Boras disappeared, and Jin came to the conclusion that he had simply gone mad. The next morning, the young master realized that the stone beneath his feet was incredibly strong and wanted to check how strong it was. Jin drew his sword and struck the stone, but as he expected, as it turned out unusually, it was perhaps as strong as the 2,000-year-old iron from which Bloodmancer and the Black King's armor were made. The young man noticed many impacts on the stones and was surprised at how much the villagers trained, but among these marks was a huge cut that overshadowed the rest of the training hall. Jin couldn't understand where he came from here, but then Garmend appeared and said that the gym hadn't changed at all since yesterday, and he only saw the marks, which meant that the young man was focused on training. The king said that this mark was left by Tamar, and if Jin mastered the first form of the shadow sword today, he would be able to do the same, but Garmend was not sure if the young master would be able to use it at the same level at the moment. Jin just replied that he would achieve it at any cost. He would do even better. Garmend liked his attitude and said that the first form was called Soul Slash and was the fundamental ability of the shadow sword. He said that instead of explaining it would be quicker to show, so Jin better not faint and remember everything carefully. Garmend used shadow energy, but this didn't impress Jin at all, as it was already clear that since he was teaching him the shadow sword, he should use shadow energy, which it was clear that Solderet gave him. He asked to show him the soul cut because they gathered here, and the king decided not to wait and took advantage of the soul cut with which he left a huge hole in the ground. Jin noticed that the move was similar to Sister Moon's Red Moon, perhaps even weaker, but faster, and the stamina consumption was noticeably lower. He understood that if he could use soul severing for a long time, then swordsmen below the 7th rank wouldn't be able to handle it. He simply had to learn it. Jin admitted to the king that the blow was indeed large, powerful, and swift, but Garmend only admitted that it was only half his strength, so the trail was exactly half the size of what Tamar left. Jin thought that the soul cut was the beginning and end of the shadow sword, which meant the best he could do now was leave a mark the size of a training room. Garmend admitted that it would work if the young man mastered it perfectly, but if he could master the shadow sword, the soul cut would become a force, not a technique. Jin didn't understand what this meant, but Garmend decided to ask what the young master thought. Why is the first form of the shadow blade called soul slash? He said that the dissection of the soul cannot be reflected or blocked, and in other words, this meant that even if the enemy is many times stronger, but his will and desire are weaker than yours, he can easily take your life. Jin now understood what the king was talking about and asked him to start training quickly. Garmin said that to learn how to cut the soul, one must first learn the sensations of the unity of shadow energy and the sword. Jin remembered that he had heard something like that somewhere before. He said that if it weren't for the energy-absorbing sword, he thinks he could repeat it. Garmin laughs and asks the young man to explain everything, and he says that the first time he felt like this was when he fought Muron Zeipel. When Muron tried to open the gates of hell with the demon Orgel's spell, something similar to a spell awakened in the young man. He said it was as if the beginning and end of tens of thousands of blows had merged into one whole, and he, with all his will, sent Muron to the other world. The young man also recalled that something similar happened when he fought with Goltef Hatalef, and in the battle against Mr. Tamar's Mirage in the Great Desert. He felt one with the sword and believed he could cut through anything in his path. Garmin confirmed the hero's words. It was no surprise that he knew this feeling, as it was already clear that the young man would naturally understand the principle of the first form of the shadow sword. He asked to show the young master something else, and the next time he delivered a powerful blow that split the stands and left a deep hole in the ground. It seemed to Jin that it was not Garmund who was teaching him, but himself, because it seemed that he had learned something new for himself after his words. The king admitted that he was used to using the Myungwan sword, so he didn't use the shadow sword as often, because he believed that the sword that used shadow energy was not effective enough. Jin was surprised at how stupid the teacher made up an excuse, but he just asked him to stop being angry with him, because the young man was better off focusing on the sword absorbing the shadow energy. Garmund is confident that once Jin gets used to it, he will be able to quickly master the first form of the shadow sword and begin training with his brothers. Jin felt like he was the only loser in this situation and asked to at least show Myungwan his sword. Garmin said that the young man was not their brother, and besides, to use him, a heart of metal like theirs was needed. Jin said he had no intention of learning, he just wanted to watch, but there was actually another reason he wanted to see it. Last night, Tantel said that Jin would have to fight real warriors every night after finishing his training, and suggested that he take a closer look at the Myungwan sword technique in advance. In response, Jin asked to show the technique himself, but Tantel replied that he could not, because if the brothers found out, it would put him in an awkward position, but he was sure that if the kings showed the battle, then no problem would arise. Jin remembered those words, and understood that he had guessed the perfect moment for this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jin decided to bluff and told the king that if he didn't show anything, the young man would tell him about how Garmund learned the first form of the shadow sword from him. Garmund laughed, unable to believe Jin was trying to blackmail him, but the young man remained confident. He knew that the fact that everyone assumed that Garmund was the one who inherited the shadow sword technique from his student was enough for him. Even so, the king decided to follow the young master's rules and show him the simplest form of the Myungwan sword. But at that moment, King Boris appeared, interrupted Garmond's explanations, and told Jin that he had finished making a tooth for him. Jin was surprised by this and was about to ask how to use it, but Boris didn't even give him a chance to finish as he was already holding his mouth to insert the tooth. The young man understood that he would definitely have to familiarize himself with Boras's movement techniques. Jin knew the king worked with teeth, but was it normal to insert someone's tooth into his mouth like that? As soon as Jin inserted the tooth, a large number of different moments began to appear in his memory, as if it were the magic of memory transfer. Jin remembered that in a past life he heard about memory transfer magic from his teacher, who told the young man that modern magicians could not do it. She revealed that the Heister family possesses a magical memory transfer device that their ancestor developed. But now, the information about the Myungwan sword entered his mind, and he realized that Myungwan was not just a sword technique, but a term describing the martial arts used by kings. Jin asked Boras what kind of magic he used to create the tooth that was just transplanted into him. Boras said it was a secret, but it wasn't magic. But Jin didn't understand what then. Garmund intervened and said that they did not have the term magic, which all other races had. Instead, those who use magic become blacksmiths, like the fifth king of battles, which surprised the young man, as he did not expect Boras to become a blacksmith so quickly. Garmund confirmed the words, saying that Boras is the most skilled blacksmith, and that for a long time everyone had been queuing up to get at least something from him. But that was before time stopped, because after that it became so calm here that there was simply no need to do anything, so his hands were itching to do something. Garmund said he didn't know what Boras did with that tooth, but judging by Jin's surprise, it's safe to assume he gave it his all. Jin did not believe that this was the magic of a civilization that 500 years ago was more advanced than the current one. He realized that the fact that they could fight the gods was due to more than just the legendary martial arts, and thanked Boras for such a gift. Boras said that since he gave the young man a tooth, he wanted him to give him his second achievement, but Jin didn't understand what they were talking about, as he didn't understand what he had achieved, but he still agreed. A month passed, and during that time Jin learned soul cutting from Garmund and was able to use his body more effectively with Boras. Boras told him how to lighten his body, how to control his strength, and how to use superhuman abilities to surpass his limits. Boras's physical techniques were brutal and mystical, his training innovative, and his growth shocking. Although only half, the young man managed to form an aura heart, like the precious heart of the Myungwan tribe, and summon the legendary Myungwan sword itself. Boras admitted it was a good try. It was very close to what was needed, but asked not to be upset, as it would be strange if Jin succeeded the first time. He explained that the most important thing was that he succeeded because he was able to form the image of a precious heart with the help of an aura and use the Myungwan sword. Even Tamar couldn't do it, but Jin understood that Boras probably didn't share his memories with Tamar, because if it weren't for the tooth's memories, he wouldn't have tried. Boras warned the guy that if it was discovered that he used the Myungwan sword before he was recognized as one of them, then a backlash could not be avoided. For someone who has reached the level of development of different forms of aura in the heart, this is quite possible. But can a fake handle the role of the heart of the Myungwan tribe? Every member of the tribe is born with a precious heart consisting of aura, and they can use it freely, and by human standards, every member of the Myungwan tribe was at the 9th rank. Jin understood that they were generally warriors from birth, and he wasn't sure if he simply wouldn't be able to use the Myungwan sword. They had finished training for today, but the 4th Battle King was about to arrive, though Boras planned to summon him only once Jin had mastered the sword that absorbed shadow energy. But given the young man's progress, he decided it would be good if they met sooner, which surprised Garmund and made him think that Boras simply wanted to win Jin over as soon as possible. The young man asked what the 4th king would teach him, and Garmund assured him that if he continued to practice the first form of the shadow sword, he could quickly learn the second form from the 4th king. Boras said he had completely forgotten to say that the 4th king was mute, but Garmund hurried to explain everything to the young master. The 8th king explained that the 4th king is not mute, but is simply training in silence. They don't know why, but he's been silent for a long time, and it all started after time stopped in La Prarosa. Jin didn't understand how he would learn the second form then, but his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the 4th Battle King. He couldn't even feel his presence in the temple. Jin understood that Garmund was easy to persuade, and Boras was friendly from the start, so it was easy for him too, but one look at the 4th king was enough for him to understand that it would be difficult. The king handed a note with his name to the young man. Her name was Rinfa, and she was faster than Boras. Jin couldn't even keep up with her with his eyes. Garmund laughed, and remembered that Rinfa had recently locked herself in her room because of the second successor, but the queen could not bear such treatment, and at that moment attacked the king. Garmund barely managed to block a blow with such force, but he couldn't bear such humiliation and attacked Rinfa. She avoided the attack, but found herself in a vulnerable position, and Garmund was about to end the fight, but Boras intervened and stopped them. He asked Rinfa to stop and control herself, thinking of her predecessor. She knows that the 8th king is constantly talking nonsense. Garmund didn't understand what he had done, and Boras had already rushed to take him away and leave the king's room with Jin. Jin looked closer at Rinfa and immediately noticed similarities with his sister Yona. He needed to try to communicate in the same way he did with her. When Rinfa's training began, the young man spent all his time alone and still didn't ask questions about the second form of the shadow sword. He understood that he didn't ask her, that's why she doesn't teach him, just like Yona. Rinfa looked at him as if he was an interesting toy. Every time Jin concentrated on using the aura, it would suddenly show him a second form, but then disappear. Furthermore, when the young man used the soul cut, she would look at him with displeasure and sometimes even hit him with the sword. Every time he suffers pain that makes his body feel like it's about to collapse, she smiles, or maybe she's just happy with her attack, or happy that Jin managed to block it. But Jin understood that if it weren't for reason, he would have already lost his head to her sword 5 times, but even so, the young man never asked the reason for her strange behavior. He knew that until people like Yona's sister stopped resisting his interest and agreed to the contract first, he couldn't show interest. 10 days later, Rinfa decided to ask the young man why Jin hadn't yet asked her about the second form, since she had already shown it to him several times. The young master replied that he was not interested. It was much more important to him that she explained to him why she had not spoken all this time. Jin said he heard that Rinfa had been silent for a long time and no one knew why, but after seeing how Jin had been studying these past few days, she finally spoke to him. Jin realized that this is her training. Her desire to remain silent is clear, and she does not allow herself to communicate with others to set an example. Rinfa was wondering why the young man didn't ask about the second year, so the young man explained that he was just bored because he didn't want to learn from someone who was nothing by himself. She said that if she is really the predecessor of the Shadow Sword, then she should not engage in meaningless training that no one knows about, because it is better to give her all in training, like Garmund and Boras did. The 4th and 8th were surprised that the young man had managed to corner the 4th king so much. Jin asked Rinfa for forgiveness if he crossed any lines and continued training, but she stopped him, saying that he was mistaken and that everything was wrong. From this turn of events, even the 8th and 5th couldn't contain their emotions and literally jumped in shock at what Rinfa said. She admitted that she would be honest and showed Jin something amazing. She concentrated and attacked, but Jin realized that it was a completely different attack compared to the soul slash that Garmund had shown. With every strike of his sword filled with dark energy, his attacks seemed to be reflected in a mirror. It was a 2-pronged attack that could normally only be used by dual swordsmen, but his dark energy sword and the sword Rinfa was using were intersecting. Jin realized that this was the final form of the Shadow Sword, and Garmund and Boras rejoiced like children, even though this wasn't the first time they had seen it performed by Rinfa. She asked the young man what he thought after seeing the second form of the Shadow Sword. Jin said it was amazing and beautiful, and that what she showed before can't even be compared. Rinfa blushed after the young master's words, and Garmund was worried, or would she be fine after she started talking again? She asked not to make a big deal out of a mountain. Everything would be fine with her, but if that were the case, the kings planned to tell everyone what happened and left Rinfa and Jin alone. Rinfa told the young man that her second form was called Scissors, because the blades created by the shadow energy crossed each other like blades. Jin admitted that he had never thought of it, but Rinfu was interested to see if Jin could repeat it. The young man admitted that this technique was not so simple for him that he could repeat it after seeing it just once. Furthermore, one must not forget the absorbing sword, which constantly sucked away the shadow energy, so that he could not even progress in learning the first form. Rinfa explained that the sword not only absorbs shadow energy, but also completely recycles it. She wasn't sure if the young man would understand, but she still told him to try to imagine scissors, not a sword, and to draw a sword from them, he must draw the dark energy from the absorbing sword. If Jin used shadow energy without thinking before, after mastering the absorbing sword, he will be able to use it much more effectively. Rinfa is confident that the young man will be able to get along with the absorbing sword, and, after mastering it, will be able to freely use shadow energy. Jin laughed and said that unlike Garmand, she knows how to explain and praises her for being an excellent teacher. But he was still worried about why she stopped talking, and Rinfa decided to admit that it wasn't training like Jin said. Jin said it must have been hard for her to be alone for so long, but he wasn't one of her brothers, so she could tell him her story if she wanted. Rinfa still dared to tell her whole story to Jin, and the young master realized that Rinfa believed she was to blame for the downfall of the Myungwan tribe. She blames herself for not being able to stop the others, but Jin wasn't sure if she was arrogant or innocent, but later realized it was because of Myungwan's way of thinking. Rinfa admitted that thanks to the young man her punishment came to an end, and it was so simple that it even seemed painless to her. Jin asked if she regretted it, but Rinfa replied that she was relieved and thanked Jin again because he has the power to reach people. The young man thanked Rinfa, but at that moment the conversation was interrupted by a huge crowd that came running upon hearing that the queen had spoken. Boris turned to Jin and said that since he managed to make Rinfa talk, the young man owed him his achievement. Jin didn't understand what the second achievement was, but he managed to come to the conclusion that Boris knew everything in advance. He knew the reason for Rinfa's silence, and that it wasn't Myungwan, but Jin who could make her speak again. Jin understood that Rinfa had helped him a lot, not only in quickly overcoming the obstacle in the form of the absorbing sword, but also in mastering the forms of the shadow sword. It took less than 2 weeks to master both forms, but he only just learned how to use them. It was far from ideal, but Jin continued training until he got used to them. After a while, Tantel decided to give her sword to Jin, since he was capable of handling the absorbing sword, but the young man did not understand, as the king himself said that he would not be able to use it. Tantel said that when he finished training with the fourth Battle King, he would have to fight with his brothers and sisters, and also that everyone would gather this afternoon to watch the battle, and the first Battle King himself would choose his opponent. Jin had been waiting for this. Since the day he arrived here, he really wanted to fight one of them, but Tantel believed that the young man was still too early for that. Jin asked, or did Tantel really think that Jin had no chance of winning? Weren't the ordinary warriors of Myungwan on the same level as the warriors of the White Wolf tribe? Tantel laughed, because the Myungwan warriors were even stronger than the average warrior of the Red Tiger tribe, and the first king doesn't like the young master, so they will choose a difficult opponent for him. Jin concluded that the Myungwan tribe, by human standards, was 9th rank or even stronger, so he would have a hard time with any enemy. Tantel promised to support Jin, and asked him to listen to her advice. But the young man did not understand what the king was talking about. He said he told Jin to take a look at the Myungwan sword technique, and the young man remembered that Boris had already shown it to him, but now he could see it live during the battle. Tantel felt confident in Jin after his words, and said that he could rest in the waiting room until night. When night fell, Garmand and Boris appeared and approached Jin to ask if he was ready for the upcoming battle. Jin simply replied that he had nothing special to prepare. He would simply fight the chosen opponent. Garmand admitted that the young master is quite strong, so strong that it is hard to believe that Jin is actually a person. Boris also said that losing is like taking a blow to the soul, and a similar effect is experienced by those who have been chased after success all their lives, but Jin should learn from his mistakes. Jin didn't understand what happened to the kings, as Tantel must have said that the young man would lose, so everyone else started acting as if he had already lost. Boris said they were just worried he would end up like Tamar, but Jin didn't understand what the king was talking about. Garmand explained that Tamar said he had never lost in the outside world, but in La Prarosa, he was going through a losing streak. Boris said that he was a little stronger than Jin, but for a while he still couldn't defeat even the common warrior Myungwan. But after the first duel, Even Tamar didn't drink or eat for several days. He was literally the embodiment of depression. Boris thought that she and Jin have one thing in common. Jin understood that unlike Tamar, before coming here, he had already been defeated countless times, and even in a past life. If that were the case, then the young man understood that there was nothing to worry about, as he would not become like Tamar. When the time came and all the spectators gathered in the arena, they began to bet on how long Jin could hold out, because his predecessor couldn't even take a few hits. The first to enter the arena was the swift Shaku, who was clearly the crowd's favorite, and then the young master himself entered the arena. Shaka was asked by Jin about his readiness, but the young man only replied that he had nothing to prepare, but it would be great if Shaka attacked with the intent to kill. Jin said it would be boring. If Shaku fought like a simple duel, he would die of boredom. The king laughed and acknowledged his bravado, but the young man had overstepped a bit, and Shaku intended to teach him a lesson for it. Jin decided not to waste time and used the Myungwan blade, which shocked Shaka. He didn't understand how he did it, and which of his brothers dared to show this technique to the young man. The young man didn't even give himself time to think, and decided to end the fight with one blow, but Shaku didn't understand how the young man managed to do that. Even if someone showed their techniques to Jin, he wouldn't be able to use them, because only Myungwan warriors can fully use the Myungwan sword. Jin knew this, and that's why he created a glowing heart from the aura, but that alone wasn't enough to use the sword. He was able to find the answer in his own memories and realized that the tooth Baras gave him was the missing link. Every day after finishing training, he studied it like crazy, without knowing despair, and that was the only thing he could do. Despite all the young man's efforts, Shaku easily defended the young man's blow and angrily asked the fifth king, or was the unique technique the same? The next moment, he concentrated his energy as much as possible. Shaku threatened that the young man would pay for his frivolity towards the Myungwan blade. Jin wanted to call Tess for protection, but couldn't do so due to Solderet creating this space. Shaku realized that something didn't go as planned for the young man and wanted to end the fight with a blow, but Jin managed to react to the sudden attack and defended the enemy's blow. With so much force, Shaku and Jin flew in different directions, but they still continued their battle. Neither wanted to give in. Jin understood that Sheikh was not only fast, but his defense could not be penetrated. Then the young man decided to use the universal human weakness inherent in everyone and stuck his finger right in the king's eye. To his surprise, Shaku didn't even feel anything, and the young man's finger broke, for the eyes of the inhabitants of La Prarosa were as strong as their hearts. Jin realized that they were called the strongest species for a reason. He just couldn't believe that there were thousands like Shaku before the fall of Myungwan. Shaku interrupted the young man's thoughts and said that as long as the young master finished warming up, he would show him something interesting. Jin raised his sword in defense, but he could barely hold it. It felt like it weighed a ton. Shaku admitted that it was not surprising that Jin was having a hard time since he used weapon suppression, and explained that they put all their will into the sword to not allow the enemy to use it as they wished. Jin understood that he had no other choice and blocked the blow with his bare hand. He didn't know how to use the sword when Shaku was so close. He needed to stay away from him, but the king immediately saw through the young man's plan and began to pursue him. Jin knew Shaku wouldn't fall behind, but he needed to buy at least a little time to use the first form of the shadow sword. After everything was ready, Jin finally used the first form of the shadow blade to use Soul Slash. The young man was almost finished preparing himself, but then Shaku appeared in front of him, who clearly wouldn't let Jin use the first form so easily. Jin realized he was caught off guard. Shaku sent the young man flying with one blow, but that wasn't all. He grabbed Jin by the leg while he was in mid-air and said that if the young man wanted to become completely familiar with Myungwan's techniques, he would show him how to use them in practice. He continued to hold the young man down and inflict hundreds of kicks all over his body, literally stomping the poor guy into the ground. Shaku decided to end the fight and jumped into the air to deliver his most crushing blow, from which the young man could not even move. The king promised that he would deprive Jin of his limbs, and that was what he would do, and said that he hoped Jin would be more modest in the next duel. The next moment, Jin only heard voices discussing the fact that Boris could use his blood to treat the air, but this was dangerous, as people cannot control their blood, and the young man could die. When Jin opened his eyes, he saw Barros, who finally decided to start a blood transfusion. He hopes the young man will pull through.